The honor of leading this expedition belongs to Admiral Richard Byrd. It is a gratifying experience for this 58-year-old explorer, who in the past had to raise his own funds for exploration, and who now has the resources of the United States Navy at his command. In 1955, 2 years before his death, Admiral Richard Byrd departs on his 5th and last expedition. But it's not simply an unknown continent or a distant ocean that lures adventurers like Richard Byrd. As he put it, here is a door ajar through which one may escape from the noise and chaos of civilization into the solace and harmony of the cosmos, and for a moment be part of it.
And here is our journey's end. At length we sighted that great natural phenomenon, the ice barrier.
All right, let's just look at the board right now. Almost 127. West of the Rockies right here. We have Get Effie Batman, Adam Unsalt, the Julius J, Mr. Anderson, Pooch 34. Not sure who RTM is. If you'd like to speak up, please use your microphone. Seb and Will Be Flat. At this moment, let's take a look at the chat. There are some panic attack and seizures that are flaring up bad, like a case of hemorrhoids right now. There's a group of, atheists in the chat and scoffers that are so mad at a small group of people that aren't even allowed to speak, and they have had a temper tantrum. So let's go to the chat and look at what types of seizures we are having on aisle 1. Okay, first up, we have a fake flat earther, of course. They put flat earth in their name. There is name on the level, of course, little Antichrist, Chris. Yeah, buddy. It's too bad that somebody deleted your messages because I was gonna actually read those out loud because they were so hysterical. Poor little guy just had a literal meltdown for some reason. And this is just, for the record, this topic absolutely pierces the hearts of criminals hiding from morality. And that's what this conversation's about. People are scared to death that their actions may have repercussions. That's that judgment, little thing called judgment. Look at the Grand Canyon and I'll show you what a little bit of God's water can do. And that's why these people hate this topic, because once you take away that magical outer space religion, excellent job, KJ. I mean, as usual, she's coming through. She is the sweetest person that you'll meet in the chat, very polite and more than liberal to allow you to give you about 77 chances to say something that doesn't literally mean do anything you want, but to say something that is about your own belief system. Why are atheists, which is a hard term to use, I'm sorry, KJ, you got to give me some more options here. Give me an example of what I can call these people. Of course, the other terms would be scoffers, and these are loose terms. So we got to clean up our terminology. And there, CGI fan, I'm still looking for that curve, bro. I know that you're having the shakes right now. I don't know what to tell you, but they see the sunset. Yeah, they see the sunset, but we can't see any curvature. Same people claim that it's observational science, say you can't trust your eyes. So yeah, oxymoron would be an understatement of the year. So here we are again, the crew of bendy light magicians and magical witchcraft doctors that tell you can't trust your senses, can't trust your eyeballs, can't trust your proprioceptive senses, and of course your equilibrium. That's a real big problem because once you do, you realize, oh, I don't live in a magical fantasy cartoon ball outer space religion. And remember, these people say that, oh, babies aren't really alive. But there's germs on Mars that are alive. So just put that in your back pocket for a later date and a more important and thorough discussion regarding the morality of psychopaths that are scared to death. One big pond. People are scared to death. If you don't believe me, ask Indio 007, one of the smart gentlemen around here that is one of the lead moderators that can assist you in this topic. And that's where we're at. One big pond. CGI fan. What else we got? KJ. A little empty out there. We got Roderick out there. Haven't met you yet. Nice. And again, at any time anybody wants to speak up in this chat, feel free to interrupt me. I'm just one of the participants. In fact, I'm just a janitor. I'm here to make sure that the floors are clean. I've got them swept, mopped, and buffed for your pleasure. Of course, they're very flat. Bathrooms on the left right now. Somebody spilled something in the women's bathroom. I caught one of the atheists in there, so that's going to take a little while for me to clean up. So watch out when you're walking through the hallway there. And of course, snacks are in the back. Hopefully chocolate sand did not take them all. And here we are again. This day, January 11th, 2022. Literally, I'm 3 months away from my 7th year anniversary of realizing that it all came crumbling down on that fateful day, April 5th. 2015, when a lovely lady that I met said, the earth is flat. Of course, that scrambled my mind for a couple seconds, and I had a little bit of a glitch, and I thought, wait a minute, that can't be true, because I, for one, have seen the curvature myself. Andy Karakis, if that's how you pronounce your name, please correct me. I apologize if I said that wrong. Karakis is another, I guess, option. Andy, thank you, sir. And when that person told me that, my beady little eyes kind of stared off into nothing, and I realized, everything I had already done agreed with that sentiment. that there is no such thing as experiencing or correcting for or even seeing or knowing when we can see this magical thing called curvature. Because when I looked at my own photography that I took from, again, a plane at 37,000 feet, yep, moderators aren't going to believe me. Indio 007, if you're listening, don't strike me down for this one. I thought I saw the curve. I was one of those idiots that said, you're not going to believe this, I think I've seen the curvature from an airplane. Yes, yours truly, the XO, was that stupid. Can you believe that, CGI fan Dan? I was one of those idiots. So I pulled my unsmart device from my pocket, pulled up my photos from G Plus and looked at them and realized, uh-oh, that's not what I remember. I thought I was taking a picture of Earth curvature. Then looking at the photo, I remember clearly, yes, that's the photo I took. And that horizon was as straight as a horizon can be. That's why the word horizontal exists. Yeah, it's not the other way around. Horizontal is based off the fact that the one straight line that creation has, a slip of the tongue there, which they tell you there's no straight lines in this designed creation. Oh, yes, there is. That is literally your optical limit of view of where the sky appears, that means apparently, to meet the ground. That is as straight as a line can be. And the farther you get away from it and the higher you go, the flatter it looks. And then I knew at that moment my life was going to change forever. I did not have to look at an internet video. I did not have to pull up something on YouTube. I didn't have to do any research. I literally was packing away all the nonsense in my mind to be shipped out and replaced with a whole new world. That is this. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord is the channel right now. Broadcasted across the entire plane of existence, the only international group that you will find. And it's not a cult, it's not a religious channel. In fact, you'll find more disagreements within the channel, the participants of these rooms that are virtually used to discuss our reality. Like Skeptic says, this is the number one place on Earth to talk about Earth, which turns out to not be an object. Let that be your lesson number one. Earth is not measurable. You cannot go to the depths of it. You cannot find the breadth of it. You cannot search out the width of it. It is beyond a cartoon fantasy that you've been given on TV. It's much more beyond that term flat Earth. That's an interesting phrase, and there's many ways to interpret that. But once you come here, realize that no, there's no edge of this Earth. You see, the end of the Earth, which is the word you were looking for, is true. And at the end of that Earth, the waters continue. Anytime you've ever been to a beach, did you notice that the waters continued away from your feet at that beach? Yes. Look down. There's the end of the Earth, and the waters continue. You are living in a world that's a water world. Thanks, Kevin Costner, for giving us the hint. We should have listened a little bit better, but you're kind of a weirdo, just like everybody else in Hollywood. So why should we trust you? But isn't that weird? There's more truth in movies than there is on the news. One thing's for sure, you're going to learn something. And when you come into this room, even if you meet one of the new participants or a veteran like Indio 007 or even KJ, the new person, your life is going to be changed forever. Someone is going to plant a seed, especially if it's Glat Flobe. He's going to plant a seed in your mind that you will never be able to throw away. Even if it's a tiny mustard seed, it is going to be forever embedded in your mind. And the evidence for that is the thousands, if not hundreds of thousands or countless people that have to and will return to this topic. Whether you meet them tomorrow or not, someone who has been here or who hasn't is going to show up, and you're going to meet a new person that has talked about this or has not. For the first time, or they heard about it 10 years ago, they let it go, they came back. This is a reciprocating topic. It is not something that you can just take out of your mind. Once you've looked at some of these things, you cannot unsee them. The reality is you've been lied to your whole life. You have been driven by an outer space fantasy that has destroyed your ability to think. They took away your up. They took away your down. They took away your equilibrium. They took away your eyes, and they took away your ears. Because when we meet these scoffers and these psychopaths that get scared to death, that it turns out that they've been lied to and that their entire man-made consensus of pseudoscience falls down as we pull the proverbial ball rug from out beneath their feet, comes tumbling down all the black holes and the quasars and the magical other pseudo terra firma, Mars, Mercury, Venus, Jupiter, and Pluto cartoons of your life are going to go right down the toilet into that, shall we say, garbage disposal and out the window. I'm sorry it's over. It has to be this way. And I'm sorry that this is a new beginning for so many people. And yes, if you're not interested in the truth, if it does not take precedent over all things, maybe this isn't for you. You might need to actually turn around right now. Don't make a move right now. Don't hit that dial. Just turn around, put your internet device down, and maybe just go outside and take a walk and ask yourself what matters to you. Does morality matter? Does truth matter? Do you have a conscience? Do you think that there should be a judgment? No, if you say no to all those things, go to a different channel. Go turn on your atheist channel. Go read a magical book like my Evolution 2009 college textbook, where they give you 1 million examples of normal reproduction while claiming abnormal reproduction. If that's what you want to believe, congratulations, because guess what? I got a secret for you. You are giving me my job security. Because without you scoffers, without the madmen, without the insane and fantasist pseudoscience preachers, I would be without a job. Literally, one of the most amazing things that you'll find about this topic is that it is 100% powered by hatred, because the world is scared to death of the truth. Once they turn into fear, their fear turns into hate because they have to panic and turn around and beeline away from it. But that's fine, because you'll be back one day. You'll either be back in the chat to scoff and to make fun of us and to make up straw men because you're scared to death of your own claim, as we found out, millions of you are. Or you'll be back and you'll finally give in and say, you know, guys, you're right. I've been lied to. So tell me what's going on. And this is the place that you will enter, and you will find someone someday. May they're not me, somebody else, but you're going to be different. You're going to be a different person. So when you leave here, realize that it's a revolving door. This place is so liberal, though, and so open that even when they ban you for trolling, they're going to give you another chance. It couldn't get any easier, so there's no more excuses, guys. Time's running out. Here we are. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, live, as Helio says. 138 west of the Rockies, several hundred miles south of the 37th parallel, where the Judgment Scar lurks. The Grand Canyon. What a wonderful sight to see. And remember, if you can't measure the Grand Canyon, you probably can't measure the Earth. Step right up, test your strength, enter the building. You will be welcomed with open arms. Thanks for playing. This is the XO, and I turn the microphone over to anybody else who'd like to speak. Thanks again. Uh-oh. Anybody hear the last thing I said? Did I get cut off there? Am I lagging? Anybody else here? Get, where you at? Johannes Midgarder. Interesting name here. Let's see you. Well, you don't have a VC verification yet. Johannes.
Hey, XO. I want you to know that I heard you, but I was doing a little bit of housework.
Good. Good. Hey,
Yeah.
however it landed, that's how it was supposed to land. If I get cut off, if the
Yeah.
connection leaves and I don't get to speak,
No,
that's fine
it
too.
was good. It was all good, perfect. Yeah,
Hey.
and I like very
Looks
much
nice.
everything you said. Yeah.
Hey, you're too kind, Get. You're too kind, sir. I do not deserve any of that praise at all. Please slow down. I had to throw my ego away a long time ago.
Shut up.
Flat
Don't be
globe.
silly. I always love hearing you.
Oh man.
Yeah, so
Hey,
don't
you know
worry.
what? Get. The reason I'm here is remember this. The ironic part is because
Yeah.
the rest of the world had to ban me. So let that be known that the
Yeah.
hatred of this world is what leads us into our pockets, into our corners, into the places that we find
We
a
are the
place
most
to.
persecuted, literally persecuted, the ones. We are those. Yeah.
That's why I love the topic. I love the topic
Yeah.
because so many evil people hate it. And the one thing I noticed, Get Beget, when I first realized it was all over, is all I had to say was watch this, because I knew it was going to happen. I said, watch the
Mm.
types of people that hate this subject. And I knew it was going to be the
Yeah.
largest group of demonic possessed schizophrenic psychopaths you could ever imagine. You're
Yeah.
talking, listen, I'm
You
not
know,
kidding. You're talking about the dumbest people in history, the evolutionist, naturalist,
yeah,
antichrist, literal
true.
psychopaths that run this world, and their minion atheists and haters of the truth are why I'm here, and actually are the reason that most of us are here, whether you like it or not. You see, people aren't powered or empowered because they're treated nicely. People get
XO,
motivated. Yeah, go ahead.
I was like that before. People were talking to me and I was not hearing. All I had was my own mind, myself speaking with myself in my own mind, and I was the supreme knowledgeable person. And I wasn't quite stupid in everything, you know. I was very gifted in my field domains, but spiritually and morally, I wasn't. I was very poor, you know. And I know how this deception is when you have this feeling that when everybody praises you that you're the most intelligent and wise and blah blah, you know, but they are actually not telling you the truth. They see that you are a fool, you know some stuff, but overall you are a fool in life. And you can't see that. And I saw this to a couple of few young men who visited the server about an hour ago. We had a chat. I started going through the 3 points with them. One of them was a physicist, and another one had the name Dr. Davinsky, something like that. But he wasn't a real doctor after all. But man, Indio, Elijah, Crypto, even QE at the end showed up and tried to debate this young man, and you just cannot talk with them. They don't hear what you are saying and they don't understand one word. And any question you would ask them, they take it as a direct attack, or I don't know what's in their mind, but it's just baffling for me not to be able to answer one question.
Right. That's because it's
Yeah,
fear. Glat Flo put it in the chat
yeah,
yesterday, moderating as usual. He said the word. All you have to put is one word in the chat: fear. They are
yeah,
scared to death. Now, I mean, I've never seen
yeah,
people this scared in my life. You see, they're scared
yeah,
so bad. They're scared to
mhm,
they're even claim that they're Globers now. That
yeah,
these people are so scared that they don't
mhm,
even want their own beliefs to be challenged, which is the most
yeah,
religious zealotry you could ever imagine.
yeah, true.
Remember, there's no such thing as an anti-flat earther. I know that's a new term. They are antichrists, and I know that's controversial,
Yeah,
but I don't decide what their titles are. They do. I don't decide. They did.
yeah. It, it's not with us that they have a problem. They have a problem with the doings of their lifetime, what they did. You know, there is punishment for that, for all that
Right, but well,
lawlessness.
they want to keep doing it.
Yeah,
They want again the what it says in the good
it's
book
not that they
about the
want to
yeah.
keep doing it. It became their only lifestyle that they have.
It's become their
And they,
personality. Any
yeah,
attack against that way of thinking is an attack against them as a person. They don't
right.
understand that we're trying to help them see something. They're taking it as us saying they're wrong and it's just crazy.
Yeah. Well said.
Right. I mean, you can't even find. Listen, ask Lat Flobe right now because he can't help it. He tries to get away from monitoring the chat, and he can't
Mhm.
because that's where all the psychobabble goes. They're
Yeah,
scared to death to come in here and talk to me, so they have to, like cockroaches, hang out in the
yeah,
YouTube chat and just spew filthy, disgusting, perverted straw man non-claims all day as they
yeah.
scamper away. As all evolutionists remember, you're dealing with a psychosis of a community of people that believe they come from magical sea monkeys that grew
Yeah,
on
yeah.
a chia pet ball in outer space because of course everybody knows that anything grows in a vacuum, right? Everything can
Yeah.
grow in a 17 to the minus torr negative air pressure system with no life at all. Just throw a ball in there and water and eventually it'll grow people, and that's what they believe. So they're not just protecting their globe religion, it's actually much worse. They're protecting their infanticist outer space entire paradigm, their universe, right? They're out of many one
Yes.
or everything into one. It's a self-worshiping. So here's the point. They are their own God. They want to be God. They want to
Yes.
be worshiped. They
That's
want
it.
their, remember, they worship themselves. So once you take away this perverted outer space paradigm, they
Yeah.
now are no longer a God. And again, but realize that they are so, again, just like the Hulk says, puny God. That's what they are. They're scared of their own claim now. They can't even come in and say, "Oh, I like I did. I said, hey, I thought I saw the curvature. I was wrong." I immediately said, "Oops, sorry about that. I made a mistake." And within 2 minutes, I knew that it was over.
I
The exact
I
opposite
know
goes for the
that.
scoffer.
Um I love it that you speak the way you speak, because I would have speak the way you do. I would have say those things you say, but they don't come that easy to me, to say that fast when I debate an English person. So yeah.
Yeah, we got one in the chat right now. He was, of course, his comments were deleted earlier because he was just perversely. So I don't even know how he's able to make 10, 15 comments like that. But eventually he was removed from the chat. He's back, so he was timed out for probably a few minutes, but he's already back, just perversely slandering people, pretending. Remember, these atheists, perverted evolutionists, they can't even be themselves. They have to pretend they're,
Yeah.
you know what? Two different types of people. Watch. They have to either pretend they're a flat earther or they have to pretend they are a Christian. So let that sink in. That's what they hate. They hate two things above all.
Yeah.
They hate take anything to challenge their outer space religion, which allows you to just be whatever you want to be, and you can use whatever bathroom you want. You can get caught in the female bathroom. You know what I mean? That's what they want.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, it's an LG, and I'll stop there. It's a community that again can't trust their senses, so they can say, actually, I want to identify to be a female, or I want to identify to be a walrus, or I want to identify to be a box of a Kentucky Fried Chicken box, or I want to
Oh my
identify to
God.
be God. And that's what they do. It's ultimately so that they are God. Remember, only a God can manifest and be anything at once. And that's what
Yeah.
the evolutionist has turned into. So the evolutionist now, the naturalist, believes that he can magically, in his mind, become now a woman so that he can go into the woman's bathroom. That's the type of person you're dealing with. They believe they are
That is
gods. It's a
disgusting.
self-worship, you see?
Yeah. To me, that is equal to someone. I think they are equally messed up in their minds, just like a pedophile. Those kind of men.
Oh, they are. Now, I'm glad you said the word. I didn't say it. Don't say it again, though, for a while. I think we got one
No,
allowance
no,
for
I
every
don't.
yeah,
Yeah,
hold on, relax. Just
I
listen,
don't.
hear me out.
Yeah.
So I think you may be allowed that word every 12 to 15 hours once. So be very careful, but that's what a lot of them are. They don't care. Remember,
Yeah,
they
yeah,
want to be an animal. Listen, hold on. They
yeah,
have already admitted, ready? People like Bendy Light and these people that are
yeah,
like these trillions
yeah.
and these weirdos and these tummy people, whoever you call, these people that are trying to listen, remember, they're not making fun of me. they're making fun of all of you. They're saying things like, "Oh, my mom told me the earth was flat, therefore the earth is flat." So they're literally turning into these sycophant psychopaths that are literally just having permanent seizures. And what you just said is exactly what they are. Listen. They've admitted if it happens in the animal kingdom, then it's okay for them to do it. Okay, this is not a new claim. Hear me out. Listen, they have now admitted for the past several decades that if the evolutionists, okay, which are of course mostly atheists, whatever you want to call them, people that believe in this evolution religion that are of course antichrists, that's their real title, not atheists. I'll admit that. Remember, there's no such thing as really an atheist anyway, and we can talk about that later. Of course, actually, the moderators here know this, okay? And I'm not saying anything that a lot of these moderators in this channel don't know. Right? That they actually agree with this fact. Remember, the moderators here are not stupid. So listen, the moderators haven't filtered out through this world at all. The people that are moderators here also do not like the sickness and disease and life of this world. That's why they're here. They're actually, right, we have that commonality. But make no mistake about it, the person that pushes the evolutionary paradigm is trying to justify the actions of the animal kingdom. So now you can do things like that. You can even be a cannibal. You can eat your own babies. You can do all kinds of disgusting things that I can't even say on here. That's what they're literally trying to justify. Bendy Light's a perfect example. They won't even deny it. Watch this. Watch. Just listen. All you have to do is say, are you saying, Mr. Evolutionist, that it's okay to do as long as a consensus agrees with it?
Oh my God.
Listen, I'm not kidding. They won't answer because yes is their answer. They admit that as long as the majority agrees with it, it's okay to do anything you want because you're just an animal anyway. There's nothing. So they look for several different excuses. Watch, there's 3 different excuses. Watch this. You got to hear me out. Excuse number 1. If the majority agrees with it, it's okay. Insert the democracy of literally the most perverted groups of criminals. I can't even I can't mention them. I can't tell you what they do. Watch. Excuse number 2. If it happens in the animal kingdom, it's also okay for me to do. Oh, wow. Oh, can't even go there. Number 3. Watch this. Number 3. Outer space is so big, it's not going to matter anyway. I can do whatever I want. And that is what these people are. They are just looking for an excuse. They are not only godless, they lie. They believe in God. That's why they're not atheists. Listen, they believe they are God. They are not atheists. Find me one atheist, get, and within 2 minutes, he will admit he's not an atheist, or he'll maybe admit that he's a box of chicken, or maybe a bag of sour candies, or
We complicated
a coconut fudge caramel. Listen, no, they'll admit that they're a coconut fudge caramel cookie, because remember, there's no absolutes. Remember the person that Crypto spoke to a year ago and they made a video of, the young man that thought there's absolutely no objective truth, therefore we might have a robot that invaded your home and developed a relationship with your life. So it's okay that you caught your wife doing that because that's actually a robot, right? There is no objective truth. Literally, if you say, how do you know you're not a coconut fudge caramel cookie walrus? They'll say, I don't know. I'm really not sure. I might be a coconut fudge caramel cookie walrus. And in fact, I might be a coconut fudge caramel cookie walrus with my brain in a vat. How could I know? I'm just an atheist and I'm trying to justify my lifestyle. I'm not making this up. You hear me out. I didn't write this book. I can't make this up. I'm not a fictional writer. It disturbs me. I've never been a good lyricist. I just haven't. Ask Latflow what it's like to write lyrics. I don't know anything about it. Okay, I'm not a lyrics writer. What this information has come from is because I've been talking to these people for 20 years. These same scoffers that have attacked me for 20 years, remember, I'm going to go where the enemy is. The same scoffers are now here hating you. They hate the people in this channel. They hate Indio and Helio and Mimas, Tollins and Crypto and all the people that are the users here, right? Why? Because if you take away the ball earth, all the other psychotic, this is for most people. Now remember, there are exceptions, right? We have there's a weirdo of every type of group, and this is really not a group. This is a meeting. What this is a meeting. This is a perpetual revolving door of people that meet to discuss the deceptions of this world in a controlled environment that's not going to be literally trolled. Instead of trolled, it's controlled. Ooh, that was nice.
Yeah.
So the reality here is that we have separated the people here, the participants, the people that have joined the server have separated a conversation from the rest of society to protect it. Because without the moderators, without the system that the moderators have developed, this conversation is not protected. If I were to go somewhere else right now, if I would want to tell you this truth, if me and you get beget and Glat Flobe went to another server, we would only be allowed to talk for approximately 30 seconds and the conversation would be over. So the necessity, which is the mother of invention, forced people, dozens of people to create this place so that we would have the freedom and ability to discuss the alternative, which is called reality. That is the alternative to the beast system, the world, the cartoons, the sycophant, the psychopathic programming, the black screens, the super information beast system highway, whatever you want to claim, whatever you want to talk about. It is a controlled world. Anywhere you go right now, you are going to be censored. In fact, there's things we can't talk about. But for some reason, there's one topic that they still censor and also allow at the same time. Isn't this weird? There's one topic that's a double-edged sword, and that is the flat earth. You can't make this up. Thanks for playing.
Hey, I'd have a question for you.
Hello, go ahead.
All right, 1 second. Portu, have you been verified? Did you talk to somebody like a moderator in the VC before you came in?
Yeah, I talked to him like 1 year ago. I forgot.
Oh, okay. Be careful. Okay, so we're going to have to... I just want you to be careful because there are rules to the channel. I want you to stay here, Portu, and I could tell that you are a little bit new to the topic. You were here a year ago. Did you get kicked out or banned?
No, I got sent to cognitive dissonance, and that's about it.
Okay, relax. Okay. There might be a reason, so just slow down, okay?
Yeah.
So I want you to just talk to me for a second. Remember, we're just a group of people that want to have the freedom to talk about reality, Portu. First of all, is that okay with you that we can talk about reality?
Yeah.
Right, and just so you know, Portu, not everybody here agrees with me. In fact, everybody here disagrees with me. I'm a cat person. Most people here are dog persons. I'm a Bible reader. Some people don't like the Bible. We're not a cult. We're not a consensus at all. We actually just want the freedom to talk about reality. So some of us might have the answer. Some of us might not. Some of us might even have the wrong answer, right? So remember, if I'm talking to you, this is just the opinion and belief, right? Belief, be careful, of one person. This is not a consensus group mindset, right? We're not a hive mind. We're not insects, right? So if it pertains to the construct of our existence, then we're going to be able to help you with it. But if it's beyond that, it could get dicey. So be very careful because I don't want you to get banned. So go right ahead.
Okay, so you were mentioning atheists believe themselves as their own god. I think you were talking about Satanists, not atheists. That's a different thing.
Okay. Very good. Interesting. Okay, you know what? You might be right. So be careful. Now I have to turn on to you. I have to ask you something. I'm not even saying you're wrong. See, we're so liberal. Your first comment was to tell me that I might be wrong, and I'm not even disagreeing. You might be right. That's how friendly we are here. So watch this, Portu. Are you an atheist? Would you call yourself an atheist?
Don't think so.
Okay. Do you know anybody who's an atheist?
Yes.
Okay, that's good. Now, hold on. What would you call yourself? Because I'm going to tell you what I am. I'm just going to give you my title that I prefer to be called. That makes sense, right? I'm going to tell you that I'm called a Christian. Okay, Portu?
Okay, and so am I.
So you are a Christian as well. Okay. So that's excellent. Now, that's not something that we can center around the energy of this server. We're not going to make it about that, but I appreciate you being honest with me. I hope you are, and I'm being honest with you. So is there anything else regarding this atheist topic that you'd like to discuss?
Oh, I actually came in to actually talk to you about the flat earth, but I heard the conversations, so yeah.
Okay, so for the record, I'm just going to say this, is that do you think there's anything or any such thing as a person that knows that God doesn't exist? Because you've already told me that you believe in a higher power, a creator, correct?
Yes.
Do you think it's possible that somebody knows there's not a creator?
Might be.
No, not might. Is it possible? Hold on. that somebody knows, right? Do they know there's no such thing as a creator? Is that possible to know?
Know or believe. There's a thin line behind that.
Right. But listen, right. It's impossible to know there's not a creator. Do you understand? That's impossible to know because you'd have to know everything. And you know, I'm 40 years old, Porto, and I only know about 0.0000000 out about 1,000 zeros and then put a 7 there. And that's how much I know, right? So the other people that are atheists probably don't know much more than that, right? Let's say they're a really smart atheist. They still don't even know 1% of all knowledge. So it would be impossible for them to claim that they know there isn't a creator. Does that make sense to you, Porto?
Yes.
Right. So in conclusion, there's no such thing as an atheist, Porto. So I thank you for proving that with me. Yes. So hold on. There's no such thing as an atheist. We've just proven that by without a shadow of a doubt, without the process of even getting down and asking an atheist. Because I don't even have to ask an atheist. Everybody in their right mind who's not a psychopathic weirdo. Hold on. Listen. Everybody in their right mind who's not a psychopathic weirdo that's cringing up my chat where Glatflow was watching intently. Anybody in their right mind knows that it's impossible to claim that you know there's not a creator. So we've already disproven that atheists exist. I don't believe in them either. That's the point. The problem, part two, is that they call themselves atheists and they don't even know what it means. You see, they're not. You were already right. The other word that you used was what?
Satanists.
You are absolutely correct. What a smart young man. Yeah. Thank you for proving the point that that's what they are. Man, you're doing good. What is your next question?
Hate God.
Hold on. What is your next question? Amen.
My next question is, by applying your logic of you have to know that there is not a higher power to be an actual atheist, by your logic, you're not a true Christian because you cannot know there's a higher power.
Wrong. That's a negative. Absolutely not true. No, I do know that there is not just a higher power. He's much higher than you can understand. Holy moly. We can't even talk about him here. So the problem is the moderators have informed me that this chat right now is not actually permitted to discuss any further belief systems that are considered religious by the consensus. So by the rules that have been stated to us that we have to follow to stay here, that's not something we're going to be going down that road. But that's not a negative claim. So listen, the negative would be the position of the atheist, which is proving or to themselves that they would have to claim they know there's not a higher power, which is impossible. By reduction, we've already proven that. It is very logical, and the only answer is that there is a higher power than you, because I guarantee you did not create this place, part two, did you? Did you create the place we're living on right now?
No.
Exactly. So there is a higher power. Period. End of story. You don't even have a claim. So let's go back to the flat earth discussion. What would you like to be talking about when it comes to this creation that exists under the heaven?
Basically, your seasons do not have sense on flat earth.
Oh yeah, well seasons, right? Seasons, yeah. Seasons only work on a flat earth. Yeah.
No, they do not have sense on a flat earth. And
okay, go.
The sun moves in transit.
Listen, okay, one at a time, Orion. I'm going to now give the floor to you, Orion. So Orion has spoken up because this is not this is what's going to be. One at a time. Orion's going to speak to you. It was nice talking to you, part two, but now Orion is going to speak to you. So one at a time. Go right ahead, sir. Thank you.
Share the mic.
So we observe the sun moving in a transit above our heads, in a circle above our heads. It comes into view, then goes out of view, follows a curved pathway, and we observe this curved pathway, becoming a larger curved pathway as it moves further south. So that would be the summertime in the south, wintertime in the north. And so I'm just saying this is what we observe, and we don't observe the Earth spinning on an axis, orbiting the sun. That's what we were told makes things happen. Yes. Is being on a tilted axis and orbiting the sun. But we do not observe that. We have no evidence for that. We've been searching for evidence for that. We've come up completely empty-handed. So it's just simply the sun making a larger circuit above our heads, which would be our winter time now in the northern hemiplane, and then a smaller circuit, which would be our summertime.
All right. So my thing is, you do know, in Antarctica there are periods where there is 24-7-hour sun in the Arctic. I think you know that during the summertime.
There is no official recording with that. A full 24 hours video.
Yes, get. There is an official recording. Yeah, hang on. Have you seen it, bro? The clouds
not
just
a
somehow
complete
are
24 hours, and that's what I said.
Yeah. The official recording is a joke, bro. The clouds are exactly the same. It's like a, what do they call it when they just, retake it?
It's a camera trick of one kind or another.
Yeah, it's called
It's
a loop.
CGI. You duplicate the same cloud over and over.
Basically, with this in mind, your tiny sun on your flat Earth model, for one, wouldn't be able to cover the entirety of the Arctic, and two, wouldn't make
Nope,
sense.
sorry, no. I'm sorry, young man. I'm sorry. We're not talking about models. When I told you when you were talking about this conversation, we're talking about reality, not cartoon models.
Okay.
You don't even have a model anyway, so relax. You don't have a globe model. There's no such thing. So back to reality. We experience what these gentlemen have explained to you, not a model. Reality. Thanks.
Okay. Well, so basically, you would be wrong because it wouldn't make sense. At Point Barren in Alaska, it would have to be completely dark all day. So how would that even work?
That's called a lie. There's no such thing. You don't have any other experience. You're basing that on a cartoon you've watched. You don't even understand what you're saying.
Wait, hold on. Can you say that last thing you said one more time?
Okay, so it would have to be full day in Antarctica, but it would have to be full night in Point Barren, and somehow there will be at this point a gap in your sun, to say the least.
I'm not quite following what you're saying exactly, but I think I have an answer for what you're saying, which is that light can only attenuate so far through the air until it attenuates to extinction. So the air that we breathe is a medium, and it can block a lot more light. There's a lot more humidity. So obviously, if you're trying to shine your car light through the fog, you're not going to be able to see very far through the fog, and the light's not going to go very far through the fog. But the same thing, even if there's very low humidity, for hundreds of miles or even thousands of miles, the air itself blocks light.
I want to tell him something. The air, which we usually see through, has a refractive index according to weather. And this means that is not a perfect transparent medium. It means it will obstruct light.
But I think he's getting confused that the sun must still be a giant ball that illuminates all of the one surface of the flat Earth. Whereas when you actually look at the sun, it's a little small ball that rises up on the horizon, moves across your sky, and sets on the other side. So you've been told that ball is 864,000 miles in diameter, effectively hundreds of times larger than the Earth, but you see it as a small circle that rises on your horizon. But just in your imagination, you see that sun being hundreds of times larger than the Earth, and therefore it must illuminate the entire surface. Like he said, then there must be a gap in our sun. Why can one area have darkness while another area has light? And the other guys already explained to you that the air will effectively the same thing with the ocean. If you descend in the ocean, after a kilometer, it's dark. Why? Because the light has been refracted through the water and it's not penetrating further anymore. And it's the same with the atmosphere. As the light travels through the atmosphere, it refracts. So it reaches a limitation, a point of limitation, and then it becomes darkness for that region. But effectively, you've got to change your thinking. Not that the sun is this giant orb that's shining light from millions of miles away, but that actually this is the light source for this earth. It was created for this earth to light the day. And it's a small little light in the sky, not hundreds of times larger.
When you go at an altitude of about 100,000 feet,
let's just see that the guy understood what you said and then what I said.
Okay, sure, go ahead.
Who's the new guy?
All right, so I kind of understood what you said. But anyways, I have one more question.
Okay.
So you say it made sense about what we were saying. What part of it made sense? Just then you can move on to your question, but just so that we can conclude that point.
Basically what you said about darkness and yeah.
Yeah, so you've got to think of it differently because a lot of the times people think like the heliocentric model, but then they're trying to make that fit into a new flat earth paradigm. And then they're getting it wrong because they're trying to take two models and blend them into one. Whereas the flat earth is what we observe. So we see a flat horizon and we see a small orb of sun rise in the east and set in the west, and then a small orb of moon rise in the east and set in the west. We're told that the sun is stationary and we're moving around it, but both it and the moon both rise in the east and set in the west.
All right. One more question though. So you claim that the moon landing was faked, right? Okay. So why is there that thing where if you point at a certain point on the moon with a high-powered laser, it reflects?
Golden elephant question. Yeah, I love those golden elephant feathers. Continue, Solar.
So if you go and look when that was first bound, sorry, Orion, maybe I'm jumping into your convo.
I'm pretty sure you're going to say the same thing anyway.
Yeah, so if you look at when the first moon bounce was done, was 1958, long prior to the moon landing, or 1968, sorry, prior to the moon landing of 69. So they were able to bounce signals off supposedly the moon. Then there's also something called the ionospheric bouncing. So we know that we can bounce signals off the ionosphere. So therefore, you'd have to prove whether you're bouncing it off an ionosphere or the moon. But then keep in mind that was done prior to them and their story of placing reflective dishes to send the signal. That's not even withstanding the ludicrous nature of sending a signal 250,000 miles away and then just through reflection. So not even recombining that signal, collimating it and sending it back. Just through reflecting it off an object, it can then travel back 250,000 miles. When you start to look into signal path loss or attenuation, you'll see that most radio towers can only output a radio signal for about 100 kilometers or 200 kilometers. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of kilometers. So you need an incredible power source to send that signal. And then when you look at how much of the signal is actually collected afterwards, it's very similar to what they call the background noise. So they say, correct, one equivalent of one photon that they say they have received from that dish. And they know that one photon couldn't have come from another star or another light source. It had to have come from that bounce, because in their computer, the computer says it will be received in this time. And then at that time, they collect that one photon and they say, there you go, proof. So it's actually a very deceptive thing, bouncing light off of a moon. It's one of the things that they claim all the time. I'm not surprised you're asking this question. But effectively, if you did it before landing on the moon, does that make the moon landing real? And if you want to explore the moon landing, look for bubbles in space. Bubbles in space will show you that there's hundreds of videos showing bubbles in space because they train in water pools in the NASA Zero Buoyancy Lab. It's actually a giant swimming pool with a full-size replica of the ISS underwater, which water is the opposite of vacuum. Water creates inward pressure. As you go down, it presses in on your ears. Whereas when you're in space, you'd be expanding outward because there's a vacuum outside you. So it wouldn't even make sense to train in a swimming pool for zero gravity environment. But yet they always just say, oh, but look, it looks like they're floating. Well, when it looks like they're floating, that means that they can be recording it as though they're in space.
Solar, I would like to touch also a point to ask the young man a question, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure.
Do you have a bike?
Yes, I do have a bike.
Okay, and do you have these?
Stop stealing people's bikes. Don't steal his bicycle again, dude. I'm just kidding.
Romanian origins.
Yeah. So, do you have those cat eye reflectors? Any such thing? Those plastic things?
No, I don't think.
But have you seen?
Yeah, I have seen them.
Yeah, like at night when you drive with your dad the car, and there is a bicycle on the road without any lights, but when you have your car headlights turned on, you see them reflecting like they are being lit.
Okay.
Despite the fact that they are not light sources, they only reflect the light from your car headlights, yeah? They reflect it back to you. And you see it, they look like they are lit. Or, yeah, the road signs at night, when you shine light at them, they shine back at you very bright because they have a light reflecting paint.
Right.
What's the point,
Yeah,
Get?
so it is a reflector. These people, they claim they have installed such a thing on the moon. Now, if you go and buy yourself a laser and you point it at the moon, you should be able to see a red or green dot on the moon bouncing back at you.
So if I go to Constanza and get a laser, should I be able to do
Yeah,
that? Okay,
yeah.
let's test this out.
Yeah, I mean, if their story is true, that they claim they installed a laser reflector on the moon, yeah, which you can use your laser to bounce it back from the moon.
You would
So
need
when you point your laser at the moon, you are supposed to see that laser dot just like you're shining it on a building at night.
Okay, you need a high-powered laser for that. You know that, right?
How much high power?
I cannot really say that. I'm not that experienced, but
Well, I tried to do the math, what will be the power output, and a 10 petawatts laser will not be enough to shine on the moon.
And you
will
can't
not
get
see it.
that here
Yeah.
if you buy a 1 megawatt laser.
Yeah.
It basically burns
And
through metal
neither
and can shoot
all.
about 30 kilometers.
Yeah. There is no such powerful laser in any part of the world except in Romania. And they haven't done this, and they haven't used it to shine it on the moon. That's just a failed, dead project. You know.
wait, excuse me. I'll be right back. I want to get a glass of water.
Sure, go ahead.
Hey, I have a question about this claim that they made of shining the laser to the moon and hitting that reflector, moving it back. Did they claim that they use some kind of targeting system? Because they claim the moon is, got a diameter of 2,160 miles, and that there'd just be this little area where they claim that they put the
it's in motion
landings. So like, did they use their hands to do that? Did they use some kind of a robotic arm? It doesn't really seem to add up.
Yeah, there was an elevation
they
angle.
Will need some
laser.
special. stepper motors with very expensive harmonic drive gearboxes for ultra high precision positioning.
But who's said that they've bounced a laser? Because it's normally a signal, and they say that they send a
Yeah,
signal either from a ham radio. So it's more like a radio signal being bounced off of something, and then they're receiving what they believe to be the signal back. But
yeah,
light, there's no laser beam in existence that can travel 250,000 miles, let alone
yeah,
bounce off of something and travel back.
It's so adorable. People fucking believe that shit. Oh,
yeah.
Are there any public images of what they claim did that thing that they claim, shooting a laser, like the gearboxes you talk about and the laser? Are there any actual photographs of this quote unquote equipment?
Reflector. Yeah, on NASA's website there was. I'm not sure if it's still up there, but it was literally like a 1 meter diameter reflector dish that was placed at some unknown angle, which technically you'd want it flat on the moon's surface so that it's always pointing towards the Earth. But the problem with signal bouncing is that you need to be stationary to receive your signal. So the Earth is meant to be spinning. So we send this little signal out, and it's supposed to, while we're moving, we're hitting another moving target that's also spinning and rotating. But you're tidally locked according to the Earth. Then the signal hits the supposed dish, starts to return, but the Earth is rotated out from underneath the original position where the signal was sent from.
somebody in Japan's getting a rude awakening.
So someone else in another continent or in another country, or maybe on another latitude line or longitude line, would actually be the one receiving the signal, definitely longitude line because of how the rotation spins. Someone on a different longitude line would now be receiving that signal. So for the same person to say they've bounced a signal off the moon and then received it at the same equipment, effectively they've just told you they're stationary.
Yeah, if they
I know I know what the part on the moon looks like, but I when I asked that question, I was asking the component on the Earth, because I mean they say they put that damn thing on the moon. They say they're shining a laser from the Earth to the moon.
Yeah.
I've seen plenty of pictures of that thing they claim they put on the moon. Where's the laser on the Earth? Where's the gears to position it the right place? You know, like that. Wait, what? Where's that?
No, so that's why I said it's radio signal. It's not laser beam. So you basically align your radar dish with this elevation angle at so many degrees northeast or whatever, and you bash out the signal supposedly in the right alignment to line with this moon. And then it sends an invisible frequency, and an invisible frequency is quote unquote received. And then proof. Sphere, moon landing, hip hip hooray.
But wait, so was that a misquote then? That it was a radio signal, not a laser, that they used? Their claim?
When they
Or did they claim a laser?
talk about moon bounce, when they talk about moon bounce, it's about a radio signal being bounced off the moon. But what Gert was saying is that if there are reflectors, the same way that a reflector reflects light at night, then I should be able to point a laser at that reflector and get it to reflect back. But that's if it's like a cat's eye type reflector designed to reflect light, or whether it's a radio, like a satellite dish for bouncing a signal back, because that would also give it a property.
Well. Then I'm curious. With this claim of sending a signal to the moon and back, I mean, exactly which device in their inventory do they claim that they use to do this?
A laser that you can't get anywhere. They had to build it themselves because it goes so far. So there.
All right, so I have one more question. Basically.
Yes. What's your question?
Okay, so basically the Soviets and multiple other countries got signals, from what I know, from the moon landing. Why wouldn't they have claimed it was fake if they hadn't caught them because it wasn't real?
Because they're in collusion with each other. Very simple answer. Because you see that they tell you that the Russian government is the enemy of the American people, and in Russia they tell the Russian people that the enemy of the people is the American government. But the reality is, the United States and Russia and many other countries are in collusion with each other in many different ways, and they really just put on a show to make it seem like they're fighting with each other in competition with each other. But the reality is, the enemy of the American government is the American people, and the enemy of the Russian government is the Russian people. They're just working together.
Add to it, Earth measures flat.
So you're meaning to tell me the USSR and the USA worked hand in hand?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, affirmative.
On many things.
Correct.
Can you give an example?
COVID
ISS.
protocols.
Space
ISS.
programs.
Okay, so the present medical condition that we find the world in at the moment, they're sharing the same type of response to the public. So they're working hand in hand when it comes to how to medically treat their population. When it comes to the ISS, you'll see it was a joint venture between the United States and Soviet Russia. When you see that the Soviets send rockets up sometimes and have Soviet cosmonauts versus the Americans having astronauts. So when you look now, the Americans scuttled the shuttle program. The shuttle was the little aeroplane-looking thing that used to go on the side of the rockets up to the ISS. The Americans scrapped that program, destroyed all those planes, so that they can now buy a seat on Russian rockets at $2 million per seat, per astronaut. So every time we want to send a rocket up to the ISS, supposedly to swap people in and out, the Americans are piggybacking on the back of Russian equipment with Russian scientists.
Yeah.
Then they go and spend weeks in space. And when you go and look at, especially on the medicine side of things, then you go into Antarctica and you'll see that the USSR and the United States are both signed as treaty members on the Antarctic Treaty, where there's more than 59 nations that have all joined hands to say, we'll be in peace when it comes to the bottom of the earth. But yet, when it comes to our countries, no, we'll still fight. How does that make any sense? So when you start to look, you'll see that the US and Soviet Russia and China, it's all a puppet show.
So you're meaning to tell me all of the proxy wars and crisis were all a facade?
Yes, theater show. Control of the people, keeping them in a low state of lifestyle, yeah?
Yes, in Soviet Russia.
Not allowing them to develop.
It is same thing as compartmentalization in America when we do the build cars, yes? So one guy does not know what the next guy is doing. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
How was my my clown show accent there?
Very... I don't know how to describe
Weird, right? Weird. Just say it's bad. You can tell me it's bad. No worries.
You sounded like a Sergey and not quite like a Vladimir yet.
Yes. Нет. Yes.
Нет.
Anyway, sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
Hey, add me as friend if you like. I think you are Romanian and I'm Romanian too. And yeah, I can share with you information on this topic and provide you sources. Yeah, so.
And then we can get together and make some Takana Mama Liga.
No way.
I know how to cook it well. I'll cook you some. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I
you
don't like.
cook.
I don't like tocana.
Well, see, you got to add the mamaliga. You got
Tocanicho.
to add the chicken.
Well, yes, Momoligo is good,
Normally.
but tocana is.
Yeah. Do you use polenta?
What?
Polenta cornmeal?
Oh, what? Palin. Yo, get. Can you say it in a good accent that I can understand something?
Yeah, but I'm not sure what glut flow means by.
Oh, no. I'm interrupting once again. So don't worry about what I said.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so I urge you to research bubbles in space. There's
Bubbles in space.
yes,
Yeah.
like bubbles in the swimming pool, like bubbles in space, and you'll see hundreds of videos where they've caught bubbles coming out of the space bubbles, or wherever they're telling us that they are is obviously not. Then another good one is A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon. It's a documentary. That's the name of the documentary. A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon by Bart Sibrel.
Okay. And what was the funny thing that happened on the way to the moon?
Is that they showed that they were still in low Earth orbit on the day that they supposedly walked on the moon. It shows how they filmed the supposed blue marble shot using a window of one of their capsules. It shows how all the telemetry data has been destroyed. 19,000 reels of film. NASA says they just recorded over it. Then they destroyed all the technology that allowed us to land on the moon. So Bart Sibrel, in this documentary, got full access to NASA, all their records, and basically he was trying to show that they did go to the moon, yet the evidence was just lacking. So that's A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon. Another one is called Wagging the Moon Doggy. Wagging the Moon Doggy. And these are all documentaries which pretty much after an hour, you've seen 80% of the evidence that suggests that it may not be the story that we've been sold. And if you look back at the space race between Russia and the States, the idea of going to the moon was to have the higher ground. So whoever could get the higher ground would have the dominant position militarily. So this whole race to the moon, both from Russia and United States, they were both faking it, but they didn't want to point each other's fakery out because it would make them seem more powerful in the eyes of the rest of the world if they were capable of launching rockets to the moon. Because that meant that they could launch rockets from their country to anywhere on the earth if they were capable of sending rockets to the moon. So it was literally a complete fake. They did it in the 60s. They realized that it did look fake, so they stopped pretending to go to the moon. And then when we asked for the evidence so that we could now corroborate or prove, say, in a court of law that they truly were there, then all the evidence seems to be missing. The original photos are missing. The negatives of the photos are missing. And that was still the day when they took photos with film. And what you must remember is that space is full of radiation. And if you take a piece of film, like photographic film, into radiation, it completely destroys the film. It like overexposes the film. So if they'd gone to the moon and tried to take a photo with film, none of the photos would have come out. But yet all of their photos were perfectly focused. And those, I think it's called a Hasselblad, the camera that they had mounted on their chest, that camera needed to be manually focused. So not like our cameras today where you pull out your iPhone, you point at something and you just take a photo. In the old days, you had to play with the lens to get the image back into focus based on the distance of the object from the observer. So the old cameras that you had to manually focus were on their chest, so they could never see what they were actually photographing. But yet, every photo came out perfectly.
All right.
Sorry, there's a bit of a storm here. Can you hear it?
Not really.
Oh, wow. But lightning right above my head.
Oh.
So tell me something. How old are you, Portu?
I can tell you I'm older than 13.
Okay, great. Well, you sound like an interested person, someone who's interested in the world around them. Gives me a... Yeah, go ahead.
I may be interested, but I can tell you I will probably never believe in the flat Earth.
That's good. You don't want to believe something, my friend. Wouldn't you rather know something?
I would rather know something, but I do not think I will be convinced to actually believe in the flat Earth.
Right. Again, no convincing, no belief involved. You know the best way to find out about your reality? Check this out. Go test it.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, cool. You'll love it, man. Trust me. The first time you see that we see too far, given the glow math, you're going to be like, shit. Gotta go check this somewhere else now. Uh-oh. They might be right. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, you said that you don't think you'll ever believe flat Earth. And like Glad said, no one in this room believes flat Earth. That's the thing that's probably the most puzzling about this. That we used to believe we were on a globe. We used to believe the globe spun around the sun. We used to believe in a fictitious force called gravity. We used to believe that water, when being level, actually curves around the outside of a sphere. We used to believe all these crazy ideas like man has been in space. Those are beliefs because you cannot prove it. You yourself cannot go to space to see that it's a sphere. You have to believe someone else. However, when it comes to the flat Earth, like Glat just said, this is where you can prove it to yourself. You can go to a body of water, that means like a large ocean or a large dam or a river network that you've got, and you can know that downstream is 10 kilometers or 20 kilometers, 30 kilometers. And then you can look down there and you can see maybe buildings, maybe the other shoreline, maybe many different things. And when you go and look at the globe maths for the curvature, if you go type in curvature calculator, you will see that the curvature of the Earth should be set because it's a physical ball. It's a rock planet, right? So then the curve of the Earth must be physical. I must be able to go and measure this rock that I'm on and show that it curves like the sphere that they tell us it is. And when you go and look, the longest distance photo in the world is over 300 kilometers. It holds a world record. Now, if you can see something 300 kilometers away, that means we see too far. Because when you go and look at the globe maths says that your horizon should be no further than 3 miles if you're 6 foot. So if you've ever seen further than 3 miles in your life, you've proven it's flat to yourself. Because the globe says your horizon will be at 3 miles. And everything after that 3 miles will be curving away on the backside of a ball. And that's why things disappear in the distance, is why they say, because everything's going behind the back of the ball. But then you go and pull out a really powerful camera, and you can suddenly zoom in 20 miles, 30 miles, 40 miles. We've done laser experiments at 38 miles and 40 miles. People have done radio. Okay, so anytime you want to send a radio signal, you need line of sight. That means the two dishes need to be pointing at each other. Go and look what's the longest radio transmissions, and it's hundreds of kilometers. So if hundreds of kilometers can be line of sight, that means you draw a flat line on the bottom called sea level, and then you place your two dishes above that sea level so that they can communicate to each other over hundreds of kilometers. That's how you prove that you know the earth is flat, never that you believe it, because no one would be silly enough to try and pretend to believe something unless there was actually reason to go and say this.
Yeah, but you got to be honest with you. You know, you're a little young. I hesitate to talk to you about this, but I will. Um, Not everybody can handle the truth, Portune. Most adults can't either that I meet. But the problem actually is, well, it's not for us. It's for you. Is that the whole world actually already agrees with us because 8 billion people admit they don't experience Earth curvature or spin. So everybody's already riding on our shoulders. I don't have to make a claim. That means the governments, the militaries, the scientists, the technology makers, you name it, whoever you've ever met is depending on not adjusting for curvature or spin. So I don't have to make a claim. Do you remember that word model you brought up earlier? Guess what all working models, when it comes to things in reality, have in common? Oh, that's right. They're also based on a flat, non-rotating Earth. So all models that work are already dependent on being flat Earth models. Thanks.
Okay.
Yep. So go ahead and think about that for a little while.
All right.
And then when you come back,
have you ever played a game?
Go ahead.
Sorry, have you ever played a game where you have to shoot something that's either moving or you're moving while you have to shoot something?
Yes, I have.
And is that different to when you're stationary and the object is stationary?
No. Wait.
So if you're running, so say you're playing Counter-Strike and you're running to go shoot a guy and he's also running.
Yes.
Do you just aim where he was, or do you have to aim ahead of him for when he runs toward the bullet?
I aim ahead.
You aim ahead, correct. All right. And if he's standing still and you're standing still, do you still aim ahead of him?
Oh.
Okay, so that's the question I just asked you. If you're moving or your target is moving, do you have to do different calculations to when he's stationary, not moving, and you're not moving?
Yes, you do.
There's different calculations. Now, that's what EXO just said to you, is when you go and look at all military documents about if I'm going to fire a cannon and I want to shoot a rocket, say, 50 miles away or 60 miles away, they factor that they're stationary and that the target is stationary. They aim at the target and then adjust for wind, altitude, all of those other bearings, pressure, and then they shoot at the target and hit the target because the target is stationary, like when you're shooting a guy standing still in Counter-Strike. But if that guy was moving, which the Earth is said to be moving, every time someone did try and shoot someone, they would have to aim ahead because the Earth would be moving, the target would be moving. The moment the bullet left your gun, starts going on this straight line, the object on the Earth that continues to rotate would be moved while the bullet's traveling towards it. And that doesn't happen. So like EXO said, all of actual models, when you try and model how to shoot a missile or shoot like a sniper rifle bullet, or you're going to take a flight, you have to assume that the ground is stationary, and then you take your bearing or you choose your direction and your speed, and you get to your destination because your destination is also standing still. But we're told that it's spinning. Now, like Exo said, no one has ever shown it to be spinning.
Right.
But this is quite a big topic. This is quite a big topic for a teenager to wrap their mind around.
Well, we would just launch things straight up in the air and then fall back down, and we would be in a different place.
Exactly.
Right. So if I wanted to go to Hawaii, I just go 98 degrees straight up for 15 minutes, then come back down. Ta-da!
Should be that simple. Because the Earth would turn underneath, and then you would come down at your destination. If the destination was westward. If it was eastward, you may need to stay up there for a bit longer than 53 minutes.
Right. Well, don't forget it is spinning at 1,468 miles an hour?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyways, one more question. So, if Antarctica is military guarded, why can I literally just book a cruise to Antarctica now?
Well, can I take this one real quick?
You go right ahead.
Thanks. So, there's this first thing you need to do is look up the Antarctic Treaty. Hold on a sec. Who am I talking to again? What's your name?
Portu.
Portu. Okay, Portu. Got it. So in a Google search or however you search for the Antarctic Treaty, and just have that window up for later when you read about it. But basically, it's most of the nations of the world signed a treaty that they would basically not allow anybody from any country without express UN permission or military permission or direct permission from certain country to go to Antarctica for any reason and explore. Not only that, if you want to book a cruise to Antarctica, that's fine, because guess what? The ocean is where you go on cruises. You don't go on cruise on land, so you can cruise all next to Antarctica, and they could tell you anything they want about what size and shape it is. And then when you get out onto the plateau there, if they let you get on the ice wall, boy, you can only walk maybe 200 yards in, and then they're going to say, all right, we're going right on back. That's about all we can do here. It gets a little dangerous in there for you folks, so, and that's it. You don't go to Antarctica. You're not allowed to explore. People who do go to Antarctica to try to explore either get killed or arrested or detained. And, why should that be? It's just some land over there. It shouldn't be that big a deal. So anyway, Antarctic Treaty is very interesting. It's the only thing in the world of its kind where almost all the countries in the world, especially all the countries of consequence in the world, signed a treaty saying no one's allowed to go here unless we say so. That's kind of sketchy.
Okay, why can you literally apply for jobs in Antarctica?
You can work on the side of an iceberg. Yeah, sure. So
yeah, there's lots of jobs in the inland on the port islands and stuff. Yeah.
Sure, just like any place, just like, close to the North Pole. Up there in Alaska, there's tons of fucking jobs up there on the ocean, on land, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that doesn't denote globe Earth, and it doesn't say anything about Antarctica other than the fact that we just can't go there, dude. We can't. They won't let us. And listen, if you want to pay for one of those seats on one of those cruises, it's a lot of money. But even the people with a crap load of money aren't allowed to go do what they want in Antarctica. Excuse me. And that's weird.
All right.
Wait, we should clarify this a little bit more, though. So you could get a job and work, relatively close to one shoreline or another. But I'm pretty sure if, even if you got a job and you're working in Antarctica, I'm pretty sure if you left the base with some supplies and continued southward, if you're really ballsy and you're, don't fear for your life and you're not afraid to die at all, by all means do it. But if you want to continue to live on, don't do it.
Yeah, you can't. So it's like, say, for instance, he was Orion was working in Antarctica, and he wanted to, find out what's further south. So he gets some equipment together, this, that, and the other. Well, it's illegal to even drop some droppings, take a little poo-poo on the snow there. It's illegal to leave it there. You can't bring any fuels. You can't burn any fuels there, so you can't keep yourself warm anyhow. So, you know what I mean? Those in charge have made Antarctica, as if it weren't already, they have made it the most uninhabitable, unattractive place for anybody to ever want to go to.
Oh, can I add just one thing?
I didn't finish my thought properly.
Go ahead.
What I'm saying is someone would stop you. What I'm saying is more than likely, even, not you necessarily getting shot, like if you resisted, yeah, they would. But I mean, what I'm saying is someone would stop you with a gun at gunpoint and make you go back to the camp, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Let me just add one thing to this. There's been a lot of explorers that explored the inner, into the inner of Antarctica, and they mostly use, or they were only allowed to use, dog sledding. So all expeditions ended up eating all their dogs. Okay? So there's not really snipers out there hanging out waiting for people to break camp. It's so harsh. If you look it up, there's sometimes it's 400, negative 400 below zero. That's almost impossible.
Okay.
Well, then I guess the same concept still applies, but just with the process of getting equipment out there so that you could go further south. You're not allowed to do that.
Yeah, you would have to bring, you couldn't just bring a little fanny pack full of granola bars. All right, you know what I mean? You're gonna have to spend millions just to get into the inner core of inland, deep inland, and even then it could be thousands or perhaps hundreds of thousands of miles.
They also call it the driest continent because there is virtually no freestanding water, fresh water to drink. And if you do take water with you, it freezes overnight. So it's very difficult to even keep water in a liquid state down there. And then when you step outside, it goes to, I don't know if you deal in centigrade or Fahrenheit, but well below minus 100 degrees Celsius.
Yeah.
Now, that, unless you've experienced incredible cold, minus 100, minus 120. I think that's one of the things. And then they say that the wind gets up to 200 miles per hour. When you look, the fastest winds on the planet, quote unquote, is in Antarctica because it's the outside rim of where we live. So the winds would get up to a much higher speed down there. And then, like you were saying, most of the people who've ever tried failed, died, lost half their team. And generally, they were trying to cut a corner. They were trying to just go across the peninsula. They weren't even going through the center. And then you also look, Antarctica is the highest of all elevation continents, out of all the continents. Antarctica, its average elevation is more than 2,000 meters above sea level. So there's some really peculiar things that go on down there that make it difficult to explore. You can't take fuel. You can't take equipment. What we normally say is that you cannot independently explore, meaning by myself, with my own resources, go and look where I want to look. We can do supervised field trips. So someone can go with us. They walk us to a specific location, and they take a photo of us and tell us we're at the South Pole, but we can't prove it, can't verify it, we can't test it. We just have to take their word that we're at the South Pole, and then they walk us back and say, now you're done. Now go home, please. So you may not go there and explore on your own independently.
One more question. You do realize having troops in Antarctica would be a logistical nightmare to actually get supplies, water, or food, and other commodities there.
Of course.
How would they even do that?
Well, if you look into Operation High Jump with Admiral Richard Byrd, and then Operation Deep Freeze, your answers will be met.
All right.
Operation.
So this requires.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, this just requires a little bit of research because you'll see in the 50s, I know it's well before your time, but in the 50s, they were looking at the North Pole and the South Pole as military positioning points. Because if you were based at the North, you could attack Asia, North America, China, or Africa immediately. You could just choose where you wanted to start your attack and you go. Whereas from any other continent in the world, you're got to overcome certain distance. So in the Northern Hemisphere, they set up the dew line. And the United States and most of Russia that fall along the dew line, it's very heavily militarily guarding. There's a lot of guarding going on from the military, basically. So when you go to the South, the same applies. If you were in the South, you could attack South America, Africa, or Australia, New Zealand without them even knowing you're coming. So just from a military perspective, this was desired. They wanted this. And they went down in the 50s with Admiral Byrd, with, like the guy just said now, Operation Fishbowl and Operation Deep Freeze. And then they tried to go as deep into the southern region as they could. They took hundreds of military vessels, thousands of men, was given almost an unlimited budget, and they had to turn around. They couldn't even make it with all of that.
Yeah, Admiral Richard Byrd went down there with 6 vessels, 2 icebreakers, an actual. They went down there with an aircraft carrier, and then they shot up. They flew
and battle cruisers too.
Yeah, they flew all their supplies into the up on the ice shelf, and then they started their second mission, was Operation Deep Freeze, going into the inner workings of Antarctica to explore even more south. And they only went so far, and they had to come back. Or they could be still exploring today. Operation Deep Freeze is still continuing. Like hopscotch. You go as far as you can. You start building Camp 2. Who knows? They could be Camp 67 right now. You know.
Those were all of my questions. Thank you very much.
Well, look up Operation High Jump. You could probably watch some good documentaries of it on YouTube. And then Operation Deep Freeze. If you type those even in YouTube search Operation High Jump, you will see footage and some information on that.
Yeah.
And then also look for Operation Fishbowl,
yes,
where they shot missiles at the sky because they realized we're in a fishbowl. And they called it Operation Fishbowl and started shooting the largest nuclear weapons man has ever created, in the size of about 1,000 megaton, up at the sky for no good reason at all.
Yep. And
which
then
is also very peculiar.
And then Operation Dominic.
Yeah. Porto posted me a link with some Antarctic cruises, and those are actually journeys, cruises to Antarctica near the ice wall.
Yeah.
But you don't get off from the ship, from that cruise ship. And those cruise ships, they have border control on board. If you try to jump off that cruise ship, it will be like trespassing the border of a country. That's how they will treat you. And on those cruise ships, they have a lot of systems, radar systems and infrared long-range camera
Well,
for human identification and detection.
yeah, but
Yeah.
but the biggest thing is a lot of people don't understand this is that for you to
Yeah.
even get out that way to Antarctica, you need a full steel hull vessel, or you're going to perish.
Yeah.
Period. You would not
Yeah.
want to land your little naked body in that ocean. Okay.
Oh no.
Not even 3 minutes. You wouldn't survive.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
You'd probably
the
die as soon as
problem
you hit
is
water.
in winter in Antarctica, it reaches, there has been recorded temperatures below 80 Celsius.
Well, you can
And
actually, it's called pack ice. You can actually, the ocean will freeze around you, literally
yeah,
trap your boat
yeah,
in frozen, and then destroy the boat, crush it.
yeah.
Yeah. And then the
But
ice melts.
the problem is when you are in minus 80 degrees Celsius cold, you cannot survive without special breathing machine,
That's right.
Which will have to provide you with a air pressure of 7 psi, half of what we normally breathe, and a much higher concentration of oxygen. If you breathe 14 psi at minus 80 Celsius, one breath will kill you instantly.
Yeah. That's right.
It's lethal. Yeah.
Excuse me, but I kind of have to go.
Yeah, it's pretty late. It was nice to have you, and do come back.
Maybe.
Bye bye.
Have a good day or night.
Ciao. Ciao. Good night.
Să rămână.
Servus.
There's no edge. That's the problem. That's why you can't make a model of reality.
Yeah, it's unfalsifiable.
That's right.
That's all it is.
That's it. Yep.
And that's where, like, I hope that Globers and us can come to an understanding. Like, there's so many things about reality that are objectively unfalsifiable, and if we can agree on that, if both camps can at least agree on that, then we can both camps go after the unfalsifiable stuff and try to figure out what the fuck's going on with it. But they can't get past the pride point, so they aren't willing to admit the truth. So that means they're not willing to actually learn, and that's we just had an impasse at that point. You know, we can't get any Globers to come out and test it with us. You know what I mean? I will spend a lot of money and a lot of my time if a Glober genuinely wants to come with me and test the world. I'll do it. Let's do it. Come on.
Yeah, 10,000 each. We'll get a nice.
I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying, like, I'll pay as much as I need to go on some fucking trip. It can't cost that much.
Right. You know, it almost boils down to that you have to start off like primal. We have to go right down to, let's start with fire. Put your hand in the fucking fire. Does it burn you? Yes. Okay, let's start from there. And then keep going. No maybes or what ifs or theories. Facts.
Remember, it wouldn't be an edge. It'd be an end, you know. It'd be where the ceiling meets the ground. You know, it'd be an end of the earth.
No.
Well, yeah, because we're inside a container, you know. You can't have gas pressure without a container.
Well, that container
could
be great bigger than you think, right? It could be the celestial floor.
But if it is, then it would still be an end. That's my point.
I don't know. That's just our concept as being human and studying the celestial clock that's been moving across the sky since we noticed.
Well, the point I'm trying to make is if we lived in a world where there were more people openly acknowledging that the Earth is flat and stationary, you know.
Well, of course.
They
Yes.
probably wouldn't get away with this Antarctic treaty bullshit. And if they weren't getting away with that, then we'd probably be able to make maybe not an entirely complete, but a more complete, quote unquote, if you will, model. Not that I even really give a shit about that. I don't give a fuck about a model. I'm just saying so many people do, and they're always crying about it, and they're always whining about it. And the point is, they get their fucking bottle if we got rid of the Antarctic treaty. That's the point.
Yep. It's crazy. And there's nothing you can really do about it, even if you were like one of these billionaires, like Elon Musk or the Virgin guy. You know, drives me nuts.
Well, it's nice to see that the 14-year-old teenagers are the tip of the spear of the army of Satan. I hope you atheists are proud of yourselves and you globers, since you can't even defend your own religion. You need now children to defend your belief system for you. Congratulations. I'm sure you're proud.
The XO, right on point.
Disgusting. They're going to be begging to be in this server when they're burning for eternity. Begging. You're going to be begging for another chance. Why didn't I just listen? I loved outer space, but I just wanted to make fun of people, and I didn't want to lose my space. It's just unbelievable.
You know what they don't serve at the end of all this, Globers? They don't serve Pride burgers, so you better eat them now.
Eat them now, while they're hot.
Yeah, you'll be eating yourself alive. Insert that intro, Glatflow. Yeah. Like, that's the purpose. Like, I just want to like make samples. I'm gonna start just making samples, and I need like Creation Bear or you to someone just to play like extremely brutal intros. You know?
Oh, I can send you a couple riffs, bro.
Yeah, do that. Get a guitar player to do it.
Well, I'm talking about bands like I'm talking about like extreme level, like not even Cannibal Corpse. The Cannibal Corpse is too lighthearted for this. I'm talking about like Deeds of Flesh.
How about Nile or Circle of Dead Children?
Yeah, no, okay, that would not be an appropriate name. I wish you would not have said that, but thanks.
Yeah. Well, there's some dark music out there.
We got to outdo me. Just go ahead and outdo me with a sentence like that. Great. Now I got to shut up.
No, I've played some dark metal over the years.
Yeah, Gladflow. Can I call you GF instead of Gladflow? It's so much shorter.
Call me Sean. Call me Sean.
Sean.
I'm serious. Call me Sean.
I know, yeah.
Yeah, it's a new account, same name.
It's still a new account.
And who is Sean to you, Glad?
Who is Sean to me? That's my first name. So it's me to me.
It's like a pseudonym.
No, my mom said, hey, tell everyone I'm named after Sean Connery. And I was like, yeah, but then that makes me less cool immediately. No way.
Welcome to the Rock.
And how old were you? Okay, hold on. How old were you when she told you that?
I don't know, maybe in between 5 and 10, something like that.
Yeah, see, that would be the issue. That would be instructions to a 7-year-old, not who you are now.
No. I mean, yeah, no, you're right, absolutely.
You're welcome.
And at the time I was like, my mom's so cool. She told me I'm cool because I'm named after Sean Connery, because she's obsessed with Sean Connery. And the more I grew up, the older I got, I was like, please don't talk about Sean Connery around me right now. Thank you.
He passed away October 2020.
Yep, The Hunt for Red October 2020.
Interesting.
XO.
Yes.
I joined Nathan's channel this afternoon, and I just heard you and QE like having a complete miscommunication. What was going on there?
Well, Solar, if you can't tell by now, if you have an ego, it's gonna get hurt. It's that simple.
Yeah.
Here's the deal, is that people don't like being told things when they think they're at the top of the hill, Solar, and some guy comes along with a little sack on his shoulder and maybe just, $3 in his pocket, doesn't have a lot to show for, and that guy all of a sudden is telling you things that you should have thought of yourself a long time ago. That's going to hurt your feelings, Solar. And here's the deal. Here's why. It's because the Earth is not an object. And when people can't get that out of their mind, that there's this end of the Earth, because the Bible says so, yes, that doesn't mean the water ends too, Solar. It doesn't say the existence ends. It says the Earth ends. And that doesn't mean that you can measure the Earth or understand the depths of it or the breadth of it or the width of it. I mean, you can't even measure the Grand Canyon, which is just in one small, tiny little area just north of me, a couple 100 miles north of here, let alone measure the Earth. So if you can't even fathom the entire embodiment of something you're talking about, you can't call it an object. And not just him, but somebody else who was, of course, helping. You know how junkyard dogs got to get together and join forces. It hurts the pride of people that think that they are, oh, I'm really smart. I know the Earth is flat, yada yada yada. And they still are being hindered by man's knowledge, and that's still the problem. You know, the flat Earth doesn't solve anything. It's just a new set of glasses, guys. Literally, just a reboot, a refresh. You've been unplugged. That's literally all it is. So if people get stuck on it and think that that's the end all, when there's so much more and there's so much more information and literally so many different levels of information, and you are proud about what you've done, staying, paddling, and like a doggy paddling in the kiddie pool for 3 or 4 or 5 years, it's going to hurt your feelings when somebody else is way ahead of that, who doesn't have a big channel or isn't popular or doesn't have a big following. And that's just how it is, Solar. That this is a David and Goliath situation, and that's where I've gotten my information from a book called the Bible. Some people get their information from man. Some people think that the scientific method is actually something that's even relevant. What if nobody even uses it anyway? What if people figured out that ketoacidosis and all these issues with the problems with scurvy and the medical system didn't even use it anyway? What if we've been lied to about that as well? If we've been lied to about the very words, what if the Bible already knew it's science falsely so called? This is just a little bit about what's going on here, Flat Earth Solar. There is more than meets the eye. And again, the Flat Earth is just a reset. It's just putting on new glasses. There's a lot more to learn.
Yeah, it's actually pathetic that so many people can't get past the flat Earth stuff. Like, why are we stuck on flat Earth? There's so much to do. There's so much that we need to get done right now. And the dummies are still stuck on, the reason you can see too far is, it doesn't matter, guys. It doesn't fucking matter.
It's because of the Earth tides, bro.
I have one more question.
Go.
I have one more question.
Oh, you're just saying that? He kept saying that. Yeah, he had like 7 one more question.
Okay. Oh, you give him this elaborate answer. Okay, I have one more question.
He's fine. I think he's learning.
I think there was more people in the room with him.
Yeah.
Oh, and you were saying, it's pathetic. You can't get a 41-year-old to put their pride aside and learn a thing or two, but you can get a 14-year-old to do it. Problem.
Yeah, giving us the same recitation of the programming that the adults give us. Literally nothing different. That's how pathetic it is.
Yeah. It's unbelievable.
Jenny's here to lay the law down. Let's everybody be quiet.
Hey.
Hello, Jenny.
Hi, everyone.
Hey, Jenny.
Hi, Glad. Hey, everybody. Good to be here. What's going on?
Oh, we're
Welcome to Flat 24/7.
Welcome. Yeah, we're just we're being Karens about Globers. We want to talk to the man. We want to talk to the man, the Globers.
Karens and Chads.
Manager.
Oh boy! So how much time did you guys waste on that? Because I usually can call it within a few minutes. I can get that vibe, from somebody.
Okay, check it out. Speaking of,
you guys stick it out a lot longer than I do. Anyway, go ahead, Glad.
That's because I'm a loser. Okay, so check it out. Ben Delight in the YouTube chat says, my observation of a sunset tells me it's a globe because it matches every other observation I've made in my life where objects that don't change angular size no matter where you observe them from are very distant.
Oh!
That wasn't a sentence, by the way. And then lastly, he says, and if something appears to drop below a surface, then that means it's behind that surface.
Wow. Glad we have a world traveler in this Discord right now. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
No idea. Yeah,
Well,
Ben,
no,
tell us all
Superman.
about your
One
travels,
hand
Gulliver.
clapping. One hand clapping to our world traveler here.
Well, I'm going to
Welcome.
elaborate, Jenny. So let me elaborate on this. Actually, this is Superman. He can actually fly across outer space, but he doesn't have the ability to.
GTFO.
Okay, so watch this. He has the ability to fly across outer space because he can do things no other person can, but he can't get on a Discord and use a microphone. Thanks for playing.
Oh, he's in the broken mic gang. Get him the F out of here. Fling him into
No.
the void of Discord.
He doesn't have a broken mic. He's got a broken soul that will never be repaired, and that's why he'll never talk to us.
That's one of those samples right there.
He's got a broken soul.
Well, gee.
Blast beat.
Yeah.
Insert blast beat.
What do we do with that?
Okay. You go ahead and sing and we'll. Where is Helio Skeptic? Because we need a guitar player. But you go ahead and sing, and I'll.
I've been singing, hey, you guys! I've been singing today. I've been singing all day today a song that I have known for a long time, and was put out like the year I was born, which was 1971, 5 decades ago. But anyway, it's called The Point, and it was narrated by Ringo Starr, and the main character, Oblio, was Mike Lookaland, otherwise known as Bobby Brady. And it's pretty cool. So Harry Nilsson did the songs, and the one that I like the most is Think About Your Troubles. It's pretty cool. In fact, I'll post a link. Because, I'm an old timer now, and I got to say that they don't make songs like they used to. I wonder how close I am to being a boomer. Does anybody have a generational demographic chart handy by chance? I have one somewhere, but who knows where the F it is?
Aren't you a boomer already?
No. I am not a boomer, sir. I'm Generation X, graduated in 1989. I'm not a boomer. We got God Rockin'. We got like about 5 boomers in here, I'd have to say. But nope, I didn't see the moon landing on TV kind of thing. I remember Reagan did something. I don't remember what it was. Or maybe it was that I was in grade school when he was elected. Maybe that was it. It's strange because I don't really recall, other than memorizing the order of the planets of the heliocentric model. I don't remember discussing it too much in school. Like orbital mechanics, how it all really works.
Yeah,
That
like
would
how
never happen.
yeah, like where we can find the golden elephant feathers. Yeah, same thing.
I took geometry. Shouldn't have been that the main example? The curvature of the earth? Come on, people. How much simpler can you get than that? I mean, first you figure out the basic geometry, then you go to spherical geometry. I mean, so frustrating.
Okay, can I put you in the hot seat, Jenny? Since again, Glovers are extinct. I'm sorry, Jenny. You're not gonna talk to Glovers anymore. They're done. They just sent in their best participant and lawyer, and he was a 14-year-old boy in Romania. So that was the best they could offer right now for their.
Oh,
their advocate.
man.
And I wish I was joking. Okay,
so awkward.
Right, so we're not going to get any more Glovers. It's over, guys. I'm sorry. We might have to change the Discord name eventually, but right now we'll keep it flat now. So yeah, Jenny, I just want to tell you that there is no such thing as a heliocentric model. Okay, so we're going to have to argue about that. If you'd like to fight me about this, that would be, I would feel better. So just so you know, there's no such thing as a heliocentric model. Would you like to challenge me?
Well, yeah. For all intents and purposes, that was I wasn't really comfortable saying that. I'd rather call it the old heliocentric theory. That's what I really like to refer to it as, to be honest with you.
Okay, okay, there we go. Old. So was it superseded by something? Now we're getting somewhere.
Well, no, because it's not.
Oh wait, what?
So maybe
sorry,
that's
I
not
think
the right
it is.
word.
Oh, so I'm gonna have to now attack you again. Okay.
Yeah,
So
no. Go ahead.
Yeah, there's no current heliocentric anything.
You're correct. But we have to name the deception and point it out somehow. I mean,
yeah, you're going to have to use the proper words.
Heliocentric theory.
So when are you going to start proper words?
All right, what is the proper words then?
It's an outer space cartoon religion.
Yes, it is. I agree with you. The heliocentric space monkey religion.
Nope, there's no heliocentric. There's no heliocentric, and there's no model. Two things, two problems.
I didn't say model at the time.
Right. There's no model. So watch this. Anytime, remember, these people are addicts. They're addicted to an outer space cartoon fantasy, and they believe, they will tell you it's a model, and they might even say heliocentric.
Yeah, no, I didn't say model the last time I referred to it. I swear.
Right.
I swear I didn't.
They might
because I know why.
I know why.
Yes. I do know why, sir.
There you go. Right. So either one of these two words.
A model. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, so yeah, either one of these two words are like giving them like if they're an addict, they just got off crack cocaine, and now I'm gonna hand them another bag of ball crack cocaine by saying either one of those words. I am enabling them to stay in their outer space cartoon.
Okay, what about this? Hold on. Okay. So if I say the heliocentric model, not scientific model.
Oh my goodness gracious. No, two laws were broken right there. Two of them. No, not only did you hand him a bag of ball crack cocaine, you just handed him the pipe as well.
Well, geez Louise, how am I supposed to help these people, XO? I mean, come on,
You're supposed to tell them you don't have a model nor a heliocentric belief. Let me show you what your beliefs is, sir. You believe the sun is also spinning around the Milky Way, and you also believe the Milky Way is spinning around a giant black hole known as the Great Attractor. I shall be right back just after these messages or a long silence. I'll be right back. Excuse me.
Okay.
So.
Hey, you know what? I don't mind making sure. Go ahead.
Once upon a time, there was nothing. It exploded. Everything was condensed into a tiny point, like smaller than the tip of a needle, and it exploded. And that place where was that condensed stuff in the size of a tip of a needle became the biggest giant black hole in the universe.
How odd.
Yeah.
How could they possibly know that? How could it be? How could that possibly be? I think it's a figment of someone's imagination. That's what that sounds like to me.
Correct.
Yes. Mm-hmm. It's just a figment of someone's imagination. It's the space monkey religion.
Space monkey.
We can't give them that.
Space monkey. Dying space monkey religion. So, no, you know what? Actually, I prefer how Santos Bonacci refers to it as a Santa ball.
Yeah.
And I guess I shouldn't bring that up because I don't recall his exact verbiage to describe why he says it, but it's, I don't know if you guys follow him or not, and you can pick up my slack, but if not, I'll get back to you. Because
do you know Ham?
Uh-huh.
You know Ham?
Well, I've watched a dozen or whatever of his videos over the last however many years, 4 or 5 years.
Oh.
But like an avid follower, no, I'm not. In fact, he started putting out content under a paywall, and I'm like, I'm out. That's why I never really got into
I don't
Oh,
I don't mean that guy Santos Bonacci. I mean Ham.
that okay. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, Ham was
Like in the Bible? Like in the Bible or
no. It was the first monkey astronaut.
get out. Are you
Yeah,
serious? Oh, the
yeah,
Russian,
yeah.
right?
NASA,
Oh,
US. Yeah.
I thought
The Ru-
Russia
the
was
Russians
first
put a
on
dog,
something. Oh, with the
Laika.
dog? Okay, sure.
Yeah. And the Americans put a monkey, a chimpanzee, Ham.
That's what they came up
Yeah.
with?
Yeah. And
Jeez.
thanks to Ham, Neil Armstrong and all the NASA astronauts learned and knew how to do stuff in space, you know. So Ham was the pioneer teacher of
You know what that
astronautism.
reminds me of? That person who confronted what's his name, Scott Kelly or whatever, in some
Yeah.
sort of conference. He asked him how there's bubbles in space.
Oh
And just the
yeah.
whole conversation is so awkward, man.
Mm,
It's just so
yeah.
awkward. And you
The
know,
whole conference, he messed it up.
how many deaf ears is that going to fall on? That's really sad, you know?
Wow.
Because that person's going to be looked at as a crackpot, you know? I think he was escorted out of the building or something.
Yeah.
That's how they do that.
I don't really blame Ham for doing that because you got to keep in mind that was a long time ago and 50 million bananas. 50 million bananas is a lot of bananas back then. Was.
Oh, geez.
Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, that's how they were training the astronaut chimpanzee with bananas. You know.
Jeez. That's
Yeah.
so awkward. Cringe. That's the first level of
Yeah.
cringe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Whew. Alrighty then. So yeah, we're just gonna have to learn to live in here without Globers, people, I guess. I mean,
It's over. Sorry, Jenny. Yeah, but here's another thing, Jenny, though, to now ease the pain, and I want to make you feel better about this. And this is
okay.
going to help.
All right.
All the top flat earthers, and I mean all of them, continue to make the same mistake. So there's nothing to worry about. They have
I know you're
also
pretty
enabled me.
strict. You're pretty strict.
Right.
Put it
It's
out there.
almost too strict, right? It's almost scary.
Okay.
That's the thing. If I wasn't hired for this job, which is a subject that is not meant for the live stream, I
Oh my
wouldn't care
God.
that much.
Okay.
I would not care. So listen, the top flat earthers are too stubborn to change their terminology as well. So I'm not trying to make you feel bad. I'm
No,
just
no,
saying
no,
if I
no,
meet
no.
an
I'm
right,
interested. I'm yeah,
right,
anticipation over here. Go
right.
ahead.
If I meet an addict and I continue to enable them, right, with these buzzwords that continue to implant it
Yeah.
back into their mind, I'm
Yeah.
literally just handing them the bottle, I'm handing them the pipe, I'm giving them the bag, I'm giving them the snacks, and I'm letting them have
Yes.
free room and board. I'm allowing them to live here
You're
on my
enabling.
flat plane. Right. On
Yeah.
my flat plane of existence, I'm allowing them to live on my flat earth while I continue to tell them heliocentric models, blah blah blah, blah blah blah, and that's just not going to work.
So you're saying ultimately we cannot use that term.
Actually,
Yeah.
you can do whatever you want. I'm just saying that in the long run, you will be happy when you now get rid of those drugs out of your own mind and go, wow, I didn't even realize I was enabling them by the programming that was still stuck in my brain.
Wait, okay, I'm not clear here. You said
Okay.
the biggest flat earthers, they keep making the same mistake, and you're saying that
Yes.
mistake is what again? I don't think I.
Well, if I say, show me evidence for your heliocentric model, first of all, he doesn't have a model. Secondly, I'm letting him know there are such things as model. And thirdly, he doesn't believe in the heliocentric religion anyway. So I'm literally giving him words to stay in a fantasy. Watch this. And instead of saying that when I meet somebody, let's say, for example, somebody says, well, I have a model and you don't. I get to say, actually, you don't even have a model. So sorry, that doesn't work. So that's wrong. Instead of saying, oh, you have a model, I say, no, you don't. And then they'd have to prove to me that I have a model. Instead of talking to them for 2 hours with the preconceived premise that they have a model, I just spent 2 hours wasting it because I already told them they have a model. If they have a model, they're going to stick with the model. If I allow them to have that fantasy, then they're in a fantasy. I'm allowing them to stay in the fantasy, and that's not going to help them.
Well, then they're not clear on, what a supposed model is supposed to be in the first place. They don't understand that.
Right. So watch what it really is. It's a cartoon they see on TV. It's not a model. It's not even heliocentric because remember.
Well, yeah. Okay. So wait. A way to apply this would be something really simple. And I'm ashamed of myself for bringing this up because I haven't done the calculation. I haven't done the calculations, but Tycho crater, for the size that they say that it is, we should not be able to see it with the naked eye. Isn't that correct?
That would be a side point, right? Okay. And I wouldn't even go there. I wouldn't even. Yes, because I'm not talking about that crater.
That's telling you that the model's not accurate if there was one.
There is no model.
I said if there was one. If there was one, it's not correct.
Okay, so you have to pretend to be a glober, or would you like Glat Flobe to pretend to be a glober? And I can see, because I can't just make it up. It has to happen organically, and then I can show you how it works.
Oh, do we have a groan in the audience?
That's hard.
Oh.
That's hard.
I don't know.
I'm
not. You know where I'm coming from? Because me and EXO don't always perfectly see eye to eye.
I mean, I can do it for a little bit.
Wait, no. But did you hear me? Glad did you hear me just now?
What'd you say? You don't agree with EXO on anything?
No. That's not what I said. I said we don't agree perfect. We don't agree perfectly on everything.
Oh, good. That means the science isn't settled between you two. That's how adults should work.
If you agreed with me on everything, I would start to be a little.
No. I don't want to stir the pot, but for example, a certain word usage starting with the word L and referring to teachers, I don't believe in that. I don't believe in that topic, that discussion.
Learning.
You know what that?
Because I think.
I'm sorry.
And maybe this doesn't apply to you, EXO, so I'm not trying to throw you under the bus or anything. But saying people who pass along misinformation, calling them liars, I don't agree with that. It's the people putting out the disinformation, those people are the liars.
Well,
so when you say your teachers, your teachers and, what have you interacting with people.
Right, they don't have to lie. They believe it just like the weirdo nobody that has no life experience who comes in here because they saw it on TV. The teacher does not believe it because of evidence. The teacher does not believe it because they've been given the information by their controllers. They believe it for the same reason everybody else believes it. It's a cartoon on TV. End of story.
School is rote memorization. We're told what to think and we're told to memorize it enough to take a test, and then we don't ever use that information going forward in life, and so therefore it's just some passing thought, and then kind of goes into a belief when you mix it in with propaganda and everything else on the world stage.
So if I tell somebody you don't have that, you need to show it to me, and they say, oh, yes, I do. And I say, okay, can you show it to me? And then they say, well, I don't feel like it. And then I say, okay, well, then maybe you shouldn't make the claim. And they say, okay. And then 2 minutes later, they make the claim again. Now I got to redo this again. Listen, you just said you can't show me evidence for it.
Then you're dealing with.
Right. Now, eventually, that's going to lead to, okay, now you're making stuff up. Do you know what
Oh,
word
no.
for that is?
Okay, no. Okay, this is what I was going to say. Now you're starting to talk about someone who's suffering from cognitive dissonance, and that's a psychological condition. And so those people, I don't think a finger should be pointed at them. I think they should be allowed to get to the grieving stage of their paradigm shifting.
They're addicted, right? There
should be some empathy. I think there should be some empathy.
So by the empathy, because I care about them, I'm now going to take those drugs away. Okay, I'm sorry, but you're
I
not going to
get
be able
that.
to use
Yes.
these while you're in my home, which is right here.
Right.
As long as
Tough
as
love.
Indio 007, if he allows me to be in his house, and Indio 7 isn't at the door right now, and somebody comes in here, and where's Indio 007? Oh, he's not. Well, right now, I'm sorry, I can't allow you to tell me those things because that's a fantasy you learned about on TV. So, do you have
Yes.
evidence for the fantasy? Oh, you don't? Okay, then let's move
Oh.
on to something else. See,
Yeah.
or let's move to a different understanding. Or what is your claim? Have you experienced something other than what we experience? And there's a million ways. Remember, there's no cookie cutter way to do it. It's an organic thing, and that's why I want Glat Flobe to pretend to be a religious zealot, like the father of the young religious zealot that was just here 30 minutes ago, to tell me the exact same thing. And remember, when he came in here, I did it to him. And if you notice, Glat, he had to stop in his tracks and go, uh-oh, I guess I can't just say those things because words have meaning. And if I say words that have meaning and I can't back that up, that's a problem, right?
Yeah.
Yep, I can pretend to be a Glober for a little bit, but that just means that the YouTube chat's going to kind of go crazy unless someone else wants to be the bad cop there. Okay,
Elbow.
so
or ask Elbow. Hold on, let's. Elbow.
No, KJ's in there. She's badass.
Flat Earth Solar. Flat Earth Solars would be a great.
Help.
Okay.
Flat Earth Solar might be able to do this. See, I can't. I get sick if I try to do it, so I can't do it. Sorry.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, Glad they can like cannibalize themselves for a few minutes or whatever. I mean,
well, I mean,
right
that's
now. Watch now. Glad can moderate between Solar and me because Solar can get angry now. He can start attacking me if he wants. Right?
He
You
was
see what I'm
talking about the YouTube chat.
Oh well, okay. That's fine. I'm just talking about that we can do this nice and consensus and slowly, but it's up to you guys.
So, what is my role again?
Whatever you want it to be. I don't make up the rules.
Somebody's got to be a Glober.
Oh,
yeah.
I was going to play Glober.
Floors and make sure your drinks are topped off. That's all.
Okay, I was going to play a Glober.
Glober until you feel sick.
Until I feel sick, which
and
the whole time, but that's fine. I'm getting used to feeling sick.
You pass the baton. You tag me in.
Okay, I'll tag you in when I'm done.
Good. 2 versus 1.
Yeah.
Perfect. Go.
Fuck yeah, dude.
That's how we Globers roll.
Perfect. Glat Flobe, that's an interesting name. Looks like you're new to this topic. Any particular questions since you're new?
No, actually, the Glat Flobe is a dig on flat earthers. It's a spoonerism for flat globe, and it's because you guys are ridiculous and you think that the Earth's flat.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, right. So, did you have any evidence otherwise than the Earth being flat?
Sunsets.
Oh, okay. Besides hiding from the topic, I understand we can go somewhere else, but did you want to talk about the actual topic, which is the Earth, the construct of the Earth we live upon?
Gravity.
Okay.
What
cool.
do you mean?
Gravity forms things into perfect spheres because it pulls everything to the center of mass.
Sir, you're interrupting me. So my rebuttal, sir, is that yes, gravity means weight, and that's only possible on a stationary level surface. Do you have any other examples otherwise?
Damn it. Hold on.
Of course. In Australia, things fall upwards. Proof. If someone's standing in Australia and they drop something, it's gone up. Someone drops something on the North Pole, it goes down. So you're wrong about the flat.
Yeah, it's all relative. It doesn't look upside down if you're there.
You're getting
Stupid.
Yeah. So, Solar, do you have an example of that, or is this something that's happening in your imagination?
Everyone knows it's a globe.
Are you sure? Because everybody admits to me they depend on not adjusting for curvature or spin. Do you have an example otherwise?
8.8 million scientists, dude. Who are you?
I want to know about the axial rotation. That's what I want to know about.
Okay, well, that would be something that's in your imagination, and I can't explain your imagination.
No. That was to the Globers in the chat. That's who I was wanting to hear from about the axial rotation. Like, how does that work exactly?
Well, the reason that you don't feel the spin is because it's going so slow, but then it's also going so fast. So that's why you don't feel the motion.
Okay, correct. Elon. Okay, we got Elon Musk in the room right now.
Okay, so it's an assumed
what I'm
system,
finding.
So
yes.
Okay. One at a time.
What I'm finding really interesting. Wait.
Okay, it's not about
wait.
so
The Glober always has to talk first. The Glober always has to talk first. Okay. So this this is actually, it's blowing my mind because you're asking good questions. And now a Glober doesn't listen, but I do listen. And I'm listening to your question. And it's difficult to
challenging you.
give the Glober answer because you're actually giving hard questions. But go ahead.
Right. So you're saying this is something you imagine, though, right, Glatt and Solar?
Dude, no, it's reality. I mean,
Every
astronauts.
photo.
Every photo from space. You know how many photos we have from space, dude? How can you be a flat earther?
See, but
Okay.
he was saying like mass attracting mass. That's been
Yeah, that's gravity.
superseded. That's been superseded.
Oh, but I was taught that
Okay.
in school.
Okay, well, listen, Jenny seems to have this under control anyway, guys. But if you have a claim for something in reality, let me know. Otherwise, you also depend on not adjusting for curvature or spin, and you've already agreed to that.
Fine. The horizon is Earth curvature because boats disappear behind it.
So you're saying something that's flat proves something's curved, Glatt? Is that what you're saying?
Oh.
No, I'm going to keep distracting and tell you that because boats go out of view and because of atmospheric extinction, I mean, Earth curve, Earth's curved, so you can't see the boats, period.
Right. So if I show you that it disappears on a surface level, that's a flat surface, always disappears from the surface up, we would be okay with that assumption, and you would now go back to reality, right?
Yeah, but the horizon
That's
is
not
curvature.
proven. That's not proven because you always put the camera below the eye line, the center point of the camera. Then you put it just below the table, and then you're forcing something to be blocked by the table. Where in real life, we're never putting our eye in the sand.
What do you mean below the table?
Yeah, it goes below the table. It goes inside of the table because that's the same way that the world works.
Now hold on. So no, that's not I haven't given you an example yet, Solar. You've jumped the gun. But I say an example would be when I'm driving on the road, right? As we drive away, lamps on the roads or street lights always appear to be going higher as I get closer to them. And in my rearview mirror, they appear to be going lower. Have you experienced anything besides that?
Dude, ships appear bottom up. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Exactly right. Exactly right. So we agree that everything always disappears from the surface up, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean that's because the curvature does that. So, yeah. I'm glad that you noticed that, flat earther. Maybe you'll learn something today.
Everything that we've ever seen disappear always disappears from the surface up if it's on the surface. That's what we see. Everything on flat surfaces disappear. Do we agree on that?
You said flat surfaces, but we live on a globe and it's curvature that you're talking about.
Well, okay. Do you have any examples of any known flat surfaces of something disappearing that's not disappearing from the surface up?
I don't need to. Horizons and sunsets, dude.
You don't need to.
I have a point on this. A Glober the other day was challenging me, saying that we claim that the object is disappearing in the vertical. So the bottom of the object's being disappeared, and then the top is also shrinking due to perspective. But they say that there's no horizontal shrinking of the object. So because it doesn't squeeze in on the sides as much as it obstructs from the bottom up, therefore our whole perspective claim is bunk.
Yep.
What would your retaliate?
Problem here, Solar. The problem is that we're not looking at a cube or a hallway. The surface is only on the bottom of all objects that we see disappear. Would you agree?
When looking out at water, then definitely yes.
Right.
The whole bottom is water.
The surface,
but there's no
sideways.
But there's no sideways
because the
contraction.
surface is not on the sides. Right. You agree the surface is not on the sides of things, Solar, correct?
The surface is not on the sides. Absolutely correct.
Yeah, so that means everything disappears from the surface up. Yep.
That's fine. What about the moon?
Yeah, well, if you'd like to move away from the Earth, you're already conceding that you only experience a flat, non-rotating Earth. Is that what you're saying, Glatt?
Why do we always see the same face of the moon?
Right, so you're saying we see a two-dimensional moon, basically flat, but that can't work on a flat surface. That can only work on a ball?
Yes. Tides.
Tides. Tides.
Wait, have you ever seen the tides? Have you ever measured the tides correlating with the position of the moon?
No, somebody else did that. A lot of people did, and better than you did. Better than you did it.
Now, you're right. Now,
all
watch
the
this. Were those people right? Now, were any of those people adjusting for curvature spin of the Earth?
Of course.
Okay, would you like to demonstrate how they were doing that, Solar? If you just demonstrate one thing in history, anybody ever adjusting for curvature or the spin of the Earth, I will concede to you.
Every scientist,
every single one,
every field.
Just give me one name and quote them. Give me the citation right now and get the quote into the live stream voice check right now, and then we'll wrap it up.
Dude, have you even heard of Einstein?
Yes, Einstein, the guy that
General
married his own
relativity.
cousin. Yeah, the guy that married his own cousin. Yeah, tell me more about him. What do you know about that?
How can the sun rise
He'd prove the globe, man.
East?
He proved the Big Bang made
right?
things bendy and spacey.
Now, I don't remember him ever talking about Earth curvature. Do you even have Einstein, a single quote of Einstein talking about Earth curvature at all, Glat or Solar?
Hold on, let me spend 25 minutes looking and not bring the answer back.
Okay, so pretend 25 minutes by, and of course you'll come back and say, I have another question. So great. What was your other question, Glatflow?
No, well, Einstein was looking into space. He wasn't talking about curvature of the Earth. He was talking about general relativity and the bending of space-time and all that cool stuff.
Was Einstein ever able to go to this to test these ideas?
Yeah, he would close his eyes and then he would visualize, and he would say that imagination and creativity.
All right, excellent. Well, thank you for conceding that's imagination. Solar, flat.
No, he was going there. He was going there. No, he was going.
Third eye blind. So you just conceded again that you have an imagined belief system. That was excellent. Anything else, Glatflow?
Einstein said something about the moon. I can show you.
Right, the moon. Now, if I measured the Earth as flat, let's pretend we had advanced technology called a radar using the electromagnetic spectrum, and it not only proved but confirmed that everything in our system that's ever been done not only proves but is dependent on a flat stationary plane of existence. Would it matter what the sky does? Would that change any of that?
Because it's moving up there because we're moving.
Okay, so you're saying that we see something move in the sky, which means I'm moving. Is that what your claim is, Glat?
We're moving. That's why the sky is moving, okay?
Right. Is it possible that if I just showed you one example,
it's the only way.
Right. So watch this, guys. So both of you, I want you to think about this. If there's any point on Earth where I can look up into the sky and see two concentric star trails moving in opposite directions or converging and diverging from the same point on Earth, do you understand that that means that the camera or the observer is not moving?
As a glober, no. I understand zero of what you said.
Okay,
it just means that you're in different hemispheres. That's what it means.
So if I
when you see the two circles,
for sure, dude, for sure, hemispheres.
So hypothetically, if I proved the sky was flat, would that also prove the Earth is flat?
It's called a celestial dome.
Yeah, so it's a celestial sphere. Why would they call it that if it weren't a globe?
You're hiding. Both of you are hiding from the question. If I prove the sky is flat, does that prove the Earth is flat?
It doesn't say anything about the Earth. Oh shit!
I'm just correct. Exactly.
It says everything about the Earth.
That was another concession.
Every
excellent.
60
now,
miles is 1 degree.
I'm going to ask you a question. Now, listen, you guys are doing great. So I'm going to ask you both a real quick question. Write this down if you need to. Have you ever seen outer space cartoons on TV?
How would you prove that the sky is flat?
Wait a minute.
Seen
that wasn't
cartoons. Cartoons don't mean anything about flat Earth, huh?
Now, is it possible that you believe in this outer space belief system because of what we are shown on TV, Glatflobe or Flat Earth Solar?
No.
They put it in all of the TV and propaganda because it's true, and they want to make sure people know.
Right. Now, if it turned out that that was not true, would you want to know about that, Glatflobe or Flat Earth Solar?
No. I want to stick with what I know and am comfortable with.
Perfect. Thank you for conceding that the magical outer space religion destroys your morality.
Sorry, I want to stick with what I think I know based on at the very best secondhand information because I'm comfortable with that.
Yeah, but you've
straight after this.
Thank you.
Straight after this. Yeah, straight after this, I'll ask my 5 most stupid friends the same questions, and then they'll all laugh and say it's absolutely not, and then I'll know that everything you just said to me is wrong. And then
now, for
5
the
of
record,
us,
would you say,
6 of us, all right.
Get him, Solar.
Perfect. Now, would you agree? Would you agree now that it would be impossible? Because I know that you think that I don't trust NASA, but actually, would you agree that you wouldn't trust NASA if they said the Earth was flat?
No, well, NASA sometimes lies, but most times they're telling the truth. So
okay, good.
That's what's like really convenient.
Sometimes they lie. Good. So as a concession that you just gave me, you're admitting that even though you know they lie sometimes, you'll still trust them.
Yeah, but it's like the small white lies, like the irrelevant.
I'm going to make it so easy.
Not the big ones.
Okay,
the big ones they definitely told the truth.
That makes sense. So right now, I'm going to concede to you, and you're going to win anything you want, and I will be your slave for eternity, Flat Earth Solar. If you can just give me one claim from NASA, who you still trust, when I can start to be able to see curvature and at what altitude, when and where, and how high do I have to go to see the Earth curvature start to begin to be visible?
I think the official claim is from 35
Nope, you're going to have to
miles
give me a
up.
citation. You have to give me a citation, Mr. Flat Earth Solar.
Okay, I'll look for it, but I think it's from about 35
you're
miles
gonna have
up.
to
You
give
should
me a
see it on Google
citation.
Earth.
So you're gonna have to give me a citation, sir. Oh, I got
Okay,
bad news for you. Google.
I'm citing. I'm citing
Yep.
this now.
I'm
you
the
can take me as the
citation.
citation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Flat Earth Solar,
So-
you've never done it.
No,
so
but
you
that
just conceded
counts.
again.
No,
You've
but
just
that
conceded
counts
again since
because
you've never done it.
citation.
Okay, have you ever done it?
So you go on
Perfect.
Google
Okay,
Earth.
I will let you. Okay,
go
I'll
on
give
Google
in to you right
Earth
now. I
up
will.
to
Right, I
35
will listen. Hold on.
kilometers, and you'll
Okay,
start to see the curvature.
All right. So when did you do that? If you just tell me when you did that, I'll concede right now, and I'll sign over this channel to you.
I did it. I do it every morning when I see a sunset. Boom.
Okay, not a problem. So how did you record the data, Flat Globe?
I don't need to. It happens every day. You can see it too.
Okay, great. So when was the first time that you did this?
I don't know. When I was a child, the first time I saw a sunset. Just go look at a sunset, dummy.
And you went you went up how high and you saw the Earth curvature again? How high?
You can always see the Earth curvature.
Why doesn't the sun shrink away into a tiny little dot? If you guys say it's perspective, then it should go like a little tiny dot into a pinprick, and then that's how we should experience the sunset. If this was
Explain
really
that,
flat.
genius.
Sunsets, globe Earth proof. Mic drop.
What's this? The flat earthers don't have an immediate response?
Oh, I'm sorry. So here's that. So again,
Victory
so
lap.
I accidentally muted myself. I'm sorry. So here we go, Flat Earth Solar. So what is their angular resolution variation for an object that is 100 miles away, that is 3 miles wide? How much will it shrink optically in 1 mile, from 100 to 101 miles away if it's 3 miles wide? What is the angular resolution differential?
It would be discernible, and it would be calculable.
No,
and then
from
you
1
would
mile.
be able to watch it go from the horizon to overhead.
When did you witness?
And then you
Not
would
a problem.
see
So
a
when did you witness
radical
something disappearing out of your
shrink.
eyes? Out of your eyes at 100 miles. When did you witness this?
Something disappearing 100 miles out of my eyesight.
Yep, 100 miles
away. When I last flew across the country, then I looked over the mountains and I could see some landmarks, and then I knew it was about maybe.
So what happens here? So Flat Earth Solar, what happens is that the farther something goes away from you, based on the inverse square law of the limit of your optical ability, an object or something such as a mountain or volcano will start to get smaller less and less. So once it reaches a great distance, you're actually not even able to tell that it's shrinking in angular size. When something is close to you and it moves away, like your hand in front of your face, it immediately changes the angular size and appearance, right? But as it goes farther, that gets less and less and less and less and less, and all of a sudden it's not really shrinking anymore. So how far away is the sun?
Well, listen, because I'm a glober, the words inverse square law are basically like Japanese to me, and I never will address the point.
So let's say, how far is the sun, guys? So all we got to do is find out how far away the sun is, and then you're probably going to be right. So how far away is it?
Yeah, sunsets, dude. Drop the mic.
Cool.
The fact that the sun is still an identical pixel size on my screen, above my head and at the horizon, not 3 miles or some small little insignificant amount, but directly above my head, all the way to sunset, the sun stays the same size. And that means it cannot be a perspective
there you
thing.
go. Perfect. So since you've conceded that you don't have a claim, let's say I proved to you that the Earth measures flat. Does anything the sun does at any way, shape, or form, pun intended, going to change the fact that we've measured the construct of the flat plane of existence below us?
So you agree that sunsets prove that it's a globe?
So again, Flat Earth Solar, if I prove that the Earth is measurably flat, is there anything the sun or moon or stars or anything in the sky, no matter what it does or does not do, does that change the fact that we've measured the construct of the plane of existence underneath our feet?
Polaris, dude. Fucking, it's all spinning around, makes a circle in the sky.
Yeah,
every
so Polaris,
70 miles,
how much does Polaris move? Is Polaris in the same general area?
Well, when I did all of my experiments on Polaris, yes.
Okay, perfect. Do you think that we could be moving with 6 different vectors and your great attractor outer space religion that you didn't know you knew about? If that was happening, do you think that we could see Polaris in the same position for eternity?
You don't feel it moving because it's such a precise movement of the 7
Okay,
directions.
so you concede you don't have a claim. Back to you, Flat Earth Solar.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense because it's like relative. It's like relative. So like, if
1 degree
you take,
per arc year or some
you,
shit.
you hold someone's
15.
hands, like if you hold someone's hands and then you guys spin, but you just look at each other, you'll still see each other even though you're spinning radically around the room. So it's relative.
So how fast are we spinning around the great attractor?
It's so fast you can't feel it.
Okay, so you admit that you just believe it, but you don't understand it, right?
No, you were born at that speed, so you've never had to feel the acceleration up to that speed.
Right.
So
Google says 1,000 miles at the middle of the Earth in Ecuador.
That would be if I asked you how fast is the Earth spinning on itself. I said how fast is the Earth spinning around the great attractor.
Dude, you're the one saying it's flat, so
I think it's about half a million.
I'm sorry, gentlemen. Let's start over real quick. You never asked me for my claim. Did you guys want me to make a claim to help you out?
The claim is implied, and that's how my logic works.
Oh, no. I just work. Listen, I'm just a janitor here, and I'm here to just make sure the bathrooms are clean, and I'm going to keep all the drinks filled here. I'm just one of the persons that sometimes comes in, and I want to make sure everything's clean and nice and tidy. But you never asked me for my claim. So if you'd like to know my claim, I'd be more than happy to help you with that.
Great.
Yeah. Why do you believe it could be flat, so?
Well, I don't actually. In fact, I just know that the earth is under the heavens and in the waters. I'm a Christian, that's all.
Okay, so God, the Bible so it's flat because of the Bible?
Well, actually, no. You've already admitted that you experience it only as flat and stationary. I'm just telling you that I can trust my senses. So we already agree, Glatflobe. Anything else?
But God stuff is religion, and I thought you guys weren't religious.
No, but you already agree with me. So are you following me, or is it just because you've already experienced this? What I'm telling you is what you've already agreed to, because we've already agreed.
Earth's a globe, dude. I don't know how you can think it's flat.
Okay, but you admit that you don't experience that, correct? You've already admitted that, so you concede that you are resting on the shoulders of my.
Hold on, I got it. Hold on, my mom's calling.
Okay, perfect. So thank you for resting. Your entire life is resting on the shoulders of me. You're welcome, Glatflobe. Anything else, Flat Earth Solar? Yep.
I don't remember conceding.
Okay, she's gonna kick me out of the basement if I don't stop talking to flat earthers. So bye.
Oh, yeah, that's the thing. I'm not even a flat earther, but thank you for coming by. I hope the drinks were nice. Make sure you clean up your on the way out, and don't use that bathroom. An atheist just got caught.
So what's your claim? What's your claim? What's your claim?
My claim is that you already agree with me. Any questions?
No, because sun sets. And because the sun doesn't shrink into a dot,
right?
Means
You admit,
has to be
You admit
spherical.
the sun sets, and that right. Thank you for admitting the sun sets.
And
Any questions?
The sun has to be peeking over the round earth. You put two little hands on the earth, and the sun.
Thank you for admitting the sun sets. Is there anything that you want to challenge me with? Because you're just agreeing with me continuously.
Wait, before I go,
because the sun goes under.
My mom told me to tell you about Erythrosnosphetes.
Oh, if she can prove he ever existed, I can go work for her next. How much does she pay?
No, how do you debunk him? What he did?
No, if she just proves he existed, just prove to me this person exists, and I will become her employee. I'll work for her for free, Glat. Take your time.
Okay, I'll be back.
Okay, thanks. So Flat Earth Solar, you've already conceded that the sun sets, so that's great. You already conceded that you don't experience curvature. You don't even know where to get the information from. Is there anything else I can help you with, sir?
Yeah, I know, they're so stupid. Yeah.
Yes, you Glatflobe is having a seizure right now, Flat Earth Solar. This doesn't have to happen to you. Listen, you don't let the
you just don't understand.
Solar. Now, Solar, listen.
Don't understand.
My mom said, "What about Antarctica?" Sorry.
Yes.
Hi, I'm back. She said, "What about Antarctica?"
The flat ice. Flat ice. Oh, so she believes in the flat ice shelves too? Yeah. Tell her congratulations. Thank you for proving my point. Anything else?
You just don't understand, Exo. It could be a bigger sphere.
No.
Could be a bigger
Flat Earth
sphere.
Solar, you have conceded now a dozen times that not only do you, not only that you experience a non-rotating Earth, right? You experience the same thing I do because all three of us now for the past 30 minutes have admitted we experience.
What about circumnavigation?
I'm almost done. We experience and
what about
depend on not adjusting for curvature or spin. So thank you for conceding. Yes, when I ride my bike around my neighborhood, does that mean my neighborhood is a ball glat float?
So what you're saying
Earth's
is
not a neighborhood, man. What?
Okay, if
So
I
what
ride
you're
my bike around the city, go ahead, Flat Earth Solar.
No, so what you're saying is that circumnavigation proves a globe, right?
No, you're admitting that you're not adjusting for curvature or spin. Do you know anybody that has? I'm just looking for someone that believes in this globe Earth cartoon. And
the Navy?
I can't find one.
The whole Navy?
They admitted as well, Glatflow. They depend on an azimuthal equidistant projection to get around long distances.
Okay, what about flight paths?
Have you got citation for that? Please provide citation for that, EXO, that the military uses the AE.
So all United Nations
citation,
have
please.
a flag. I am
please
giving it to
post
you right
it.
now. United Nations have a
flat
flag.
earthers.
It's on their flag. That was easy.
But that's just a cartoon flat earther. Now what?
Hey, that's not my claim. I'm not the one who believes in the United Nations. You do, so you just conceded to believing in the
Do you know what a
government
projection means? Means
So
it
you're agreeing
projected
with-
from the globe. It projected it from the real
you'd have
globe
to prove that as well. Nope.
onto
Okay, if you prove that,
the UN flag.
Go ahead and prove
That's
that.
what-
If you
that's
can
what
prove
projection
prove it.
means.
Go give me a citation. Give me a citation.
Did the Bible tell you this?
Give me a citation. If you have a claim, I'll accept it. Just give me the claim. Where's the claim, please? Take your time.
Big bad guy in the sky with a beard judging everybody.
Oh, that's my sky daddy. Yeah. Anything else?
because the UN has the AE map on their flag,
correct,
or their icon,
conceded. Yep.
that doesn't mean they use that map. That you're
agree.
making a logical
is there another option?
conclusion.
Right. So let's pretend. Right. So
they
let's
use
pretend
they
don't
use a
use
sphere.
that.
So they use a real sphere whenever they're doing their
Then you're
calculation.
going to have to show me
but
that
the
happens.
map,
So just give me one example, please.
Yeah,
give
dude.
Me the
And
example.
calculations are the same as measurements because globe.
Give me the example and I'll concede. Just give me any
Earth's a
example
globe, man.
I will concede right now. Give me the example, please.
No, but that's why I'm asking. Where's your evidence that they did use the AE map?
They did not have to
actual
not
navigation
do nothing.
reasons.
Yeah, where's your flat Earth map? Where is it?
All maps. So maps are real. Do you guys believe in maps?
No, that's a cop out. Where's your map?
All maps are
projections.
Do you know any maps that aren't flat? Just show me a map that's not flat.
Projections from the globe.
Dude, Google Earth.
They're all projections from the globe.
Okay, just show me a map that's not flat. I'll concede. Go ahead.
When you Google Earth, you're on the sphere, and then it zooms in on the sphere to the location, but it's a sphere first. So
not a problem. Let me know when you can find Google Earth showing you a working globe map.
Dude, you can do it yourself.
Whenever you're ready to show me, I'll concede. So you're conceding that you can't.
You never use Google Earth for maps?
You're conceding right now to me then. So you're admitting you can't show me this. This is still back to the
Dude, flat earthers can't even use a phone app.
So you're admitting it's just a religious belief, right? We've come to that conclusion.
I don't believe in Jesus, God.
So
that's not. That's you. You guys use the Jesus to say about flat Earth.
I know that's right. Now you're admitting though that you agree with me.
No.
Do you have?
Listen,
do you know of
you're being
anybody
dishonest. What would Jesus do?
Do you know anybody that doesn't agree with me?
Yeah, 8.8 million scientists all around the globe.
Give me one with one example.
The body of science.
I told you, Albert Einstein.
Alberuni Einstein, I think his name is. Can you just give me one example?
Who's Alberuni? I've never done research far enough to know who that is.
Sure. Just give me one example of anybody experiencing this globe Earth, and we'll wrap it up, guys. Please, one example.
The Himawari 8s. Come on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay, fine. I gotta go, but listen, I just got one more question. Why would they lie?
Because they love you, Glatflow. Anything else?
You fucking stupid flat earthers.
I'm glad that everybody concedes that they experience a plane of existence not adjusting for curvature or spin. If anybody would like to join the server, this is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server. This is 404 west of the Rockies, south of the 33rd parallel, and you have noticed that blood always finds its level. Welcome to the end of the internet and the edge of your consciousness. Thanks for playing. And we never even got to say the magical words because you guys aren't real Globers. You never once said model, and you never heliocentric, and I couldn't even prove my point. I was waiting the entire time, and you never did it once. Thanks again. The moral of the story is, Jenny, let sleeping dogs lie. If they don't bring it up, I'm not going to wake them up to something that they didn't even bring up. They didn't even remember that they were supposed to bring up model. They were supposed to bring up this idea of heliocentrism. But because they're not really Globers, they don't. But the smart pseudo-intellectual atheists that come in here, that's already what they want to talk about, right? Because it's in their
But you
heart.
just
They
don't
want
understand.
models.
You just
They
don't
want right.
understand.
So then tell me about do you want to talk about
The
something other than
model.
what we talked about? There you go.
The model.
What are you?
You go to
explain
you
this
go to
to me.
Stellarium. You go
There
to
you go.
Stellarium. It's a software program, and then you look up
Mhm.
and you can see the model, and you can zoom in and you can zoom out, and it's proof. The model.
So
Stellarium.
so Stellarium agrees that we are on a stationary plane of existence and the stars are moving around us. Is that what you're saying?
No, man, they've done it
Oh
like
man,
that
that's
so
gotta
that
hurt.
it
Yeah,
so that
that's
no,
gotta
they've
hurt.
just
Yeah.
they've just done it from they've just done it from this perspective so that
Stellarium,
it's
where everything
easier.
stays still in the middle and the stars go around me. Yeah, that's gotta hurt. Yeah. Anything
No,
else?
if you speed it up, you know, you can see the sky move really
Is there
quickly,
anything that you
which
could
means
think
we're
of, Solar,
spinning.
that could challenge what we experience? Because remember, all I'm telling you, we didn't really get into my claim. So furthermore about my claim, I'm just telling you that you can trust your senses, and you're telling me that
No,
I
but
can't trust my
forget
senses.
that part.
That's cringy.
Forget that part. Forget that part.
Okay, I'm
You've
gonna
got to
start over. Go
focus on
ahead.
the
Yep.
part that I'm saying. You've got to
Good. Go
focus
ahead.
on my part. Stellarium is a sphere inside of a magical black background with other spheres that just hang in the middle of these black backgrounds.
Okay.
And they don't fall
Perfect.
out or
Okay.
move or anything. But
Hold
it's
on.
all
Good. Okay,
based
now
in
my turn.
that model.
Now it's my turn.
So
Okay,
therefore
you just
prove.
made a move. Okay, hold on. So you're saying Stellarium moves in a dome-like shape, right? Does Stellarium show any parallax variation between any stars? Thanks for playing.
No, but we wouldn't need to, because
it's too late, Solar. So you're
from
admitting it moves. So you're admitting it actually moves like a two-dimensional wheel. Wow, that's already what I told you, that it moves like a wheel in the sky, just like the song says.
no,
So
there's
again, that proves
you
my
see, you
point. You're
just don't
agreeing with me,
understand
Solar.
parallax. No, you just don't
Well,
understand
does
parallax, because
parallax exist, Solar?
parallax only applies to certain stars. And if you go and you look, most of the stars from our limited perspective here on the Earth, they do appear like they all move
We got
together.
another problem.
But there are
We got another
certain
problem. Are you
stars
saying, wait a minute,
that
are
move
you saying some stars are
independently,
moving
and
backwards,
then
Solar?
yes, that's
Are
called
you saying?
retrograde motion. It's retrograde motion. But
We got a problem then.
the
That's right.
parallax,
So
the
you admit
parallax,
again we're not
if we look
so
at
right.
this one star might present a slight shift, and then that's sufficient for us to say parallax, and then
Wow, so you're
use
admitting
parallax for all our
we see the
discussions.
stars move in opposite directions. Well, thanks for admitting that we have to be still. That was easy. Wow, that's bad. You guys,
No,
you should
it's
never
perfectly explained.
never admit that.
It's perfectly explained in heliocentrism to have
If one
retrograde
star
motion.
moves in the opposite direction, it's over. Thanks for admitting that. Sorry. Bye-bye.
Well, how would that work on your firmament?
It's your claim. If one star moves in the opposite direction, your outer space
We
religion
observe
on television
retrograde.
is bye-bye.
We observe retrograde.
On a
How would
flat
you
plane.
explain that on your firmament?
Yep, on a flat plane. So thanks for playing. Just like Stellarium shows you, right? There's not one parallax variation, and some of the stars are moving backwards. Well, that proves we absolutely cannot be moving at all, Solar.
It's crazy.
Gosh, I don't know. Solar, I didn't ask you to agree with me. I asked you to find somebody that believes in this outer space religion, so you're not supposed to agree with me. Can you find somebody that believes in this ball Earth cosmology, please?
Like Glad said just before he stormed out of here, like every scientist and the body of science and all of human knowledge, and everyone has always just assumed right from the ancient Greeks, and it turned out to be true. So we can just carry on from that assumption, and then all the maths works out, and we're sending rovers to Mars, and we're landing little helicopters there now. So everything we thought. Who's speaking?
Well, Solar, you're doing good, but I'm sorry. You've conceded to everything that I didn't even have to say. You proved it for me, and I didn't even tell you what to say. So I thank you again for joining the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, which I didn't even claim the Earth was flat. You did. Thanks for playing.
I think we had someone new.
Oh. Back to reality, guys. I'm sorry everybody agrees with the 24/7 Discord server. I'm still looking for people that disagree. So again, Jenny, my point is proven. They're extinct. I think she left anyway. Secret. Nope, secret's not new. All right, so there's the Tickle right there. So Tickle, sir, or ma'am, Tickle, what is going on with you? I see that you just came to the server. Your number is 6833. Did you want to introduce yourself and tell us how you got here? Give me a mic check, Solar.
Yeah.
All right, so that person already left, I believe. Reality TV. Let me just look up there real quick to see if they're in the VC. Of course, I'm not a moderator. Just looking around. I'm just here to clean the bathroom. Nope, nobody in VC check-in. Who do you got in the lobby?
I heard someone speaking while we were chatting.
Yep.
But it's I can see now when I'm trying to play that role of combative at every point, how I have to not listen to what you say to continue to remain combative. Because if I start to listen to what you say, I should pause and then reflect. And I can't continue to hit back unless I'm actually just completely disregarding, or it's quite an interesting role play.
Yeah, for many reasons. I'm actually sending you a couple pictures I took a couple days ago, just so for future reference, we're going to be talking about something else that's too extreme to be on the live stream. And I've actually asked Witsit yesterday to join me in the Bible room later for a further conversation. This is a side topic.
But, you know, in terms of...
I might be lagging right now. Am I lagging?
No, I think you're coming on. But
okay, go ahead. I just sent you a couple of pictures I took. Anyway, go ahead. Yep.
But in terms of that shrinking, I was in Gem Panda server, and the one guy was saying to me, we always talk about this bottom-up obstruction, and we see the light towers or the street lights getting shorter and shorter as they disappear into the distance. That's on the vertical. Now, on the horizontal, there should also be some level of shrinking, not the walls that block it, but the actual object itself. It should shrink both on the x-axis and the y-axis as it goes further in your distance. But yet, when you're using like high-power zoom cameras, the width seems to stay the same, and then the bottom-up obstruction begins through many optical effects. But the width of the object doesn't seem to squash as much as the height of the object seems to squash. Now, that could be due to the banding of the atmosphere or how light's being refracted. But it's like if you imagine a 20-story building, at distance, those floors all start looking compacted together. But the width of the building is still very similar to when it's not compacted, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. And that's the thing, is that remember that the sky is not the surface above, right? That we can that we can observe, right? The sky is very high away from us. We don't know how high the sky goes, right? We can know 380,000 feet might be the maximum. But the surface is what all objects are on. So the field of view is limited to the fact that the object and the surface are already in contact with one another. So that's where the distortion is going to initiate. And that's it. It's over. The distortion is always going to happen horizontally on the surface of what we are on, whether it's water or salt flat or a table or your countertop, and the object that's on the surface. There's no other option. That's how everything is even simulated. So when they even want to simulate a horizon solar, this is a big deal for me because, again, when we were younger, we could build video games and we could actually manipulate them a lot more. Nowadays, with the advanced video games, they're just pre-programmed to be used a certain way. But I remember manipulating these things as a child. It was one of the reasons why instantaneously I knew that it was over. I didn't even have to look into this. It took me 5 minutes. It was over because when we used to build these simulators based on maps, in order to simulate just the horizon of any altitude, it had to be a flat map of any height, any altitude, anything at all. If you were going to get a flat horizon, you had to have literally a two-dimensional flat simulation in order to simulate a horizon. There isn't even another option. If you put 1/2 inch of curvature into a simulator, let's say over a simulated 100-mile distance, with 1/2 inch of curvature, you're going to have problems. And I mean spherical, not just a toilet paper roll. You put any spherical, whatever you want to call it, spherical trigonometry into a plane, it's no longer a plane and you can no longer have a horizon. It's over. And it completely distorts everything. It will not work. So not only everything we do in reality, all the models, which is a word I don't use, all the models are flat earth models that are ever used in reality. That's how easy this is, guys. You can't manipulate. It literally has to be a linear everything, flat, straight out. Everything. You don't even have an option. There's no option. When I used to zoom away from the map, you're building these maps, and the area was over the Black Sea. They had a simulated area over the Black Sea, of course, Ukraine being above it, right? They had, of course, naval vessels. As I zoomed away from the area and all the detail went away, it turned into a blue rectangle. Perfectly symmetrical, 100% two-dimensional flat blue rectangle in order to simulate water in reality. That's it. It's over. In the first week, April 5th, 2015, I was literally just shoveling false information out of my brain. Before I even looked into anything else or even started my next mission, I just knew I had to get rid of a bunch of false ideas. Because everything we already do is based on not adjusting for curvature or spin. This is a very important factor. And that's why I kept hurting you guys so bad. That's why you kept hitting that brick wall. Because all I have to say is, okay, right, so you agree we're not adjusting for curvature or spin. That's it. There's no claim.
Yeah, and your debunks of stellarium were good.
Right, no parallax. Right, and of course a stationary center. Okay, that was easy. And here's another funny thing, Solar. I didn't even look into it, but I knew you had. So that's why I asked you that, because I knew you're going to be able to answer correctly. I go, well, do I see any parallax variation? Okay, is everything moving around me? Am I moving? No. Oh, just like when you go to that museum, what do they call that? When you go there into the Space Museum and they show you what is it called? The dome thing or whatever they call it, the simulated sky.
Planetarium.
Right, the planetarium. You go to the planetarium and it depends on a flat Earth.
What? That's like terrarium, planetarium.
Right.
Like an enclosed planetary system. Crazy.
Right, and here's the other. So I wanted to go after that word heliocentric, And now here's why I have so many problems with it, Flat Earth Soul, and I'm not telling anybody what to do, and I find it quite funny, and it doesn't matter. And trust me, none of you have scared anybody away from the truth. There's no such thing as anybody scaring somebody away or making a mistake. If somebody wants to know the truth, they are going to find the truth. Nobody could have ever kept me away from knowing this. Once somebody warned me and tipped me off, nothing could have stopped me. Ever. Nothing could have stopped me. I would have arrived here whether I was the only person on Earth or rather there was an army helping me or trying to stop me. There's no such thing as stopping somebody from knowing the truth anymore. I'm sorry. We're without excuse. We have access to too many things. We're not farmers working out in a field anymore. We have access to this information superhighway, and you can still go to a beach and say, oh, that thing is how far away? Oh, it's over. The reality is that when people come into this topic, it's the flat earther that I always hear them and say this term first before the other person even starts talking about it. And that's this heliocentric connotation. And that right then is planting it in their mind. Oh, okay, thank you for reminding me. I believe in a heliocentric religion. You've literally handed them the crack pipe and the crack. Now, that doesn't matter. They're still responsible for their own destiny. But I'm just telling you that in the long run, it is quite, I would say, funny and hilarious, and just something that in the long run isn't going to make a lot of sense, that we're literally trying to give them something to argue with when they come here. When really, of course, they don't realize, right? They don't realize that's not what they believe in. They forgot the Milky Way and they forgot the Great Attractor. So if somebody does bring it up, I go, oh, you forgot your own religion, just like an evolutionist, just like an atheist. They don't understand their own belief system. And I go, well, you don't believe that anyway, sir. They haven't believed in a heliocentric cartoon ideology for 40 years. Your controllers and mainstream teachers have been teaching a Great Attractor, black hole centric belief system. Notice I didn't say model. It's a cartoon, outer space religion. It's not a model. It's not a science. It's nothing. It's a fantasy that they learn about on television. And getting them to admit that also is a real serious blow to their ego. You see, once you show them, hey, you know, you just believe this because you see it on TV. That's one of the most painful revelations you can give them. So often, again, it's not always how you start, but it's how you finish. But starting off on the right foot makes it so that that entire time that seed is growing and growing and growing and growing. 2 hours later, they got a tree sticking out of the side of their ear that they can't get rid of. That's why I do it the way I do it. Thanks. I got to run. I'll talk to you soon, guys. Solar, nice talking to you. I'll be back.
Later, mate. Cheers.
All right. Peace out. Thanks.
Hey, yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east, and we're poor and rich and hold all that class. Still wanna know any signs, still wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to watch. We just still wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls to anybody critical about view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door I keep closed just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up and lead up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up. I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna, nothing. I wasn't really fixed on what I felt. Does it feel to it out? Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even want to walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter. World gone mad and it's too PC, and they're trying to take away the freedom that I want to speak. Click, click, cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't want to hear another beat, but my gut got this, then my head take note, cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt. And then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nut, tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. When the so-called experts ever sorted this out. When we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians, different time, same old station, crowd ovation. Whip up hatred, that old chestnut, that vocation. Do anything to truth but face it.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of you. Don't wanna hear nothing. I wasn't real if it's not what I felt. Cause I feel to read out.
Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even want to walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even want to walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter.
This is Mix Sessions Live. Oh, yeah.
We making moves, man. Y'all waiting on spaceships. Scotty, come beam your boy all the way up. All the way up. All the way up. I run from my problems, they never gon' solve them. Till Scotty come beam your boy all the way up.
I got what you want, I got what you need. They told me spit a verse, I'ma plant a seed. Rappers got beef, I'm trying to say the cows. Spinach leaf salad, no Thousand Isle. Go ahead, do your thing with your grown self. Quit worrying about that other man, worry about your own self. You got a lot of questions that ain't nothing to stress about. I got a YouTube channel, you should check it out. I got what you need, I got what you're craving. Leave your girl around me, she gon' become a vegan. Yeah, doctors want you sick, man, how that sound?
Fuck you, Monsanto, won't stop till bad health rates go all the way down. All the way down. All the way down. Fuck you, Monsanto, and no, I won't stop until these bad health rates go all the way down.
This question made Neil Tyson have a heart attack. If the earth round, how the hell the water flat? Dropping microphones trying to get his nerve back. But what a curve at, nigga, what a curve at. Now when I hear space, I'm thinking terabytes. Passing cell towers, some call them satellites. Some call them astronauts, I call them parasites. Scientists are just actors who hide paradise. You know I gotta give it to you real. You know they've been lying to us for years, what they faking for. You'll never find the curve.
Even if you get in a spaceship and go all the way up. All the way up. All the way up. I run from my problems, they never gon' solve them. Till Scotty come beam your boy all the way up. Oh, all the way down. Oh, all the way down. Fuck you, Monsanto, and no, I won't stop until these bad health rates go all the way down. Oh, all the way down. Oh, all the way down. Fuck you, Monsanto, and no, I won't stop until these bad health rates go all the way down. Oh. all the way up. Oh, all the way up. I run from my problems, ain't never gonna solve them till Scotty come in you, boy, all the way up. Oh.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Just to a normal guy living just to die, digesting what he buys, ideas he can't decide. His thoughts aren't his inside, they're put there from up high. Spiritual wickedness, deceptive and perilous, parasites meticulous. Watch your trust with ignorance, feeding off your solemn bliss. NASA's pissed, drunken like a maiden's hiss. Venom, Satan, plague and twist. Digress, regret, withholding evidence. Drowning in incompetence. Ever sent, million billions represent. Lacking things we need to test. Never verify, they press. Photographs with leak a mess. I just molded as a stress. Incentives and belligerence. I'm spent, resorting just to less and less. Delving deeper with interest. Yeah. Since a boy, I was told that I'm spinning on the globe. Who we kidding? Now I'm old, and I notice that the whole world folds and can't think freely. What we witness, what we demonstrate clearly. How it's measured flat, imagine that. Water never bending over, and it's facts. Gravity just ain't exact. When two words can replace it simply, so you need to retract. Relative density, perspective and velocity. The sun is closer than it seems. Living in a movie scene, universal pictures gleam. Everything we're fed believed, and I gotta look harder just to find reality. Sitting right in front of me, horizon in the breeze, atmospheric symphony, melancholic naturally, globers frolic in the sea. Walls of lies just to please, a narrative just to hide a deep freeze for the mind. Destitution that we're stuck behind, resolutions that we need to find. Break the barrier just to free the blind. Saturated in a realm of time, unwind and try to be kind. It's easy to get mean when you're pointing out NASA's crimes, or the cables and the bubbles that we tend to find. Not to mention about the harness star's absence and Don Pettit's inability to speak a proper sentence. Study, look at me, we got sources you can read. You can test it, you can see with the method scientifically. It's all you need, but the knowledge you will grieve, cause the way the truth hits you hard eventually. Typically, open heart, open doctrines messing with your paradigm. Emotions getting all entwined, sitting back with truth to grind. And you're losing part your mind, getting renewed about the cave, cause mentally it's too soon. Stay true, follow through, we all here to help with you, yeah. Big and slow.
What's up?
What's up? Hello.
Hi.
We have an announcement by Brenda. Talk about the clocks. Talk about the clocks.
Did you say Bow Wow?
Yeah, let me go see what time it is. Hand me a shovel.
Roof Hour?
Dig me a hole.
Yeah, Mr. Sparling Grover. This dude's
So Branson and them rich boys, they went all the way up and they didn't even see the curve, huh? Is that how it goes? So I saw this thing today. Never mind.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I saw this thing today, and I'm gonna have to word it correctly, but it said 75% of something had at least four comids, more, something like that. Anyway, and I was like thinking to myself,
Comorbidity, Hank. You trying to say comorbidity?
yeah, that word gives me issues, but yeah, four, at least four. 75% had at least four, and I'm just like, what? Like, really? And I think they're trying to, like, you know, soften the blow, because remember that thing that they wanted to postpone for 75 years? Apparently a judge, you know, one of the robed ones, he said, "Nuh-uh, you got 8 months." So yeah, I know we're not supposed to talk about it, but I'm sorry. I'm just looking at the world like, man, there ain't no curve over the water. There ain't no, you know, psychosis in reality. Oh man, I'm just kind of blown away. And in the beginning, I was like, well, let's see, you know, let's see. And you know, like months before that, I was like, man, something funny about to happen. And then it happened, and I was like,
on the fence, but on this issue, you can't be on the fence no more. Like once you look, it's like, dang, shit's fucking flat. Shit's flat.
I heard a new Glober argument last night on that Killer Priest broadcast that David Weiss and Karen B was on. My mic working?
Yeah, I hear you.
Loud and clear, brother.
But get this, the guy was saying that we're doing it wrong because we're measuring the surface of the water. We need to be measuring the floor of the ocean. He's saying it curves underneath the water. That was his argument.
Is that why they call them abyssal plains? Yeah.
Yeah.
That argument never worked. Next.
He was sticking to it though. He kept saying it like 6 or 7 times. It's hilarious.
Yeah, that was super funny. He said, "You guys talking about you're gonna look over the ocean water,
Right?
Because it's always level to see if it's level or not. Of course it is. We just now agreed that it's always level."
Yeah, he must have said level water like 7 or 8 times. We're like, yes, that's what we're saying.
He's like,
You
"Of
know,
course
come on,
the
man.
water's not curving. It's always level." Super funny.
I mean, they may have done it before. That's the first time I've heard somebody adamantly make that argument like that. I mean, it was hilarious.
It's actually cool in a way because if he tries to like double down or cognitus wise, he can't really because he so adamantly proclaimed how it's dumb to not know that the water's level.
Exactly. It's like he's unwittingly conceding one of our main points there, you know?
Yeah.
So it was hilarious.
And they brought up the abyssal plane, but it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't really matter. Like, so they say that the abyssal plane is 70% of the bottom of the ocean?
Yeah, something like that.
70% of the bottom of the ocean is a super flat plane? Bruh, I can't even. 70% of the surface of the earth is water, which is completely flat. And 70% of the bottom of the ocean is the abyssal plane that's completely flat. Therefore,
What's it? My emotions are high. My emotions are really high, and your facts that don't mean nothing. My emotions are getting the best of me.
Yeah, because flat means curved. Don't you know that?
Oh.
And means healthy.
Oh, like when people say, "That's sick, bro," and it's actually a good thing? Or when someone says, "Dang, she's bad." Gotcha.
Bad means good.
Stationary means you're zipping around the sun at 66,600 miles per hour.
Okay. Well, I'll need to reconsider with these new parameters we have here. If flat means curved, then maybe the Earth is a sphere.
They were right all along.
Wow. I might have to take my channel down.
What a big brain take.
Hey, what's the one Kiwi always brings up? What's funny is during that video you brought up, I actually super chatted some pretty funny stuff. I was like, you can shoot radio waves 10,000 miles successfully. That's impossible on a globe. And I'm like, we shoot a laser over 30 miles of water, then there should be hundreds of feet of the water curving and blocking the laser, but it doesn't. Like, I don't understand. I didn't get it. And then I said, oh, NASA's the only governmental agency not lying. Cool story, bro. So, yeah, I actually spent probably like $25-$30 timing out the super chats. There'd be somebody like triggered about flat Earth at Super Chat. I'm like, I guess I'm dropping another one, to keep the show where like the flat Earth facts kept getting read out. Anyway, so what's the one that Kiwi always brings up? Because I wanted to remember it in Super Chat, but I couldn't. Like this long stretch of land where there's like less than 1 meter change. There should be like 500 meters.
You talking about the Bolivian salt flats?
Yeah. Do you know what the numbers are? Or does anyone know where
9,000 square kilometers, zero curvature, except for 1 meter. 1 meter of vertical relief in 9,000 square kilometers.
Yeah, that's crazy. And then they're supposed to be like, I don't know, a few hundred, like 500 or more than that, 1,000, like I can't remember.
I think it's 781. I think 781. I think
it's not a margin of error. Sorry. Go ahead.
It should be 781, but it's one instead of 781.
Okay.
I think, but I might be wrong on that. Might have to check it.
No, that sounds kind of familiar.
So I was going to say it's not off by like a margin of error. It's off by like orders of magnitude, right? And you could say that 1 meter of vertical relief, well, maybe that's a margin of error, but it should be like a lot more than a meter, right? We're talking 9,000 square kilometers. Largest salt flat in the world, right?
Is that like the Bolivian salt flats? Is that the one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it here.
So if you combine that one and then the 70% of the surface being flat water and then 70% of the bottom of the ocean being an abyssal plain, that's how you get a sphere.
Put enough flat stretches of land together and you got yourself a sphere.
Yeah, you do, baby. They actually asked that dude last night, how many flat surfaces make a sphere?
Wasn't there a guy the other day who said it was infinite flat surfaces that make a sphere?
Infinitely local flat, like infinite locally flat. There you go.
Hey, Witz, what about the other guy that came in trying to say that the ancient cultures believed in the ball and had nothing? He had Zechariah stitching or something, right? Come on, man.
Oh, Zachariah Hitchin, supposed translation. We're going to throw out all the rest of it that blatantly say the opposite.
They were literally showing him that thing with all the ancient cultures, like 20 of them on there. Oh, that's just a meme, man. Come on.
Yeah, 78 meters actually. That's a lot.
It's crazy. Right before I got into Flat Earth, I was reading that 10th Planet series by Zechariah Sitchin. And, I spent a lot of time doing that shit, just wasted it on the most prolific puke propaganda. And it's like all that time, it's like, man. I mean, it was the worst propaganda you could ever see. So what he was saying is that like the ancient people had rockets and spaceships, and they had these shim that could fly all over the place, and there was all these planets that were smacking into each other, spheres, and that was creating, the modern stuff that we see today. And it was like, this motherfucker's talking about spaceports from people who wrote down their stories on clay tablets. Like, what?
Well, yeah, but they wrote down the clay tablets because they were just smarter than we are. If something crazy and cataclysmic happens, our society would almost have nothing left behind to even speak of. But I see what you're saying. I mean, space is fake. Outer space is fake. Like, is flying around in the sky? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, how did they have the cartography ability they had hundreds and hundreds and hundreds or even thousands of years ago? How do you map out the whole Earth?
Maybe
With
his story that we were given is wrong. Maybe, possibly.
yeah, that dude's interpretation is, if it's the same guy, the Hitchens dude, is ridiculously dumb.
I didn't get this shit started. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Is his interpretation corroborated by like literally anyone though?
No.
Isn't he just the one guy saying that stuff?
Yeah, man, he got a divine download.
Hi, pretty girl. Let's take your bag. Go lay in your bag.
This isn't even a good strap, damn.
Huh?
This isn't even a good strap. I'm glad it's stuffed. I'm worth it for the bottom. $30.
Someone help that guy out, man.
Oh, I guess there's like the Ancient Aliens guy, Giorgio. Oh, and Eric von Daniken, I forgot about him. But probably everything he says is based off of Sitchin anyway.
But, you said we got another crate coming?
Yeah.
Was wrong.com.
Because I think the next crate is a TBS one.
Yeah, I don't know my Ancient Aliens too good anymore. Fell out of touch with that stuff a while ago.
Dude, I was like all the way in it. I was reading like ancient Hindu scriptures and all kinds of stuff.
Have you guys heard about this building that was supposedly built a long time ago? It's like in the middle of nowhere, like desert. And it had the world's biggest pool, and it brought water from like mountain springs and different sources of water together, like through like a mile-long tunnel. Super random, but it just like was supposedly built
That's
really
for.
long ago.
So they have a thing kind of like the FPV Lux where it's just a T-shirt and like stickers and props. That's the Team Black Sheep thing. I saw.
Maybe that was Solomon's holiday house.
Like the world's biggest pool. It's
What's
like
the location of that? Which you know where it's at?
I'm trying to remember. I have to like look at this video. I can actually
I think
link
I've heard of that. I think I've heard about it, but
It's crazy, bro. It's so big. It's like 100 by 300 meters, maybe. I don't know. It's a really big pool. I just brought that up because the only way it kind of ties in is that they obviously were pretty advanced, in the past. Right, like even like recent as a few hundred years ago. So, but they were also more advanced. It appears even further long ago. So I don't, I don't like everything Ancient Alien says is not a lie. It's all just like a psyop to try to cover parts of truth of the past. Like they address actual things. Like they're not going to tell you it's the Watchers.
Check out the electric scooters. Really old electric scooters.
that's usually their tactic. They got to mix in some truth along with the lies, right?
Lead you
That
down
way
a garden path.
Yeah.
So for people that are just starting to get onto the truth, they just take them and lead them in the wrong direction.
That's right, because they actually are talking about some stuff that has been hidden. So when someone's looking for and they're shown this information that's been hidden, they're like, oh, they instinctively want to trust the source giving them the previously forbidden information. Like there's one guy for the Ancient Aliens, I don't know, he's like baldish, decently fit looking dude, and he talks about Tesla files in one of his speeches. And he tells the truth about how Tesla had this dynamic theory of gravity he wanted to release right before he mysteriously died, how he was visited by people on behalf of the federal government right before he died. How the government came in and took a lot of his chest of information, and according to him, based on how many he said he had, they took like somewhere around 70 to 80%, then returned some of it, but kept most of them. So, like, whenever he's talking about this, which is stuff that we've been lied to about or has been suppressed, then you're like, wow, this guy is speaking the truth. He isn't lying about that, right? So, but the truth is, well, we could all have free energy. It's not some like amazing secret that comes from our cosmic best friends. It's just that the Earth's an electromagnetic field. It's encompassed in one, and when we live through the middle of it, and all you have to do is basically tap into what's here, which is what he said. But they'll never tell you that this gigantic field of energy moves over top of you in a cycle, and you live perpetually within that balance. They're going to tell you whatever else about it, but they still have to cover the fact that people are finding out about Tesla and how the government lied and hid his stuff. So it's just damage control. There's like a 100% chance that the government is behind ancient aliens, right? So since they look like they're exposing governmental lies, people assume it's not the it was on national television, bro, for over 10 years.
Yeah, that's like counterintelligence, disinfo stuff for sure.
Yeah, but they do talk about stuff like megalithic structures that most people don't know about, or that are illegal to go excavate, right, or have been unearthed. Like
That's what got me interested was the archaeology.
Me too, like how that stuff is wrongly dated. That's where I started too.
You talking about Mr. Greer, Dr. Greer?
No, it's more talking about like Graham Hancock and like John Anthony West and those guys who date the Sphinx and the pyramids and stuff like that to way older than conventional archaeology says.
That one guy's Shock, right? He's actually a geologist at university. I can't remember which one. I think Arizona.
Yeah.
Well, the craziest part is actually that all their dating is complete nonsense, and nothing is near as old as they said. But how do you decipher the antediluvian era from other artifacts, and what would be the effect of that, or the breakdown of the minerals, we'll say, which is all they try to claim for aging? It's so stupid. They don't even, literally, they can't isolate the element that they use to claim that they're looking at its decay rate. So they literally can't even isolate the element to age it. It's all fake. It's all fake. But like, it's way younger than we've been told, and you can have a drastic change of landscape in a matter of minutes. So like petrification, almost instant. So everything we've been told about all the ages is a lie. I mean, when they're like, look, they got it wrong and they lied about the Egyptian timeline. They did lie about the Egyptian timeline, but what they're replacing it with is just even more absurd a lie. That's why that thing exists. It's counterintelligence. It's like a in plain sight declassification program of the CIA to basically still lie about the lie as they have to reveal parts of the truth.
So you think you're getting more woke, but you're just going further down the garden path.
Oh yeah, because they have the solution at the end, right? They have the home run that they're going to pull out on you.
Aliens.
Yeah, more than likely, yeah. Or like, say there's some type of asteroid threat. All the governments of the world put their differences aside to fight this threat that jeopardizes everybody's well-being. They blow up the asteroid in space, and it causes tons of debris. And then they say that triggers extraterrestrial intervention on our planet because of basically the ripples that we put out into the universe, or whether it hits their planet, whatever it is. So they could build off the asteroid to make the New World Order type thing first step, right? Everyone has to work together to get rid of the asteroid, and then everyone has to stay together to fight aliens.
Yeah, they seem to be priming people for it. Just constant like stuff about threats from space in the news and movies and just on and on.
Yeah, like Don't Look Up, the Netflix original that just came out.
I just watched it.
Yeah, it's actually like torture almost for me to watch it. It's so bad. But it
Still
does have
stupid.
some value. Yeah, it has value though when you know what they're doing, just conditioning people. Like in that movie, they say 23% of people don't even believe the comet's real. That's them referencing us, like the people that don't believe any of the stories of space. So
Trying to
we
frame
have
us as the problem.
yeah, but the 23% of people that don't believe the comet's real, in reality, they would be right, right? So that's a pretty high percent. But anyway, it said so it broke Netflix's record first week views, 152 million hour stream or something like that. And it's about all the nations coming together effectively and fighting off this comet threat, right? Well, literally, just like a couple months ago, not even, NASA Planetary Defense launched their first planetary defense mission, joint venture with all these others all around the world, including SpaceX as well, and spearheaded by SpaceX. And they shoot. It's called the DART program, and they shot a missile out into space to hit like an asteroid, to test out their ability to do that for in case of a threat in the future. And this is official story, right? This is on the news and stuff. And that's in November. It's supposed to land in September of 2022. And then right after they claimed they did it in real life, which no one even knew, they came out with the movie, right? Like right after. So they're literally conditioning the public for some fairy tale about space. The next psychological operation that induces trauma to brainwash the masses will be in space.
Von Braun's final card. Yeah.
Yep. Asteroid, then alien is what she said.
The drug is going to be real, but we see in the sky fake.
You're roboting, Hank.
Asteroid, then alien zone. I mean, they just came out with Space Force. I don't even, 119, they turn on 5G. Oh, what a coincidence. 9/11 again. Oh, my goodness. They're clearly doing something, bro. Like, China just puts up an artificial sun. What a cool story, bro. Starlinks go up all over the world as soon as they shut the whole world down overnight on cue. Then the 5G goes up everywhere. And then everyone's, that's pretty much dumb enough too, has been genetically modified with like 3 or 4 cycles at this point. And now they're going to turn on the actual 5G. So then they've created a network system, right, of all kinds of technology. They've upped the entire technological sector that is surveillance in 2 years. And that's what this whole thing is. Like, they don't really care about the fact people are scared of the air, in my opinion. It is just to distract, to build the new infrastructure. And so they've got a lot of it built now.
Do you think it's going to have an effect on health?
I think the people that are organic will be fine. I think, like radiation sickness is a thing, and I don't think it's a new thing either. And I think over time people kind of become more resilient against it, but they keep increasing it. So there's always that curb area where we have to adapt a little bit with side effects. I think the people that are not organic, right, if they're just, slamming jabba dabba doos like it's breakfast cereal, right? And I think yes, very serious effects could happen because it could have they could have a carrier agent of graphene oxide or some type of nanoparticle that has EMF sensitivity.
Did you hear
So that's
about the certain airline that says if you happen to have gotten prune juice, please don't fly? So they're going against the mandate.
Was that
I
South
saw that.
Southwest or?
Yeah. Even though I would never fly Southwest again ever in my life, they fucking suck.
Yeah, I mean the whole thing is so stupid at this point. You can't even say out loud what's happened from beginning to end and not know it's stupid. So anyone that's defending it now, it's like the globe at this point where they can't actually defend it for more than a couple seconds. So we're really experiencing a crazy time in life where we're watching a divide of those who can actually have honest dialogue and those who no longer possess independent critical thinking. I mean, I don't know what a zombie would be other than that, right? Like a zombie, that's a movie, bro. Okay. So what would a real life version of a zombie be? It would be like they don't have independent critical thoughts. They've conceded that. They've handed that over to illusory authority, whatever it is, the TV, right? Their favorite celebrity, but they don't have individual thought. So that excludes truth, morality, individual purpose. And so that is a zombie, bro. Like we're actually watching zombies, pop up all around us, in my opinion. I don't think that there's actually like a zombie apocalypse that happens where they walk around like the whatever it's called, Walking Dead. It's just like they're literally soulless.
Mindless and soulless.
Yeah. So and then it'll get so bad where those who have souls, you'll be able to tell who doesn't have a soul from like miles away, so to speak, right? Like you'll spot a person whose soul's intact out of the entire crowd. So that's my opinion. I think that's where we're heading.
You could even substitute soul with mentis, mind. 'Cause it's all about imprisoning the mind, right?
Yeah, I will say this. I don't think the people that have taken what's come out yet has had their soul or spirit ripped out or anything like that. But I do think that they will rush out something that will effectively do that. And so, yeah, I guess that's speculation. So you can
Gotta
take it or leave it.
wonder what shape their soul is in to even get it to begin with, to not be able
Well,
to see through this stuff that's going on.
That's right. It's at a very low frequency, but it still exists, right? Because the individual still possesses that individual ability to make decisions, right? With free will. But like, they're gonna remove that, bro. They don't even hide that, And so Elon Musk Neuralink chip, but it doesn't have to be surgical. Under his own words, you could bypass the blood-brain barrier with the veins or arteries, creates a network system, monitors you, and then in theory can reverse cell degradation or aging or any type of illness, be remotely controlled and updated and monitored. You can get movement back if you're paraplegic or blind. You can see, and telepathic communication and all this stuff. And what it will do is it's going to hijack your free will. So if you don't have that, if like your entire body's literal light activity is monitored and or manipulated, then your spirit is gone. Like, and it's prophesied too, right? It's like the light within them will no longer shine. And like that's actually what they're doing scientifically. They're actually scientifically isolating the light within you. So I don't put anything past these psychopaths, and I think that they're going to start trial running the Neuralink this year, and I think within 5 to 10 years they're going to try. Within 5 to 10 years, they're going to try to implement a full technocratic update.
Question. Do you think the word psychology, meaning the study of the soul, you think, are we talking about the same thing? Like, you reckon that's the
Yeah. Psychology and mind are linked with soul, spirit. It's kind of like if you look to like the ancient cultures, they would always sit there and say there's three aspects of body, mind, and soul. So soul is where your spirit sits. So your spirit would be your mind, right? Because it says soul, and soul and spirit are two different things. A spirit is something that is shared with all forms of life. It's a breath of life. Whereas the soul is what is your body, what identifies yourself.
Solar.
Yeah.
SULARE. Solar system.
Yeah, it lures your soul. But your soul and spirit are pretty intrinsically tied. So, yeah, your soul is your individual expression of it, right? Like, in a way, the mind is the spirit's individual form of expression. like, pertinent to each individual. Like their mind is their individual expression. But if you remove that, right, the spirit has nowhere to naturally reside. It will not be there anymore. This is a big boy convo and a big boy game that they're playing, and I'm not big on the fear porn. Like when I say 5-10 years, like I think people should be making babies right now and buying land, and I'm not saying like be scared, but
Don't
I'm
be
just
scared.
saying
Just
that,
make moves. That's it.
yeah, and like just don't be surprised when almost everyone has an automated vehicle in 10 years, right? Like don't be the guy that said the internet wasn't going to be a thing.
Hey, because you know how it says, the soul that sins shall die. I'm taking it as the soul is the mind, is the actual person, the thing we call me, you know what I mean? Like Austin, or the personality. And the spirit could be the breath that we all share, but you know what I mean? Like,
That's right.
I
That's
think it
right.
might have something to do with us choosing as well. When it happens, like probably some kind of choice, or the rejection of truth, or of light, or something like that. Maybe.
Right, right. So I guess I'm speaking of the scenario where the choice is removed, the removal of choice.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that effectively remove spirit?
Unless the days were cut short. Hey.
Yeah, but like, yeah, you would have to choose it. The ironic part is you would have to choose to lose your choice, right? Like, no, I definitely don't dispute that. You have to choose to lose your choice, but if you comply, then you lose freedom of choice, like forever. But you had to choose to do it. That's just natural law. That's just like the natural balance. The creator put that in all of existence. Like there's a natural balance. Someone can't come forcibly take your spirit or soul. And your spirit, I agree, is basically, let's just say, like the energy of the creator that connects all of us. And your soul is your individual expression, relay of that interpretation, experience. You don't have a soul without the spirit. You don't have an individual freedom of expression or choice of understanding truth. So I know it's pretty heavy. I don't know. We can move on, but I've just been looking into it. Like, I'm gonna do a stream on Elon and stuff like that, and it's really pretty dark, honestly. Like, I just know everyone's been distracted, and they're playing like a freaking technocratic video game. They don't really care if you don't know it's going to happen. They prefer it that way. They prefer you wake up and be like, wait, they're doing what to the dollar?
Right.
Also,
Like magic.
we're at a point where people who can think for themselves are considered the extremists.
Yeah, and I would say like I promote preparedness, but like not frantic, fearful preparedness, right? Like spiritual preparedness.
Yeah, prep the soul.
Like it's not a big deal. In a way, it can be interpreted as being quite exciting, right? If we live in this climatic moment, I mean, if you could sit outside of life with the creator and get to pick when out of the whole timeline that you were here, I mean, this wouldn't be like the worst choice, right? Like it could be worse. Like I think it's kind of cool in a way, right?
Yeah, I always
If you
thought that I
check
would
it out,
love. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, man.
there's no harm in having extra beans and rice.
No, don't get me wrong. But,
What?
I'm not saying you shouldn't prepare. I'm just saying like, yeah, like preparation of oneself is the only thing that's going to get you through it. Like, you could have $50 million in a castle on a mountain, which I actually know someone that literally has a castle on a mountain, like an apocalyptic castle. And it doesn't mean anything. He could have that thing stopped for 20 years, and maybe he has to leave or can't even get there, right? Like, preparedness and oneness, like with the creator.
Yeah, I'm gonna need that guy's first and last name. Social, if you've got it as well.
Okay, I'll get you a DNA sample if
Super
possible.
duper. Yes, thank you.
Be Be watchful and alert, right? For you do not know the day or the hour.
Mm-hmm.
Like a watchman, ready to ring the alarm.
Well, I went into the Gamma Pandas server, right? And I asked them if they came out with this a one and done solution where you don't have to get boosted up every 6 months, but you just take it one time and it monitors your body activity remotely and reverses cell degradation and can spot out an illness and it can prevent disease, etc.
Coming, yeah, it's coming.
Would you take it? And most of the room said yes.
You know, if it's too good to be true, it probably is, right?
It'll be easy to get people to comply with it. They just have to pitch it like that and done.
Yo, and I was like, guys, you haven't even heard the full thing. I'm like, okay, say that it also it taps you in. Basically, it's you buying in to this new system, and you get like, I don't know, say 5 times whatever your assets are in the old system to comply. You know, so you just give them money. I didn't even get to the money. I didn't even get to the no aging. I didn't even get to the telepathic communication.
Right.
Like they're ready to sell their soul to just not get boosted up every 6 months.
And then if the carrots ever stop working, out come the sticks.
Carrots?
Yeah, the sticks come out after like almost everyone ate the carrots.
Yeah, for like the two of us that are left, didn't eat the carrots.
Yeah.
I'm gonna eat people's eyeballs so that I'll be the last one seeing.
Wow, very profound.
Yeah, I'm allergic to carrots.
You know what's funny about that? Someone said, oh, dude, eye for an eye, whole world goes blind. Bullshit. There's gonna be one dude left with one eye. He's gonna rule the fucking world. Shit. So laser tests demonstrate that the Earth is at the very least not the globe they say.
Really? I'm going to need some documentation on that. That's the first time I'm hearing this.
Okay, great. Check the live stream voice text.
Crazy.
Why do you sound like you're in a whale globe? You sound like you're in a whale.
Sorry, check the live stream voice text right for the greatest laser test in history with zero curve as the result, and the data as well if you want to browse through the PDF and see how clearly it is with mathematics. Not a globe.
This changes everything.
Data.
See, and they're like, oh, show us evidence. Like, if we need more than this, you are stupid.
Or just really attached to your lies.
You know what? I want to have faith. I want to just pretend that they're just stupid and not piles of garbage.
They love their lies.
No, I don't know about that. I'm just saying they're stupid. They're just dumb. So hopefully we can help them out with evidence.
Well, stupid is one of those words that has multiple meanings, right? Like, if you're stupid, you can't learn anything new because you're willfully ignorant, right? To quote a little bit of Kent Hovind loosely, right? So they're willfully stupid, which is the worst kind.
Well, that's what I know. Gosh, okay, here's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to further show respect, like kill them with kindness kind of deal, so that the argument has nothing in the way of emotions, feelings, anything, and it's pure information. And we're the most respectful group. At least I'm going to try to be the most respectful and more about this as I can, because it is the truth. I don't want to shove it down anybody's throat. I want to watch somebody go over there and play with it and understand it, and come back and be like, yo, yeah, and I'm yeah. You know, that's what this is. The truth helps build the best kind of communities. So I want to be nice about it. I'm going to try my best to be nice about it. That said, it's just that they're uninformed, okay? They're not being dishonest with themselves or the whole world at large. They are just uninformed. So it's our job to help them out. That's just my opinion.
Well, I'll start with the carrots, and if it doesn't work, I'll get out the sticks, and I'll make them see that flat Earth laser test. Just kidding, I don't want to use the tactics of our enemy.
Well, no, it made me think about, like, if they just tested it once themselves, right? Just once.
You remember Blanca in the Street Fighter movie? They put her in the machine and open his eyes forcefully and just show him images from videos.
Mm-hmm.
Let's do that to the Globers.
No, that's mean.
It's like the They Live scene where it's like you're putting on those sunglasses or you're eating that trash can.
Yeah, I was gonna mention that.
What? Sorry, who just spoke there? Very quiet.
It's in They Live, you know, if they fight for
Not
like
you,
20
the other
minutes.
guy.
Oh yeah, Vince, go ahead.
Well, I was just saying I was gonna mention that.
They Live thing?
They Live movie. Yeah.
Yeah. Has to fight his buddy for like 20 minutes, beat him to a pulp just to get him to put on the glasses and look at the world as it is.
Oh, dude, yeah. They're big boys.
I think it's worse than that because after you put on the glasses, they don't want to believe it.
Well, 20 minutes is the movie version too. I mean, in reality, it's like you fight with your dad about that stuff your entire lives.
Yeah, and the fights don't last that long at all.
Yeah, but even after they see it, they don't believe it. You know, like
Yeah, there is that problem too. Yeah, they removed a few details for sure.
Sorry to bring it back to this. Also, I posted in the Livestream voice text that I'm going to post in the YouTube chat as well, the 275-mile line of sight, long-distance photograph. It's the Guinness World Record, so they aren't flat earthers, but they published this. 275 miles, line of sight. And you can't have LOS from A to B without it being a straight line.
But bro, that's just refraction.
Wow, okay. Explain to me how refraction presents to us uniform flatness, no matter how high we go, no matter where we look. That is some impressive and very specific refraction.
Light always bends in the exact shape as the curvature of the Earth, so
sounds good.
It
Demonstrate
looks like a flat
right.
horizon.
Demonstrate that on any other medium or
I watched Phil Bell draw pictures on a chalkboard, okay? I know it's true.
Okay, well, he still doesn't know how to tie his own shoes. That's why he's got the Velcros. Although they are comfy. I will say they're comfy.
I don't think answering the refraction question is a good idea because it's like giving them something.
Yeah, they don't have anything to begin with, so why even go there?
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Right. So going there is kind of like a red herring, in my opinion. It's really it's one of their tricks. But
true, and it's greedy of me to like, oh, I can debunk that too. Oh, how about that? And this one, and this one. Like, yeah, I should keep it simple.
How long can you really spend explaining to people what refraction is and how balls work and curvature before you realize people are not really taking the information in? Like it's just pure common sense and what's taught in school. They're not even taking that in. You know, so if you're not accepting what's taught in school, refraction is geometry and balls. What why are we even? You know what I mean? Like, why do we even bother arguing with that? You know, like. It's almost like the TV throws something out for all of us to go after. You know what I mean? Globers and flatters.
Hang on, it checks out because refraction was works done by Newton, wasn't it? They don't know what the fuck Newton actually says. They think mass attracts mass.
Hold on, they're
Newton
taught two different things in school. They're taught two different things. Some schools teach both quote-unquote gravities. Some don't. So it's wild west out there.
I'm not talking about gravity. I'm talking about refraction and optics.
Oh, I don't know what they teach in school there.
Newton did a lot of work on refraction and optics in 1666.
Did he though?
Yes.
Did he though?
Yes. There's a lot of work. Everything we know about how optics work comes from Isaac Newton.
Okay, I trust you. Or we could all just use our senses to rebuild what he did.
I read that guy stuck a needle in his eye so he can see those little balls you see. Like, that guy was crazy. I'm not saying his work should.
Okay. And Josh, you know more about it than I do. I'm just saying that none of that proves a gravity thing or a refraction thing.
Oh, I know. That's what I'm saying. There's only one witness. It's only the work of one person.
Oh, I got it.
They go off of refraction, not even knowing what what Newton had said about it. You know,
Newton himself was a gravity denier.
Yes.
For him, it was just a cool story.
See, what they aren't trying to do and it's just resting on their laurels and lazy like we're doing. They're not testing the already accepted science themselves just to see. They're not performing the exact same experiments and doing the same tests on the same Earth that they live upon that Isaac Newton did. No one's doing that. They're like, oh, the once was enough. That's it. Wash my hands of this. Okay, honey, what's for dinner?
I mean, we don't have to throw out the baby with the bathwater, and there's a lot of bathwater. That's all I'm saying. It's like a lake of bathwater, and we can't find the baby. It's somewhere in here, but don't throw the baby out, right? And if it's just a tiny little bit of truth, that's still something you should hold on to because it's probably real. It's probably because it's not all fake. Like we have to work with the earth, with physics and things. So some of them are cause and effect, and they've explained it to us in some kind of arbitrary system that we can use.
Hold on,
to
here's
do
another one. I agree. Here's another one. Flat. It only works on flat Earth floating on your back.
They want to study the physical world, but yet they do everything based in a fantasy world, right? If they were to
Almost
just
philosophy,
study the
yeah.
physical world, they'd find out that it's physically flat.
Correct. They're confusing philosophy with fact. Yeah, absolutely.
No, but look at this simulation I made. Yeah, see, that's how it works, yeah.
Hey, guess what? Impressive simulation. That looks like a lot of work, and you have a good brain for smart stuff. You're just misapplying it.
Yeah, too bad it doesn't tell me. Too bad it can't predict what I'm going to do 5 seconds into the future, which means it's not a true simulation of reality, which is what they're trying to do, that singularity.
Imagine we're in Plato's wall, right? We're looking at the shadows, and somebody comes up to us and says, "Hey, look, I've got this simulation that explains the shadows. So the sun is actually in the middle, right? And the Earth is going around." I was like, "Dude, you're in the cave. You've never been outside the cave. What are you talking about? Like, you don't even know what's making the shadows. You know what I mean? It's like that. It's like, and we just believe them because what? Because they're the experts in our field."
Because we're afraid of doing the work ourselves. They are. We were. Whatever.
Because they tell you that you can't do the work, that you have to go to this school and that school to learn this and that and the other thing, and then you can do the work. Other than that, pick up a shovel and dig the ditch for the plants. It's some kind of weird labor, right? Yeah. And then you're like, you know what? I'm gonna go play football. Yeah. It's too much for me, you know what I mean? And then the jocks that could have been the nerds become, these jocks,
Well, when they replaced Elon Musk, that's all I have to say.
Yeah.
I wonder how many clone bodies he's got, though.
Yeah, the real Elon was bald, wasn't he? This is
right.
Like how many androids later?
Yeah, I know. Like great head game now. I'm sorry. Wow. Hair game now.
Upgrades.
I would know nothing about his head game. Oh boy. Somebody clip that
I've seen
out.
some creepy images of Harry and his wife, and it looks like it's not even
that thing's
somebody
a
wearing
robot too.
fake masks.
No, it's a robot. Like it. Are you talking about at the basketball game or the football game?
Yeah.
Yep. Dude, that thing is a robot. It's so fake.
I was wondering, if an evil spirit, how we say we have spirits, and if an evil spirit can possess a human body, right? Like, and if they turn us into these like drones, right? Without, aren't we now just bodies waiting to be inhabited by a spirit or another soul?
You mean parasite? Because that's what parasites do, right? The reason why it's so hard to silence your mind is because you're parasites, and the parasites that's inside your body are influencing your mind, right, to crave foods that are only beneficial to them, right? These acidic things so that they thrive. It literally is a possession of your mind, a possession of your body. They possess it. They live inside of it.
I was also wondering about actual entities or bodiless entities.
Oh, okay.
Not corporations, but
Well, I
maybe.
think they work together. right? I think that's their doorway in.
You know what's weird? I hear all you got to do is invoke the devil and a couple specific demons in your place, and that's all. And then you can like say, okay, listen, do the fame and fortune thing for me and take my soul right now. Like, are you kidding? That's how easy it is? Man.
Yeah,
That sucks.
It's also as simple as going into your bedroom, closing the door, right, and getting on your knees and invoking the Creator, God Spirit, to
You can
help
do
you.
both of those, yeah.
They're both easy to do, and people don't know how to do it. You know, that's why you had to teach us how to do it. This is how you do it.
Well, what I'm saying is the dark side seems to be even easier to allow. People aren't used to letting God into their hearts or their souls, so they're,
How do you approach the throne of a very most powerful king in all of creation? Like, how do you approach that throne?
I'd go right up and I'd shake the hand if there's a hand, and I'd say, great work. Okay, here's a couple
I mean, you
things.
got to prepare yourself at least, right? I mean, to go have an appointment with the king is like, okay, I need to prepare 3 months in advance my body, my mind, right?
No, not really. No, just be honest with him.
Well, you only have one chance to speak to the king, and and if you piss him off, if you say something that he doesn't like, you know, it
Well,
could
that's
be
okay.
trouble.
I'm an adult. I can handle that.
And that's just the human king, right? I mean, imagine the king of kings.
Yeah.
I digress.
Yeah. That's who I was actually talking about.
I wouldn't meet the king because I would probably get my head rolled off or spitting at him.
Are you talking about the king of Earth or the bigger king, the numero uno, head honcho, top dog?
I don't have any masters. Right, I only have one master.
The top dog.
Okay, is this the same thing though? With AI, we are summoning the demon. Is that the same thing as praying to things that?
I think so because what is trying to be put forth is the hijacking of the spirit to make it digital. I think that's what's going on.
Make it transparent.
Malleable, actually. Control every aspect of God's creation, and reverse it. I think that's what's going on.
Now, if they can do that with animals, you know, if they can experiment on animals, then they can do it on humans.
So I would venture to say, I don't know if there's a guess. I guess it's a guess, right? Guess. They've been experimenting on humans just as long as animals, if not longer.
Yeah, that's what I was saying actually.
Oh, was it? Sorry.
Remember
I'm losing it.
the 100 that came down? You know, yeah, the first DNA manipulation slash what do we call it today? You know, when we mix hybridization or something like that.
Mm-hmm. First, I don't know how old the hieroglyphics are, but is it that there are like DNA spiral things in the hieroglyphics? Or am I just spitting?
Yeah, the double helix.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It is, right? It's represented a few times in the hieroglyphics.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's observable. Now, what it means, though...
Apple tree, car garage. Yeah, you know what that means? Apple goes on trees, so A-T. A goes with T, right? C and G, car goes into garage. See, that's how you remember.
Or Gattaca.
Apple on tree, car in garage. A-T-C-G. How to pair
That's complicated. You're smarter than me. I just say Gattaca.
I don't know. It's like, you know, Sokoto. I was just throwing it out there.
Have you seen the movie Gattaca?
I barely remember it. Guy from Training Day. Yeah. Officer Hoyt.
Ethan Hawke is in that movie. Yes, it's before Training Day.
Oh yeah. Is that the one where he had to change his identity because I forget. Yeah, I remember. I kind of remember.
Well, anyway, okay. I want to see Curvature.
Is that the one with Halle Berry?
No.
Okay.
Juju.
Never mind.
I believe the lead female character in Gattaca is the girl who is in Pulp Fiction, Uma Thurman.
Uma Thurman.
Uma, their man. Uma, their man. Man. God, I hate it.
Thurman.
Right?
Uma's their man.
Exactly, dude. It's ridiculous. Nicole Kidman. Yep. Brad Pitt. Ooh. Got a pit. Anyway. So, which of the smart men are we listening to today, Globers? You yourselves have admitted that Neil deGrasse Tyson and the Speedwalker are not credible sources anymore for anything. You've admitted that. So now what? Who's next? Newton. He didn't. Did you talk to Newton? Did you talk to his friends? Okay, so you have paperwork. That's not enough.
Oh, Neil deGrasse Tyson, the bicycle thief.
What does that mean, by the way? I don't know what that means.
He stole a bicycle.
I know, but from who, when?
He was in college. He stole a bike.
Who cares?
He got arrested for it.
Well, great. I got arrested for worse shit. So what?
You guys know there are a lot of more brilliant geniuses, more brilliant than Einstein, right? That nobody knows about. I mean, damn. I used to think Einstein was the, Einstein. After you question Einstein, it's like, what the hell?
That's just mostly because I taught about him, that he's just like the greatest genius or whatever. But a lot of the people who go around thinking that, they probably don't even know what he did.
Exactly. I think they also invented he's married his cousin and all that stuff. I guess not invented it, but like embellished it and made him look crazy as well. So we would sit over here and go, Einstein was a poopy butt. Right? I don't know.
Yeah, it could be just to make us look stupid.
Exactly.
After you research and challenge and debunk him, right? Like you go back to who? To Newton, then you go back to Newton, then you finish, and then you finish him, and it's like, now what? It's like, well, who's there left to look up to? Joe Biden.
Well, it's masochistic. Like, you know what I mean? It's like they either love to be wrong over and over, or they're just afraid of measuring the Earth once.
Or they're afraid there's nobody to look up to stand on the shoulders of. No more.
That's okay. Empower yourself with knowledge, bro. Yeah.
Giant, make yourself a giant so we can slay you too. Come on.
I've been trying to do that my whole life, just gain muscle, but my silly bird frame is just not allowing it. I can only get to a certain size. Terrible.
When they say we stand on the shoulders of giants, like people that come before us, but then, these are the people who we're questioning, right? And it's like, then what? Like, who does a Glober, turn to after that? NASA? Right? A college professor? Like, who does a Glober ask after he finds out all these people were, theorizing and pretty much lying?
Well, you know what? I would ask mom and dad. More teachers.
I had a breakdown.
Yeah, I'd be like, Mom, Dad, I can't seem to.
I'm broken. Help.
I can't find Earth curvature, and listen. Everyone says we're on a globe, but I don't think it is, Mom, Dad, I'm sorry. I'm also gay. No, I'm just kidding.
They might have to defer to their own faculties for once in their life.
I'm saying I don't trust that that's going to happen moving forward, but I still do have a little faith that they can start to think properly. Go ahead.
I kind of wonder, like, when you're coming out as a flat earther, right? Like, it's like you're coming out of the closet in a way, right? So if you got like left-leaning parents, could you go, Mom, Dad, I've been thinking about, joining the Republican Party? No, I'm just kidding. I'm a flat earther.
Oh my God.
Or vice versa, like, Mom, I've been thinking about communism and it's really looking good. Like, no, I was just kidding. I'm only a flat earther. Oh, thank God.
And today I identify as a phone booth.
kind of to soften the blow, right? Soften the blow.
Oh, and by the way, I'm gay.
Obese
Oh,
heat.
honey, we'll always love you no matter what you're attracted to, but you're fucking retarded if you think the Earth is flat.
So I was studying Freemasons and the
I think he
Church of
just
Satan.
officially came out.
Gotcha. Kidding. I'm a flat earther. Let's go to lunch.
No, I'm clearly straight. There's no way around it.
Well, you can't be bent if you're on a flat land.
Oh, I know some bent ass motherfuckers. Not in that way. God, never mind. New topic.
I interrupt that broadcast to put a globe earther on the spot for talks. Lino Tomo, why do you think you're on a globe? Hello. Is this thing working?
It's working.
Yeah, it's working. I don't think the Glober is.
Thought I'd take a shot at it, but, you know.
I think you broke them.
Lino Tomo.
Yeah.
Come play with us.
Even the Christian parents, right? You're like, hey, mom, dad, do you guys know the earth is flat? It's just this silence, awkward silence you've never heard before, between you guys, just like.
And your parents just look at each other with like, oh fuck, now what? Look.
Like, hey, stop watching TV. Are those crazy people on TV or
Well, see, they would try to talk to you about it. They'd be like, mom would be like, first she'd break the ice and say, oh, okay, honey, well, what makes you say that? And they'll tiptoe into it, and
yeah.
And then dad'll throw his napkin at the table. This is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Just, get a seat out and fucking run upstairs, go to Stuart's room.
Exactly.
Yeah, it goes to the man cave. Has a couple shitty beers.
Or sometimes you'll just, like, all right, fine. How are you guys doing? Are you guys ever eating well, or are you guys like that? Like, I just told you something.
They just ignore it. They're like, so how was your day, son? You're like, I found out the earth is flat. Well, that's nice, honey. And did you pass all your classes or whatever?
Exactly. Right.
Like Stepford Wives. Have you seen that movie?
Yeah.
Yeah. I love it.
I tried to push it, right? It was like that. Don't ignore what I'm saying. The earth is flat and then he got upset, He's like, look, stop. Just stop.
Then mom would try to keep her cool, and then she'd finally go, slam down. Damn it, the earth isn't flat. She'd start screaming. And then dad would go, honey, settle down. Your blood pressure, settle down.
Oh, one day he told me, look, you don't teach me about the Bible. I teach you about the Bible. Can you imagine what he would say about flat earth?
Who, your dad?
Yes.
That's your dad? Oh, dear.
Yeah, that's what he said to me, man. So
I talked to my dad about it before he passed. It was interesting. He didn't agree with me, but yeah. It wasn't like heated. He was like, yeah, and he goes, I don't believe it, and I gave him a few more pieces of evidence, and I could tell it's just starting to get, uncomfortable, and I just was like, okay, sounds good. So what's for dinner tonight? What'd you cook? That kind of deal.
I mean, it's really bad, man. Like, I asked him about Genesis 6:6. Like, hey, what do you think about Genesis 6:6? There were giants in those days. He's like, well, it's like, oh my gosh. What do you think about dinosaurs?
Souls were utterly
dragons, right? So like, what do you think about dragons? You know what I mean? Like, he's like totally in that science world, man. Like, and you're a pastor?
My dad wasn't he wasn't addicted to the history. He just believed that the word of Jesus specifically was what was to be taken from the Bible.
That makes a lot of sense.
I mean, yeah, sure. He was a Bible scholar for most of his life. A deacon at a church for a long time, and all kinds of things. But yeah, so
imagine that, reading the red words.
Well, he did cherry pick a lot but also because he was trying to build a ministry. The problem is he's not corrupt. Thanks.
Yeah, but you got to be a little corrupt to get your good ministry going these days in this world.
It's been that way for a long, long time.
What is that German company that was selling the drugs back in the day? Something Farben.
Guten Farben? I don't know.
Why would a glober think the light from the sun instantly reaches the earth? I think it takes 8 minutes in your model. He's like, no, it's a, what is a planet?
You know, a lot of people just don't want to give up terms like hitch a rocket on a star. Stupid stuff like that.
Or,
Yeah,
or
right.
them,
Like
the
you can
cow
imagine
jumped over the
anything
moon.
in the world, and that's what the world is. Go ahead.
Or the cow jumped over the moon. E.T.
Right.
phone home.
Jupiter, Uranus. Self-explanatory.
The cow can't jump over the moon, but hydrogen can. What about
Hydrogen,
that?
yeah, it can get to the moon and orbit it for a bit and then come right on back down because it's in our atmosphere.
And that's how helium-3 is made. No, I don't know. I'm just joking.
As of 2018, though, I hope the audience understands that in 2018, the scientific consensus was changed to the moon is now inside Earth's atmosphere. So now they listen. Check it out. Now they know what they're doing, is what they're saying. Oh, you know what? Okay, you can trust us now. Right now, you can. Okay, sounds good. Yeah, that stuff before, well, you know, it's ambiguous now, but now we know the truth. Okay, all right. Thanks.
I can't wait for Mars to enter our atmosphere. I mean, to be a part of our atmosphere. I wonder when
next
that
it'll be the solar system.
Yeah, it'll be the whole thing. The whole thing.
Actually, guys, the sun. Well, interstellar space is actually.
See, the sun's in our atmosphere because. Fuck, how do we do this now, guys?
What's it now? I'm waiting for the AI to reply.
There's literally no way to even imagine this. How do we talk to them about it?
So they had to backpedal on that because rockets don't work in a vacuum. And I believe it was Robert Rossano who was, asking the questions like, is the moon in the Earth's atmosphere? And it was allegedly Dave who was asking, how are we breathing right now? So the flat earthers got NASA dancing to the beat of our drums.
Got NASA to what?
Dance to the beat of our drums. They're, changing their story based on our questions. Because rockets don't work in space.
Dude, of course they are.
Would be... Go ahead, bro.
No, go ahead. The moon would be what?
In Earth's atmosphere, right? If the Earth is leaking atmosphere. But my question is, wouldn't it have more of an atmosphere when it was behind the Earth, traveling through space, and less when it would be closer to a vacuum?
You see, you're already off in the weeds. You're saying, would it, wouldn't it, would it? That's you're done there.
So basically, you're saying that we are actually helping to develop their model to strengthen it.
That's what I was saying. Yes. That's what Hank was saying too.
Oh yeah, dude.
See, this is one of the
stuff that they learned in the debates in the early days, and we asked all those questions, and they've been mopping up holes in their models, and all they do is ad hoc affirmations, right, without any sort of demonstration or experimentation.
They're like, hey, what do they know? Well, the only way to find out what they know is to kind of trickle down the truth to them, so they bite on that. And then we can change stuff. Let them talk about it publicly. Yeah, they're fucking morons. They're gonna be out there talking about all the things that they notice that we need to fucking change. Are you kidding me? Let them scream from the roof. They're idiots.
Well, the problem is we're not reaching as many people as we should. The
You
problem
don't
is
know
they're
that.
the only ones listening. They're the only ones listening, taking notes, fixing their models, and nobody's noticing. Like 5 years from now, nobody's going to be able to find, some of these videos that we always use. I don't know, but they're
2
sampling their
years.
models, and they're probably fixing it in school, whatever, in
Oh yeah,
curriculums. And
for sure. We're helping out the thing. No matter where we, even if we stay apathetic and do nothing, we're helping this system. The problem is the system never succeeds.
well, who else is
Never
going to ask?
climaxes, comes to full fruition, ever.
I
Who
wouldn't
else
really
is
say they're fixing the model either. They're just getting more and more absurd the more they have to double down.
That's true as well. Yeah.
It's just getting crazier.
Well, it should be
Well, and they're
interesting.
definitely not fixing it. All they're doing is explaining away, right, why we see certain things. So they're explaining facts away. It's kind of like when you got like a really religious person and you quote scripture to them and they start arguing with it. It's like, bro, you're not arguing with me. Like, that was the red words. Like, I read it word for word.
If I was them, I would gather all the data from all the users, from all the flat earthers, and develop some kind of AI with it. You know what I mean?
A refraction bot?
Ooh.
A bot that can critically think and ask questions that flat Earth thinkers ask.
You mean that a bot that can do what no Glober themselves can do?
It's just useful data to play with. And what can you do with it? So are we building some kind of secret room now? Get away from Discord and stuff, so we can preserve the element of surprise.
There's no way to do that if we're going to use accepted modern communication devices, popular ones.
I would say just let them keep painting themselves into a corner. Just let them get more and more ridiculous until they implode.
That's what's going to happen anyway. Yeah. It's a controlled explosion. But eventually, later.
Yeah, I mean, when they're at the point where they have to argue that it appears to be daytime, but it's actually night, and the sun is just being refracted above the horizon, like, they're not fixing their model. They're doing themselves in.
Next minute, hey, you guys know where I can get some water? What? You mean like from the toilet?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what it's coming to. And that's literally how a lot of these conversations with Globers go. They say, have you seen the Coriolis effect? Look in your toilet. It's already there.
Well, they said that's a myth, because I brought that to Jim Pandas, and I've been around long enough to remember that was one of the arguments. And Jim Panda said that's a myth. We never said that. I was like, you never said that, Jim? Really?
Yeah, just like they never said we saw boats disappearing over the Earth curve horizon.
The thing is, though, some people record this shit,
If I was the NSA, I'd record everything here. That was me. I'm
If I was
nobody.
NSA, I'd go get a fucking life, like stuff on my own, and not worry about other people's business, like what's in their underwear drawer, because that's private business. Nobody.
Psychopaths who want
Hank, I know
power.
what's in your underwear drawer. Underwear.
They want to be up in everybody's business, right?
Yeah.
Control freaks,
Loosh. They're gathering their loosh from us. It's how they, transmute our energy into theirs, our divine energy into their wicked, nasty shit.
The spice melons.
I think they're the ones who should be afraid of the truth, not us. So we should just let it hang out there.
Sing that shit, brother. Amen.
Finding the spice belongs. Yeah, well, you know that infrastructure that what's it was talking about earlier, like Nokia. Some of the biggest companies, are
Now you're
Google.
breaking up again.
Google, Nokia is one of the big ones. They're setting up. So one company would focus on the devices. The other company focus on the networks or on the towers. On there's all these different uh, areas, right, to build the whole thing up, and it's gonna be, yeah, it's scary. This is called 5G till 2020. I don't know if you guys have heard of that. 5G till 2020. That's setting up the infrastructure, and now it's kind of ready to turn on.
The beast goes live.
Yeah.
Skynet becomes self-aware.
Like
People's
the
heads
gate.
start smoking. I'm just gonna say, I told you so.
Saw that on the news. Some article. Smoke coming out of some dude's eyes, ears, nose. Somebody shot him with a smoke grenade. I don't know.
Looked
Was
like
that
spontaneous human combustion to me. Now that's one thing that we don't really, medical science don't really like to talk about because they think it's metaphysics, even though, you know, there's no combustion material and a whole body burnt up. Kind of strange, like high strangeness.
Yeah, it's pretty physical if your body disappears. I mean,
Well, think about it. If your body can spontaneously combust, then that means perhaps that's exactly what volcanoes are, right? A lump of rock that
How did you
spontaneously
make that
combusts.
leap? That was a leap right there.
Well, because it's not
Seven to
caused by fucking a molten core.
I was like, because it's hot. I was like, no, I'm pretty sure it has to do with or the buildup of it. Somewhere the gases and everything, and I don't know. I wouldn't know,
Yeah,
but
I
I
don't
think
know
it's
either. I don't
something. I
even
think
know if
it's more than
spontaneous human combustion's a thing.
I've never seen it.
Yeah, I asked my chemistry teacher. She said she just shook her head and says it's a still a mystery. Showed her this lady that was sitting on a chair. Her legs were the only thing left, and I was like, "How did the chair not burn?" She's like shaking her head, like, "How does the human body burn and disintegrate, and yet the chair? That burning bush with Moses, right? The bush that was burning but not burning. It's like maybe I was like, is that kind of fire is that? Is that the same fire the sun is, right? Because the sun, right? If you think about the sun, it's not a smoking, combustion type of thing.
Well, I might be just a crazy old pothead, but when I think of burning bushes,
Hey, someone say burning bushes.
ayahuasca.
How did we get here? How does flat Earth topics always end up in over there and over there?
Because it's the Earth, it relates to everything.
Yeah, and there's only so much in this realm that we can actually keep on topic.
Yeah, unlike the boring ass globe, nothing to talk about.
Cartoons are only fun for so long, and usually just when you're a kid.
I'm not in the movie. I'm not. I keep telling myself that I'm not in a movie, but the Earth is not a ball. But it doesn't mean we're in a movie. It doesn't mean there's magic and stuff. Is there? you know. Okay, we're not in a movie. This is science, is it? You know what I mean? Like it's like, all right, how do we do this? There's no curvature, right? Okay, that's the first thing. All right. And even though we have a lot of questions that are, that are not really, what's the next step, right? After you discover and find out and accept that it's not a ball, like what would be the next step for a person who is still struggling with the cognitus? And you know what I mean? It's like, what do you tell them next? Read your
Challenge
Bible.
authority and think for yourself.
Yeah, so you don't end up in that kind of mess again. Start taking responsibility for your own thoughts and opinions.
Question authority, not challenge authority. That can be life threatening.
Imagine raising a wild animal in captivity, right? One day, that animal escapes. You left the hole and it figures out, I can just go. How long is that animal going to survive in the wild, not knowing, or living or knowing how to survive in the wild, right? Wouldn't it return to the cage because it gets hungry?
So you're saying that'd be like us if we tried to like venture through the ice wall?
No, I mean, if you
I'm
start,
just kidding.
yeah, when you escape this prison that you think you're in and you are thinking for yourself, like where do you start? What I
Where
mean.
do we even go?
Some people are 16 when they do this, and some people are 40 something when they do this. And some people are in their 60s when they do this. Gotta be some kind of standard path to take, or some kind of progressing. Like, all right, this is how you build a fire. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, the prison does have its conveniences.
what about chemistry? I mean, it's chemistry.
Did you say prison?
Yeah.
Well, like three hot in a cot? What are you talking about?
Oh, the slave plantation. You know, the one where they drew a ring around us at the 60th parallel, and we're not supposed to go beyond that.
The globe prison.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Prison
Yeah,
planet.
Yeah.
yeah. Like once a person realizes that he's been lied to and it's not a ball, like what? How does he go about thinking for himself? You know what I mean? Like, because he's been conditioned his whole life how to think and what to use to think of, and so it's kind of like, yeah, I had a breakdown, like a mental breakdown and some kind of bad anxiety attacks, and I had to sleep a lot, take work off, and now I'm completely not working anymore and I'm happier, but it's got to be an easier transition than that, right? Like, I'm lucky I didn't lose my family, so.
I feel better without the globe belief, personally. I feel like that was a state of psychosis, and I'm glad to have left it behind. It's a relief to shed an illusion like that, for me anyway.
Because after we show up the Black Swan, and people are like, okay, I think that's where they are now, right? They're at this cognitive dissonance place where they don't want to believe what their senses are telling them, So it's like, how do you guide them from there? Because he's going to be asking all these questions, and we have to have some kind of like, all right.
And even if they see there's no curvature, let's go right back to the ball narrative because they'll just reaffirm it with some other part of that story that they know of, like something space or whatever.
Yep, sun, moon, and stars proves it.
Yeah.
But we measured it directly. Yeah, but shadows and sticks are far better than direct measurement.
Yeah, so therefore a ball doesn't have to have curvature. Just look at what the sun is doing, and the only way the Earth could exist is if it's a ball. The lie is just so elaborate, it's been so built up over so long, that it's a hard one for people to break free from. They have to shed so many beliefs at once to do it. Make the lie big and tell it often. It works.
I know the edge is a question that I think is genuine, and it naturally comes up as a reaction.
The edge?
Yeah, the question about it. It doesn't have to be the Flower Society model. But it is a question that people naturally ask. If it's not a ball, if it's not curving, then there must be an end, because the sun can only shine, proximity so far.
Why do you have to have the answer to that, though, just to accept that it doesn't curve,
Right. Right, you don't have to have the answer to it, but yeah, the 60th parallel is an answer. That's the edge, pretty much.
For us, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the end of our known world. Ask the government. Ask the governments that have that treaty together. Ask them what they don't want us to see out there.
Right.
How can we answer?
That's as far as we can go before before you get turned around. Something bad could happen.
Yeah, ask the people who don't want you to see the edge. How can I tell you?
We go through the Antarctic Treaty and all that, right? We try to connect it to the moon landing. The timing.
So it's like if you don't have an answer for them for literally everything, they just go back to their ball fairy tale. You have to explain all of reality to them, or else no, it's got to be a ball.
Yeah. Yep. I think there's certain explanations that always come up though, right? Like the edge or
the eclipses, which don't even work on the heliocentric model anyway.
Then there's the other reaction.
Night and day can only happen on a ball.
And then there's the other reaction where they get really such a shock. They're like, I don't really care. Like, what even does it matter? I just want to go to work and live my life.
Who cares where you are? That doesn't matter.
That's the other reaction they have. It's the shock. Like, doesn't matter.
Just how much of a slave they truly are.
Yeah.
That'd be like you've been lied to your whole life to think you live in Texas, but you're actually like in, I don't know, Detroit or something. And you're just like, I don't care. Well, don't you want to know where you are?
Well, I think they're in shock at that moment, right? And
you're in China, but someone told you it was Texas your whole life. I don't know. I'm sure there's a better analogy, but the point is, don't you want to know where you are? Yeah, there are better analogies because those are both places that exist. The globe is just a cartoon. It's a fantasy. It's a fiction.
Yeah.
It's like you were told you're in Narnia your whole life. You're on the Earth, but you've never even heard of the Earth.
Well, if Narnia is not a ball, then what is it?
Checkmate, Flatty.
I've never seen the entirety of Narnia. I don't know what you mean by your question. What do you? How do you know Narnia is not flat? How do you know Mid-Earth, right? Lord of the Rings. How do you know it's not a ball? What? Because J.R. Tolkien told you so?
Give me one flat Mid-Earth map that works. I mean, without even talking about all maps being flat maps, the globe map that they have like on Google and stuff that already doesn't work at all anyway. It's just fallacies all the way down. Quite the elaborate fairy tale. But it's just because it's such a huge belief system. Like, if it was just one or two little lies, people would have no problem dropping it. But because it's, like, I mean, it relates to basically everything they think they know about reality, that's a big deal, and that's a lot for them to let go of. But I don't know, I'm weird. I like letting go of stuff like that. I like the excitement of finding out everything isn't what I thought it was.
Yeah, try to search for Disney's Frozen Head, right? All you're going to end up with is, some little computer animated princess telling you to let it go, man, let it go.
Wasn't Disney's head frozen?
I don't know, man. Look it up on the internet. See if you can find anything about it. I bet you get like 100,000 pages of Disney's Frozen now in 4K. Next year, 8K. I don't know. It's probably already on 4K or 8K, whatever. I don't have Disney. Not in this house.
No more resolution. Now it is just beamed directly into your optic nerve via 555G.
Wasn't Disney that helped to develop Technicolor and television?
Probably in conjunction with, like, the US military.
Actually, I think Technicolor was done by Viacom,
Ah, rats.
but I could be wrong. I sometimes am.
The wonderful world of Disney. Right?
As far as I'm
Yeah,
concerned, pretty much all TV entertainment is a psyop and has been from day one. It's just psychological conditioning and propaganda. But I think I'm really preaching to the choir in this room on that.
yeah. Did you ever think about the first camera and how crazy it is that we can capture an image, and now we can capture video? I mean, that's
Wasn't it just like recycled Tartaria tech? I don't actually know anything about that. I'm just...
um,
Neat idea, though.
all the people that came before the camera, before the camera was invented, all the people that came before had to like some kind of portrait was, which isn't as realistic. But then you had to remember things, so you had to remember. People don't have to remember things anymore because they have photos, they have video, they have computers, they have all these things that remembers things for them. What are people doing with their minds now? Right? It seems like they're just filling it with
Just atrophying.
entertainment, right? Like Brave New
Yeah.
World.
Well, that's why they believe in such a fantasy world, is because their head is literally in fantasy most of the time. TV shows and all that. And then when you've got your head in reality, they think you're the crazy one.
They think you're not part. You're uncivilized. Then you're not part of the civilized world. That makes destructive weapons of mass destruction. That's the civilized world. It teaches you that even though it looks flat, imagine it's a ball. That's the civilized world.
Interesting how they could get those ball measurements even though they themselves admit that it always seems to look flat, huh?
Yep.
How did Alberini do that? Actually, shouldn't even bring him up. Most of them don't even know who he is. How did Eratosthenes do that?
I don't think he did.
Yeah.
The globe projection maps came about by Claudius Ptolemy, not Eratosthenes.
So, yeah. I mean, during the age of discovery, right, when people were mapping the world, um, Queen Elizabeth, right? John D was the first 007, MI6. He was developing instruments for navigating the world, right? But it's not a flat world. They had to get maps and all these things, and then does that make sense? Like, and then and now today it's Google, right? Like, you map the world, then you tell the people what you want to tell them. Just like it was all happening at the same time. You know what I mean? Like, no, that's what the books say. When you read it. The Sixth Sense was developed at that time, and the Rosicrucians, that's where they come from. John Dee, Francis Bacon.
Sounds like a lot of cool storytelling at the end of the day.
Yes.
So, who measured R? I'm sure it was somebody I've read of. Just let me get my textbook.
You know the song "Take Me Home Tonight"? Take me home tonight. I don't wanna let you go till you see the light. Remember that? Take me home tonight. Nobody? Anybody?
Just like Michael
Be
Ronnie
my
said.
little
Yeah,
baby.
Be My Little Baby. Okay, so demonstrate the curve. I just wanna see you go and measure it your fucking self. Is that okay? Is that a good one?
Don't
That's
be a
really
little
okay.
baby.
And then fucking self will echo. Fucking self. Fucking. Right? I'm on it, dude. Don't test me.
Maybe
I'll break
ad
out the
lib and
goods.
nice fucking.
Well, that's what's gonna sell the tickets, bud.
Like, just to emphasize the you'll do it yourself.
Yeah, that's the plan. Okay.
Hey, wasn't Pythagoras alive around, or was he already dead when Eratosthenes was around?
He was
'Cause
dead.
he was dead, right?
If
But he's the
Eratosthenes
one.
even existed, but yeah, those
Yeah,
different times. Sure.
wasn't Pythagoras that came up with the idea the spheres are awesome, and that's why we have to be a sphere.
He's supposed to be one of the early proponents of it. Yeah.
Yeah, and people were like, "What is wrong with you, man? First you say a squared plus b squared equals to c squared, and then you say some
Yeah.
stupid shit like this."
They thought his problem was because he only ate fruit and herb. He didn't eat any meat, and they were making fun of him.
Oh, you're living in Greece, man. What the hell? You should be eating well. A lot of fish. Omega-3, right? Did the Greeks know
The
about omega?
Mediterranean diet, you ain't even got to go nowhere for it. Shit.
Well, here's the thing. How were the years kept when they say, oh, he lived this long and he lived that long? How were the years kept? That's the big thing.
We don't
They
even
use the
use
Inside a
stars.
pocket watch.
They used the stars, right? When the sun alignment, when the sun lined up on a certain spot, they knew it was equinox, right? They knew that it was spring equinox or fall equinox. They knew what season it was in, marking a new year. So there's a bit of a problem on a rolling, undulating, tumbling ball that's spinning, right? We wouldn't see these markers. These markers would not show up. I don't give a fuck how far away you think they are because they can't be that far away because Einstein's mathematics proves that either the Earth spins or the stars move. It doesn't do anything to the fact of providing one view to the other. It's called relativity. It's all relative, either to a flat and motionless Earth or a round and spinning Earth. The math has to work for both ends, both ideas. People don't realize that about Einstein. All he was doing was explaining, being a proponent. Basically, he's sitting there saying, maybe it's more like it doesn't matter what it is because as soon as you look at it, it changes the nature of it. Because they want to sit there and say with the dual slit, the act of measuring it causes an absolute change and collapse of the wave function, but that's not true because they weren't testing light. They were testing electrons, and yeah, of course it changed because it impacted a phosphorus screen. Therefore, the momentum changed, the charge and direction. I mean, these people, they're fucking retarded, and we're supposed to listen to these guys that are in high science like they fucking know something?
I can tell you one thing. They show is high. Yeah. Uh-huh.
They're
They be
fucking
demonstrating
retards. I
that
mean, you
in
can.
and they be demonstrating that in and out of the lab. You feel me?
I mean, I must have talked to like 4 PhD fucking candidates, right? Every single one of them are numpty idiots. They could tell you all about theory, but when you ask them, is that theory ever proven? They'll say, yeah, but then why is it still a theory if it's proven?
Instead of Take Me Home Tonight, numpty idiots. Numpty idiots.
They're studying a doctrine and they're applying to become priests.
Yeah.
However, in the song, like in the background, one of the backup singers says, "Be my little baby." Change that to "Eat a little gravy." Just FYI.
Okay. I like it. I like the use of gravy.
Gravy.
That's gravy. Or groovy? Yeah, gravy.
What's gravy?
That is gravy.
Oh. I was like, Bong, do you not know what gravy is?
Yeah, that's the white sauce, with the
White sauce? What?
Well, look, let me
You're doing it
explain.
all wrong, Bong.
Are you talking coconut gravy?
Yes,
Unless my gravy been
What-
fermented in the intestine of a large hog from my establishment for at least 2.5 to 3 months, I will not serve it at my house. Not on my table.
quick gravy, water, not milk. It's white sauce with water, not milk, and onions, and whatever you want to do, and it gets brown.
You can call a lot of things gravy.
Yeah,
You really
I
can.
mean, it's just sauce.
Gravy.
It's pretty good though. Try it.
Later on, Eddie Money says, "I feel the hunger." So if you put gravy and hunger together, it works perfect.
Gravy. Oh, hungravy. Hungravy.
I'm feeling hungry for some gravy.
Yeah, I am too, so let's change the subject.
Yes. Let's talk about steak.
Gravy?
Steaks.
24/7 steak Discord.
Can you make steak without the cow?
24/7 flat iron steak.
Dad jokes. I love
That was
them.
good.
That was quality. It's the best one of the day for sure.
And so, when you're cooking a steak, get your cannabis infused coconut oil instead of butter, and the rosemary, and drizzle that on the steak.
Yep, I'll go right down to the local.
Yeah.
None of the stores in my town sell that store.
Oh, so you get coconut oil, right?
Yeah, I
Chop
use that.
up your boil it, boil it, get a boiler, double boiler going. Put your weed in the coconut milk and boil it for like 2 hours.
I think I'm just gonna cook the steak.
To you, man.
That's
what
what
I'm
I
doing.
Get it raw.
I'm not trying to have to need to eat a steak every night before I go to bed. At that point,
No, but when you do have steak, you want it to be an experience, right? Cooking is an
yes.
experience.
Cooking is
the experience, and
it's
the
an
eating.
arbitrary bullshit thing we have to do to feed ourselves. Indeed.
Look, all I'm saying is just stuff as much as you can into one meal.
That's kind of what I do every day. I'm eating like a sumo wrestler right now.
Just infuse everything and then put it all on the steak. Yeah, you can't have steak without the cow. Like you can't have pressure without the. They're
Cow?
global.
Can't have pressure without gravity.
You can't have pressure without squeeze and bounce. You need squeeze and bounce for pressure. Without squeeze and bounce, you got no pressure.
Also known as a. If you're a baller, your gravity is what is the for the
What man? What?
Container.
Whew. Yeah, because that thing you left off with was not what was supposed to be said. Yes, container.
He was speaking Samoan.
What's cunt? Is that how you say cunt in Samoan? Cunt?
Aner.
Yes.
Okay, container. Yeah, you gotta go.
Aner. Ridiculous, dude. Stop it.
Yeah, he said Aner, and Glafo is thinking about anal.
Who isn't thinking about that? You're the one who fucking said it.
Yeah, I thought it too. It's your fault.
I know.
It's not like when you say annual, right? Like every year.
Annual.
Annual.
Technically, it doesn't sound anything like the other word. So, again, that's on you. Twice now. Twice. You got something to tell us there? Gemsy? You like gems for a reason?
I do like gems.
Me too. I don't know why. I mean, you might be gay or not. I have no idea why I said that. Sorry. Yep. They're beautiful. Rupees? Love them.
think Anu has anything to do with it? Annual? Anu?
Ruby isn't a gem.
It's kind of Egyptian.
That's something off of fucking Zelda, man.
Like Anunnaki. Annual. You know.
You're
Anu.
talking, there's
Ruby?
something wrong with Zelda. I learned a lot of things in Zelda.
I think he means ruby, not rupee.
There's a lot of symbolism in Zelda.
Rupees.
The Triforce thing. I haven't played it in like.
Oh, Zelda. Gosh, what a beautiful franchise. Hits and misses, right? But that's good. That's fine. It's like any life, hits and misses.
You know, Famicom, the original Nintendo game, had a satellite service.
No. No. What is that?
You didn't know that?
What
You
is
didn't know that?
Famicom? What's that?
Family computer. It's Nintendo in Japan.
Oh, and it was basically the internet or like local net.
Yeah. Basically, like they had a thing to where they did a reboot of the Nintendo game Zelda. They only played it like 3 episodes, and like each time the episode played for it, you could play like whatever you wanted on it for like an hour until the download like was done. Or whatever the fuck it was. I can't remember exactly how they did it, but it was basically Zelda all over again. Instead of Link, you use your own avatar. Like it's a way for them to do like DLCs back in the day when it first started out. Yeah. Then you could like do like gambling and all that other shit on there too. And then they didn't do it in America because it featured gambling.
Wait, it wasn't real gambling.
Yeah, it was.
What?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I believe you.
Yeah, in fact, a lot of the games that were adapted to North America had all religious context taken out of the games. Like the original Legend of Zelda in Japan, if you get a Japanese version of it, the shield that Link has is actually a cross on the shield instead of a plus. And it has like a creation story in it as well, and then it was changed when it was adapted to the North American market. Because they don't want North American kids thinking about, religious things when they're, summoning demons in the video game.
I don't think the cross. I think the cross is a Roman symbol, right? It's not even.
Actually, it's a navigational aid. Yeah, that's why you see all these people with crosses. They weren't Christian settlers. They were people navigating because that's what they could. It was like their sextant back then. It's called a cross staff.
Isn't that the Knights Templars logo as well?
Yeah. Knights Hospitallers. Everybody knows about the Templars, but nobody knows about the Hospitallers.
Yeah, I don't think it's when they in demon possession when they do the exorcism they use the cross. I always they do the exorcism ritual. I'm like that's not even I mean that's some kind of other ritual. It's not what I mean biblical. Yeah. It's not inspired. It's not the Holy Spirit. So it's like man, what the hell is this?
Superstition. A lot of them, like, when you sneeze, when somebody sneezes, what do they say to you? Or what do you say to somebody when they sneeze?
Gesundheit.
God bless you, right? Now, why would somebody sneezing indicate possession? Because that's what it comes down to. Somebody that sneezes is demon possessed. According to their mentality back then.
I never knew that. I never.
Now, this is also where they would do bloodletting. Oh, you're not feeling well? It's okay. We're going to drain the fumes out of your blood, the bad energies, the bad vapors out of your blood. Because see, when you have your blood, you see the vapors coming up off of it. Yeah, that's what's making you sick right there. So we're just going to drain your blood, get all of your blood out, so that all of this fume can manifest and miasma off, right? Not knowing that they're killing the person by fucking, bleeding them to death.
Well, donating blood.
I disagree. I completely disagree. Yeah, when you're bleeding someone out, I'm pretty sure as you see the life, like leave their body and they start turning like white and then blue or whatever color they turn when you do it. I'm pretty sure you know what you're doing, right? I think they just they feigned ignorance, like, oh, it was a mistake. I didn't mean to kill him. So it's like, really, you're a doctor and you didn't know that if you drained someone's blood, that would kill them.
No, not a doctor, barber. Haircut and get some bloodletting done too.
Kind of common sense, isn't it? Right? I mean, if you lose too much blood, you're gonna die, right?
Shave and a bloodlet, 10 cents.
I mean, think about it. They had the sharp straight razors, right?
So the Freemasons have infiltrated barbershops too, is what you're saying?
No.
Damn.
I like how she just giggles.
I'm saying barbershop got their start. The red and white, the red indicates the bloodletting, the white indicates the bandages, and the blue indicates silver health. So it's one of these things, like people go to the barber shop now just to get a shave and a haircut and maybe get some hairs pulled out, right? Well, back in the day, there were no doctors. So if you wanted your tooth pulled, you'd go to the barber. If you had a headache, you would go to the barber and get some drugs. The barber is like in these frontier towns and all that. They were the apothecary. They were the druggist as well.
Pharmacist.
They didn't just cut hair.
A plug.
Yeah, the plug. Like, they would gather herbs and all that stuff for remedies.
What do you guys think it means for the blood of the animal, or the life of the animal is in the blood? How? What do you guys think of that?
Blood rituals and stuff?
I think if you eat meat that's not fully cooked, you're eating blood.
The life is in the blood.
And I know a lot of Texas steak lovers are going to hate me for this, but please cook your meat fully. Don't eat the blood. It's a sin to eat blood. Turns you into a vampire.
What I want to know is how did we figure out? Oops. Sorry, Hank. Go ahead.
No, you're good. I was just saying I don't eat blood. Go ahead.
I've wondered for the longest time, how is it that we figured out to cook meat in the first place? That's what I'm curious about.
You really want to know?
Okay, sure.
Famine?
Yes. Famine.
So we started
was
eating
it by
people?
accident?
No, we started eating dead people.
Disgusting.
Okay. So we were eating charred remains. Is that what you want me to believe? Oh, sorry. Ugh. Okay.
Soylent Green.
Pretty sure
I
it
don't
has something
even,
to do with that.
I don't even eat raw fish. You know, I don't even like fish. I don't like have a desire to eat raw meat. You know what I mean? Like, but if it's on the fire, it's like it triggers the desire
Well,
to eat it.
okay, but sure. But the very first time someone figured it out, how did that happen? Like, did we accidentally discover it?
It was a
You know, like
religious
everything
thing.
else?
Perhaps it was a religious ceremony where they were sacrificing the animal to the gods, burning
Uh,
it, and then
After the
consumed it
sin.
afterwards.
Yeah, after the garden, the fall in the garden. Yeah, there was the you know to clothe them, right? And then the tradition is to eat the whole animal
Let nothing go to waste. Eat the whole thing.
right.
Don't leave it till morning.
Yeah, otherwise it's disrespectful.
Yep.
because it gave its life to sustain yours. Is the idea, so that you may live. I mean, the shedding of the blood. You know, that's the ritual for cleansing of. You know, the whole religious side of it. You know, but it kind of also, you know, like all right. Now that you guys are eating meat, all right, don't eat these meats though, because make it sick. They eat.
Hey,
I made
Bong,
this animal to eat these. Yeah. So
do you remember a long time ago someone in the old server, his name was allergic to bullshit?
yep. Yeah.
Dude, were you there? We had, I'm not kidding, a 6 hour straight argument about veganism and eating meat. And he got so, I mean, the way he was talking, it seemed like his eyeballs were bulging out of his skull. I mean, and like, you know, veins popping out of his neck or in his forehead or something. I mean, it was like bizarre.
I believe the conversation started when I was saying that I was a vegan, and then he was going off about something about meat and certain
Oh, I
foods.
don't mean today. Are you talking about today?
No, not at all. Nah,
Oh,
it was a
okay.
different guy, and then he was like talking about the different fats, like certain fats, like you should eat a lot of fats. I don't know what his name is. I forgot.
I like eating the fats.
Actually, meat is not really a good thing to eat a high protein diet, right? Especially when you mix it with grains. There's a reaction that occurs.
There you go. That's the problem.
Yeah.
You don't mix
Everything
your
in
meat.
moderation. People want to just eat nothing but meat. That's fine. Don't eat large portions of it.
Well, in the
Make sure
beginning
you detox
of
yourself.
Adam and Eve, we were eating plants in the very beginning. So
Yeah.
Well, and your
Fruit
stomach
and
is
herb.
only supposed to be the size of your fist.
exactly, we were taking herbs
Fruit
Well, you
instead.
know,
and herb, right? Herb is meant for meat, not
you
seasoning.
know, you guys know plants tell the want the certain kinds of nutrients, so they'll release certain things because they need certain kinds of nutrients, and those nutrients get produced. I think our body is like that. We have these senses. When you see something or smell something, or taste something, you know, it triggers the I need what's in that thing. You know what I mean? And then you eat it. You know, no matter what it is. I think that's what's happening, and we just gotta. Does that make sense?
That's why you should fast.
I mean, fasting is good, right? It's like it resets the palate. All right.
OMAD is good. And then
Yeah.
every once in a while, like if you want to really cleanse yourself out, go on what's called a juice fast. But it's very, very dangerous. Some diseases that are laid dormant in your system will present themselves when it's being purged. So just be careful with juice diets. But that's a good way to like get a lot of energy and detoxify yourself. Have negative effects, right? Basically,
Yeah,
rule of thumb
I'm
is
used to it myself.
for every year that you've been eating garbage shit, expect 1 day of uh, uncomfortableness and pain. So if you're 40 years old and you've been eating shit your whole life, expect 40 days of discomfort.
Oh, it's like 40 days and 40 nights of
Yeah, why
being in the
40?
mountain, being in the desert for
Well,
40
because
days and 40 nights.
each year is a day. Like for
Yeah,
a
40
day
days.
of detoxing, it takes like it's supposed to represent a year of how you lived your life.
Yeah, and I think you know the size of your stomach depends on how much you eat, but then I think depending on how much you work, how much your body works, you should
Well,
shrink your stomach accordingly so you only eat what
uh,
you need. Yeah.
well, way I did it, besides you just decrease your portion size, really. But
Yes, exactly. Yes.
I've done kale slushies, so that's worked for me. Now
Skipping
my
breakfast.
stomach is so, huh?
Skipping breakfast is the best way.
Oh, definitely. I have like a super easy job. It's not super physically challenging or anything. So most of the time I have like a awesome coffee in the morning and that's it. When I come home from for lunch, I don't eat lunch and
Yeah,
I eat dinner. That's it.
I haven't eaten breakfast for years. I just breakfast doesn't exist anymore. it's
Yeah, besides you can have breakfast for dinner.
Yeah, intermittent fasting is really good for you, I think. I think the problem with the people that get the diabetes, right, it's because every day, all day long, your pancreas or whatever is, it's letting go of the insulin, right? And then your cells, right, they're kind of like when the dog is barking like 24/7, and then when you get robbed, the dog is barking, but the dog is always barking, right? So they become like resistant to the dog barking, which is the insulin. This
yeah.
is how I've had it
Yeah.
described to me. So if you're taking the intermittent fasting and you're not like doing huge insulin dumps all day long, then it gives like everything a chance to like rest and digest.
Well, it's kind of like my take that I'm not, yeah, I agree with what you said, but also it kind of comes from the idea that it takes energy to process the food. Um, so I do believe people in Asia, they don't really do ice in their drinks because it takes your body extra energy to bring it up to body temperature. So it's kind of counterproductive, actually. So I don't know if you guys have ever come across more stuff about that, um but yeah, I mean it doesn't I've been doing that for a really long time and I don't know if it's like instinctually or whatever cuz my grandmother on my mother's side was diabetic and I do believe she had to take shots, but I just pay attention to what my body does and I stay away from white sugar as much as possible. Pretty simple.
Cold water, no. Cool water, yes.
Yeah, I just room temperature is better. That's what I.
Right. But cool water is the coldest I can drink. Because you don't want the
Yeah,
brain freeze. When you need the water,
yeah, I
it's like,
agree. Yeah. The only time I'll tolerate a brain freeze is if I'm doing a frozen coffee drink.
yeah. I mean, yeah. Intermittent fasting is very good. Yeah. Some nights I can't sleep because my stomach is like, dude, I'm freaking hungry. And then I'll get up and, just put a little bit in just to shut the stomach up. Just so you can like
Well, what
not think.
it's really screaming for is sugar.
What are
Oh,
you
I wonder.
putting? What are you putting? Bone coconut?
No, I had like a half cup porridge type of thing. Just and when I skip, like if I skip too many meals, I'll go to bed. I'll be hungry by bedtime. So it's like, gosh, but usually it's a good thing.
Did you
But
say
not when you're
porridge?
trying to sleep though. Yeah, not when you're trying to sleep. But it's a good thing to be hungry. I think. I mean, you got the strength.
Did
Hey,
you say
Bong.
porridge, Goldilocks?
Yeah. That's what I was wanting to know too, Hank. Thank you.
Porridge. Yeah, I got porridge. I'm lazy.
Oh, well, I think in the United States, it would be either cream of wheat or oatmeal.
Oh yeah, oatmeal. Duh.
Okay.
Sorry.
Well, I mean, I guess to some it would be considered I don't know for sure. I don't think porridge is referring to a grain particularly. I think it's the consistency of a cereal. What do you think,
Oatmeal.
Hank?
Oatmeal. Toby's oats. Yeah.
I don't know what it
Uncle
was.
Toby's.
I thought it was soup or something.
Yeah, I think
Uncle
porridge would be like cream of wheat would be, but I don't think it's limited to just cream of wheat. Guess it could be. I guess you could have a porridge of like rice. You know, you can have.
I really have to smoke some good weed to get hungry. Like to eat. To, I want to eat hot. If I want to have a big meal, I'll smoke. Have to smoke. But usually it's just.
I don't know. I would rather eat and then smoke.
And then eat some more.
Try not to. The key is to not bring the crap home.
Eat.
That
Smoke.
helps a lot.
Yeah. But exercising, or working, your appetite, I think will naturally. It does for me. Like the more when you increase your work, then you're gonna get hungry. So it's easier to manage that. You know what I mean? Than overeating all the time and excessive pooping and all that.
Oh my god, okay.
It is, right?
Jeez. But yeah, kale slushies are amazing, you guys.
Oh, sounds disgusting. Sorry.
Okay, y'all rocking. I think have we had this conversation before?
No, I don't think so. I'm just not a fan of kale, personally.
Okay,
I've
I'm
tried
gonna
it.
tell you my secret recipe, okay? You wanna hear
Okay.
it?
Sure.
Well, there's a good documentary for the kale and spinach and stuff. It's called Popeye. It's
The Sailor Man.
yeah. You see, he gets really strong every time he eats that stuff, that green stuff.
Yeah.
Wait, what about it?
Popeye the Sailor Man.
I thought that show was about steroids. I thought the spinach was a metaphor for steroids.
Could be. I don't know.
Yeah, I thought it was. I thought it was like World War II propaganda before like World War II actually happened. It was like, join us. We're the Navy. You'll be big and strong, and you'll get all the steroids. That way, you can have diesel engines.
Okay. All right. So anyway, all right. So this is my secret recipe. Well, not secret, but this is a recipe I came up with, trial and error kind of thing. So when you buy kale, first of all, never ever buy it already chopped in a bag. That shit's nasty. All right. So you buy it in a long stalk leaf, okay? And then you don't want to get the main stem. You definitely don't want to eat that. You have to pick off like the big parts of the stem. So, you just stuff it into your blender. And then I use a double spice chai tea, unsweetened. And then I use from the deli, it's a little a squirt of ginger paste. And then you pre-mix it as much as possible. And then after that, I add a stalk of celery, or not, just one rib of celery. And then I mix it again. And then I put in a peeled, like half of a cucumber in. And then to finish it off with frozen pineapple and then also frozen grapes. And it is amazing. Highly recommend. Smoothies are nasty. I don't really like yogurt that awful much. So I call this as a slushy. Because I freeze the grapes myself.
I would say take the pineapple and the grapes out every now and then, and switch it with like mango. Just try that.
Ooh, I don't mind doing that, sure. But I don't know if I'd
sounds like-
want to do the ginger paste then.
That sounds like a bad case of diarrhea.
Yeah, on its way real soon.
I do have physical control of my body. What are you guys talking about?
When you eat that kind of stuff, you eat a bunch of greens and a bunch of fruit. Yeah, you're gonna shit your pants.
I don't shit
No,
my
that's
pants.
what celery's
though,
for.
Yeah,
for the
that's good. It
record.
gets rid of all the toxins.
It's a
Wow.
figure of speech, Jenny.
Well,
It
I'm just
depends.
saying it It's a
It depends.
wild exaggeration.
If you shit your pants, you probably wouldn't have any friends. So I wouldn't recommend that.
Okay, you'd have a better chance of shitting your pants if you drank a lot of coffee.
Yeah,
It
coffee
depends.
and milk will make you shit yourself too.
So I guess now we're all going to experiment with what makes us shit ourselves.
Oh God! Oh my God!
And I'll come back tomorrow and
Dried fruit,
discuss how
dried grape.
successful we were.
Yo,
Top of the flat Earth. You know, grapes and pineapples grow in the flat Earth.
Oh, they
Yeah.
do.
Looks smoothie, right? Like
Don't eat too many cherries; you'll shit yourself.
Oh,
well, I'm
that's
just
100%
telling you,
there.
it's
I think
a.
Right?
if you had some, yeah, it helps not to have diarrhea. So your
I'm
solids
gonna
don't.
just
But
tell
perhaps
y'all.
that's just because we're not used to eating it, right? We're used to eating this stuff that we have to do all this stuff to it instead of just taking something that nature provides.
When we were kids, we
Yeah.
called diarrhea, we called it Diana, and I'm going to tell you why. Because we were
Oh my God.
driving up the canyon one time, going to Bear Lake with my grandma and grandpa, and all of a sudden there's this log cabin over there, and my grandma goes, "Oh, that's Diana's place over there," and she'd say this all the time, and like several trips. Finally, I'm like, "Well, why do you call it? Why do you say Diana lives there, Grandma?" And she says, "Well, one day we was driving up the canyon, and your grandpa right here, all of a sudden pulled over the car, had a real bad case of diarrhea, and ran over and shit by this log cabin in the mountains right there. And so every time we drive by, she goes, so her full name is Diana Rhea. And so,
Oh my God.
so we'd be driving up the canyon, and she'd go, "Oh, there's Diana's house." And that's because it's where Grandpa went and had a massive Diana Rhea
Oh wow.
pet.
Wow.
Okay, well,
So in our
guys.
family, in our whole family, that's what we say. Yeah, I just had Diana.
Dang. Well, I'm just gonna tell you, I have no sort of malfunctions like that whatsoever. I don't know what other people do, but it's been all good over on this side.
You've
Yeah, see,
never had to really take a shit really bad and have to run to
they
the
don't.
bathroom before you shit your pants.
Women know how to hold a fart. They
And
don't know how
never.
to hold a secret.
Oh
Yeah,
my
I mean,
god!
I do have control. I mean, I'd have to
How
say.
would that be? Who would want to hold a fart? I mean, that's in your system. You hold that inside of you.
Well, I mean, it's not
Why would?
ladylike.
Well,
No, and
God, it's
usually I
poisonous,
don't.
though. You'd want to
Well,
get
you
rid
know,
of that poison.
well, see, Jay is. Hey, it's like Jay and Silent Bob told us. Fast food makes girls fart. So if you don't eat fast food, you're good.
When I was 6 years old, the teacher got tired of people going to the toilet, right, and said, "No more going to the toilet." She was angry, and then I had to go to the toilet. And then lunchtime came, and everybody went to lunch, and she came up to me and said, "Did you poop your pants?"
What the fuck, Bon?
And I was like, It's
Just
like
because you said I couldn't go to the toilet, teach.
the beach was right there, so
What am
she
I
took me
supposed
to
to
the beach
do?
and clothed. And I went home and I watched E.T. How about that? How about that?
Dang, dude.
Yeah,
That's
good
pretty
times.
rough.
Good times. Chilled on the beach, and it was a good movie. Yeah,
Yeah.
cool
Meet
for
Diana.
school.
Yeah. Meet Diana.
Oh man.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're in a taboo area for females to talk about. I'm just gonna close that out if y'all's
Okay,
okay with
I'll take some of the heat off the
that.
females. Okay, so I had this really good friend in school. His name was Guadalupe. Guadalupe was a really cool dude. And one day I was talking with him over at his house, stay the night. And he said that when he was in school in kindergarten, they used to call him Guadapoopy. And I said, why did they call you that, bro? And he was like, well, because I pooped my pants one day at school. So that poor guy, he took that name all the way into middle school.
Damn, that sucks. Well, we had a person in the middle school pooped her pants, and that was sad.
Oh my gosh, the rest of their days would be ruined. How horrible.
I know.
Oh, kids are so cruel.
One of the boys
Well, I
ran
know
in.
why he was my friend.
One of the boys ran in and slipped on Diana, and he came back out like puking.
You know, he was my friend
Oh,
because that shit never crossed my mind. He went to a different elementary school than I did.
oh, yeah, you'd almost have to. Oh, geez.
Yeah.
Sad. Like a movie, like a teenage angst movie or whatever.
Well, kids, it happens. Just be careful what you eat.
Shit happens, you're right, Bong. Oh my
Just
Were you
god.
going down the slide?
kind of hard to make
Slide?
the medal, right? Like the teacher said I couldn't. Dude, you're like 40 years old. Like, oh, that's right.
There's a song for that, you guys. I don't remember it.
When you're going up to bat and you're feeling kind of fat, diarrhea, diarrhea.
Huey's going to be in here any minute, guys. I'm just going to blame you guys.
Yeah, let's just move on. Let's move on now. Like, oh, that was weird.
So how's y'all's gas
So,
prices?
did you guys see what Central Space Grab just posted?
Seeing that.
The Don't Look Up programming, how we were talking about it.
Oh yeah.
It says several asteroids are already heading towards Earth.
I call it "Don't Look at the Horizon." That's what it should have been called.
Call it corporate greed.
Does anybody in here live in Oklahoma?
Oh.
No.
Damn.
Why do you ask, Hank?
Well, because I was looking at the marijuana laws at the nearby states, and I'm
Oh.
pretty impressed with Oklahoma.
What about New
Well.
Mexico?
Yeah, theirs is a little freer, but a little further away, and I've never lived in the desert before.
Oh, okay.
So they sell recreational?
No, Oklahoma has a really open medical policy where you get a card from a doctor, and it doesn't have to be for specific illnesses. So you could go in there and be like, "Yeah, I got long hair. It makes me sad."
Yeah, it's dumb. You
I'm
just
not
have
saying it's exact. You just,
you have
you
to
have to pick something up.
it's totally ridiculous. You have to give whatever $100, $200 for this prescription card. It's so stupid. It's like, no thanks. I'll just keep doing what I've been doing for decades now. It's like, just out of principle, I kind of don't want to do it. That's just me.
Well, I don't really want to live in Oklahoma, but I don't want nobody kidnapping my wife again either.
Oh, geez, Louise. Oh, yeah, yeah, I recall
One
that.
thing you got to realize, right, when you sign up for the MMJ program, the medical marijuana program, you give up your gun rights.
Well, I'm not getting it.
Right, but I'm just saying, there's special things that go along with it. Like if you have a card and they happen to come by and like check your room and make sure you're doing everything legal for growing, and then they'll search your house, and if they find guns, you're in trouble. So you have to make sure that the guns are secure.
You
They
mean
can
in a
get those rights
lockbox?
from you one way or the
Yeah,
other.
in a safe, without your wife having access to it.
What about the one I keep next to my hip? I mean, she don't have access to that.
Well, you're going to have
So that would
to
be.
check the bylaws for that.
Oh, these stupid government officials. Make me miss my turn. Y'all gonna make me miss my turn.
Up in here, up in here.
Y'all remember Ja Rule? He was always singing, but can't complete a song without a lady because his voice is so harsh that a lady's got to balance out the other half of the song. I guess not.
Was that the singer in the? I don't know much about it. DMX. I don't know. Maybe
Was
you're
that
talking
DMX?
about
I
this
don't know who I
person.
was singing.
I was
I
under
don't know
the
who I was singing just
understanding.
now.
I could be wrong.
No, Ja Rule and DMX would be different ones. Like Ja Rule would be like, me, can you find me? And then you'd have like the Lee in the background.
Hmm.
You know that Aaliyah song? Oh no, no.
But yeah, he does kind of sound like DMX, but DMX has a little bit more melody in his voice.
Yeah, DMX. Ah, like DMX. What? You know what?
I don't know anything about DMX, but I know that I used to have a BMX bicycle, and even though it had like the handbrakes, I could still spin the wheel.
Yeah.
That was a lot of fun to ride.
What's my name? You know, DMX. DMX. That was what? He's the guy that's always shouting and yelling when he raps. Bald head.
Did I say wheel? Man, I meant handlebars. Can you imagine a bicycle with a wheel?
I I think he was like probably the one of the realest rappers. You know, keeping it real type of thing.
Bicycle with two wheels.
Oh,
But handlebars, not a steering.
unicycle.
What about Old Dirty Bastard? Wasn't he talking about the tall Israeli?
An old dirty bastard. Yeah, man. Bush
Let's
and
see,
them.
who else? Who else is
George
talking
Bush
about the tall
and them.
Israeli? Damn, I can't remember the dude's name. He was the one that had the towel. Gotta have your towel. Never leave without your towel. What's that dude's name? I forget his name.
Guru.
Shit.
Where's he from? East Coast, West Coast?
Hold on, let me think.
Is he in a group, rap group, or is he?
I think he was solo artist. I'm trying to remember the name of the movie. The dude with the towel.
Hold on, let me get high.
You're talking about
Hitchhiker's
Tricky?
Guide to the Galaxy.
Tricky?
He was
I
like the
think his
second.
name was Tricky.
It was something like that, though. It was like a play on words. I'm just gonna look it up. Yeah, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. The guy with the towel. I can almost hear his name. It's like tip of my tongue.
Oh, um, I know what you're talking about.
The Paranoid Android?
He sings that. I can't remember any of his songs now. Anyways.
I know Marvin the Paranoid Android's not the answer. It's just the only character from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy that I know, so I threw it out there.
The
I looked
actor's
it up and they gave
name
me his actor's
is
name.
Yazin Bey.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not his street name. His music name.
Yeah, I was way off base.
Regarded as one of hip hop's most introspective and insightful artists, Most Def.
That's it. Why can I not remember that? Most definitely.
Yeah.
Most Def.
Most def. Most def.
It's one of those names.
Yeah, how can I not remember that?
Yeah,
But
the
anyway,
guy
he
that
called out the tall Israeli.
at the table when all the rappers were there with DMX. The guy, what's his name? Most Def. Yeah, that guy. Conscious rap. Yeah. Or back when before gangster.
See, I never did like gangster rap. I never did listen to it. I mean, I may have heard like a few
Big conspiracy,
songs here
man.
and there.
Corporations get a hold of it, just use it to degrade the culture.
There's a big
Right.
conspiracy between the government, the prison industry, and the music industry. I mean, a lot of people have been talking about it. It's like, well, that makes sense. I never thought they'd go that far, but goddamn, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Like, if I was evil, right? Like,
I would use, money that we print for nothing to hijack someone's culture and make it all about, nihilistic things that make you feel good and end up in prison. That way we can have a positive feedback loop, right? There's no good father in the home, he's in the prison. That way the children grow up in poverty, and what do they do, right? What do young boys do when they grow up in poverty? They make a move, right? And then if those moves happen to be illegal, they go into the prison system. But guess what? They've already made a night move and got a little boy on the way, but now they're going to prison. So he's going to grow up without his father.
yeah. Yep. And then you have the music, gangster rap, and then you have movies, and then you have, to promote the violence.
And really, it's like the sickest kind of cultural appropriation, because now that they've appropriated it, now they saw fit to like hijack it. But if you like listen to the traditional music of, the black man, like all the way back in the day, it's like no matter what kind of persecution or oppression they were going through, their music was always happy. You know, I'm talking about the happy church music they got going off in there. Like they are always happy. And then the conscious rap movement was all about educating and, expanding your vocabulary and like teaching people through music. That's also happy. That's also good stuff.
The real music is way better than the one that is being promoted today, because the good music is not incentivized under this system. But when you put real artists making real good music, is definitely better than what we're getting today, promoted in the top list.
Well, it's the same content. The music may have gone down, the quality of the music may have gone down, but the content is the same. Since it's the propaganda started. So after the war, music programs started in the schools. That's where you get all these talented musicians and songwriters. I mean, music writers from. But then the content of the music is the same. It's promoting the same message. Aliens and stuff.
No, not all the music promotes the same message. You might be wrong about this, Bong.
Listen,
I'm pretty sure you haven't heard all of it.
The psychedelic age, right? Like Aleister Crowley, is the religion. His religion is behind most of this music. Like people like Katy Perry and the messages in those songs, right, are the same messages that go all the way back to the gangster rap, right, through the 80s, through the 70s, through the 60s. It's all connected to the Lima slash, this religion, and people like Robert Johnson, people like Bob Dylan, talk about rituals they have performed to, acquire talents and skills that can only be gotten through. You know what I mean? So it's like it all seems
like that ritual that they do to some men, that they cut their, testicles to keep their voices to a certain pitch.
Well, no, they actually go out and perform a ritual, a magic ritual ceremony, and go out to a place to meet a man. Like this man named Robert Johnson. Like this is the idea. There's an actual. It's a voodoo, but there's a man that tuned his guitar. That's where we get drop D from, right? And that's where heavy metal. That's where the blues sound comes from. That's where heavy metal and rock comes from. From drop D, from that one, tuning of the guitar, of one note, one string, the E string. It changed.
And that's more of the incentivized music, which is the ones that you're talking about. But that's not all of the music. Like Hank was saying, there is some good music of the past that is actual. It's not.
I
It's
read in
not
the
the one
Bible.
we're talking about right now.
The Bible says that, but even if you can sing, or Paul says that, but even if you can sing, like an angel, but not have love in your heart, you're like a child banging on pots and pans, making a lot of noise. You gotta wonder, what is music? What is it? It's a harmony, right? It's a harmony. It's a beautiful. It's not just a physical thing. Music is harmony. Is melody. You know what I mean? It's not just sound.
It's an expression.
Right. Just like art. But then when you weaponize it,
But now you have. Now you have. Like you mentioned, who was it? Carrie Perry. For me, that's a dude. That's definitely a dude. That's a guy.
Hollywood has similar practices, where it's called method acting. It's literally possession, demonic possession. Jay-Z does this thing, right? It's like automatic writing, but instead of writing, you just say it. So it's almost like channeling a spirit.
Seance.
Yeah.
Summoning shit.
Yeah, channeling. They say they're channeling a spirit or a character. You know what I mean? They're just a vessel, like automatic writing. But
I wonder what he thinks of Crowley. He's probably a fan.
that's where that gray aliens image comes from. So many things, right? Modern entertainment industry, sci-fi, aliens, psychedelics,
Where's
LSD,
the Globers at?
the globe.
Can't find it. Trying to find a curve out there somewhere. Just can't find it.
Remember 1969 is when they launched that thing, right? Everybody was all high on the Luna,
the moon,
high on LSD and shrooms and peace on Earth. Fuck the war, dude. Peace in space. Hope is there, and peace is there. And because it is hot.
They launched a whole bunch of debauchery and distorted the masses' minds forever. In the name of peace and love.
Our parents and grandparents, right?
Well, just look at how it turned out. Look at where we are.
And we're supposed to believe all that shit that you guys did. The whole world was high as fuck and at war and didn't know what was going on. We're supposed to believe that today. For God's sake, you're apologizing to a generation like that. People in the past, like, what the hell? you want us to believe all that? No, but I want you to believe this. Introducing the new 5G hologram technology that will take us to Mars.
That's how they're going to get there.
Now you can visit Mars from the comfort of your living room.
Well, once they get the Neuralink hooked up, they can send anybody anywhere.
Well, and now they're selling real estate everywhere in the universe. Like you could buy real estate on the Earth, on the Moon, Mars. It's great.
It's kind of like having a bridge to sell someone.
This is what they want. They say these words. You can share an experience with another person. You understand what that means? It means you don't have to go to the moon to experience it. You only have to experience someone else's experience that's actually gone there. It's like, so what's the point of what's the point of going there if what, like, so you're gonna tell me, you know what I mean? Like, how do you share an experience? Connecting our minds.
What is an experience? Is there a definition for that? Anybody? An experience is something that you actually do. An experience is an experience something that you can imagine? That's not an experience, right? Is it?
It's something that you have with your senses, the body that you're in, when you are awake and conscious.
You cannot teach experience or experiences.
Yeah, but see, I'm trying to think about what they mean, and I think what they mean is like the experience you had can actually be shared with someone, so that someone can
Are
actually
you
feel
saying
like
Samoan or someone?
that someone else.
Someone. Because
Right?
he's someone.
The idea is that you feel like you had the experience that I had. Like, not me telling you about it, right? It's not you, like, but you actually feeling what I felt when I had the experience. Do you guys get the implications? You know, the many ways that you can use this, right? Do you experience a flat, motionless plane, or do you experience a curved, spinning ball? You know what I'm saying? Like,
I experienced watching the TV and I saw a ball, a spinning ball. I experienced watching the spinning ball on
Well,
the TV.
don't you know that the sphere is the most perfect and beautiful shape in the universe? So that means, I mean, Earth has to be one of those, right? I mean, come on.
I don't know. I think roses are beautiful, but okay, spheres are kind of boring.
It's the most perfect shape.
Balls are
Is what
boring.
some Greek dude said.
I mean, waves are cool. You know, the shape of a wave when it crashes.
That is fun. I like that sound as well. Mm-hmm. I like to fight waves, throw punches at ocean waves. It's fun. Because you hit something, but you're not doing any damage to anything.
Balls, anyway, speaking about balls, we got these big nuts. He's in a server.
We might have
Welcome.
talked to him before. Deez. How are you, Deez?
Deez. How are you, Deez? Welcome to the Flutter Discord. What brings you by? Deez.
Can D's talk? He ain't verified.
I unmuted him.
Oh.
You've been unmuted, Deez. Talk to flat earthers about big nuts.
No, I don't want to talk about that, but how about we talk about the Earth?
Bro, I just bought some pistachios.
Fine, we can talk about nuts.
I think it's Nut
Back
Company.
to you, Gemsy.
It's the Earth.
It's always fucking Gemsy's show.
What you guys were just talking about, that kind of reminds me of like Jim Carrey's thing on the Tonight Show, and they're buying it.
And they're
oh no, it's Helio.
Yeah, it's me.
So many fish stories.
What
and
a
they're
fish story.
buying it. What a fish story.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, that's good. Good material.
Yeah. Well, it's just like with all everything that we bring up here, it's like they're the religious globers will just stand their ground most of the time, and just bring up illogical arguments.
Right? Playing their "Won't Back Down" song by Tom Petty, right?
Yeah, and I won't back down. Gonna stand my ground.
Helio, thank you for that, Helio. We have Sim Bro, and Slim Bro,
Slim Bro.
Oh,
you scared him off, man.
It's you, Bong, and
Too
Helio
bad.
singing.
Oh, come on, guys, man! If they're that easy to scare off, they're not even worth the conversation anyway.
they weren't ready to have quality gravy.
That's why I like talking about weed, because it kind of like gets them.
Oh, the roaches come out. They're like, what? What's that?
The roaches.
Did that trigger say weed?
Oh my god.
Yeah, talk about something they want to input on, you know what I mean? Like getting high. That's always fun.
Don't leave me high. Don't leave me dry.
Oh
Don't
no!
leave me high.
Oh no!
Don't leave
I
me
like Radiohead. Don't do
dry.
this.
That's some Radiohead for y'all. I mean, it's all do.
It's not time to sing yet.
It's the Helio Show.
No, wait. I thought somebody was just accusing you of being the Gemsy show a minute ago. But anyway,
I was making a joke. I was digging right into his
well, I'm not
tickle
trying to
points.
make a big thing out of this
I was
either.
poking in the side. You know when you poke in someone's side and they smile because they laugh it, but they also hate. They like it, but they hate it. They smile. Oh, giggle. Oh, this don't fucking touch me.
I know what you mean.
Your first reaction is, I love this. Wow, this is a good time. But then immediately your ego takes over and you're like,
Ooh, fuck off.
Yeah, that's it's like I'm ticklish. I'm ticklish. Don't touch me.
You don't want to admit you're ticklish because it's gay. At least that's what they told me in elementary school. I don't know.
I don't know. I still kind of am in certain areas, but don't
As they
touch
were
me.
tickling
Don't
you.
touch me there.
Don't touch me there. Ugh. So funny. Just scream that in class and look over at the guy next to you.
Unless the guy has a
It might be under your armpit, but
Hey,
It's a good
unless
way to
the
flirt
guy
with
has
girls,
a white-
actually.
Hey, unless the guy has like a white coat and a tie, then he can touch you there.
Yeah, well, yeah.
What kind of tie?
Ooh,
are we talking?
yeah, that's always comfortable.
Barbershop kind of deal?
No, like the doctor. If he's a doctor, you let him touch you, right?
No,
like-
no, that's not how that works.
Yeah, it works for most
What if
people.
they got their
it's just like-
PhD in electromagnetics? I'm certainly not going to let him touch me in my precious area.
If the doctor tell you bend over, you bend over.
Well, that's a different story.
I mean, yeah,
I mean, he's a
yeah,
doctor.
it depends. I mean,
Hey, Helio.
Yeah, what's up?
Hello. Now we'll talk to you. How are you doing?
I'm all right, man. I've been just chilling out, periodically listening to you guys, and I just thought I'd jump in and.
All right, ask him the real
Oh, no.
question. How many beers have you had already, Helio?
9.
That's pretty close, I think. I think it's less than that, but yeah.
You would say that. It's 9.
Well, but that doesn't include the vodka. I mean, I have had several shots.
Well,
of vodka
then I have
too,
no
so
idea.
anyway.
All right,
I don't
have
know your
no idea.
routine.
Doesn't
We don't have
matter.
to know him yet.
He says 9.
Why
It's
do
more
I
like
do I
18.
do I sound inebriated? Even
Nah,
when
just
You
when
are
I'm
about
sober, I
halfway
sound
there.
inebriated.
Halfway.
No,
Even
just
when I'm
messing with
sober, I
you,
sound
Glad to hear
inebriated.
you.
So to me, I don't know. What does it matter? I was
Well,
listening
you
to
gotta
you guys,
realize-
and I had a comment on what you guys were saying. I have no idea why that's a.
You got to
You're
realize
fine.
he didn't
What's the
say
comment?
if they were normal or tall boys, right? If they were 24 ounces, then they would technically be 2 beers. So it could have been 18 beers for all we know.
Well, it's 12-ounce bottles.
So,
beer's a beer.
Helio,
Yeah.
the floor is yours, partner.
Yeah,
no, I
take
was
it over.
just giving. No, I don't want to take it over. I was just giving.
You said you had a
opinion on-
question or a comment, right?
Well, I already made my comment.
That
What was
doesn't
it?
mean we want to hear it.
Jamesy, I will reach through this connection, boy, and just I'll wring your scrawny little neck.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
So-
a lot of people have a problem with me for some reason.
I do not have a problem
Genzi's
with
one
you,
of
Helio.
them. There's a couple other guys. Just like,
No, I got no problem with you, Helio.
Okay, then why are you talking about me
You got a
drinking?
problem when you open your
I was
mic.
actually addressing what you guys were talking about.
Okay, let's talk about that.
Yeah, let's talk about it.
What were we talking about again?
Oh wait, are you asking me?
Yes, because you said you had a comment on it.
Well, we were talking about Glober's beliefs and shit, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Were we?
No.
We are a lot of the
You
time.
guys got me. You guys threw me because I don't remember the exact reason I came in.
No,
here.
you
just
throw
keep
yourself
listening
off
and-
because you were singing.
No,
Helio,
well, I
I
do
know this
that
is
though.
asking
That's
a lot,
kind of
but
my
write it down.
kind of my thing. You know, I'll just kind of
Just write it down on your little notepad on the little computer screen there.
I'll be back, guys.
Okay.
Take it over, Helio.
guys were talking about.
Well,
Hey man, I just got done rolling me a joint.
smoking a joint, man. Smoking a joint, man. Smoking a joint.
Just some sugar leaf. Pretty good shit. I don't really want to make hash out of it.
Then don't.
Yeah, I think I'll just make joints out of it.
I've got a playlist that's got a lot of videos on it that you guys might like. Since there's some downtime, check out this playlist. It's robust. Check the live stream voice text. I'll post it in the YouTube chat too. You guys think Barack Obama is the spawn of Tutankhamun? The respawn of him? I heard that recently. I thought that was funny. Anybody?
It's the first I heard of it.
All right, then we do not have to talk about it. I just thought I'd bring it up. Now you should go look at comparison pictures between all the stuff we have on King Tut and Obama's face. You'll be like, I don't believe it myself, but it's compelling.
There's theories like that about all sorts of different like famous characters that have been recycled through history, and I don't know. I don't know what to think of any of it.
Sure.
Just
Yeah, me
brushed
neither.
past it.
It's fucking
Kind of entertaining.
it's the weeds. It's certainly the bog, the weeds.
Yeah.
What about clones?
What about them? Okay, first we have to establish, do you think that there are clones? Like they're replacing people with manufactured versions?
I don't know. Is it possible? Well, what's a clone? A twin?
No, a clone is usually a cutting. Like, there's a term called clone before genetics came about, right? That's when you would take a cutting of a branch of a tree and you would clone that tree, produce the same fruit.
Is it the same as twins? Or
So it has the etymology in it from germ. Basically, it means to inoculate. To inoculate in desired genes for the splice. So you have desired product that
I feel like that's
fruited
correct
out.
because it was way over my head.
It's
like what
like
Globers do.
Yeah. Scion
is
and all that.
cloning possible? Did we clone a sheep? Did they clone a sheep?
That's a fucking news story. Who knows?
Look at this. We got an 1800s Greta Thunberg. I'll post it in the chat.
Please do. Wow.
I need to get the source for that, though.
Alrighty
That's
then. Where'd that photo
pretty
come
uncanny.
from? Hey, what's that supposed to be of, you guys?
Greta Thunberg in the 1800s.
Yeah, working like a gold mine or something, but I need further verification. One sec.
So she's immortal, and
Well, she doesn't really look like a girl or a boy per
right,
se.
that's the weird part. It's a
Yeah, see,
feminine boy.
that's why vampires are not supposed to turn children.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You were reading my mind. Kirsten Dunst in an interview with a vampire. Tragic.
I guess it is.
Look, there's a sphinx behind Greta's head back there. Look at that. What? Oh, it's a dog. It's a dog's face. Okay, never mind. Looks like a sphinx, huh? Come on, I was trying to go somewhere.
Hey, you better.
No way. Is she?
Reel
Was
it
she in
in.
Arizona?
There are dogs in other places
her.
than Arizona.
She's a doom goblin, Swedish doom goblin.
All I know is I have no idea what she has in her hands. no fucking clue what that is.
How dare you talk about it? How dare you talk about a young lady like that?
How dare you?
How dare you?
How dare you?
Do I see 6 fingers? I'm just kidding.
You gotta make the ugly face. You gotta make the
It's a
ugly
splotch
mouth
on my
face.
monitor.
You gotta make the ugly mouth face. Like, how dare you?
No, it's not. It's not
What
a
does
splotch.
Thunberg
That's a 6th
mean?
finger.
What does Thunberg mean?
A sixth.
Look at that fucking shit.
The H is silent. I do believe the H is silent, you guys.
Greta Thunberg.
Yeah.
Greta Thunberg.
She's a good actress, I guess, or she's just angry kid, angry child.
That individual looks happy. The one behind her is not happy. That is
No,
the face of a man who is already 55 years old.
It's called she has. Well, doesn't she have really influential parents?
Not this lady. Not this one we're looking at.
Yeah.
Or is her past just this?
I think her mom's like an actor.
Oh,
I think they keep reusing the same characters over and over for certain
Well, I'm just
things.
saying we don't know the background to these people. There's no information about who are her parents. It's crazy.
Nobody knows. They were sent out there by probably the town and their parents to go out here and look for shit, look for gold.
Well-
There's gold in their hills.
Well, it's just not that it just so happens that she gets the spotlight on the mainstream. I mean, if people think that's organic, that's
No,
really
I don't know.
bad.
Yeah, it's certainly manufactured in a way.
How dare you, girl? Oh, you're
Yeah.
that how dare you, girl, right?
Apparently,
Yeah, that's the how dare you girl. Yeah.
Thunberg is a Swedish name, ornamental name, right? From thun, an ornamental, old spelling of fence yard, berg. So it's walled city,
I was thinking
walled
she.
town, fenced town. That's what her name means, walled city.
Really?
So where we live, you mean?
Maybe she's Israeli.
I've never seen a more confusing
I don't-
genetic structure in my life.
But how old is she supposed to be?
It looks like it still has a baby face, but is like 14.
600 years old.
Yeah, that's more
Right,
like
it's not-
600.
Well,
Yeah,
actually,
yeah.
I have something that goes with that. One sec.
But officially, how old is she supposed to be?
Yeah, like 20.
Now, really?
19 or something.
Well, she was 16 when she
19,
came
maybe.
out. That was like when? I'm thinking it was like 4 years ago or something. I'll just
Wait, I
check.
apologize. I
I
apologize.
don't care about Greta Thunberg. I don't care about her.
Wait.
Nope.
I
I
overtalked
have
someone.
no feelings about this person at all.
So,
Didn't they-
how old
didn't
is she
she-
now? She's 19 now.
No idea.
Maybe, but when she spoke before the UN, whatever
was
age she
16.
was, it was just like it was just a stunt. It was a stunt.
Yeah, to sell their own agenda to them.
Well, what do you think the naive people think about her? That it's just she's organic because she's like this superstar.
Yeah,
she was
well,
put on
people are pretty dumb. You've already realized that, right, Jen?
No, I hate to think of it that way,
I'm
though.
not dumb, but
Oh,
misled. Let's just say they're
yes,
misled.
that is a great way to put that. Those that are misled.
They're just a couple lambs outside the fence there. We just gotta go grab them.
No
Save them.
Glober left behind.
That's right.
Well,
Maybe
some
this character out there on the national news saying, "How dare you!"
We'll have
you not, you cannot
She's
make
talking about
this
climate
up.
change and shit. You know,
You
whatever.
cannot make this up, right? Greta means a pearl, and Thunberg means an ornamental walled
Yeah,
bird.
most of that got broken up, Joshua. You're gonna have to start all over.
Greta means a pearl. So she is a pearl in the ornamental walled town.
Town?
Berg. City,
Oh,
whatever,
right.
township.
She's a pearl in the ornamental city.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of I'm not going to say.
Sounds like New Jerusalem to me.
Yeah, I was going to say a lot of Bergs that are, Jews or whatever, but whatever.
Small-hatted people. Yeah.
But man, she's Swiss, I think, is from, if I remember right.
Yeah, but Greta is German.
Yeah, Greta Thunberg. What's a weird
Which makes me think
Thunberg.
Yiddish.
The H is silent, right?
It doesn't matter. I don't care about her.
It doesn't matter. What are you talking about? Glad.
The pronunciation of that thing's name. You think that's relevant?
Wait, say that again.
Don't worry about it. I was just being a dick. I was like, do you think the pronunciation of that person, that thing's name is relevant? But
that thing.
I was just making a joke. Oh yeah, that thing, that Greta thing. That is a boy and a girl all in one.
Yeah, it's a pretty.
I'm sorry.
King Tut, yo. It's King Tut, like reborn.
Okay,
how many teenagers have spoken at the UN before this person?
Just the ones that they need to bring out to sell their own agenda to them.
None. It's only this one.
I haven't seen enough, I guess, viable photos.
Well, at this point, it's not about that. They're so good at it now.
Oh man, but see, I think people get too hyped up about this topic. I believe it's happening.
I don't really care.
I believe it's happening. But it's kind of like believing that there's psychics. There's too many that are not actually psychics, and then for some, then they don't believe it at all. But I do believe that there are people who are saying that what they're not. But I haven't seen enough photos to indicate forensically that Greta is something other than what she's portraying herself.
Not human.
Right. Well, but at the same time, though, I mean, the message that is, it's the message, whether or not this person actually knows what's going on.
You know what?
Whatever.
It's just going to remind my opinion. It's a Baphomet creature, and everything that they want us to pay attention to is trans. Thanks.
Yeah. That's why I meant a double message, Glad.
Not fucking kidding. You look it up, guys. You spend enough time on it, that's all it is.
I was gonna say, if I was a normie, like a blue pill, right, I would probably be saying things like, "Well, look at that! What a role model! She's such a good, she's gonna grow up to be a good role model for all the world."
Yeah, but Jenny's right. It's not really that important, to be honest.
Well, and just like I was saying, I mean, how many teenagers get to speak before the UN? Zero, except for this person.
Nada.
Oh, right, exactly.
Hey, I vote next, and Glass wants to second it. So
what happened? Oh, next. Yeah, next, please.
Next.
Let's talk about the severe lack of Globers now in the YouTube chat.
Oh man,
it's actually here. I got to tell you what it means. Now, we all know it's not a globe. There's no evidence to be found, and I've mentioned this a few times. I almost feel bad because they can't get anything, but I keep asking for it. It's like beating somebody up for money they don't have. But, so maybe they're getting the clue as to we've debunked everything and made their claims so, just mincemeat, dust in front of us. And as we wipe our hands off onto the next thing, they're telling us we're winning by not being here trying to defend the globe still. Not only have we not gotten any evidence, not once have they measured it, but now they're just kind of silently backing away, like cowards. At least before you go, guys, give us one real posit for Earth curvature measurement.
I think you should let them go with the dignity intact.
What if you
If they-
were to play the devil's advocate with them and be like, hey, you know what? I kind of agree with you. It doesn't make sense, right? Why?
No, it
when,
doesn't
when
work.
like everything's telling us that, it's a globe, but yet when you go to check it, there's no evidence of the globe. So can you help me understand that? Maybe we can help each other understand, why it measures flat and why people mathematically bend it.
Too much room for error. Maybe just
Yeah.
get straight to the point and no for them to back out, so quickly get them there,
Well, I was just trying to lead them down the garden path
They,
and then
they end up
abandoning them in the middle of it.
they don't have the skill to do that
Well,
yet.
there's answers at the bottom of the ocean. We have abyssal plains.
I agree. I think the
Over
lawyers
an
should investigate that.
an extensive area. So, there's topography and everything, but how many flat areas does it take to make a sphere?
You know what I've heard once, just the one that I've heard, is infinity. Infinite flat spots make up the sphere. That's what they say.
I mean, it's no wonder they don't want to explore the ocean and shit. They want to make up this fairy tale outer space. It's no wonder.
It's like, so let me get this straight. The science is settled, but it's an unimaginary number. So you're settling on nothing. Okay, that makes sense.
When you're
Check
doing
this out.
3D modeling, every point on that 3D model of the sphere is a flat point. In fact, it's a flat image anyway.
Okay, some say we're not allowed to use the word model.
What?
I'm saying in
Yeah.
a three-dimensional model, like you're modeling
No.
3D graphics.
Whatever.
An infinite amount of flat surfaces
I don't
is
have a
just
problem with that.
calculus, right? I mean, it's just calculus where you're trying to cut up a little a circle or a curve into as small pieces as you can until
That isn't truth measurement.
when you extend your infinite flat surfaces, are they going to curve like a curve should curve, or are they just going to stay flat? Like when you say flat, are you talking about a curve?
I mean,
Let me
we're
go
talking
measure an
about
infinite surface, and I'll be back with you never, so we can talk about it.
Infinite flat surfaces equals curvature, not flat.
We have I don't know if that's the correct word usage, Bong, but I see where you're going.
Is there any such thing as infinite? No.
If they were infinite,
I mean, you got topography to be in the way.
if
but
there were infinite spots, infinite square pieces, flat pieces, and you could join them together and create a small angle between the two, and create a ball.
You get them infinite breadsticks over there at Fazoli's. That's pretty nice.
Yeah.
Where are these angles, right?
Yeah. I'm just saying that's that's the only ridiculous way you could do it.
But when you say infinite angles, now you're back to saying it's a ball, right? But it's not a
infinite angles. How'd you get to that?
Well, they're saying that they're joining all these infinite flat surfaces together, right? And when you join infinite flat
We have
surfaces
these
to a wall, you got to.
Except they're talking about a ball, which is the exact opposite. It's just nothing but curved surfaces.
Well, where the lack of topography allows, we have this sporadic areas of largely significant areas that are flat and we see too far.
One large area would be called the ocean. Be 70%.
Well, yeah, but there's still topography for the ocean as well.
I guess
I
a
mean,
tidal
there's
wave
different.
might be.
There's different levels of topography.
A sea level, right? Like it's the same everywhere.
Yeah, the beach, where the water hits the beach, is basically the same elevation throughout
Well,
the
I
entire
mean,
plain. Within a few feet, basically, it's the same elevation, depending on the tides.
Even when you're on land, you also think about sea level to kind of as a reference to how high or how low you want to build from it.
Well, yeah, I'm a builder, and you can go out in the road on the manhole covers and find the elevation stamped into it. So when you go to build a new building in the city, you go out and shoot a grade so many feet above sea level. It's on the manholes. It's stamped in the road for you, so you can shoot to get your transit, your builder's level out, your theodolite, whatever you're using. Shoot your grade. Go over to your leave your tripod set up. Turn it over to the lot you're building on and shoot your grade over there, because it'll say on the blueprint what grade the footings are to be set at the top of the footings, and then you start from there. It's everywhere. It's all surveyed already for you. The cities are all surveyed out. You just go to the manhole covers, and the elevations are stamped in there as how many feet above sea level they are. Everywhere.
So, like, if we start with just, you know how they say infinite flat surfaces. So, if we start with two tables, right? Let's say in a restaurant, and we put our two tables together, right? Like, how many tables do we have to put together, right, to start seeing curvature? And do they mean just put the tables together, or do they mean angle the tables
together? Yeah, you have to.
If you put 25,000 miles of tables back to back, they would probably say that those are curved.
Okay, which table does it start to curve though? Like, let's say we're standing at the first table. Look down the line of tables. Like, can you point which table is where the curvature is, right? And then we go up. Okay, now point which you know what I mean?
Well, they will say that it'll be at 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet, but you won't be able to see it because of refraction.
Okay, go there. All right, go stand at that.
There's your first angle right there. 1 mile, 8 inch.
So divided by
Jeez, talk about mental gymnastics. They're getting pretty good. You're gonna get a score. You're gonna get a 10 from the judges for the gymnastics.
You're not going to see it though, because refraction. You know.
That's where the 10 comes in. You're so good.
Okay, and what if we sit? What if we sit down on seats and now we're closer to the table, and then we put our head on the table? Right? Where is the curvature now? You can't see it.
I don't know.
Gee, maybe it's on this table that we're on, or is it the second table that we're?
Well, just give McToon a chance to squint it through a theodolite for a while. He'll find some curvature in there.
Maybe we need a telescope.
Yeah, don't say that word, McToon again. Oh, that guy's Looney Tunes, bro. Looney McToon.
How can the table be blocking the curve? That doesn't make any sense. But usually say something like, "Well, it's so big, you can't see it." Like, how big? Then you go around the circle, like, how big? This big. Where's the curve? Well, it's so big. How big? This big. Okay.
They give us the size, so it's not so big. It is this big.
You see how big a circle that we're actually doing here? This is called circular argument. How big? Really big. Kind of
Well,
big.
it's this exactly this big. They told us what it was. This big. And I guess you could say this big is so big, but it's still this big. Specific.
That's what he said. Throwing some mama jokes, you know. I wonder how a debate with Neil deGrasse Tyson would go here. You know, like I always try to, guess what he would do, like or what he would say.
Well, he'd tell us that stuff is flat. He's our Earther, bro.
I was just gonna say that same thing. I was gonna say he's gonna say that shit is flat.
I wonder if he'll sound just like all these Globers, right? Just
Yeah, if we ask them, if they say, "Well, it's so big you wouldn't notice the difference," right? I mean, it looks flat, but it's not flat because of so and so, whatever reason they give. So if you ask them, if they say that, and you ask them how big it is, and they don't know, then they're outside of the argument.
Yeah, you
Correct?
gotta. Yes, absolutely.
So that's called a concession. When they do that, go, oh, so you concede you can't experience.
Yeah, I mean, so you're seeing the same thing that we're seeing. When we look across the ocean, you're seeing the exact same thing we see. Now, you're going to have to make a lot of presumptions if you think that the Earth is a globe, but it's so big, but you can't tell us how big it is? Come on, man.
doesn't matter, right?
No, it matters to us because we actually, why it matters to us is because this is not our measurements or our mathematical calculations. There is no measurements, when it comes to all that.
That's what we're kind of talking about. Is like it's because the reason why they're here is not so they can look at the data and open their mind to you know what I mean. But they're here
Yeah, they
for another
come in
reason.
with their religion of the globe, and
Exactly.
they can't answer our questions,
It's like
precisely. And so they're just coming in with their religious beliefs and saying, I believe it's so big that you wouldn't even notice. That's what they're
so
saying.
matter of faith right there. Then and then we have to talk to them about faith. You know how what you're doing is a faith, right? And how doing this having this faith can actually be bad for you. Like
Well, sure,
getting
but they come in claiming mathematics, right? So once we show them how big the claim of said ball Earth is, then we
just
can
bluff.
go over the numbers with them. And if you continue believing it after we show you that what they're claiming is impossible, then we show them that they just believe.
Yeah.
They're just believers at that point.
Yes. I think it's important to show them that because then when they look around at what extreme religious zealots are like, they might start to notice the patterns that, why you're here is not because you want to know what we're talking about or at least, look at the data, but because you are being controlled by a religious, belief cult. Like, you know what I mean? I'm pointing that out I think might be more useful than throwing a bunch of data and
Well, it may
evidence.
may not be because sometimes they'll come in claiming math, and then we go over some of the mathematical concepts and stuff, and show them that we do understand the math, and that's why we bring up the math. They don't the math. They it's so big you might not or might not be able to see the curvature of the Earth from a certain point or whatever. And it's like, here's the claim that the globe Earth makes, and you can look across Earth and you can come to the same conclusion that we've come to, that that what they're claiming about the size of Earth is completely impossible.
Yeah, I mean, I like the whose fault is it, right? Like, if something if you eat some, whose fault is it if you put something in your mouth and you don't know what it is and you eat it and you get sick? Whose fault is it that you got sick? It's your fault, right? Whose fault is it if you believe something, right, that somebody told you, and then you found out it was wrong and
I don't
somebody
know. I don't know. I mean,
so,
you can blame the people that fed you poison. I mean,
the
if
fact
you're
is,
a child, I mean, yeah, if they
well,
fed you poison as a child, I mean, it's their fault.
right, but as an adult, when when you're able to make your own decisions and you say this, I choose to believe, I am old enough to choose to believe, right, and you grow up, like it's pretty, you can't blame anyone, it's your fault for believing something somebody told you that you put your faith in because you believed they were good people and they betrayed you. Whose fault is that, right? Because
You can't get fooled again.
right, right, right. Uh, it's your fault, for believing.
Well, it's
People
like
showing.
people that think that flat earthers are trying to get one over on somebody. No, we're actually questioning everything they told us about this globe. So it's not our fault they brought us all these numbers and showed us, the spinning ball Earth around the solar system. They gave us all the numbers to scrutinize. It's not our fault that we're scrutinizing that. They give us these numbers and we're scrutinizing them, and what we actually experience on Earth doesn't match up with what they've given us.
They hung themselves by making very specific false claims.
Exactly.
But then, like, if you have been shown, if you have been warned and shown evidence, of something, and you choose to be afraid and put your faith in people that you think are telling you the truth, I mean, that's your fault, right? I mean, you can't blame them for that.
I think they knew we would find out, guys. I think they said, yeah, we can make a specific claim because by the time they start to figure it out, it'll be too late for them anyway. That's what I think.
Yeah, well, and that's proved to be true so far.
Yeah, I don't think they're wrong.
I don't know what they are, but we're all just trying
Well, I'm
to deal
just
with it,
talking
right?
about. I mean, the majority of the world
wait,
thinks
first
they
of
live
all,
on a
what's
globe. So, but
well,
whatever.
you gotta first tell me who is they first, then I'll tell you what they are.
Well, I don't know. I'll stay out of that one.
Good idea. I blame myself.
Yeah, I know where that's going. As far as that goes, but as far as everyone, from the smartest to the dumbest person can figure out that the Earth cannot be a globe. The way they prescribe it. It's not really hard. They give us their mathematics. We can scrutinize that and then go do observations and prove that it's not true. It's not really hard to figure out.
No, the problem is the desire to figure it out. You have to desire to figure it out.
Well, yeah, that's another part of the system, but yeah.
Right. So again, I know this is going to be a broken record, but you're excited to hear me say it, Helio. Is that 2 Peter 3 says they are willfully ignorant. They're hiding.
Exactly. Yep. You're right about that. They're willfully ignorant because their success is based on them just functioning in the designed world that was made for them.
Yeah, it's materialism, right?
Yeah. Yep. That's it. It's like, even if I can see a little bit through the veil, I'd rather just keep doing what I'm doing because I'm successful or whatever. It works for me.
Well, there is another aspect. It's actually, there's that sense of fear. They are in fear of seeming stupid to their peers, family, the world.
That's
scared to death. I don't want to see. I don't want you to think I'm stupid. Uh-huh.
It's the Owen Benjamin thing. I'm sure all of us in the old guard have seen it, but Owen Benjamin's a comedian, and he started to figure out that Earth actually is flat. And at first, he started to make fun of it a lot, and then at the end of it, he just basically just admits the Earth is flat, and he says, "I can't be a flat earther. I can't be a flat earther. I can't."
That's great. Lost his mind.
Well, anyway, enough about Owen. All I'm saying is that's
No,
the
sure, that's
sentiment.
another
I
aspect.
I cannot have been wrong. I cannot have been duped. I cannot now be believing something that's not popular and accepted amongst my loved ones.
I just like the stages of his disillusionment, though, like the part where he was just going through the phase of like, Mars is stupid. We're not going to Mars.
I think it was all staged. I think it all was, but
Yeah, it was entertainment anyway.
It was good. It was funny.
I would have been like, yes, yes, yes. It's flat.
Yeah, well, none of whether or not Owen Benjamin was staging or whatever. He's an actor. We know he's from Hollywood or whatever, but hopefully he's an honest guy. Whatever. I mean, it doesn't change the facts of the matter.
Nope.
Yeah, we don't need to make idols of men. It was entertaining, and the facts are what they are. So.
Oh man, and I won't get into it. What I think about that whole crew, the culture. Anyway.
How dare you? How dare you?
Yes, yes.
How scare you?
Cowbell. Whoa. Right? No. No. Yeah.
Please take my wife. Take her anywhere. Every time I take her somewhere, she finds her way back home.
Don't be scared of the flat Earth. It's not so scary once you figure it out.
It's a lot less scary than a spinning space ball.
Hell yeah, that shit's scary as fuck. I mean, they give us fear porn all the time with the asteroids heading toward Earth. Oh, and they make movies. Don't look up. Don't look up.
That was a legit in some
There you
space. Yeah, space article today. It was don't look up. They're already doing this for real.
Yeah. I don't know if they're going to pull that card just yet. I don't think they are. Not right now.
I think it's going to be a multifaceted thing. It's going to be a one thing that does. Go ahead, Julio.
It starts a domino effect.
Fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge, right?
Amen, verily.
Mm-hmm.
Verily, verily.
What I'm going to tell you, though, is that there's going to be a multifaceted deception where it's going to involve something from above, a deception to do in play this new system where you will have to be able to use a cryptocurrency system to buy or sell.
Right. Yeah, Bitcoin, guys.
It's like a grand slam, Glad.
Everyone knows they're moving toward digital. Yeah, of course.
Toward digital?
Okay, watch this.
Well, it's already pretty much there.
Okay, ready? Yeah. I'll wait. Give me 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Okay, they're already going to have all the political bills written up during the alien invasion. We just happen to have all these bills written, too, for the alien invasion. Guys, sign here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's it.
Yeah, aliens are like, yeah, we made some changes, some minor changes here.
Right, now, but remember the great blasphemy that is mentioned in Revelation. So imagine these aliens talking about, oh, your God is this, and those are just legends and fairy tales, and we are your gods. That's what's going to happen.
Oh, there's always death.
Well,
the best card, Illuminati card game, the Flat Earthers know something.
Mm-hmm.
What? That the Earth is flat?
That's one of the things Flat Earthers know. But yeah, there's a lot of other shit we know too.
Well, it's
bigger than that.
It's the only thing everyone knows. I mean, everyone knows it's not a ball.
They just don't know they know most of the time.
Everyone that comes and hangs with us does, but yeah, most people still don't.
Maybe they know, but they don't know. They know, you know.
Yeah, I do.
Everyone lives on a flat Earth. How about it? We put it that way.
Yep. No way around that one.
It's called an unknown known, right? You know how you agree. Unknown,
Yeah,
unknown.
you have some known knowns, some unknown knowns, and some known unknowns,
and then some unknown unknowns. Those are the worst ones.
Yeah, there you go.
So we're talking about unknown knowns. Yeah.
I think that's part of fields of logic, right?
Oh, it's so dumb, so bad.
Throwing them around, such a moment.
I heard him say it live, and I was like, "Wait, nobody understood that." But we're just gonna let him get away with it.
Don't know that you know. That's one of.
Ronald Dumsfeld.
Well, you might know that you don't know, but you don't know what you can't know. I mean, there's all kinds of little
Building
twisted
7?
versions
What's
of
that? I never heard of that.
It was such a beautiful free fall, Building 7.
Did you see that Rumsfeld thing?
So priceless, like butter. It came down like butter. Anyway, go ahead.
I think it's like Luke Rudowski or something. He catches him on the street. He's like, "What about Building 7?" So he's like, "Building 7? What's that?" Guess that's one of the unknown unknowns for Donald Rumsfeld.
It might be. And he might talk to his buddy that owned the building and said, well, we just decided we had to...
yeah, Silverstein. We decided to pull it.
Yeah, we had to pull it. We just had to pull it, you know, just to save lives. We pulled it.
Yeah, to save lives, we destroyed a building in the middle of a catastrophe. We did extra damage.
Yeah, I insured both these buildings, and they are technically two separate planes. So can I get qualified for 2 insurance policies? Okay, thanks.
Yeah, you don't rig a building to blow in a couple hours, so he basically just admitted there that the whole thing was set up.
Yeah, he did.
Oh man, I mean, like,
but
why did you already have it rigged up to explode?
You must be a flat earther. You're just playing semantics. Stop it.
Well, it's because of overpopulation. I just want to give life a chance to thrive.
Yeah, you're just playing semantics again. Stop it.
Disney, they own Marvel Comics, Universe, Cinematic Universe. Yeah. Marvel is pushing depopulation agenda. Did you notice? Snap of my finger.
Really, I didn't notice when they on the what was it of the Universe movie or whatever the oh shit, now I can't remember the movie. What was it?
Universal Soldier.
No, there was a movie they had with the guy with the freaking fist thing with the 5 stones or whatever.
Thanos. The Infinity Stones.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like the Infinity Stones, and they destroyed the entire universe, and then they brought it back, or half of it. Yeah, half of it, which is what built. You know, what was in the or something similar was in the Guidestones and.
The Guidestones, yeah, it's a less extreme version of the Guidestones because they're not trying to get rid of half; they're trying to boil it down to like a small group over there that.
Yeah, but the new one, the new movie,
that's it.
The new movie brought it back. They brought everything back, you know. Or it was in that movie they brought it back. But
what
then
movie?
They keep bringing it up. Freaking Avengers.
Oh.
Avengers. It starts with Ultimate. Is it Avengers?
Age of Ultron.
Age of Ultron. Well, no, it was the other. It was the one after that one, I think.
Infinity War.
Yeah, Infinity War. Yeah, that's what it was.
The Georgia Guidestones talk about maintaining a population, right? Bill Gates is saying that if we do a good job in the medical field industry, we can reach this number, right? Depopulating.
We can take that down. He says, and he's talking about the population. He says, if we do a great job with healthcare, reproductive services, etc., vaccines. He says vaccines.
And vaccines.
Yeah. Okay, but hold on. And then he says we could potentially lower that by 10 or 15%. He said that about the population, like word for word.
Does that mean people die, or does that mean people are
It means
not
people
born?
aren't born.
You're just
That's what I
the,
think is
the
happening.
You're
implication
just
from
playing
what
semantics
what I
again.
heard
Stop.
him say, I think he was implying that humans are the virus.
Well, he implies that, yeah, because he's all kinds of monster. Anyway, that's all I'm gonna say about it.
Yeah, me too.
Okay.
Yeah, one always has to be careful, you know. Jeffrey Epstein's dead. Did you see that interview?
No.
Oh, some recent Bill Gates thing. That's just so stupid. I don't know. They asked him about Jeffrey Epstein. He's like, well, he's dead, you know, so one always has to be careful.
That's what Bill said?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
get
One
another
always has to
phone.
be careful. Like, he's like,
Yeah.
oh, I hope they don't do that to me.
Yeah, he looked really nervous and stuff. I'm gonna post it.
Super duper. So, yes, Microsoft products can only happen on a flat Earth. Coming up next.
You know what's weird?
Hmm.
Somebody would shoot JFK for saying what he said.
Okay. Well, we're not going to really talk about that here. Please.
Somebody shoot Lincoln.
What the last thing I think you want to be called is a conspiratard, right?
But I mean, I'm just saying, right? Like, why would anybody shoot? You know what I mean? And why aren't you shooting the right people?
I don't know.
Are you under the impression that JFK wasn't one of them?
No. Well, my point is,
I have no
why
idea.
hasn't anybody shot
I'm
Bill
just
Gates?
asking
No, listen, yes. Hold on. Okay, stop. Okay, 1 second. Yes, okay. Okay, I'm gonna really try to talk here for about 5 seconds. I promise I'll shut up. Okay, but yes, the moment they thought, yes, we have to kill this person, he was no longer one of them. It's a necessary answer.
Do you think you think he changed his mind, XO?
Oh yeah, he was a rebel. Absolutely, he was a hotshot. He got the girls. He got the attention. He was loved. He had an ego. He said, "I'll do what I want." Listen here, it's over. Sorry.
Listen here.
Listen, you got
I
the
don't care about that. We'll go to the moon. We'll do these other things. We'll go to
We're
Pluto.
gonna have to get Indio to play JFK one day. This Boston.
We'll go to the moon and do these other things.
Hey,
and
go to
whatever I
the
want
moon.
because they're not because they're easy, but because they're hard.
Because they're hard.
Because it's hard.
Okay, I can see what you're saying.
Oh, because they're hard.
It's all good.
No,
No, it's all
Go to the
good.
moon and do the other thing. To do the other thing.
Wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute.
So you're saying that so you're saying XO that you think that JFK didn't know he was going to get assassinated in Dallas?
There's no preventing it. He's just like, well, fuck.
Yes. No, he thought he was the guy. He thought he was the Don. He thought he could do what he wants. Yes, that's what men do, and it's called a coup d'etat. There's nothing new. Come on.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. And that's part of it. Yeah,
It's
I
just
guess
a classic coup d'etat. It's just a normal ceremony.
Well, and he was a playboy. He was not shy, and he had too much confidence, so it was actually quite easy probably to pull that off.
Yeah, especially being involved with those families he was involved in.
Right. He's like, oh, I'm not paranoid at all. Shit, I'll do what the fuck ever I want. And then they're
we'll
like,
see.
really? Oh, okay, well.
Okay, let me just say this one thing. I studied this topic for 3 decades. My dad saved the newspaper from, again, November 22nd, 1963. So as a child, I had the newspaper from the day after, looking at it with my dad telling me that he was sus. So these seeds were planted in me over 35 years ago.
Yeah.
Listen, I did so much research on it. I remember there were dozens of videos that are no longer existing. The point is, watch this. They moved a street lamp and changed the literal size of the street so that you could not go there and test and do measurement. Thanks for playing.
Crazy.
Yeah, I tend toward your side on that one, XO. On the JFK stuff. Yeah.
And I'm sure a lot of our audience does, but let's try to get it back to flat Earth.
Wait, before we do, wait a minute. Before we do. Hold on. I got the newspaper right here. I might take a picture of it and put it in the VC. On the newspaper of this original paper that's in this briefcase. Yes, this is the Pulp Fiction briefcase, real life. My dad saved it for me. It's not just this that's in this briefcase. There's a couple other nice little tidbits of history that we are unsure of. Well, again, this has been in this briefcase for 45, 50 years. On that shot, it shows that John F. Kennedy is next to his wife in the back seat, and the front row is the 2 Secret Service agents, and of course, in the middle is who? Connolly, right? Governor Connolly and his wife, proving that was always a limo. There were always 6 people. So I'm sorry. That's why when this Mandela Scamdela thing happened, I knew immediately that was wrong because I had had the
Bullshit.
same paper for 60 years, 50 years now.
Oh, cool. Yeah, and yeah. I mean, his speech before Congress, that
Samsonite,
bro, he let it out, man.
Well, that's what dug him in. They're like, we don't really care that you know the truth, just don't talk about it. And then he talked about it, and then they're like, damn it, John.
Well,
all right. Anyway,
even if he hadn't given that speech, I think they would have.
It's literally the easiest conspiracy theory to get anyone to talk about, but we can't do it.
Who can? Why can't
Let's keep it flat Earth, yeah, shall we? It's dinner time. People are just finishing dinner. They want to come in and maybe learn about the Earth.
Cool. Yeah. We can do it on obscure times. We can talk some more about JFK. Yeah.
I think there's even a channel name in here for it. Branch off channel. Pretty sure.
I heard JFK was going to blow the whistle on the flat Earth.
Okay. Well, anyway, yes, the flat Earth. Exactly.
He might have known about it. Nobody knows.
I'm sure he did.
Probably why. Right? The very word secrecy is repugnant. Free and open society. I asked the press. No, I don't know. It's going to be something.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to get India to do that when he has the Boston.
Yeah, I can't do it too well.
Accent. Anyway, so flat Earth. Any new folks? We got people in check-in? No, ain't nobody in check-in. What else we got here? What else we got here?
What were some of the arguments when you guys first joined the topic?
The same exact arguments that they've been using for the last 8 years.
But didn't they hijack our arguments? Didn't they hijack the refraction argument?
I don't know.
They made it up.
Because they used to say that the curve, the geometric horizon, that's where the curve is. It's physical. And then we were like, nah, atmospheric refraction, boats, obstruction. And then Black Swan came out and they're like, oh, no, just kidding, refraction.
Yeah, but it's like we were making some type of similar arguments to that. But, like the Black Swan kind of solidified everything. I remember like saying, so like long before Black Swan, I was like, I used to, and I still do. So when you go to the ocean and see the horizon, you're saying that's the curvature of the Earth. I always ask, people when we first start talking to them about it, and they'll say yes, and I was like, really? So when you see the horizon, the curvature of that's the curvature of the Earth, and they say yes. It's just like with the mathematical, the mathematics of this globe that we already have, 3959, 24901, then we can just easily debunk what they might or might not be able to see over a certain distance. So that's why I always solidify is like, when the horizon is the curvature of the Earth. And it's like, well, after you debunk that part of it with something similar to Black Swan, before Black Swan really came out and it made it, solidified it, I was already using sort of the same argument. And so you see something, 20 miles away, you see a boat 20 miles away with a zoom camera, after it's supposedly gone over the curvature of the Earth, and you're saying that's the curvature of the Earth when I can, throw them the Earth curve calculator and all that kind of stuff. So it's really not that hard to make the argument. Black Swan really kind of solidifies it, but it's really the same exact argument.
When I first brought this up to people, when I first heard about it, I went off to go tell a bunch of people, and like the only response I would get back is like, "Nah, bro, it's physics, bro. can't be flat, bro. Physics.
Well, it's just like when you try to get like hone them down in the math, they just don't want to get into it. It's like, bro, this math isn't even really freaking hard. It's just like they make it out like well, the globe math is really hard. It's like, no, it's not, man. This is what they told us the size of Earth is. It's not even hard to figure out. Sorry if I'm rumpusing here or anything, but I mean, dude, I've never been, and I've been pretty good at math, over, I mean, ever since high school, and so this part of it is pretty easy to figure out. I think most people can figure it out. I mean, they if they have been through trigonometry and geometry, they can figure this shit out pretty quick.
I agree, Helio. It's just disgusting how much they rely on the trusted experts. You're not an expert. You can't possibly know that. You're not an expert. It's like,
I'm an expert on
it's just basic
trigonometry
math, dude.
because
Come
I know
on.
what fucking trig is.
You're not a
You
priest.
know.
You can't possibly read the Bible.
Well, even you don't even have to. Well, the Bible is another discussion, but that's a part of history, and there's other historical tomes that describe the Earth as a level stationary plane. It doesn't have to just be the Bible. But as far as the math goes and what they tell us through this,
Yeah, it's just an analogy though on how they want you to have to defer to an authority or a priest class for any and all information, and not rely on your own senses and your own mind.
Sure.
Because we used to not be able to read the Bible ourselves. We used to have to go to a priest to have it interpreted for us, right? It's the same sort of thing they want us to do now. Don't look at the ocean for yourself. We'll interpret what that is for you.
So when you go to the ocean and you see an island from 100 miles away over the ocean.
Yeah, let the heliocentric priests tell you what's going on there. Don't trust your senses. Don't trust your eyes.
Turn your attention, Helio Skeptic, 26 minutes after you're on the live stream voice check right now. There you go. That's my claim. Thanks for playing.
Is that a sling ring?
Nope, titanium, 2 wedding rings. My wife had to
okay.
give me 2 rings because I'm not smart enough to realize I'm married with.
I was figuring it was like a titanium knuckles type of thing. I was like, dude.
No, it looks like that. Yeah, they're actually very different too. You just can't tell from a distance.
Yeah, the one on the right's a little bigger, a little thicker, a little different color.
The one on the left's a little darker.
It's not about the rings, guys. I don't know how this happened. 2 seconds into this, my goodness.
Sorry, bud. Yeah, JFK, man. There's that old newspaper. How many years old is that newspaper?
63.
There it is, yeah.
So,
yeah, bro. LBJ is a demon. LBJ was a demon.
Yes, he was in on it. I mean, that's the thing, man. I was born for this. I mean, that's me growing up with that. Dad had that. Listen, quick story. Over 30 years ago, we got robbed, and Dad couldn't find the briefcase. And I remember him searching all over the house, ripping up everything. And he came back in the living room and was like, "I lost my briefcase, son. They stole it." And I said, "What was in it, Dad?" And he said, "These old newspapers that Grandpa had saved for Kennedy and the moon landing." Oops, I just gave away what the other one was. And I was like, "Oh, really, Dad?" And then a few months later, he's like, "Hey, son, I found it." I'll never forget it. He was so scared that it was gone. Here we are today, several decades later, and now you see how I got here.
Bro,
nice.
if they hadn't, whoever they were, hadn't stopped JFK, the world would be different today. I think that too.
Maybe.
I mean, it's
we might also be dumber.
maybe. Maybe. Yeah, that's true. Because he was
Yeah.
He was more liberal than LBJ. Well, LBJ was a fucking warmonger. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't say it would be better, but whatever. They were all more
I'm just saying
warmongers
it's one
for
of
the
those
most
things
part.
to be able to know, just for me as a small child, to be able to know and say, sorry, that's not what they said, is that level that's you can't teach it. I can't teach you guys like, hey, 30, 40 years ago, this is what they were claiming, to know like this truth, right? Some people say, I don't know. Well, again, fast as me, you can be. You'll never trick me. I'm sorry. I already knew.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like I lost family members in LBJ's Vietnam War, so I have a connection to that. I have family members that I never knew, and I have some family members that did come back from the war that I knew, and one of them that I liked a lot that lost his brother in the same war. They went to Vietnam, and one of them
Hey, a
lost his
600
brother.
Eamon. What is the point of this cartoon that you have here, 600 Eamon? I don't understand why you would post that in the live stream voice text when that's broadcasted to the public. Just kind of curious. Is that some sort of like issue or seizuristic uncontrollable impulse that you have?
And why do you have the link rolls if you're going to post some bullshit like that?
Yeah, I don't understand. Like, what's
I'm
the
just
point?
going
Like,
to delete it.
So here's the problem. Like, I mean, I'm posting things, that have been in my family for 50 years to show people that maybe I can have some credibility, and you're posting stuff like that.
Who
That's
gave
fine.
him link rolls if he's going to post bullshit like that?
Yes. Yeah, that's fine. All right. Well, we know who you are. That's fine. Princess.
I'm gonna take that Lincoln bed roll away from you for posting that bullshit.
Who, me? What'd I do?
You posted that fucking turtle back ships falling
Not
off
used
the edge.
Yeah, I'm just joking. Sorry.
No, it wasn't him. No, it was 600 Eamon. I took his Lincoln bedroll away.
Yeah, he deafened himself. I think maybe he needs to talk this for a few hours at least, so he can ask why he was, because he doesn't care anyway. This guy's obviously a crackhead. That's fine.
I'll just let him stick around. He's probably sleeping or something. He's sleeping it off. We'll see, but I definitely took that Lincoln bedroll off of.
He trolled the server, and then his he went to sleep in 2 minutes. Yeah.
It's not funny. Not funny, Glad.
I would take his Bible study roll away for sure. I don't know why he has that. You put highly suspect. How about Children of the Corn roll? That's what you need to give.
I need to mess with those rolls a little bit because that was like if he put that shit in there, he's only here to
Doesn't
troll.
that roll off the tongue though? That Children of the Corn roll. That's a good one. You got to give him that.
I'll give him VC verified. I'll let him keep his VC verified, and then I'll scroll through the rolls and see what we got. God, there's so many fucking rolls in here. Say, Children of the we have a Children of the Corn roll.
Please find it. I don't know. I'm not allowed to have any of these types of controls. I don't have.
I know, but I'm just. Yeah. All I have to do is just like I'm searching it. Yeah, we do have Children of the Corn. That's hilarious. Now he has it. Children of the Corn. Man, put some bullshit like that in our live stream text, man. Fucking hey, man. Yeah, you earned that one right there.
Yeah, you earned it. Thank you, and you're welcome for inventing that role, bitch.
That's hilarious. Oh shit. Anyway, so yeah, thanks for calling that one out, man. Because yeah, man, a lot of people that come in here that are new don't realize that this is going out on YouTube. You know, the live stream voice text is going out on YouTube, and you put some bullshit like
Yeah,
that.
he's a super troll. He's a super troll. You know, he's like, oh, I was just here to listen, and you know, I don't need to hear it. Done. Shut up.
Yeah. Anyway, so where were we? We were talking about JFK, and now we're back to flat Earth.
Yep.
Anyone else?
So here's the deal. So in this briefcase, now back to the Pulp Fiction briefcase in real life that I have. No big deal. Okay, anybody can get one, I guess. I have the moon landing, fake moon landing newspaper also, obviously from a few years later, 1969. Grandpa saved that as well. Dad had that. Now, the interesting thing was I really didn't pay attention, but years later, obviously, around the time of 2012, I got the old briefcase out, opened it up, turned to the page, and saw that they had a photo which looks like it was taken with a corn cob, right, on the front of the newspaper. Okay, you took a photo on the moon with a corn cob. I literally have to squint and use binoculars just to see this picture, right? But on the inside, there's a drawing, an artist's conception of the moon landing. Okay, go back to the front cover. The front cover shows a perfectly flat surface underneath the homeless tweaker shelter lander, right? But the cartoon shows a crater that the rocket engine would have blown away. So it's amazing that the cartoon artist knew that there would be a crater under the moon from the rocket engine blasting the sand away, but in real life in the studio, Stanley Kubrick forgot to dig a rocket blown hole from underneath the lander itself, as you can tell in all the pictures.
Yeah,
Right.
there's no sand or dust disturbed.
Right. 10,000 pound thrust rocket. Remember, the artist rendition remembered to put the crater there for the rocket. The real picture has none. So literally, you can go back and forth between the two. The cartoon is more realistic than the fake photo
I
they
think
took
we
in the
talked about
soundstage.
this before, and I have a meme that I made. I have so many freaking memes, and it's almost impossible. Oh, here it is. I just found it.
Axel, CB said you said something to me. What were you saying?
I said that you're children of the corn. Check out your new role you have.
Children of the corn. What is that supposed to mean?
Well, look at look at your face. So you look like you need a pitchfork right through the side of the head, right?
That isn't me.
Okay, well, that is you. Yeah, on the internet, that's you. Okay, and then secondly, yeah, you went ahead and posted a cartoon of a turtle eating worms. That's why you got it. There you go. There's the little guy. That's why you got the pitchfork through your head. We'll be back for you, cameraman. Thanks for playing.
That one, I made that from.
Yeah, that's the same cameraman that 15 years earlier was able to chase Sputnik in outer space and take a picture of the first satellite. This guy's good. This guy's Superman. How did he chased down Sputnik in 1959?
I heard Jim Panda trying to argue this. We argue. There was a couple of people that argue with Jim Panda about this one night, and he was like,
"Am I allowed to?"
Well,
how many times am I allowed to say
did several tests. They did several tests. With this thing,
tests.
It's a remote camera coming from Earth. Even though there was lag, they had the test. Well, how many tests did they have to do? From the moon to Earth. I mean, it was so sad. It was so sad.
No, again, he's possessed. So how many? And am I allowed to use the word demon possessed? So that's what Jim Panda would be, which is fine. Yep.
Yeah, well, like LBJ, he was demon possessed. So anyway, let's.
1,000% true.
Somebody was trying to ask a question. Go ahead.
We already answered it. Look at your new role, 600 Eamon. You're welcome.
He's deafened again because he's a child.
Think of another thing that
he's a child that needs his daddy.
Yeah.
What you're talking about makes me think of another thing that I wanted to put out on you. Shit, now I can't remember what it was. We were talking about.
And see, if there were proper role models in like young men's lives, then perhaps a lot of this stuff wouldn't be happening. They wouldn't feel the need to be a clown.
If any of these young men, old men, cared about young men and women, going through the same thing we're going through now, especially with the shit that is going on with that you can't even go to school unless you put shit in front of your face, which doesn't do anything, in my opinion.
Make you smell shit all day.
Well, maybe you're to smell your own breath all day, I guess. I that's whatever that is. But what is this? I mean,
Okay, can you please take his picture? Yeah, thank you. This guy is clearly having some sort of seizure, so I'm glad that was deleted. Thank you. So again, now this is his new photo. If you need to add a photo to his profile or something, I upgraded this picture for people like him, Helio, so you have an artist illustration to understand these types of people.
Who?
Oh, Children of the Corn, the Final Sacrifice.
You think I'm a Glover?
No, you're not. You're a child of the corn. Thanks.
A child of the corn? What is that supposed to mean? Because I posted a picture of a turtle, I lose my pick perms? That's crazy.
Oh, it's
worse. No. You're gonna have to.
No, you're just a goddamn troll. That's all you are, dude.
I'm not a troll. I've
You're a
been in
fucking
here
loser.
for the longest. Yeah,
All
I'm a
right.
loser.
If you want
That's kind of low.
No, I took it away, so
Oh, did you feel offended? Did you
Yeah,
pick
I
up
feel
offended?
offended.
Oh, that's too bad for you.
Crazy shit earlier, and now you're gonna have to show me that you're that you need it back for any reason because you were freaking posting some crazy shit earlier, man.
How is that crazy? You act like I sent nudity or something.
No, dude. Let me ask you this: do you know
Go ahead.
that this live stream voice text channel is going live to my YouTube channel?
Yeah, it's literally a thing. I typed in flat Earth, and that's what popped up was a turtle and eating.
All right.
You know.
So that being the case, can you respect my YouTube channel? This isn't your channel. This is my fucking channel.
Yeah, I know that.
Okay, well then, how about you respect my live stream voice text?
I am. People are posting DMX and stuff in here. Like, what is that about? That's my question. All this random stuff. Look at. But I can't post when I search a flat Earth.
Did
I
you hear
can't
this
post
guy
that.
fucking whining like he's a Quim?
What are you talking about?
Oh yeah, Quim.
All right. Well, just pay attention to what you're posting, which you can't post anymore until I give you approval again or someone else does. I think you need a break, bro, because I didn't like what you posted, and so I took your link.
Do you feel offended by what I posted?
What was it again? I don't even give a fuck. By the way, what was it? I mean, if I'm offended right away, I just took it away.
You must have felt offended.
I was.
Listen. I like the way this guy's handling it. Helio, it was just a joke picture, dude. I don't know why you're taking it personally, and this isn't going to be popular with XO. So thanks, guys.
XOs, are you offended by the turtle?
I mean, it's rare that we give VC verified.
I got to be honest with you. I think it just shows that you have a lack of respect. We're talking.
Yeah,
about
it's rare that we give VC verified people with VC verified role, link in bed role, and you disrespect, in my opinion, and so you're gonna have to earn that shit back. So yeah, I'm not gonna give it back to you, bro.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, you can type
Are you offended that you can't troll a server? Does that offend you, 600?
I'm not trolling. I just post one picture and I go on Def and watch videos.
Are you offended?
I know my picture comes off as trolling, and 600 E-Man doesn't sound like a truth-seeking name. I was already preaching with the gospel with Prince B
except
and
for
Ace
everything
earlier.
you've said is a troll, even when you talk about gospel.
How you gonna tell me what I'm doing as a troll? How you gonna tell me what is a troll? How you gonna define what I do?
Look at your picture.
Well,
look
yeah,
at
it's
your
a picture. Yeah, because
yeah.
picture means nothing. One dude has Batman. What is
Is that
that
a
about?
concern, troll? You don't even know what kind of fucking fallacies you're using, son.
What do you mean fallacies? All I know is Jesus is the truth. You need Jesus too. That's all I know. Yeah, it got real quiet.
What's up, gang? Yeah, we just checked in Okufi.
Excellent.
I don't. Maybe I'm. How do we pronounce that? Is it?
It's Occupy.
Occupy. Okay, that's much better. Well, anyway, yeah, we had a nice check-in, guys.
Nice.
If you have any questions, man, or maybe we have some questions for you, yeah, it's a good time.
All right, Occupy. It's all about you. Everybody's waiting for your magical words. Let us hear it.
Man, I suck at like these speeches, bro. I don't want to do it.
Dang it. Well, I'm new too, bro. But so you show me what to do. Come on.
Well, I don't
I'll-
know what to do.
Hey, well,
Helio will.
how about we help you out? How did you find our server? I mean, why are you curious about this topic?
Well, I started watching like videos and like I started doing research like at least a year ago. I haven't done much research, but I just wanted to see like everyone's opinions and views on all of this.
Cool. So, what do you think about what you've heard so far?
Well, I think it's honestly subjective, but honestly everyone pulls up some really good points, and I like hearing everyone's side. So
Cool. So, what's your side? I mean, it's just like, how did you come across? I mean, I already asked you that, but I mean, what did one of your friends friends tell you? Hey, man, you should check out, or did you find it on YouTube or Discord or whatever? Well, how did you find us?
I think you watched us some debates, right? Occupy.
yeah, I watched some debates, but the way I joined the server is it's honestly a pretty long story. I'm a moderator on another server, and this guy got banned, but he keeps DMing me, and he DM'd me this server invite. So I just joined.
Oh, what? Do you mind naming the other server?
Yeah, I can give the vanity, or I could just name it. It's called the Vent.
Okay, cool. We've been on several other servers. We often partner with servers here, so if it's a cool server, then we can actually go over there and have some talks with people there too as well.
Yeah,
So,
that'd be
Are there open-minded people there?
there are a couple trolls there. So
Okay,
no, troll. There's trolls everywhere. I'm just talking about
what I
the
mean
server itself. I mean, we don't.
What I
have
mean
to
by
talk about
open-minded is being able to entertain two conflicting ideas without
right. You
holding
can have
any pull towards any of them.
Yeah, you can have like
Yeah.
10, 20 people talking about this topic without it turned into a shit show, basically.
Yeah, it is. There's a lot of moderation there that keeps everything like I guess intact
All right,
and not
cool.
toxic.
That's similar way here. So cool. You found your way here. A friend told you about it. You're in here now.
Yep.
Have you ever talked to anyone about this before?
No, not really. I haven't really gotten into any debates.
Have you ever? Well, I think someone said that, or maybe you said it, that you've listened to some flat Earth debates before and stuff like that.
Yeah, I have listened to some flat Earth debates.
Yeah.
There was this guy on YouTube I watched specifically. Honestly, I forgot his name, but him and this other flat earther, I guess, were just having this hour long debate. It was pretty entertaining.
Yeah, well, some of them can be hard to listen to, but some of them can be pretty entertaining. So, who did you listen to, or which debate? I mean, there's all kinds of flat Earth debates going on YouTube. I mean, give me a name
In
of.
fact, there were just two of them back to back. One of them was on ODD, and then the other one was on Helioskeptics channel, right? And then you even had there being another one on what the hell is it? Modern Day Debates. It's called the last flat Earth
Yeah, modern
debate.
day debates hosts a lot
Yeah.
of them. I do some. Well, I mean,
So, I mean,
we
people
have
sit
we
there
have
and say
all.
it's dead, but it's not. It's more alive than ever. These people
Dude,
saying it's dead are controlled op.
Yeah, I mean, we actually have three live streams from this room right here. So
Yeah, I'm not streaming right now though. But
yeah, but
here in a little bit,
we
I might
do
start up
often.
my midnight oil.
So yeah, we have a lot of live content that comes from this server alone. So I'm just curious, which one you've heard before that brought you here. You don't have to tell us. I mean, it seems like you're reluctant to tell us where you came from.
Yeah, I understand. I forgot the name of the YouTube video I watched. It was a video from a guy called Professor Dave Explains.
Oh
Oh yeah, we're quite familiar.
Yeah.
Don't
Well,
laugh. Don't laugh. Come
Was it
on,
in the
guys.
description, or did you happen to look in the comments?
It's he probably found it through the comments because Professor Dave won't share our.
Yeah.
Probably found it in the comments. Is that where you found it? In Professor Dave's section?
The invite?
Yeah, the invite to here.
Nah, one of my friends sent it to me.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, he sent you a thing and said, "Hey, check out Flat Earth."
I think he was talking about he saw one of those
Saw the-
Professor Dave Explains videos about the
Yeah, and
flat
they
Earth.
were talking about it in another server, and then he found his way here. Cool. Hey, and that's badass. That's badass, though. That's really cool.
Huh?
No, Professor Dave will not talk to any flat earthers at all.
I didn't think so. He just makes those videos.
He just makes his videos. He won't talk to anyone. Yeah, it's all strawman. But anyway, so hey, by the way, I'm glad you found your way here through your friend on another server sharing a Professor Dave video, and you said, "Hey, I want to go talk to some flat earthers," and you're here now talking to flat earthers.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
Should we do the 3 points?
That's probably not a bad idea. Who wants to do it?
What do you find to be the 3 most compelling proofs of the flat Earth?
I think he's a globe earther.
Yeah, he's a globe. He's been listening to Professor Dave, bro.
So on a scale from 0 to 10, right? 10 being globe in space, right? While it's rotating and moving and orbiting and doing all the other things it does while it's orbiting the sun, right? Or 0 being a flat Earth, stationary, motionless, non-rotating. Where would you say you would rank yourself on that scale? Remember, 0 being flat Earth and 10 meaning the current consensus of the culture. Aquify?
-5.
I don't know, Josh. That's a really. I think he's not familiar with this topic. I mean, he just really kind of found us like flat earthers, And are you curious, Occupy, about why we think the Earth is flat?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the 3 points might be a good place to start.
Well, hang on. Let me touch some base.
All
Okay.
right. Cool. Go ahead, brother.
Is there anything that you think that what the narrative is telling us is not true? Just say yes or no. You don't have to explain it.
Yes.
Okay, good. At least you're open to looking for truth, right? That's the kind of mindset that you need. Now, what proofs we provide to you, you probably will either accept or reject them, right?
Yeah.
But somebody in your mindset would sit there and just sit in the middle and say, well, I would have to ponder this and think about this, and then go through it and look for it yourself, right? Try to prove the globe or debunk the globe, right? And there's a model to it. There's a definition of dimensions to it. They tell us that it's 71% water, 30 or 29% land, right? So just based on that alone, that it's 71% water, we know that water is flat when at rest. And even waves, the crests, top peak and bottom peak, it's negligible, and the top peak would indicate the level plain. Right? It's a medium, just like sea level. So we know that water finds its level when at rest. And if the world is 71% water, that means it's 71% flat and like 29% bumpy land.
Right, and we can go from that point. That being the case, we can go over the 3 major claims that the globe Earth presents. Right, we can go over curvature, spin, and outer space. Right, one by one. So,
Do you know of anyone ever in history that has come up with a measurement for the radius of Earth?
The radius of Earth?
Yes.
No.
Well, if it's a ball, there should be a radius, a diameter,
Yeah.
and a circumference, right?
Yeah, but I haven't done much research.
Okay, well that's a good answer. You don't know of anybody. I'll take it. Okay, second one. Do you know of anyone ever that has ever measured the Earth's rotation? Remember, they tell us that it's spinning on the globe model, that it's spinning at 1,059 miles at the equator and 250 miles at the pole per hour, right? And that indicates that the sun travels in the same arc no matter what. So it's something's anyway. So do you know of anyone that has ever measured the actual spin of the Earth?
No, I haven't come across anyone.
all right, cool. How do
Okay.
I say?
No. Do you know how you can get? Do you know what gas pressure is?
Gas pressure?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, it's measured in pounds per square inch, or bar, or Newton kilonewtons, or something like that.
Well,
Anyways,
there's several different ways to measure
or
gas
yeah.
pressure.
But the thing is I'm not looking for the measurement, right? We're looking at what gas pressure is. Gas pressure itself is defined by gas bouncing off of the walls of the container, and that force that it bounces off the walls of the container with is the pressure. So do you know of anywhere where you can have gas pressure without a container, especially next to a perfect vacuum without a container, without equalization occurring?
A gas container without. Can you repeat that?
Do you know of any way to have gas pressure without a container? Without equalization occurring?
I don't know. I'm not that smart. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, check this out. I mean, you don't have to be smart to figure out that
that's a
gas
fair answer.
molecules. Well, I mean,
Well, just
gas
think of
molecules
You
cannot
guys are already
bounce.
there. You guys are already making him talk about gas pressure without a container. That's going on.
No, my bad.
Well, just try to think of bringing some propane to a barbecue without the propane tank, and just think if you have any example that you can draw
Just
from.
like I'm gonna flame up your barbecue grill without my propane tank.
Just try to think of a single occurrence where that can happen.
What about
I
this?
don't
What
think
about
there
this,
is one.
Akufi? What is it going to take to make this make sense to you, though, man? Because listen, let me just tell you something. Not everybody's ready to know this. You understand this, right? That this can hurt a lot of feelings if this was true.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but if this is true, listen. And again, we're all different people here. We're not a cult. Actually, we're very different. We have all different opinions. But if you had the chance to know that you've been lied to about outer space and all this nonsense and all this television cartoons they show, if it turned out that that was a lie, would you want to know? Would that be important to you, Akufi?
Yeah.
Okay, good. That's
everything
the
I
right
did.
answer. There you go.
Yeah.
That's the right answer. Yeah, if this is important to you, you're going to find out, though, but it's really not something that we can force you to know. I don't want you to be forced. I don't want someone to say, hey, you have to believe us. This is something that you're going to have to find out yourself, right? Because even if I give you evidence, you're going to say, oh, well, you know what? That's not good enough, right? If I showed you that the earth measured flat, you'd go, oh, well, I guess I got to keep researching, right? That's not going to change your mind, right?
Yeah, and you know what the best thing about this place is? No one here is trying to convince you of our ideas. We're just introducing ideas to help you think for yourself, and you can figure this shit out for
Come
yourself.
up with your own conclusions.
You can come to your own conclusions.
All right.
And
Healy, I just want to give him real quick, Healy. I just want to give him some because this might be his second or third impression, but just for the record, Kofi, the difference is that these people here can trust their senses. When we walk outside, we experience reality. We accept it. The other people, the people that show you these things on TV and your friends and family are going to end up telling you, you can't trust your senses. We can only trust television and what they tell us to believe. That's literally the crux of this conversation. That's what they told you. They told you you actually have to believe you're in outer space traveling at 500,000 miles an hour around the Milky Way galaxy. Okay. When I go outside, I don't notice that. You see what I'm saying? That's all I'm telling
here's
you. When we
another
go outside,
thing.
we don't experience that.
EXO, here's another thing that I heard him say. Well, I'm not smart enough, or I haven't studied this enough to actually understand this. It's really very easy. Some of the concepts we bring up, very easy to understand.
Well,
you can actually experience this. I mean, what you can do with these concepts that we present, you can go experience this
Hold on.
on Earth because
Right,
you live there. Because you live there.
Right. But I want to say something about that. I did hear you say that, and I don't like that because that's what the system has told us. The system has told us if we don't trust them, then we're not smart. And that's ridiculous. That's insanity. Actually, I think it's the opposite. I think if somebody doesn't trust the system, I know they're smart. So to me, it's the exact opposite, but that's what they've ingrained into your mind. They've told you if you don't believe people on TV that are told what to say on television prompters, then you're not smart. Right? We grow up in this society. We're told what to believe since you're 3 years old, 4 years old. You're told 2 + 2 is 4, and the Earth is a magical ball in outer space. And if you don't believe in that, then you're not smart. That's literally the biggest problem I can pull out of this. You are smart. You have the ability to think on your own. You don't have to be told.
That's
what to
a
believe.
huge problem. It's a huge problem, EXO.
Right. The difference is we're not going to tell you what to believe. I'm telling you not to believe anybody and that you can trust your senses. Thanks.
Interesting. But
I'm surprised you didn't say gravity.
Wait, hold on. He said, "But I want to hear this, but Akufi. I want you to talk to me. Listen, there's no pressure here. But tell me what you're feeling. You're not going to get in trouble. Trust me. I'll get banned out of here before you do. Go ahead."
All right. I feel like some things should not be like hold on, I forgot the word for it. I'm sorry. Hold on.
No, it's all right. No pressure. It's okay. Not a big deal.
All right. You said you were told what to believe, right?
Yes, all of us were told what to believe, including you. Yeah.
Yeah, and people on like TV would also tell us what to believe about like Earth.
Right. I mean, how old are you? First of all, you're
So
about what, 18? How old are you? 18?
I'm 15.
50. You're a little young then. So another
Yeah.
problem here is that relax, because I don't want you to think that you have to do anything right now. This isn't about changing your mind right now or convincing you. This is just a discussion, bro. In fact, I don't want you to tell me that you think the earth is flat. That would scare me. This is just you literally talking about something for maybe the first or second time. This isn't something like, oh, an initiation into a cult. It's the exact opposite. We just know we've been lied to. We're not telling you what to believe. You already know you've been lied to. You already know the government's lied. I don't have to tell you that. You're by now you're 15 years old. Do you think that it's been okay for us to go to Middle Eastern countries and say we're going to defend America so we kill millions of people in other places because they have weapons that only we're allowed to have? Does that sound legitimate? So you already know this. You're not stupid. You're actually smart. And you're just being cautious because you've been told what to believe, or else you wouldn't believe what you believe, right? You didn't come up with the information about a ball Earth in outer space. Is that your idea or somebody else's?
That's somebody else's idea.
Okay, so water off a duck's back, no pressure. If you have questions, we're going to help you out. If it's relevant to the topic, it's going to help you. If it's not, we can also help you with other things. This isn't like, oh, we're only going to talk about one thing. But yes, that is the topic that brings us together, right? But don't doubt yourself. No, you actually have a chance now to think for yourself. That's the difference. So go ahead.
All right, so you mentioned that we are being told what to believe, like television or whatever. So even if we are being told that information, we could still be able to test that information if they give us like the correct like formulas and shit for it. I did not mean to say that. I'm sorry.
Nice.
Yep, exactly.
An active
You're right.
thinker.
No, you're right. Keep going. You're fine. Good to go. Yes, continue. That's fine.
So if they say, "Oh, well, the Earth moves at this speed," if they give us the correct formulas to calculate that speed, then we can calculate that on our own.
Yep, essentially, right. They told us how big it is too, so then you can go out and test that as well.
Yeah, you would first have to come to an assumption of, okay, what do you think's easier for me to figure out? Well, I can't really test if I'm moving because I already depend on
Well,
knowledge
sure. I
for
mean,
movement.
hold on, Exo. They would give you the tools to calculate that, or not calculations, or done on a chalkboard, but to actually physically measure that, you'd have the tools to do that. So, have they provided those tools to you? I mean, I know you're a young man, so it's not. This is something new to you. So where would you, in your mind? I mean, since you know what you know already about Earth, what type of tools would you expect for them to provide to measure these calculations?
Well, I mean, we're not going to need like a whole bunch of expensive government types like stuff. We can literally just. I don't know how to
He's
explain
right.
this.
You're right. You're already correct. You can do it yourself. You're right. Exactly.
The instruments should
Yeah,
be able to be built
see,
by anyone.
it's like
Lasers, landmarks,
hey,
cameras. It's all you need.
hey, I'll tell you what. I mean, the Globers will look in the sky, but if you want to measure Earth, you're going to look across Earth. You can use instruments to survey or look across Earth and measure Earth, and you're not going to come up with the same calculations that the ball Earth idea is. So, if you stick into this conversation long enough, you'll find out that there are people that measure Earth by looking into the sky and going to chalkboards and writing out calculations, or you can look at different tools that you use to survey Earth, and then you'll find out that it's impossible for the Earth to be a globe.
Like, say, you know what kind of lighting you have in your parlor, right? And you want to put some tiling down.
So you go to the hardware store and you tell the hardware guy, I want to put some tiling down. And I know it's this big because I don't use measurements. I just looked at the light and I know what kind of light I have. So that means I should have this much square foot space. So I need this much tile. They would laugh at you.
Yeah, probably.
Or you looked at the ceiling. You looked at the ceiling that wasn't built yet, and then you were trying to say, "I'm going to build a floor off the ceiling," and that's my measurements. Anyway,
Yeah, they would tell you, sir, you need to find the area. How would you find the area? You would measure the distance and then draw it out. And then draw out all the distances and then do the math. It's a simple formula. Multiply it all by the other.
yeah, Oculi, if you really look into this topic, you'll find out that the globe defenders are always looking at the sky. They're looking like at the moon, sun, moon and stars, and solar system and everything, which you have to compare and contrast the ideas. Yes, we have, the patterns of the sun, moon, and stars, and the planets, which actually is related to the calendars, but it has nothing to do with the Earth shape at all, because there's no shape of Earth. Earth doesn't have a shape.
Well, we can't claim one.
If you want to claim that the Earth is a globe, go for it and see, and then we'll have
a shape. Actually, it's not even a shape, right? A globe isn't even a shape. What they mean by globe is orb, right? But that has nothing to do with the other, right? Globe means stage.
Yeah, and Oculi, if you've been listening to Professor Dave and all those guys, I mean, you might think that some of the things they're saying are debunking something. They're really deferring to other sources and everything. But we've been doing this for a very long time, and I'm not trying to convince you. You have to convince yourself. Nobody here that's a flat earther is convinced by another flat earther. We've convinced ourselves. We've been doing this for a very, very long time. So it's not and we're not trying to convince you. We're trying to convince you to go do your own research on this. And I'll shut up, guys. You guys have at it.
Like, the more time that you spend on it, you're going to start forming more interesting questions about it, right? But first, you must make that observation. It's like the scientific method. Right?
Yeah.
Scientific method is first you make an observation, then you can form interesting questions about it.
Yeah.
Now, with the Earth, the only problem is having the control. So you can't really do an experiment, but you can do a measurement. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, same with the sky. Since you can't control the sky, you can't have a control outside of the experiment where nothing happens no matter what you do inside the experiment. It's literally impossible. You can't run experiments on anything like that. So therefore, anything that's claiming to be, earth science or sky science is therefore pseudoscience.
Mm-hmm.
So astrophysics, theoretical physics is just theory. Why is it theory? None of it's proven. That's why gravity is just a theory.
Yeah, you can't perform the scientific method on any of that stuff.
You have to be able to manipulate it and also be able to have it not manipulated by any variable you throw at it.
Gosh, I got some PTSD hearing that. I don't know if you guys were here listening to that conversation earlier. We talked exactly about that, Josh. Mr. Ba. I don't know if you guys were here earlier today.
Yeah, that was
crazy.
brutal.
Oh my god, dude.
Yeah, he was upset.
Holy smokes.
No, I missed it.
Wait, I'm curious. Was he listening? Was he listening today when they were talking about Cavendish?
Who?
I was.
I was. That was
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
crazy,
See,
dude.
a
Oh
lot of
my
people were.
god.
See, that's what I'm saying.
I wasn't.
It's like a lot of people don't know that people are listening to what we're saying. Yeah, I was talking specifically about shit, I can't even pronounce Ouclfi Alpha
Occupy.
V
Oh, he's
Occupy.
fairly new. He's fairly new.
And yeah, were you
Occupy
listening when
like
we were talking
occupy, but
about?
he's occupied.
Yeah,
Very
were you
sci-fi.
listening? When they were talking about Cavendish earlier today.
No,
No, he just
I joined
Okay.
like less than an hour ago. I'm pretty sure.
Okay. Cool.
Oh
Man,
no, it's occult fiction, isn't it?
Hmm?
yeah, just keep listening.
How did you get your name? Like, what is your name?
My name?
I'm curious. Yeah.
Well, I took the word Oculus and I put an FI at the end after cutting the word in half.
Oh, it's
So,
like Oculus
vision
5.
fiction, I fiction. Crazy.
I like it.
Cool.
I like it. Cool. But yeah,
High
this
fidelity too, maybe.
Cavendish stuff, man. Yeah, there was a long discussion about the Cavendish thing going on yesterday. Good stuff.
So yeah, like basically, the more you look into it, the more questions you're gonna have, right? Like parallax, for instance. Like, how do they determine the distances of these stars, and how do they determine the speed of light? You know, then you start looking into the papers of Einstein, special theory of relativity, and relativity itself. And you realize that he couldn't quantify the cosmological constant with relativity because everything is relative to the positioning of the viewpoint. Either the sky is moving or the earth is moving, right? It proves neither. However, special theory of relativity quantifies the speed of light, E equals mc squared, right? C equals the cosmological constant. So when you start looking into that and you realize it's all theory and, mumbo jumbo, and that's what quantum theory is all about. It's just a theory, right? You have quantum mechanics because of how we understand light. That's a misnomer because the dual slit observation is not an experiment. And when they use an electron and it strikes an optical plate for measurement, it changes it and collapses the wave function into a particle. That doesn't mean that it behaves as a particle. That just means it turns into a ray because it struck a phosphorus screen as an electron, just like a cathode ray tube.
Come on, man! You're talking to a guy that has never heard of this before. Come on.
Oh, I know, but like, it's just like little nuggets. Like when you start digging into things, you're just like, wow. So how do they come up with this? And they can't quantify for a lot of it. So a lot of science has moved away from what it truly is. And they're moving to the fanciful and the things that cannot be proven. This was a quote by Nikola Tesla.
Yeah, sure. I mean, there are a lot of comparisons. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of history involved when it comes to this as well. So yeah, so Occupy, bro, man, there's a lot of history involved with some of the things we talk about as flat earthers, and we debate globers all the time in this server. So yeah, if you're curious about the topic, stick around. There's a lot involved here. It's not like just cut and dry. These flat earthers are dumb.
Have you ever heard of the Illuminati card game?
No, I've not.
Oh, really? It's like Magic the Gathering type of card game, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's got like a bunch of events that have actually happened in the world, right? And one of the events that's on there, one of the cards is the NASA card with the fake moon landing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the other one is flat Earth.
Yeah.
That they know something.
you might think they're crazy, but they know something, right? I mean, it's just like crazy. And then like, there's another one like blinded with science. And it's crazy. Like
Blinded me with science.
people have like a conspiracy about it that this is like, they're actually playing this game in real life. Because like the events, like it had Trump on it, Alex Jones, all that shit. Like before, this was like in the 90s when it came out. And one of the cards is when the magic ends or when the magic dies or something like that. The sorceries don't work. Electronics don't work. No more magic in the land.
Well, the magic of the globe is sort of a sorcery. If you pretend that the Earth is a globe, it sort of works out if you apply a certain mathematics and you draw it really tall on a chalkboard. That's a lot of like math magic that can make it look like a globe in your mind and your spirit, but you never experience the Earth as a globe. Nobody ever does.
I would take it real simple to start with and just see if you can find any proof anywhere of Earth curvature. Just focus on that.
Alright.
Try to figure out when this radius was measured, how did they get this number, does it hold up to scrutiny? Can you do observations that match that number that they've given you? We've done it. We found it impossible.
Yeah, I mean, trust your senses, trust your eyes, trust your own knowledge. You don't have to believe us. You don't have to believe them. I mean, you found your way here. Just If you have any questions, just ask us, and we'll answer the best that we can. And nobody here is trying to convince you that the Earth is flat or a globe.
Just see if you can find proof for yourself that oceans curve.
I'll look into it.
Yep, that's what you gotta do. The Earth's surface is 70% water, right? And if it's that ball that they say it is, then that water has to be wrapping and bending around the ball, right?
So the sun spends more time. Okay, crazy.
It kind of adds up, doesn't it? Because doesn't the circle kind of have to go wider as it gets into Capricorn?
Yeah, because like I'm thinking right there, because I'm right over Tropic Capricorn, and it does seem to be just two seasons, winter and summer here.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, if you go through the Farmer's
It's like the
Almanac,
fishtail.
if you go through the Farmer's Almanac, it really kind of changes some over. I mean, you're gonna have to
this
over like
Adam
10,
Lemeth,
20 years, but
this is something I've been wondering about a lot. Just because it oscillates between the tropics, so the circle has to get wider as it goes to its southernmost part of its journey.
Like, have you seen the pattern that the moon makes?
Well, yeah, I've seen those GIFs.
You know how it looks off a little bit? It doesn't look like this. It doesn't look like a figure eight.
Right, yeah.
Well, what if that represents the Y chromosome and the sun enema represents the X chromosome?
Very interesting. I'm going to look at it again.
Yeah, I mean,
one looks like a Y, the other one looks like an X. And chroma, right? Means
Yeah.
It's still a figure 8. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but it's wider on the bottom.
Yeah.
It's still a figure 8.
It looks more like a Y than an X.
Are you talking about the moon?
Yeah, the moon.
Well, the moon animals I've seen, they look similar, but not exactly the same with the sun animal. But
Yeah, like a bowling pin. But that's the path that the sun makes between the two tropics. So when it's at the tropic in the north, that's our summer.
Hold on, I mean, that sun analemma is reflected on a fake globe or whatever.
Yeah, but you can actually see this in the sky.
Actually happens, we're not quite sure. But that is the pattern of the sun, compared to the equator. See, you have to pretend the Earth is a globe for this, but we don't. But we all experience the same thing, with the, from the northern hemisphere. I don't know what the hell they see in the south. I've never been there.
Well, Josh, you're there, right? That's what you said, right?
What are you saying?
No, I'm in the north.
Yeah,
Oh,
what
you're
are you
in
saying
Cancer.
that you
Okay.
might, I mean, I know there's a moon analemma as well that, I mean, it looks similar, but what are you saying that there's some, it looks like a bowling pin? Well, so does the sun analemma. It looks like a bowling pin.
Brave broke Facebook for me. Damn it.
Well, does
Dude,
anybody have a GIF of the flat Earth sun oscillating between the tropics throughout the year?
Sun oscillating.
Yeah, because it journeys between.
What do you mean by oscillation of the sun?
Well, the sun's in Capricorn, the Tropic of Capricorn, right, at the winter solstice, the December solstice. It's in the northern Cancer tropic, right, at the June solstice.
For the most part, what we have is I put that globe image up, but I do have some other images where, like, there are periodic time lapse footage of that create the figure 8 from a camera that just captures it throughout the year. You get the same sort of image, but it's not projected on a globe because nobody can actually capture that.
So I'm just saying that the sun's circular path in December has to be wider, right? It's taking a wider circle in December when it's in Capricorn than it would be during the northern summer solstice.
Sure, and that's why I posted this simple freaking representation on a globe.
Oh, okay. Oh, that was you. Okay, I'm explaining your own pick to you. Sorry.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, gotcha. It's like if the Earth was a globe. I mean, their explanation is that it's an elliptical orbit, but that doesn't even that's not even close to what it would be, especially according to their explanation, of how far the sun is from the Earth and shit. So it doesn't even really work out the way that they say. This figure 8 pattern, with the elliptical orbit above the equator, it's accurate, but it's not accurate as far as longitude and latitudinal lines go. And so it's like, yeah, there's all kinds of weird shit going on with this, with the globes they sell in the stores, right? It's like, here's a good thing of the globe, and it's like, here's our dilemma. It's like, no, nigga, that's not what we experience. Especially if you talk to people in the South. because we've talked to people across Australia, South Africa. This is not what they describe. Not that way. It doesn't work that way.
Check out this map of the world in 1945.
We talked to people in the southern,
Map used for
southern part of
war
the
strategy
world all the time, and they're just
and
like,
air
nah.
travel.
I mean, like Bong's in here now. We
Right
talked to people from South Africa. We talked to people in Indonesia. We talked to all kinds of freaking people in the south of the equator. They're like, no, that's not what I see.
You guys, there it is. There it is, right fucking there. Got to figure out what the name of that fucking chart is.
Which one?
Air Map of the World, 1945. Map used for war strategy and air travel.
I'm gonna save that one.
I got to find that map. Look at it. I'm like cartography expert or some shit like that, right?
I mean,
I can't read it.
You don't have to be a. I mean, to build these maps, you have to be a cartographer. But for us to analyze them, you might. I mean, you should actually, have some knowledge.
Cartography expert just means map guy.
You can say, well, you're a dumbass because we get this from a lot of Globers. It's like, oh, you're a dumbass. You don't understand the Earth, but all these maps, that have been created throughout history, and we post a map, and they're just like, oh, you just don't understand globe and how, just like latitude, longitude. No, we actually do understand this, and
but Helio, what I'm saying is that actually has distances, air distances, and air pathways.
All right,
like,
cool.
You know what I mean? We could probably engineer the information from that.
right now. You can tell me to shut the fuck up.
Because you know how like the autopilots are on a flat motionless plane model, and they would have to be using a map for that model.
We were talking about flights. Because
it's air travel map.
Question. Yeah, that's a different question. But as far as maps go, I was talking about something else. But yeah, if we want to talk about flight,
you know what I mean? Because like how they want to argue, oh no, the reason why they go in arches is because arches are straight lines on a globe.
No. Well, have you ever heard a pilot say that?
No.
Me either. Unless they were coerced or they're just total frickin' cucks to the ARC system. No pilots ever fly over a globe Earth. Well, they could pretend they are, but they never actually do. I don't know, it's just weird. As far as navigating,
nobody uses a globe to navigate.
Navigating a globe Earth with an airplane. Okay.
Even if you were to take like the rectangular Mercator projection, which is just a spherical projection skewed and stretched on a rectangle, you can't navigate even by that. The chart's inaccurate. It's crazy.
No, charts don't even work that way or at all.
I know, that's why I found like one of the real charts. One of the military charts that they keep like hidden and secret. I found an image of it, and I'm trying to actually find the document itself. Maybe even order it.
And I'll tell you what, at the end of the day, these airplaners, which are pilots that fly airplanes over a level stationary Earth, they're not flat earthers necessarily, but they do fly airplanes over a level stationary plane. I don't know if that means flat earth or not, but they definitely couldn't fly an airplane over a curved Earth unless they were flying over a curved Earth, which There is no curved Earth to fly over. But at the same time, where's this fucking curved Earth? I mean, some of them travel hundreds of miles, some travel thousands of miles. There's airplaners traveling thousands of miles, and they just fly level. Where's this curve flying over? And for all the new people, the claim is, well, we're maintaining altitude above sea level. And that's how we can pretend that we're flying over the curved Earth when it's actually a level stationary plane. The plane doesn't know the difference, right? The airplane itself, the instruments that we're using, doesn't know that it's flying over a curved Earth. We just launch from the air, from the runway, maintain altitude from one destination to the other, and the airplane, as an instrument, pretends that the Earth is a stationary plane, but it's actually curved because gravity knows what to do and it makes up for all that shit. This is what people believe about airplanes flying.
Check it out. Somebody interviewed a lot of pilots, right? And they
No,
made a video.
no. I'm just telling you, this is what they say that airplanes are doing.
Yeah, they all say, yeah, it's all flat. It's all
I
true.
don't give a fuck what a pilot says, but
They say it's true.
What I just said is exactly what they say airplanes are doing.
Well, it's more like how you can explain why it seems like you're flying over a plane, right? It's explain why it looks flat.
Hold on. Let's pretend you're an airplane. It doesn't know what to do when you reach level flight and you're traveling over 1,000 miles. I think I made my point clear. I don't have to repeat it and make myself look like an ass. Go ahead.
It's flipping it, right? Explaining how something could work on a ball even though it's not working, even though we have to assume it's a non-rotating flat plane. You know what I mean? Like, does that make sense?
Imagine you're a young person like homeboy, like our friend here. I don't think he's here now. He's still here. Oculi.
Somebody has to
He's
mute
probably
them because
Oculi
there's
was
background.
probably.
What's up?
Yeah, there's some background noise. Who is that? Is that Bong? Who is that? With all the background noise.
Yeah, that's
No,
Bong.
our friend here, Oculi. Here's a point that when we try to make. God damn it! Is this still going on?
It might be feedback.
I don't think it's his. I think it's
it was
just his
feedback,
connection.
yeah.
Try reconnecting, Bong.
Yeah, he's probably listening to the stream while he's freaking trying to talk. Anyway, Oculi. So when captains of airplanes are launching from airports, they're heading thousands of miles away, across the ocean. Are they flying over the curved water? I mean, they call it an airplane for a reason, and they base their flight on basic gyroscopes. But I mean, it's a more complicated system. But the system inside the plane is not to help them fly over a globe. And if he's a young man, so I want to say when you're using ships, it uses similar method. When you're traveling across the ocean, on a ship, it uses a similar method. It's these gyroscopes, or however you travel across, or GPS, or you're just traveling from port to port. It makes it easier now with the digital method. Now you're traveling from one port to another, and if you think that you're traveling over the curve with a ship on the water or a ship in the airplane, that's the way they describe it is completely impossible. Well, it's not impossible if you pretend that it's true, because you can just pretend that it's true, just like in Hollywood movies. But
Wait a minute. Listen, hold on 1 second, Hilo. Did this guy know about Mr. Ba earlier? I heard CB talking about that. Why was that brought up?
not sure. Is there somebody I need to unmute or something?
No, maybe I just threw a wrench into this, but I was just wondering where he's at because I left.
I'm just bloviating. Please,
right.
anyone
Maybe-
interrupt me,
okay.
please.
Maybe,
I'm just bloviting.
Did Kofi have anything to say, or did anybody want to talk about this? Because if you're new to
I
this, you
do.
might need to actually speak your own mind.
I do. I mean, the basketball only looks like a ball, like a sphere, because it's too small. But they actually are flat, is what they
What?
say. It's just too small. That's why. That's why you think it's a sphere. But they are actually flat, right? This is what they say. Right.
I'm definitely shutting it. I'm shutting myself.
Not only that,
Pong,
but
I mean, I don't know where you're going with this, Pong, but you better make sense.
Okay, Helio.
If you don't make it
Helio.
make sense, really quick, Pong.
Helio, can I make this
You
make
don't
sense, please?
Okay, Travis. Try this. Imagine a world that was actually a ball, but people were saying it only looks like curved, but it's actually flat. Imagine a world like how crazy would that be? That you lived on a
Yeah,
ball.
yeah, that's right.
It's curvature, right? Even though it's right there.
Yeah. You brought it back around. It's coming again. This is for the people of the sun.
I don't know who they are. They need some.
That was Rage Against the Machine, by the way. Go ahead.
I think everybody almost knew that. Yeah, everybody.
Your mama.
I guess what they're saying is any curved surface, if big enough, is going to look flat. But no flat surface is actually flat. I think that's what they're saying. Sounds crazy.
That's right. And if it looks flat, I just went for the record. If it looks flat, it still could be a ball. And if it looks like a ball, it can't be flat. It's only a ball. But if it also looks kind of flat, it's definitely still a ball. And those are the rules of the ball.
It's sort of flat, but it's spongy. It's just like this weird little spongy thing. Right. It's just like flat-ish.
Okay, so real quick, no, is Akufi still here, or is he scared to death to talk now, Helio?
No, I think he's probably scared, but that's all right. I'm not. I don't see him in the room, but
no, he's here. I see his name there.
Oh,
yeah, he's got the anime character.
No, I see him too. Just like, hey, man, we have a lot of fun here, but we're very serious about this topic. We do this all day long, so it's all good. It's all good. Nobody's trying to take the piss at anybody here. We're trying to all understand this together. Go ahead.
Okay, so real quick, first of all, Kofi, can you hear me? Are you there, man? Because I just want to know if I'm talking to you. Okay, there you are. You're eating. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm.
All right, man. Just real quick, do you have any questions about this topic or any of it's a side tangent, man? What's on your mind right now? I just want to kind of put the ball in, literally in your court, pun intended. Just talk to me for a second.
Well, right now I'm just talking to the people in this chat. I'm trying to understand what they're trying to tell me.
Okay, well, I don't want to. Okay, Helio, can I just real quick? Just want to talk to him for a second.
My bad.
One on one, and if they want me to shut up, I'll let somebody else talk. Okay, real quick, Akufi, I just want you to notice that there isn't an argument for this ball religion that they teach on TV. If there was, we would be discussing it, but because all these people ran away and they don't have evidence for the magical cartoon ball, we're actually stuck just talking to each other, and Helio and I and Bong Sao are just going to tell jokes. So, do you know if there's any arguments for a ball religion? We can talk about that, but I just want you to notice that there is no argument for them, or else we would have one to talk about. It's just people believing in cartoons on TV, bro. It's really not that big of a deal. We're raised on television, we're raised on screens. We're told to believe our teachers also raised on television, right? Your teachers that are older than you, that you went to school with, that you're still in school, right? They're in their 20s, 30s, and 40s. They grew up on television, and that's why they believe it. They're not lying to you. They live in a fantasy, and that's the great deception. It doesn't mean that you'll wake up to it tomorrow. It just means that that's really the reality. It's not that big deal. Anybody can actually know this truth. You don't even have to know anything. I can be a farmer raised on a desert island. I'm not adjusting for curvature or spin. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's just reality. Get up, we wake up, you either go to school.
Hey, EXO, that's why I asked him when he first.
Mm-hmm.
No, I mean, to be honest, I think you already are finished. That's the reason I asked him when he first joined. I mean, how did you find us? And what do you think so far? And this is what we do. I think I explained that.
I think he already said how he found us.
Right. So can
and
I
all
just,
that stuff.
No, I get.
can I just, Helio, I'm
Go
almost
ahead.
to the, I'm going up this tick, 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 tick. I'm on the roller coaster. So Akufi, real quick, and I heard you come in, man. And I heard you mention that there are arguments on both sides and that you've kind of heard both of them. And this isn't your first time that you've been discussing the topic. And all I'm trying to point out is that there isn't a claim for a globe outer space religion other than what they teach us on television. It's not something anybody experiences. It's a religion. It's a belief system based on programming. And that's it. But if you want to believe it, that's fine. I actually count on it. I actually am glad most people don't know about or else I'd be without a job. You see, but I know that listen, I know that this isn't your first time talking about it. So I'm just trying to see where you're at right now because you've already had discussions about it. I'm just trying to see where you're at because if you needed something, we could probably give it to you. However, if we need evidence for a globe, that doesn't exist. Again, it's just something we're taught to believe because of television. See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And
Right.
also,
Go ahead.
right, they taught you heliocentrism in school. In fact, it is no longer heliocentrism. There's major problems with the heliocentric model. Now they call it the helical model.
Right,
and the
cool.
helical model has everything rotating around a great attractor that's on the other side of anything we can see. So it's the great attractor, the unknown, the thing that cannot be seen. It's hiding, right? But yet
So,
everything's moving
hold
around.
on, guys. He came in bringing up some of the major contrasters, on YouTube that say, "Hey, I was listening to these guys, and flat earthers cannot be true because of so and so." So after you listened to us, and as we've been presenting our ideas for the past hour or so, you've been in here. What's your opinion on that? Instead of just saying, I'd rather have you give us, a response.
He's 15 years old.
I know, but at the same time, he has given us a response. But at the same time, okay. Okay, 50.
No, just relax for a second. Let's let him talk now for a second, and we're going to pretend this is a real conversation. So go ahead and talk to us for a second, Akufi.
Hey man, we're helping him out. You know, I mean, it's like,
Helio,
hey,
Helio, listen, Helio, if Deus Vault was here, he would be cracking a whip at you right now. Do you want me to call him?
No.
no, please don't. I'm just fucking with you. Anyway, all right.
Oh man, see, listen.
But
Like I
I
said, this is a
really want
bunch
to
of
hear
stuff.
his response instead
I
of.
know, please.
Well, let him respond.
You and I, yes, you and I have to stop talking. Okay.
Well, I usually say when I'm taking in information that you're
No,
telling
cool.
me.
What do you think so
Helio,
far? I
stop.
mean,
Helio, let him talk. Just let him
Helio,
talk for a
let him
second.
respond.
Give him 37 seconds, please.
And with all the information you guys are giving me, it's definitely impacting my prior knowledge with this topic. Although I still believe the Earth is a globe because it's what has been taught to me for so many years. I still believe it's a globe or a ball, whatever.
Yeah, keep talking. Keep going. We want to hear more. I'm all ears, man. Keep going. Yep, tell us.
Understandable.
And yeah, and since it's something that's been taught to me all these years, I don't want to just like, oh yeah, it's not real anymore. I just want like
Good.
a lot more information on the topic before I consider just like giving it up.
Right. No, good.
Like
No,
you know.
good. Keep going. Thank you. Yeah. Let me know when you're done. Keep.
And I'm talking to the people in this private chat. They're giving me a bunch of information.
Oh, are they giving you any information for the outer space cartoon globe religion?
They're giving me information saying people who believe in the globe don't actually know anything about anything. So that's some good information right there.
They're telling you, okay. So are they persons or people or groups on this channel, or is it a different?
It's in this chat.
Okay, right on. Right
Okay.
on. One of your main comments, I'm going to shut up soon and somebody else is going to talk, but one of your comments was that I liked is that you want information about it. Now, would you say that you admit, right, that you believe in this outer space globe belief system because you've seen it on TV or screens, right? Or what? What would be right? And that's what we all try to get that out in the first place is just to get people to admit that we believe it because we're told to believe it, right? And that's the thing. Well, the difference is you're not going to be told what to believe here. You're actually going to be told that you can trust your consensus. So it's a very different way of understanding and having a discussion as opposed to a government religion where they constantly have to show you cartoons to believe in balls in outer space, right? You're not going to get cartoons here. We're just telling, hey, when you go outside and experience reality, you can actually believe that. Unlike the people telling you actually you really can't trust your senses. Like I said from the beginning, that's what this is about. There really isn't too much more information that I can give you other than you can trust your senses. You see what I'm getting at? I'm not going to give you new information. You already know how your eyes and ears work, right?
Yeah.
Right. So you have how many senses do you think you have? Let's do a quick little check on our bodies real quick. How many senses do you think you have?
Dude, I forgot. Like at least 6 senses.
At least 6 senses. Maybe many more actually. What if I told you you had 21 senses? I'll leave it there. I'll tell you that I know that you have over 20 senses, but they want you to think that you only have 5. See? In school, they teach you have 5 to 6 senses, and then you actually have far more. You have 4 times as many, but they don't want you to know that because they're trying to actually keep you in a cartoon. So that's a perfect example. See, they're trying to take information away from you, and we're trying to tell you, "Whoa, bro, you got to trust your senses. You don't even know you have senses that you don't realize you have." That's how deep this goes.
How about in school? Do you ask a lot of questions, teachers, or do you sit there and be quiet and just do the work?
When I think the question is necessary, I will ask the question.
Yeah, too much to learn, man, and you certainly aren't going to be able to make this decision tonight. This could take years, bro. And again, like I tell other people, especially because you're so young, you might need to take a break from. You might not be
Nah,
ready.
we don't
for
have
this. In
years.
fact,
Kid, if you're interested,
right,
dive
yeah,
deep.
right. You might need to take a break, or yes, if you have that in you, if you have that different type of spirit that's rare and you're kind of a rebel, maybe do what Glat Flobe says and just dive right into it. He might be right, right? So it's up to you. No one's going to tell you what to do, bro. You're going to lead your own journey here. Go ahead and talk to him, Glat.
You've never heard me before. I'm going to tell him what to do. Jeez. What's up,
Don't
young man, newcomer, whippersnapper? How are you?
Well, I guess.
You're well? Oh, that's good. I heard
Yeah.
him talking to you. I do like your name as well. Occupy.
Thank you.
There's a lot going on there. I appreciate that. Okay, so what? Let's see. So you're a Glober.
Yeah.
Yep. And what do you think about the flat Earth topic so far? What's your feeling? Tell me your feelings.
It's a lot to take in.
Okay.
That's about it. I really don't know what else. It's just a lot of new information.
What's the one thing, like a thorn in your mind right now, that is sticking out about this information that just first thing that comes to mind?
It does not make the most sense.
What doesn't? Flat Earth?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Well, the model. Someone showed me a model in the chat above the voice channel.
That was a bad move. Who claimed a model for us?
It's old dude. He claimed like the flat Earth model and how the sun
Uh-oh.
rotates.
I'm gonna have to pull old dude aside. I don't know if I should do that. I'm just kidding. Oh, yeah, okay, I see. And I'm gonna post it again so we can talk about it. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is an animated GIF for the audience. It's I gotta say it. It's a supposition about the way things work in this realm, only because we're not allowed to see the outskirts. But we do notice these patterns in the sun and moon above us. They move in these patterns. So let me put this down there. We can talk a little bit about that. Because again, this is not a model, but it does help with the information if one can set aside their disbelief. Just for a moment.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's hard to believe?
Yeah. And the main thing is a couple things. The sun seems dangerously close to the Earth and how it'll only light up half the Earth. But
okay, hold on. Let's address that right now. Ready?
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So since it's so close, how can it be what they say it is, a big ball of fire burning?
What do you mean?
Can it be that? It might be something completely different now, couldn't it? Also, why is it daytime on one side and nighttime on another? Well, you're seeing it. This here, it's just like a watch face. It flows like a sundial. None of these things could work on a globe Earth. And so...
Yeah, but
go ahead.
That doesn't make up for seasons. Because it's all one set motion.
How do you know that?
By looking at the model.
Well,
yeah, see, that's the problem.
What this animation doesn't include it. Yes, that's the thing with models. Okay. Yeah. See, and now we're going down a model rabbit hole. Thank you, XO. I appreciate it. So, the main reason I actually brought this up is because this is not what anyone says the Earth is. Definitely. Okay. No one. Because they can't. No one even knows that this could be, the totality of it. That's Earth. Hey, we can see it now. No one's saying that, and no one should. That's irresponsible, because no one's seen the whole thing. No, don't keep posting maps and stuff. Just, it's a hard thing to. That's the best we can do is that GIF, right?
Yeah.
Is there any better that someone can get a graphical representation? Most people are visual learners.
There was also another thing about this GIF.
What's up?
The light from the sun only shines up. What is that? It looks like a fourth of the planet at a time. So it's only going halfway, through the planet. So if you were to look through a telescope to another planet and you see light on that planet, how would all that light get up there but not cover the entire Earth?
Yeah, see, and that's just sky stuff. I don't know, man. You know, I don't like to get off into the weeds and bogs too often. I just did want to kind of tell you that we don't claim a model. We don't even claim that thing in the GIF. Again, it's just a learning tool. So, that said, where can we find the curvature of this Earth? Do you know of any time, any place, somebody or group of people found it, saw it? You can go, hey, here's a sign in the Earth that says curvature measured from here to over there.
With this model right here, which are we still on that one?
No. Sorry, in just the world itself, the real world, not a cartoon. Because we're still stuck on cartoons, aren't we? Huh? And that's what the Globers do, so we don't want to do that.
Shit, we might ask what his favorite flat Earth model is.
No models. Helio.
No, but
I don't know why this happens. I think Helio is trying to sabotage it.
No, he's not. Okay. So anyway, Occupy.
No, I
Go ahead and
never
respond.
try to do
A lot
that.
just happened.
How dare you?
Don't mind my friend.
Go ahead,
Occupy.
Gus.
Go
Wait, my
ahead.
childhood, Helio.
I'm just
Hey, Gla, I
listening.
think
I'll be back.
Occupy's
I
still
won't
thinking
interrupt.
Manifest in
I won't
space,
interrupt. I'm going to be back. Just listen. Go ahead.
Okay. Enjoy. Do you think we're a disk in space, Occupy?
I do not.
Okay. So, but there's this inclination to want to see something in entirety, an object, right? It's like when you think Earth, you think, okay, shape, right? I have to know this information to be alive on Earth right now. They said they figured it out. It's been a few hundred years. We have to go with that now. So there we go, right? It's like, yeah, anyway, go ahead.
There's also another thing with the model you posted again, this one. How would like a solar and lunar eclipse occur? Since the sun and the moon are on opposite sides.
Again,
moving
I'm
around
sorry,
the
I'm not the guy to talk to about that. So like I said, and there's a bunch of information in the server about all this stuff that you're bringing up. If you just scroll all the way down under everything, on the left-hand side there, you'll see start set additional information. And that whole portion of the server is chock full of thousands of different things you could look at. There's no excuse not to know this information. So, that said,
A lot of the stuff
I like to focus
either.
on curvature myself because I have no idea where to find any Earth curvature. They say, oh, it's too big. Hold on. They say, oh, it's too big to see the curve, right? But then we say, well, how big is it? And they say, well, it's 25,000 circumference. Okay, so let's go measure it for that. Oh, wait, it's not that. So how big is the Earth? Oh, it's too big for you to see the curvature. Really? But do you have curvature? Yeah, it's, so how big is the globe? 25,000. And then we just go over and over and over. So the bottom line is you should be able to get curvature at some point. 25,000 miles is not that big a thing. So there should be noticeable curvature given a very small measurement, let alone the longest distance photograph we have so far, Guinness Book of World Records, is 275 miles. There should be like, how much drop? I don't even know how much Earth we shouldn't be seeing. Mountains worth, right? We can see at least that far.
Miles.
Yeah, miles.
Yeah, so it's certainly not about models, bro. That's why I continued to tell you over and over again from the beginning that what we experience in reality is real, right? So when I go outside, like I could just put this picture right here that someone took of me on a mountain, about 6,000 feet elevation. There I am on the border of Mexico. Right next to my left hip is a city 10 miles out. Okay, that's called perspective. It's 10 miles out, it's still below me. A mountain to my right that's 50 miles out is straight out to my right. And a mountain even farther than that, that's almost 100 miles out, is on the left side of me. You can barely see it because it's 100 miles out. You see, that's reality. I went on top of a mountain and I saw literally 500,000 square miles of Earth in southern Arizona. That's reality. I don't have to talk about the sun, moon, and stars. I can experience reality. We can't test the sun, moon, and stars. So that doesn't change eclipses. Eclipses don't change the shape of the Earth. They've already lied to you about eclipses. If I prove that the Earth is flat, I guess Earth being flat doesn't have anything to do with eclipses. See, that's the difference. So you're still trying to think about a cartoon because they gave it to you on television when I can just go on top of a mountain and go, this is reality. You see, you can't do that because you're still saying that you want to believe in a model, a cartoon ball model. You see, that's the difference. And that's where we start. So you must attempt to go out into reality to obtain an opinion about this, unless you just want to continue that you live in an outer space cartoon or a belief that was given to you by somebody else, right? You can't find any evidence for that outer space cartoon you see on TV because in reality, such as this picture of me, about 6,000 feet, central space crab, I'm 6,000 feet in the air and I can look over 150 miles flat, and that's with no zoom. Just with my eyeballs, I can. This picture was taken just with a cell phone, not even a good lens, and I can see 150 miles flat. You can't have 150 miles flat on a ball. In fact, you know what? In 1 mile, there's a hand width of curvature in your cartoon ball religion. 1 mile can't be flat. Well, why do they measure the earth in square miles? Because it's not a ball. You see, that's the point. You don't even have a claim. The difference is I can say this is reality, and you can say either I don't know, or I believe in a cartoon on TV, or something else. And that's what we are. We're something else. We just accept reality. And the term's called flat earth because that's what we experience. That's not my claim. That's everybody's claim. Everybody experiences the same flat plane of existence. It's that simple.
All right.
Is there anything else you want to say? Because I feel like you're at a. You should
ahead.
probably just go dive into the research if you want to. This is my opinion.
Yeah, again, we're not here to convince you of anything.
Nope. And the thing is, if you want to truly find out about shit, if you really want to find out about what we're talking about, you don't trust anything we say, you shut off Discord, and tomorrow you start preparing to go measure over a frozen lake somewhere. Rent some survey equipment, find a laser that'll go far enough, it's not hard. Set it up, get a friend, set it up, use your phones. Just take 3-4 hours and go get a measurement. You don't have to trust anything we say. That's the best part. Your evidence is right outside your door.
You don't even need all that, to be honest, Occupy. Just a big ass mirror. That'll do.
Yeah, the mirror works too, but yeah.
Had a friend.
Yeah, and a friend.
Yeah, that's the thing. We witness the sun and moon go around us. We don't witness ourselves flying through space. We witness the stars going around us, and they keep repeating every single night. And they literally reset every year. And that's what's gone throughout all of human history. There isn't a claim otherwise, But again, like I already told you, if you don't want to kind of do this yourself, it's not something you can understand anyway. You have to go out. I insist, you have to go out and find out for yourself. I'm not asking you to trust me, but if you keep believing a cartoon on television, then you're not interested in reality anyway. So you're not going to find out the truth. You're going to stay in a cartoon on TV. And again, that's fine. You might be too young, bro. And it might take you 10 years before you relook at this topic. It's up to you. But again, I can't force, I'm not even want to, but you need to do it for yourself.
I would do it for myself if I had the resources to do it for myself. But you were talking about, I don't remember if it was you. You said you view the Earth as flat because of what you perceive of the Earth.
No,
based off your
everybody
observation.
does. No, everybody does,
Yeah,
including you.
yeah,
Nobody
yeah.
observes anything else. Yeah.
But we all perceive the Earth differently. And you say for me not to get the models, yet there are a ton of models everywhere. Just chat above the VC.
No, they're not models. That's the thing, is that there's no such thing as a model. You've been taught models. These are just representations to help you get rid of a cartoon belief system that you have. You don't have a globe model either. That's the point. You don't even know what a model is. And what this religion does is it doesn't even allow you to think. You don't even know what a model is. And do you mean scientific model, colloquial model, conception model, CGI model? What type of model are you talking about? See, I don't have to worry about any of that because I just go outside in reality and I get on top of a mountain 6,000 feet up in the air and I go up 200 miles flat. So I don't have a model. That's the point. I just go out in reality and prove reality. That's why I actually have a claim. If people don't do that, you don't have a claim. So you just have to say, I don't know, because I was raised by television. Again, that's the point. If you want to say I don't know, that's fine. I have no problem with that at all, bro. It's not about evidence anyway, because you don't even have any evidence for a globe Earth. So it can't be about evidence. You've already admitted it's because you've seen it on TV. You don't have any evidence for a globe Earth outer space religion. And again, it's not just the globe Earth deception. It's this outer space fairy tale where they show you, probes and distant stars that we're going to travel to. And the ISS in space, which is all just a hoax, bro. It's just hilarious. I mean, this is just like literally they film it in a wake,
Yeah, you say
underwater.
hilarious, but it's not even funny. It's like when you walk outside. See, I don't live near the ocean. I can't experience some of the observations that people make, watching the sunset, sunrise, and all this. I live in Arkansas, man, so there's no ocean near me, right? But when I watch the sun and moon, what they claim about these celestial objects, the way they describe it is completely impossible.
Right. No, that's right, Healy. Now, hold on one second. So I want you to make a statement, Coffee, or I'm sorry, I can't say your name right. I'm sorry. How do you say it, Glad? Occupy, right?
Occupy.
Okay, I think it's Occupy, right? So that's the thing, Occupy. I mean, you can believe what you want, but you can't claim that you live in a cartoon unless you really think that. Do you really think you live in a cartoon? Is that what's going to be on your resume?
Not every single bit of information about a globe Earth is in a cartoon.
Okay, that's great claim. Can you give me any information for your globe Earth belief that's not in a cartoon or not in a presupposed belief system or religious claim? Can you give me anything?
Documentaries.
Okay, well, the problem is that when I ask
So
you where or who, you won't be able to tell me.
Wait,
You're gonna
one
show me a
example.
Netflix. Hold on.
Just give us one. Just give us
Don't
one.
dogpile him.
Right, relax. Hold on, Helio. But that's the thing, is that you're going to say a general word documentary. Yeah, see, that's the difference. I don't have to say documentary because it's reality. You notice you didn't say reality. That's the difference, Occupy.
What's your favorite proof of the globe Earth, Occupy? Which one?
it's my belief, man.
Okay, well, you believe that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah,
and that's our point.
Exactly. That's my point. Exactly. You admit it. That's the point, right? But you can't claim you know that. That's the point. So see, I can claim I know the Earth is a plane of existence under the heavens and the waters. Go to the beach. There it is.
Hey, guess what? We can prove that.
Yeah, not only that, bro. The military admits this, so it's not even our claim, bro. The whole world admits this. All the engineering and scientists and you name anything that's ever been done, all their models, that favorite word that Globers like to use, all the working models that I don't use, I don't need them. They're based on flat Earth. That's not
And
my
you know
claim.
why?
That's the
You know
Department of
why?
Defense.
You know why? Earth is Earth. Always has been. Always will be. It's Earth.
So yeah, man, you're good to go, bro.
Yeah, everyone on Earth exists on Earth. It's a level stationary plane, always has been, always will be. You can pretend that you live on a globe, and you can make up all kinds of stories and do mathematical ideas about Earth being the third rock from the sun on a chalkboard, but you don't have any physical proof that the Earth is a globe. There's nobody has ever done that. No one has ever done that.
Well, it'd be hard to physically prove something that doesn't exist.
Yeah, no shit.
Right. That's it. Exactly right. It's never happened. That's why, again, no pressure, bro, but Occupy, hey, it's a belief system. You're right. And in a few years, you might want to look into it and you might have the time to put effort into this topic. And then you'll probably realize it's not a cartoon on TV, and documentaries on TV are also not real. And those are still cartoons. They're not showing you evidence of Earth in outer space. If they're showing a documentary, they're actually dependent on not adjusting for curvature or spin. If there was any evidence, we'd talk about it. We would already be, we wouldn't be going back and forth and just doing this and saying, hey, where's the evidence?
Dude, if the Earth was obviously a globe, everyone would know it. Everyone on Earth would know that the Earth is a globe. This argument wouldn't exist, just like Pibble said.
Yeah, we're just that. It's all good though, bro. Hey, you know what I mean? Like, do what you got to do. There's a lot of information here, but right now you're the only person here. That's why we're talking to you again. We're not holding you hostage here, are you? You're not forced. You're not being held at gunpoint, are you?
No, I'm not.
Okay. All right, man. Well, hey, it's all you, man. No one's gonna force you what to do unless you watch TV. They're gonna force you what to believe. See, that's not us. We're just telling you to think for yourself, man.
Yeah, you're already like 100 times further ahead than most Globers that come in here anyway, in that you could admit that it's a belief, a religion, basically, to yourself. So you're way ahead of the rest, basically.
As long as he realizes that none of us are here trying to convince him the Earth is flat
we told him that
or
guy.
anything.
We told
yeah,
him.
I know. I'm reinforcing exactly what you guys told
What,
him.
the propaganda? You're just going to repeat it until it becomes real to him? I'm just kidding.
I'm just fucking
That's
with you
right.
too.
We all grew up watching these globes on TV and being shown outer space and Star Wars, Star Trek, everything they do. They show you this no matter. The movie could be about Mary Poppins documentaries from the 1940s and they still show you a globe in outer space when the movie starts, bruh. Okay, so that's not, it's just so obvious how insane this religion is. Everybody believes it because you watch TV. 100 years ago, before television, nobody believed it, bro. Didn't exist till modern times.
Yeah, but you'll get a lot of these globe these flat Earth anti-flat
Time
earthers.
travelers.
Yeah, time travelers. They'll go in like 300 years in the past or 1,000 years in the past. Say, well, everybody knew the Earth was a globe 1,000 years ago.
Right. They took a time machine and went 2,000 years in the past and played with sticks and shadows, and then found out that
Yeah.
It's hilarious. It is hilarious though, Helio. That's the thing. It is funny.
Yeah, but as far as the education system, it's like they will accuse us of being uneducated, right? And that's why we think the Earth is flat, because we're too dumb to figure out that the Earth is a globe, right? That's one of their major arguments, It's like, you just don't understand that Aristophanes figured that out 2,500 years ago, and everyone since then that is an intellectual actually figured that out, and the only people that thought the Earth was flat are people that are not intellectual. It's like, no, that's not the way it works, man. Definitely not the way it works.
And I don't want to overwhelm you, Ro, but again, this isn't your first time talking about this subject, as you told us, right? We're not mind readers. You told us, how you got started on this, but there's people in chat right now also that talk about this. Her Eyes on Level and Triple for the Truth are in chat right now on YouTube talking about you and talking about this conversation on how not, this is about Earth, right, which is Earth, and this is about water. Water's another topic that it's honestly bigger than Earth, right? You ever been to the ocean? The water makes this too easy, bro. The oceans are flat for literally millions of square miles. If you look it up, it's admitted. The geological surveyors of Earth and water admit that the oceans are flat for literally millions of cubic kilometers. That's not my claim. Those are the so-called scientists. Yeah. So again, bro, everybody already depends on it.
Yeah, especially aircraft pilots. They actually depend on those millions of kilometers of square miles to fly over them. They depend on it being a level stationary plane.
And this is just the beginning, Occupy. That's the thing. Once these other people realize this, there's actually thousands of other things that they learned because they were able to now trust their senses, right? And it's actually just a new beginning, right? Again, it's not for everybody, bro. This might not be for you. So I can tell that this is going to be a little bit difficult. You know, in a scale of 1 to 10, you're at that right there in the middle where you're teetering back and forth. You're kind of hesitant. And that's fine, bro. It might be good to take the night off and you can come back tomorrow and we can rekindle a conversation, bro. It's up to you, man. But that's the thing. If we had any evidence otherwise, we'd be talking about it.
Hey, and on that point, we not just him. We invite every single person across the plane to come in here and have this discussion. We're not scared or shy about discussing this topic.
But real quick, you're in high school, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm assuming you live with your parent or a parent, right?
Yes.
You a sophomore?
Okay.
Yes.
I knew it.
No, I'm not a sophomore.
Fuck. Don't worry about it. Keep going, XO.
I was gonna
Junior,
say,
maybe.
I'm just gonna say, listen, and this is pretty rare, but I talk to people like you're a little young. I usually don't talk to people your age. I thought you were 18, but I can talk to people's parents too, man. And your parents will be shocked also because they don't realize they've been lied to either. And I probably don't need to go down this rabbit hole, but my parents didn't know either. But if I was your age, I don't know how you can do it, man. I wouldn't be able to handle this information at your age. I wasn't able to handle it till many years later. So I can understand, bro. Again, this isn't for everybody. It's all good.
XO, do you want to scare him away from the information or do you want him to look into it?
I don't want him to be pressured. He might need to take some time off, Glatt. He might need to take a step back. It's too much right now. So listen, if adults can't handle it, I'm just saying that it might be too much for him right now. It's that simple.
I know, I just kind of fucking around.
He is in the best position, though, to handle it.
Yeah, he is.
He's not built his entire life around this fucking religion yet, so that's why adults
I
can't
agree.
handle it.
I know it's a double-edged sword, guys. That's the thing. I know. You're right. I know.
Well, and we oftentimes have a lot of young people join the server and to talk about this, and so I think he's to his credit, he's actually stuck around and listened and had some decent responses compared to other people his age in here. So it's all good. So, by the way, hey, we're here 24 hours a day. If you want to invite some friends, if you have some other friends from other servers, uh, tell them about us. So we have more conversations forthcoming. We're going to be here all the time, 24 hours a day. So good. Anyone listening? Yeah, we're here 24 hours a day. Same type of conversation. It's not always the same, but yeah, I would like to introduce this idea. This idea. Mind. But yeah, if you have friends that want to join the server, share it. I didn't want to. I was about to go and blow the head on some bullshit. I'm not going to do it.
Okay. Who's next?
Did you say who's next?
I did. Yep.
Who's the next one up? Let's see.
Yeah, he's talking in the voice text now, and that's okay. He should be figuring some stuff out, just not on the voice text, and that's awesome. So,
No,
Occupy, you're doing great. I hope you learn a whole lot. I hope you're
he seems
happy with what
interested.
you learn, you know.
Yeah, he seems interested. That's cool. Hey, since there's a lag, should we play a song?
Sure.
Let's see.
Although if you step on KJ's toes, you might have a problem.
Oh, well, is KJ in here?
Yeah, she's here.
Hey, KJ, play a song.
You got to admit, she's better than you at it.
She is. I do admit that. Yeah.
I didn't mean to. Shoot.
Dude, she's introduced a lot of really cool songs, man, that I've never heard before.
Perfect.
Hey, yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east. And we're poor and rich and hold all that class. Don't wanna know any signs, don't wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to watch. We just don't wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls to anybody critical about view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door, I keep closed just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. Love a G up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up and eat up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up. I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? Is it filter it out? Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. World gone mad and it's too PC, and they're trying to take away the freedom that I wanna speak. Click, click, cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't wanna hear another beat, but my gut got this, then my head take note, cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt. And then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nut, tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. When the so-called experts ever sorted this out. When we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians. Different time, same old station, crowd ovation. Whip up hatred, that old chestnut, that vocation. Do anything to truth, but face it. I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? Is it filter it out? Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter.
And if you didn't like that song,
you're a piece of shit.
Fuck you.
I'm free.
I like that one, man.
If you don't like it, leave. I don't even want to walk in your shoes. What about me?
Flutter.
That's my favorite Flat Earth song, I think, right? Like,
yeah, it's one
all
of
of
my
last
favorite
year,
ones.
I think.
Yeah, it's pretty badass, man. We don't like it, leave. Flutter.
It's a cool cadence, man. Like, it's a unique song.
Is. Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah.
I like what black folks said.
Which what? What'd I say?
If you don't like it, fuck you.
Oh yeah. It's like that part in Talladega Nights where he goes, "If you don't true Big Red, fuck you."
Yeah, exactly.
It's awesome.
Yeah. Oh, that's an idiocracy, right?
No, that's Talladega Nights.
Oh,
or what
well,
he was saying? Bong was saying?
Both.
No, you're talking about I think he was talking about idiocracy. It's just like Carl's Jr. It's like something about Carl's Jr. or something. Fuck you or whatever. Anyway.
If you don't chew Big Red, fuck you.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
Yeah.
It's at the end of Talladega Nights. He's also he also does like a Chinese prune candy spot. He's like ding bong and don't ting fing hong pei prune candy. It's so funny.
Oh man.
Shit. Anyway.
Hey, we need to play that freaking a song by God, what's his name?
You Can Do This.
You Can Do This. It's not you.
Well, now you've got to give me a hint because you need some help. Okay, and we've lost Helio. Sounds good to me. Latest Glober claim is, yes, it measures flat, and that's how we know it's curved.
Where's that claim coming from?
Well, the world admits that it relies on a flat stationary Earth, right?
I got somebody here who hasn't seen Idiocracy. I'm trying to explain it.
Well, they're over at Gem Pandas right now. You don't have to explain it. Just listen to the people at Gem Pandas.
I will never do that.
I'd rather not.
On purpose.
Have at it, bro. You want to go over there?
I feel like the second I click in there, I just start absorbing estrogen. Like I'm not. It's fine. I can stay right here.
You got to get that estrogen blocker, bro.
Doesn't work, man. Gamma Panda is pure Karen rage, and I think Karen's a female. So yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, but you got to get that Bible does it. You got to get the shield of fate. I mean, come on, man. Sword of the Spirit.
Is he worthy of that?
Oh, bro, trust me. We should go over there sometime together and watch what happens. It's hilarious. Lino Tomo. We got Lino Tomo in. There he is. Glatflobe, the guy you've been waiting for.
Yeah? Where's he at?
Lino's the Italian Globy.
Oh, right. I think we have talked to him. He's really nice. Yeah, it's kind of hard to get after him.
Kid. He's a nice kid. I mean, he's
maybe EXO can try. I really feel bad. I don't know why.
He doesn't join voice very often.
I think it's because of the language barrier is why I feel bad.
It's all right, man. I mean, he knows what's up. He's like a huge fan. He's a huge fan of the channel, though. Shout out to Lino Tomo. He listens all the time. But yeah, he's an Italian Globy.
people in need of the right information exist everywhere on the plane.
No, I remembered. It's MacGyver. You remember MacGyver's cover of the
So far, no, I don't.
Wait, hold on. Let me think of it. It's just coming back to me slow because I'm slow right now. Hold on. It's
She's watching it right now.
You're excited?
For her, you know, it's like
Cheech and Chong, MacGyver. Remember that one?
No.
MacGyver did a Cheech and Chong song with the son, his tongue could play guitar.
Yes.
And
Oh,
you know, what's the name of that song? Let me find this fucking channel. It's what I
Most
was
fucking
thinking
flat
about.
earthers.
Most fucking flat earthers.
Most fucking
haven't heard
glowers.
It's
In
the
their sticks
Glover.
and their shadows.
With that. And that was too. I just gotta find the fucking song.
They're Bedford level. I mean, it's pretty much just waiting for aliens to invade, right?
Flat Earth.
Is that what we're doing? We're all waiting for aliens?
I'm sure not waiting for any of that.
All them aliens and shit. You know what I'm saying?
You know what's funny? If it starts happening out there, I'm just gonna be like, "Fuck yeah! All right, let's see what they're actually gonna do now." I'm curious. Whoa, let's see. You know what I mean? It's like a sick curiosity. Yeah. Anyway, it's not important. Earth measures flat, no matter what kind of demonic activity is happening between the ruling elite and us.
No matter what the demons say, right? I mean, sorry, aliens. Get them mixed up all the time, sorry. NASA asked 24 elders of major religions how they feel about demons. I mean, aliens.
I assume they're quite for them in certain circumstances.
Wonder what, yeah. What do you think about aliens, Christian? I think they're cool. They're awesome.
Yeah, there's a lot of evolutionists that believe in the globe, or that are Christian, or claim to be Christian, or whatever religion they want to say.
Exactly.
All that shit. All of it.
One world religion, right? Like
Man, yeah, man, that's
all
some woke
one.
shit. That's some woke shit, Bong. Man, that's some woke shit. You know what I'm saying?
We are one, and one are we.
Yeah.
Like the Three Musketeers.
Everything is everything.
Helio, you got to pay attention to the YouTube chat. Someone's trying to talk to you.
Oh, really? YouTube?
God is in you and me and everything, and we are in God. Everything is everything.
Hey, yeah, I was gonna say, Bong, you just said everything is everything. You could have just gone with that, but I guess.
Hey,
have your fun.
Are you trying to say he's not woke? That nigga
Nothing-
woke.
No.
Nothing
What you
is also
talking about?
So
He
how
woke,
big's
man.
How big's Samoa?
Nothing is also everything because that's where everything came from. Nothing. In is out is in, out is out, in is in.
Which, in conclusion, thank you. That's also proving evolution. Yes, congratulations, Bong.
Thanks.
What am I talking about? Yeah, Bong is woke.
I only had 2 bongs just now, too. Didn't even hit the third
Yeah.
one yet.
Man, Bong got 2 bongs, man. What you talking about?
My tolerance is supposed to be high. Flat Earth.
Well, my tolerance for bullshit is through the roof. Researching all the globe stuff.
Aren't we all?
It's like this. I woke up to flat Earth, and it took me just a little bit to learn the basic foundation. And then I started to learn about everything else. But I'd been studying all the other stuff for so long, and I think the only one I had right was 7-Eleven was a part-time job. All the other stuff was nonsense until I got to flat Earth.
Flat Earth, flat Earth.
We do want to know what the audience thinks. Ayers in the YouTube chat, please.
I'm not seeing where someone is addressing me recently. Maybe I'm looking at the wrong video. Hold on, let me make sure I'm.
What is that caused me to ask what the hell an atom was anyway, and all that other
It's
stuff.
a name for a young man.
Yeah. Yeah. I was like, isn't it a model? And isn't it similar to this heliocentric model? It's not even, is it even electromagnetism related?
Yeah. So, is everybody excited to become a computer?
I have ascended beyond the level.
I've always been a pooter. A computer.
Oh dear.
Computers are trying to be people. And people are trying to be computers.
It's so nasty. Oh my goodness, this is gross.
Okay.
I don't see where you're saying that someone's addressing me in the YouTube chat. I don't
Okay,
see
so yeah, so I guess you're not looking at it.
well, I'm looking at it right now. I don't see it
No,
here.
you're
I mean,
not.
I'm looking for like
No, you
the
are
past
not.
10 minutes. All right,
No.
so
Look at
I
the
see
bottom.
you just posted. Where's there a lull we can?
Read
I
above.
can't
KJ. What KJ said.
I don't play music over people talking.
No, what she said right above when I said when there's a.
It's just like.
Wow. Okay, Helio, I'm going to read this to you. It's a yes or no question. Are you ready? Don't get mad at me, dude.
I'm not gonna get mad. I'm gonna be mad at you if you don't just tell me
I can't fucking believe
outright
you're not seeing
what
this.
the
It's
fuck
just a
you're talking
message in
about.
the chat. Like, you own this server. Ready? Okay, so ask Helio if I can play a song. Her Eyes on Level requested one. Thanks.
Her Eyes on Level. Is it a copyrighted song? I mean, we probably can't play it. I think I
Don't
saw
ask me,
that.
Helio, read the chat.
I think I saw that, but it's good. Let's see.
Don't worry about it. Just admit that you might not be able to take it in right now, and that's okay.
I mean, if it's not a copyrighted song and if it has something to do with flat Earth, and then we can play it. I mean, I'm not. No.
This is a big deal. It's becoming a really big deal.
It has become so far. I don't know.
Okay. Well.
I mean,
KJ,
even some copyright material we can play on here, as long as no. I mean, you can play it and see what happens. Just be careful with some. If it's like on Geffen Records or some shit, I mean, obviously we're gonna have some problems.
Do you think the generation coming up knows who Geffen Records is?
No, but Geffen owns a lot of other subsidiaries and shit.
I'm just fucking with you. Yeah, nothing copyrighted, guys. Nothing famous.
Dude, yeah, for the most part, just play something. If there's a major issue, I'll let you know. if you think it's okay, I mean, this is why I give people perms, on the
If you would like
on
KJ,
the
go ahead and
YouTube
check it out. And
channel.
if it's not copyright, I'd say just play it.
Yeah, if they're associated with a major label, then for the most part, they're either going to give me a copyright claim, which doesn't affect the channel. I get dozens of those every day. But if it's like a really popular, like if they have videos out and all that kind of shit, I don't know. I don't know. But really, mostly want to keep it like flat Earth or truth or content, kind of stuff. Yeah, but if it's something new that somebody is independent on YouTube or whatever, I think we can play it for the most part. I don't think we should have a major issue.
How about this song? Can I play this song?
No! That's an absolute no! I'm just fucking with you.
Okay.
No, go ahead and play it, KJ. It's all right.
Nah, I just learned last night. So I'm not gonna
just fucking with you, Bone. You can play music on your tab, Bone.
But the whole universe is outside us. Look at the stars. Some of them are 1 million light years away.
Everyone is taught these lies when they go to school. But I won't go back to the ball.
Oh yeah. I play this one sometimes. This one's
good. And anyone who doesn't look again must love the rules.
Yeah, this one's good.
I won't go back to the ball.
That's Darren Nesbitt.
I believe that shit. 'Cause when you take a step back and look at it, everything they show you is CGI. Gotta ask yourself why. Well, you can tell me gravity accounts for space and time, but I won't go back to the ball. 'Cause I will trust my senses over Newton and Einstein. I won't go back to the
ball. Yeah, he's a Pac-Man guy.
I can't believe we believe that shit. 'Cause when you take a step back and look at it, everything they show us is CGI. Gotta ask yourself why.
Launch control, this is Houston. We are go for launch.
So what exactly do you think all those theories prove? 'Cause I won't go back to the ball. All it takes is 2 clear eyes to see the earth don't move. I won't go back to the ball. We can't believe that shit. 'Cause when we take a step back and look at it, everything they show us is CGI. You really gotta ask yourself why don't they just take a photograph?
Take a photograph.
We don't have time for a meeting of the flat earth.
Do you suppose it is beyond us to produce a dual system of astronomy? The stars can be near or distant according as we need them. Do you suppose our mathematicians are unequal to that? Have you forgotten doublethink?
Wow, that ending is perhaps my favorite part, and I've never heard that song, so
Really? You never heard that? That's Darren Nesbitt. He's from.
Oh, I know about
Dan.
Yeah.
That
Crazy.
was him. That's him singing. It's
good shit.
That's his song.
In the key of E minor.
Well, cool. You have perfect pitch or something?
In case you want to play
I
around.
don't know, but he's pretty badass. I've seen him play it on acoustic, like solo.
I was asking
Same
Bong if
song.
he had perfect pitch because he said it's an E.
Oh,
What, E
my
sharp?
bad. B sharp.
E sharp.
I thought you said B sharp.
No. That's the treble clef.
It is. Did you say the treble or the treble clef?
Every good boy does fine.
If you go B sharp, then you're kind of like
Every good boy does fine.
Are you going to answer his question, Bong?
What? What's the question?
I forgot.
Holy shit! I'm not the only one that forgets.
Listen, it's limited storage in this avatar. What the fuck you expect?
We're talking about key signatures.
Only have 46.
You asked Bong a question about some type of key signature, something about B.
Helio, check your DMs real quick, bro.
Oh, god dang it.
Oh, I know. It's just horrible.
Let me check it.
You guys remember Axis of Awesome? The 4-chord pop? 4 chords?
From Jack Black movie?
Yeah, something like that. It's just 4 chords and a lot of pop songs are written in it.
School of Rock. I get it. I got you. Yeah. It's the formula.
Yeah.
Which is intro, which is a chorus without lyrics. First verse, first chorus, second verse, second chorus, bridge, ending, last chorus / outro. You did
By the
not
way,
let me say about 60% of that, Bong.
Hey, Bong, did you hear a goddamn word he said?
Yes.
No, he's smoking. Why don't you fucking mute while you smoke way over there? Because your mic sucks right now.
Intro, chorus, verse, chorus, or bridge, chorus. Yep.
No, see.
Yeah, I think we can play that song since that's
all right.
That's FDS's song, right? It's just like the video. We don't play the video on here anyway.
Right? Yeah.
The audio should be fine.
Do it.
The formula is 1564. 1564.
KJ, if you could be so kind, I guess I'll do it. I mean, I could do it. See, I don't. KJ, would you be so kind as to play this song? I'm going to send it to you.
Even though that's one of the things that we don't necessarily.
It's late at night, I just don't think it matters.
I don't think it does either.
We played it 10 times at least before.
Like I said, I get copyright. I get several copyright claims every single day on my channel. I mean, it's just like, well, if you think I'm lying, I'm dying.
You know what's funny? Real quick before she plays this, what's funny is they need us to stay up and on the internet. Like that's part of their plan. So they're not going to take us down if we keep, like you're going to get strikes and that's that because it's going to stay up.
It's not strikes because they
copyright things.
Claims. It's like they'll like if you're borrowing a lick from a song. Then they'll just say, hey, when you play this song, then someone can claim.
Right, I got you.
And I don't fight it because, hey, my fucking channel's not monetized anyway, so why should I fight it?
Exactly. It's only for the anti-flat Earth scum. Okay, so KJ, it's all you.
I think I haven't even heard that one yet.
Man, I'm so tired of all these people saying ever since COVID came, I haven't been able to do this or that. Man, I love COVID. I am embrace COVID. Yo, tell me I'm lying. If it wasn't for COVID, I'd never get laid. And if it wasn't for COVID, I'd never get paid. If it wasn't for COVID, you'd never be afraid. I got COVID, you know this, so you better behave. I'm the dirtiest, filthiest, most serious. Puffing on the Philly blunt that I'm filling with dank. This ain't color by numbers, but you can fill in the blank. So many people's hearts are so filled up with hate. Cause your imagination's been filled up with space. Hit the gas till it's gone, then I'm killing the brakes. Smash her ass all night long if you're willing to take the time to get to know me, yo, I'm willing to wait. Potatoes, tomatoes, cheese, Philly, and steak. Screw the pooch on the platter, now I'm drilling the plate. These lines I write ain't hard really to make. Finally rhyme to a beat without killing the bass. This COVID album I made is the illest to date. Getting breastfed by Helen Keller really was great. The best head she ever got while feeling my face. Your mind's so filthy, I'm feeling really disgraced. So when your asshole shuts, the only way I'm killing the Jake. Feed him XX all day till he's willing to shake. Jaren's hand in the sandbox, now they're willing to play. I gotta say something no one else is willing to say. Yo, if it wasn't for COVID, I'd never get laid. And if it wasn't for COVID, I'd never get paid. And if it wasn't for COVID, you'd never be afraid. I got COVID, and you know so you better behave. Hey, 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 come. Yo, I just recorded this song with my severance pay for the yellow ribbons to listen on Veterans Day. Or just wait till September 11th to play while I take Rose 777 on day. She put my ass in a leather versus leather debate. Turned her water into wine when I leveled her grapes. After she dumped me, I gave her friend Kelsey a taste of mushrooms till it started melting my face. Yo, what the hell does it take to get me to stop taking single tampons instead of just getting the box? Been on bottom so long when I finally get to the top, the twin tower doors were freaking unlocked. Firing blanks with a shotty that's freaking uncocked. You say freaking a lot. No, I've lost freaking the dodge. Off that Richard Simmons diet, cause all the shitting and farts made my fat pale body so skinny and dark. Give me a spark, quickly, to inhale this bomb. I'm hitting the mark if you're still playing this song. This song. Yo, if it wasn't for COVID, I'd never get laid. And if it wasn't for COVID, I'd never get paid. And if it wasn't for COVID, you'd never be afraid. I got COVID, and you know so you better behave. Hey, 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 Yo, man, that song wasn't even really about COVID. I mean, you mentioned it once or twice, but I mean, 4 times. Even Flat Nasty had more mentions about COVID than this. Man, never mind. Never mind. And you know this, man.
Bro, that was fire. I laughed out loud like 7, 8 times.
That's right. And you like the part about the Rose 777?
I thought you were going to play Flat Nasty. I don't know why I thought that.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Well, yeah, what was my favorite part? Hold on.
That's right.
You started to do the that's pretty good. And you know, that's not going to trip the algorithm up at all, right? You can do that, and everyone knows what we're talking about, but we don't have to say the words.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there you go, kids. That was Flatter Day Saints, by the way. Somebody should put a link in the... I'll put the link to the song that just played in the Livestream voice text. KJ, if you want to take it away for a little bit, I'd say have fun. been 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.
Like write a song just talking smack about all the BS, the lies and liars, and probably have a catchy, cool song, like a more substance than a lot of these.
Well, anyway, while we wait for our resident super Flatterday, since you're here, let's yell at you for a couple, 2, 3. If you'd like. If not, that's no big deal too. I feel like I'm scaring
What
people
up?
away. Yo, what up?
Just trying to flatten the curve,
Yeah, man. So, have you seen the level, or the flatten the curve? Fucking the new movie coming out.
I haven't seen part 2 yet. No, I didn't know it was out yet.
Yeah, the part 2 is pretty neat. It's pilots. It's the whole roster of the merchant marine guy, the pilots, and a radar technician for the, I think, Air Force or Navy.
Okay.
So some gravy, some big hitters. And I don't want to say too much about it. I was just gonna post the link. Hang on. Of course, I want to say a lot about it. Go ahead.
Santos Bonacci posted one of my videos, the co-vagina video, on his on his page. I was like, yeah, I got a bunch more subs from that. So that was cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
My mom actually met him in Mexico.
Santos.
Yeah.
The legend, the man, the myth.
Right? He's been around for a long time.
He really lays it out. I remember like first getting into Santos and seeing where he was then. It was like 2016, 2015. And then watching all of his old stuff and seeing his transition from the globe narrative to literally with his work just showing how all the celestial bodies, all of everything matches more a flat earth understanding than the globe one. He pointed out all of the astrological flaws. He does his syncretism thing, and I think it's sweet.
Yeah. One of my favorite videos was the one where he talks about the Vatican, bro, and he breaks down like the CisQKV and all that, bro. I was like, so much gravy right there,
The greatest of gravy. I've almost found the video. Hang on. So what have you been up to lately, brother?
Just been making music. I made the intro for Mellow. Have you heard of Mellowdome?
Mellowdome,
by Austin.
no.
Awesome Austin. They do like a live stream.
You should post it in the voice text.
I'm not quite done with the song. I need to make the vocals louder, and then we will. So not quite yet, but
okay. All right.
By tomorrow I should be done, and then it'll be on his channel.
Cool. So you guys finish out the tracking, all mix and master it. You guys will be good to go. Sounds good. All right.
All right. Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. You guys do a great job with it's the perfect, like, I don't know, the production is perfect for the style of it's like it's comedy rap and it's well done. Yeah. Which like a lot of people like comedy rap. That's got something we buy at a dollar store. It's no, actually. And if you want to learn something, like take some of the words that you were laughing about real quick from his song, just go look them up. Look all that stuff up. It's crazy what you'll find.
Right. Yeah, most rap today is like so serious, you know what I mean, about shooting people and about stacks of cash and everything.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Someone said my name?
Yeah. You do mixing and mastering?
I do. I have associate's degree in audio engineering and music production.
Oh, nice. Got it. So
well, it's not lucrative, I'll tell you that, but I know how to do it pretty well.
Okay.
Yeah, man. If you got something you want to brighten up and make sound better, send it my way.
I'll send you any flat Earth projects I work on. Is that all right with you?
Not all of them. Check this out. Find one that you want to send to me, and then I can get to know your style by digging deep on just one, and then you tell me what you like and dislike about it, and from there we can do more things.
Cool.
Like a test thing. You're gonna try me out.
Yes. I'll send you something. Thank you, man. Thank you. Because that's good, man. Cool.
If you want to send it to my email, because you might not be able to put it up there in the old voice text there.
Hey, yeah, man. Because I've been trying to learn on my own how to do stuff, and it's a bit frustrating and kind of getting.
No worries. Hey, Battle Mod, can I try to? I'm gonna try to rap those lyrics right now. Can I shit all over your lyrics, Battle Mod? I don't want to do it if you don't give me the permission.
Oh, we call that biting in the rap world.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure, go ahead. But that's not a flat earth rap. That's just a rap about real hip hop and this bullshit mumble shit trying to take over.
Hip mumble rap.
No, I got it. Are you ready?
Are you gonna play something?
No, I'm gonna rap, Helio.
Oh,
I'm gonna read genius lyrics, genius Battle Mod lyrics. I'm gonna rap. You ready?
All right.
The way I feel the salvation, truly divine, when I intertwine like a vine. My lyrics to these bass lines know that I quest to live big Willie. Fuck the Phillies, roll up the Fanta. Don't know what that is. And vocally I haunt you like a criminal. I stick you up for your mental in a minute. Fill it with lyrics till it reaches the motherfucking limit. No gimmicks, cause wrath, man, it's real. And I lost it. No gimmicks, cause wrath causes wrath. Well, anyway, I lost it there, brother. But without a beat, I couldn't go further. Anyway, I like them.
I bet you don't know what a Fanta is, because La Fantas cost about $50 a cigar. But hey, you can change it, bro. Just that's the thing about rap. I could write a rap that you like, but you got to make it flow off yours.
Yeah, for sure.
Dude, Mike's a boss on this shit, man. He can flow like nobody's business, man.
Well, I rap that first verse, all that in a couple breaths and quick.
Right. Hey, let me see if I can do the chorus real quick. So like the B mobby dropping real hip hop, let you know that we flow to hip hop, to real hip hop. It's a norm that we perform rugged hip hop, G thumping hip hop, party jumping hip hop. Something like that.
Yeah.
It's a norm that we perform rugged. It's the norm that we perform rugged hip hop. There we go. So it's got to be like the chorus would be dun 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 dun. That's the rhythm, and then the end is G thumping hip hop, party jumping hip hop. Hey.
That's a good flow on the rhythm, man. I like to let other voices do the rhythm or the chorus.
It almost kind of sounds like Will Smith at the end, though. I kind of ruin it with that. So, yeah. Anyway, I like the lyrics, man.
Like Will Smith.
You know what I mean? Like you didn't notice it until I said it, and then you're like, "Fuck, he's right."
Well, it's not meant to be gangster. It's meant to be a demonstration of real lyrics beat out mumble lyrics any day when you can understand the rapper clearly.
I don't know, man. I think Playboy Cardi's jump out the house, jump out the house, jump out the house, jump out the house.
I don't really think it's okay. So the talent, in my opinion, with that stuff, it lies in between like how stupid they can sound and not intelligible, while at the same time saying stuff.
Yeah. Hide it in my sock.
I mean, I like to drop lyrics clearly. If you can't hear me, then close caption it. You know what? Fuck it.
I think as long as the flow is catchy, right, and the words are simple and catchy, people will get sucked into it.
Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with that. That's the best thing, is to get someone's attention with the music.
Well, that's it. that's the basis of original hip hop. You know, throw your
Oh yeah,
hands in the air
it's
and
a party.
wave them like you just don't care.
That's kind of the way I'm feeling it. The way I'm seeing the lyrics written there, and it's just like, well, I
And
feel
if you're not,
salvation is truly divine. When I
Because
interview my divine,
right,
I don't know.
what George Bush said,
yeah,
repetition, right? Like repeating in music, when you repeat a melody, it becomes like a theme, like a motif. You know, you
yeah.
got
Oh,
the you know what I
If
mean. So repeating things
hey,
3 times or 4 times.
if you're not a square from Delaware and you got unclean underwear, somebody say, "Oh yeah."
That's classic
Nice.
hip. That's classic hip hop style right there.
That's classic hip hop, yo.
Yep.
That that's The Roof is on Fire, the original version.
Somebody say,
Somebody say, "Oh yeah," kicking it out the chair. Ah,
Well, a mumble
now
rap is like this.
DJ spinning on Will Chill like an anal thing because he is real. He's cutting the jam with his wave of sand. It sounds so fresh, he'll make you dance. He's got the highs in his eyes, the bass in his face. This super DJ will rock the place. You guys don't know the original version of The Roof is on Fire. You just know the shortened version.
Mumble rap is like the flow of it is that 3 beat flow. You know how you have a 4 beat one.
triplets. Yeah, it's
Yeah, it's
triplets.
like that's all.
So
That's
stupid,
all
dude.
it is. And you just float to it, throw words in, and I mean it's catchy enough. Like it
I'm
can
gonna
get
read
old.
what John said in the voice text real quick in the mumble rap. Ready? Got a question a friend asked. I can't explain. Why is that? We can't always see it the same. Like when it's over in China and America.
Just make some of
It's
it
fucking
rhyme though.
stupid shit. Got a question a friend asked. I can't explain.
Yeah. So it's like, oh, somebody figured out to use the tuplet triplet rhythm. I didn't call it that.
It's called a shuffle or something.
Yeah,
Actually,
tuplets.
I think so. Yeah. Anyway, music is fun. Only possible on a flat Earth.
I think a catchy repeating rhythm or a flow is also as effective. Just switch out the words, but you repeat the flow almost like a repeating melody.
I think we should play Latter-day Saints Rodney Dangerfield song.
Yeah, dude. Totally. Get it.
Come on, Latter-day Saints. Oh, is he still in there? No, he left.
I can dig that Rodney Dangerfield song.
It's fucking cool, man.
I dig it.
Where's it at? I'm trying to find it right now.
You know how a guitar solo might take up 8 bars, right?
If you let the guitarist do a guitar solo, he will be really pissed if you only give him 8 bars.
16 bars, right? That's like a verse, so that's what you would do. And if he has rhythm, right, and you can follow what he's doing with the rhythm and the melody. It's kind of, something like that with words. But I like James Brown. He says, as long as you bring me the one back to the one, 1, 2, 1, 2. You repeat it like that.
You got to make the one the most obvious beat for everybody.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that's how you get the root, right? That's
if you got to hit the bell on the fucking ride cymbal only once in a song just to keep the one rocking, you're doing it.
Ding.
Yeah, it's like a drop on the one, right? Dun, 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 dun. 1, dun, dun.
Well, what you're doing is you're living in the anticipation. There's a split anticipation second when you go 3 and 4.
And
it's like
well, the and is the up note, and
that's just doubling it.
Right, you've got your 1E end to 2E end stuff. That's kind of but it's the last. If you get what I'm saying, it's the last beat. So it's back in. Like I don't know how to explain it.
Well, you don't have to explain it. You feel it.
If you were in the same room as me, you'd understand what I was saying. I'm making a lot of gestures.
I bet you are.
It's all in the hand jive, bro.
Yeah, it's weird, man. Like getting used to this.
Dun, 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 dun,
Are you
dun,
guys ready
dun,
for this one?
dun,
All right,
dun,
here's
dun, dun,
here comes
dun,
Flatney
dun,
Dangerfield.
No
dun,
respect.
dun,
No respect at all.
Respect at
dun,
all.
dun.
Well, when I was a kid, nobody was nice. I was 6 years old. I found out there's no such thing as Alpo baby food. I mean, I don't get no respect from anyone.
Yeah, girl. See you over there staring at me like Karen B. Why don't you come on over here before I get up and flat smack you? The very first time I saw you, it was snowing. Standing in line to get tested for COVID. Before you know it, Jackie May started grow on me. Ever expanding, yo, the more she would blow on me. Gave her HIV and she gave her COVID to me. Took away my breath, now I won't even breathe. Swear I'll never ever look at another girl again, unless the girl happens to be a girlfriend. Caught in a whirlwind of cartoon violence, like my boy Soul 7. Yo, I'm hard to silence, but her scarlet eyelids melt my heart away. Now it's hard to say how long we've been together. When's our anniversary? Yo, I don't know whenever. She happens to be clever. Minding me, put my blinders on, or she'll be blinding me. All the times that we got in crazy ass fights, I beat Flat Nasty's ass. Yeah, you may be right. I get no respect, and all the ladies be like, they call me Flat Knee, mother loving Dangerfield. You can track me, but never know the pain I feel. This ain't no Fortnite, baby, I don't play for real. Till one of our blood done stained the steel. I'm losing my mind like an acidator. Ask James from modern day, I'm a masturbator, and I'm a crash the data and give Macintosh a virus. Still walking barefoot while you rock Osiris, and I can talk all night about the cash NASA stole on the Baby Truth show with Jack the asshole. You mean Jake the asshole? I don't take Tabasco on my pineapple and Target when I eat them whole. Yo, grapefruit goes out to Karen B. When I'm high on Jeranism, she's always staring at me. Not to mention how Pharisees precariously, nefariously trying to be embarrassing me. They call me Flat Knee, mother loving Dangerfield. Have you heard the way he raps? Yeah, it's strange for real. Pittsburgh stole my mind to use my brain for steel. Call it Coriolis going down the drain for real. All the pain I feel inside of my noggin, Lithuanian baby, and it made me froggy. They say I'm crazy as piss. The astronauts drink. I'm attacking my shrink wrapped in foil psychology. Jackie May never knows she owes me an apology. I pour my soul into this song, baby, it's all of me. They Flat Knee, mother loving Dangerfield. I get no respect, baby, this pain's for real. This ain't no Halo, I don't play no games for real. I hope none of our blood done stained the steel. They call me Flat Knee, mother loving Dangerfield. I get no respect, baby, this pain's for real. Really, really real. It's really, really for real. Super real. I'm out. Super duper real. I'm out. Don't forget to ride. Have a safe flight.
I tell you, Johnny, I told you it's tough to be funny when you're coming off drugs. I'll tell you that.
I love it, man.
Yeah.
Flatter Day, so creative, bro. I love it.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
I need some samples, bro.
Yeah, it sounded like it was a little doubled up on that on here, but I listened on the live stream. It sounded good.
I can only hear a beat in my head. I can't lay it down. I got this
motherfucking Dangerfield. He said mother loving him. He should have said motherfucking. Anyway.
I think he's got enough other words in there that make up for having not said motherfucker.
I was just thinking the same thing.
I know everybody does. It's like mother loving. No, this should be Flat Knee motherfucking Dangerfield. He already know. He already know.
Cuss rapping master like me.
That's pretty good.
I be spitting the flow while you be shitting the show.
I'll be dropping them curse words while you're watching me glow.
Mm-hmm.
From you a bitch to a motherfucking hoe.
You should know I expect you to know, so now you know.
Oh, that's an old school bar right there.
Yeah, I like the old stuff. I grew up on that stuff. It's like if I
you
try to write
don't
something else,
know,
it
now
doesn't
you
come out
know.
any other way but like late 80s, early 90s pop.
Yeah. I've never been able to just. I've never been able to just throw lyrics out there like that. I always like. I usually write. I write lyrics to the music.
Welcome to the Globe Rack. Check it. Intelligence is what I bring, so clean your ears as I sing, and let's hope that freedom rings. Let me collaborate. Let me articulate and demonstrate. Oh, it's a flat earth they hate.
They do hate it. So we got a guy on the YouTube saying, "Hey, Helio Glatt, I got a question for you guys." His name is Looking for Answers. Looking for answers? We might have one for you. What do you want to know?
Hello, Sean.
Yeah, is it Sean Hawkins?
I don't know. I just throw that out to be covered because he has 1,000 accounts, bro. I just want to cover that it might be. It might be Sean. You never know.
Could
you think he sequesters like?
I think Michelle
time in his day.
If you want
to make
accounts, what I really think, I think Michelle from the old school changed her name to Sean.
Okay.
And it was real. It was
the virtual transgender on YouTube.
Yeah, it was really Brenda from the get-go, though.
Really, I don't. I mean, there's a big difference between Brenda's voice and Sean's voice. I mean, there's a big difference. I mean, it could have a voice changer.
No one goes and says dog bones are clocks unless they're deliberately being retarded.
Oh man, I got a bar about that, but I can't drop it in here because it's just too nasty.
It's too real.
Yeah. Dog bones are clocks. Trannies have bleep.
Oh, okay, yeah, I know
I'm
what
just-
you mean. I know where that's going to go.
Not all of them.
Hey, and I'm just a creep talking conspiracy all week.
Okay, so the question is,
Well, hey, I mean,
listen,
nobody. As far
is
as
important.
that goes, I think all of flat earthers are taking the piss out of Brenda. So whatever. So did do what it do.
Okay, right.
Honestly, listen. Honestly, I think she loves us all. She gets some kind of sexual enjoyment out of us beating her up, and that's why she keeps coming back.
Yeah, maybe that's some S&M shit, but whatever.
She's a Looney Tunes bananas bonkers fucking shit stain. So anyway, the question from the YouTube chat is, why did Beethoven kill all his chickens? And we're supposed to guess.
Oh, is this a trivia question?
Why did Beethoven kill all his chickens?
We
have to posit at least one guess, or else this is no fun.
Beethoven kill all of his chickens.
Oh, here's the answer. We already got it. Are you ready, or do you want to guess?
I mean, I like Beethoven, but I don't.
You won't guess it. I'm reading the answer. You won't guess it. You ready? So, why did Beethoven kill all his chickens? He asked them who was the greatest composer of all time, and they said, "Bach, bach, 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 bach."
I joked on that one.
That's a good one.
That's decent. That's a decent joke. I'll get that. Yeah. But I like both of them equally.
Bach. Okay.
Yeah, Johann Sebastian.
What, you missed that one, Mike?
I didn't catch the Bach, bitch. Yeah.
Helio, you're going to slow your roll. Nope, you're going to slow it.
Slow it down.
Who's the best? Best composer? Bach, bitch. Bach.
I give that joke a 68%. Fuck it, 71%.
Yeah, it wasn't bad.
You get a C.
I like it.
Now I get it.
And that's a high mark.
And to be honest, I mean, I love both those composers. Yeah, they're great.
Yeah. I don't know who's better. I think Beethoven had a more impressive.
Mozart.
No, sorry, Mozart. Mozart was the.
There's no better or you
Than
know, when it
Mozart.
comes to style, yeah, I love Mozart too. I mean, it's
Right, but
just like
Mozart was the hey, I have the biggest dick in the room guy, right?
yeah,
Because his songwriting was so impressive. Okay,
and he started that shit when he was 5 years old.
it was like show
Well,
offy. Yeah.
in his defense, he could run the orchestra with that thing, you know.
Oh no, I mean he was so
Mozart.
Mozart was obviously the best, but we're going to
He
talk
didn't
about
need a wand.
right. But I think
But they were in different kids and different
true.
different flavors of everything. Yeah, man. Anyway,
He was a cockductor.
Cockductor.
I think they all tapped into like the same kind of energy to make music
Dun,
like
dun,
that.
dun, dun.
I think so too. I think so too because they're,
Dun, dun,
they're
dun, dun.
It's very similar stuff.
Hey, do you like Tchaikovsky?
Yeah, I like
Tchaikovsky.
Tchaikovsky.
Fucking love
Tchaikovsky.
Tchaikovsky, man. Oh my god, he's so
Whichever way you pronounce it, I like.
Yeah, I've never known how to pronounce it, but I've listened to a lot of it.
Well, I think it's pronounced Tchaikovsky. He's a Russian composer. So bad. He wrote the Nutcracker.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the most famous Christmas tunes or whatever. But he didn't write it for Christmas. It was just. But if you listen to a lot of his other stuff, Tchaikovsky was fucking amazing, man. He was so badass.
Guys, I got to start winding down.
Good luck.
Well, that's not up to us. You know, you're gonna have to quit doing rails, bro.
Yeah, get to it.
I'd probably throw up if I did one right now. I'm serious. That would be such a shock to my system. Bruh. I would not like that. I mean, at first.
You used to do that, right?
I can neither confirm nor deny that I have done the necessary research to be an addiction counselor.
I used to do it. Yeah, it would probably be pretty hot. It'd be pretty hot for me right now. If
No, I never did none.
Oh, there's no, dude. Let me just say, if you've done some homework, the rest of your life you'll be just a little more phlegmy right there in the nose. Yep. Mm-hmm.
It's like you might even have a deviated septum, but nobody.
No. It never. No. Nothing like that. Not for me.
Not deviated.
But the other night we saw.
Corroded septum. There's a difference.
The other time.
Yeah. There's a
last night we were talking about a guy who smoked his teeth. He actually smoked somebody else's tooth.
Smoke teeth? How the fuck do you smoke teeth?
You just grind it up and smoke
I
it.
read an article. Listen, I read an article once about a guy in Detroit that was married to a woman for 20 years. She wanted to quit one night. She was tired of smoking crack with him, so she swallowed the last $20 rock, right?
Yeah.
So he cut her open and got it back and smoked it and then called the police on himself.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Man, that's a psychopath.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Don't do drugs, kids.
Hey, Mike,
Amen.
You've been watching. I know both of us are fans of that. That Chicago, or not Chicago? Is it a Chicago show? Whatever. No, it's a New York show. The Power show. Did you watch the new episode?
Yeah.
No. Yeah, I just watched the new one before I came on.
Where he's actually in court for those murders?
No, I'm not subscribed to Showtime, so maybe the new one's out, but so I might be behind one episode. So no spoilers.
Okay, yeah, I just watched the new one. But obviously, you know, in the last one they arrested him for having that badge, right?
Yep. So I might be an episode behind you because I'm watching on a different platform.
Yeah, so that's not a spoiler. So, you could guess he goes.
Yeah, you know, he's the ghost son, you know, so he's gonna get out of it somehow. You know,
that's what I was thinking the whole time I'm watching it. Like, damn, this is a smooth, quick talking motherfucker here.
Anyway, what were we talking about? We were talking about another TV show or whatever. But yeah, he always fucking, you find your way out.
My other shows, I'm waiting for the seasons to start.
Dude, Yellow Jackets, have you watched that one?
Mm-hmm.
You have?
Yeah.
Oh man, that's pretty badass.
My son hit me to that. He was like, "You
Dude,
gotta
Yellow
check.
Jackets is pretty badass too. Freaking crazy.
You gotta. Are you still watching it on Soap for Today?"
Yeah. That's why I'm always like a week or two behind because they don't always put them up really fast.
Yeah.
Because I'm not going to pay all that money to freaking subscribe to all the channels they come out on. But yeah, I just watched the latest Yellow Jackets episode. That's a crazy show too. If you haven't seen that one, that's
Yeah,
great.
I ain't never heard that one. I don't know how we walked past that. Some motherfuckers smoke teeth. Oh my god.
Yeah, smoking teeth. What the hell?
How
That's a
did,
real person story. He just said.
right? How the hell did we?
What are
How
they
do we,
grind down teeth and smoking like crack? What the hell is that?
how do they get
Listen,
them?
listen. Okay.
How do they get them? Is the tooth fairy the tooth dealer?
No,
Is he
listen to this,
selling?
dude. Listen to this.
They call him Tooth Gary. They call him Tooth Gary.
The more meth
Well,
you smoke, the more teeth will fall out of your face.
oh,
Just how it works. Okay, so listen. They keep their
You ain't
teeth.
gonna get high off of smoking.
Yes, you are.
somebody's
Oh
teeth.
yeah, dude.
No.
Dude, all the meth
They're-
just
they're
sits on
covered
top of
with
those teeth
meth
all day,
resin.
seeping
Oh
in
my
as they're
god!
continually smoking.
Come on, man. That's
Yep.
bullshit.
No, it's
I call
not.
bullshit.
Listen, I'm with you, bro. I know what meth mouth is. That's why they call it meth.
Meth mouth. Oh yeah, it's a thing.
Come on, man.
It's nasty,
That-
bro. It's real bad.
That's why they call it meth mouth now. I never knew why. Now I do. Next, they'll be cutting their gums out, bro. What the fuck?
No, because it's some about the teeth. It just stays in the teeth. Well,
Oh man, not like that. I mean, I used to be a
Helio,
meth
listen,
head.
hold on.
All right, okay. Well, you
Helio,
can
I'm not
pretend that
asking.
it's something. Have you ever done it? Have you ever
But
done
I'm
it?
telling you, I know all about it, and there's reasons for that. I've never done it, but I've seen it. Okay,
Dude,
all right.
he's a drug therapist, man. What the fuck? He's
Exactly.
an authority on this, man.
Well, I mean, people that smoke that much, they're already way gone. You know, I mean, they can pretend that they're getting high off of smoking people's teeth.
No, because if they run out of meth and they're desperate, they'll smoke teeth, bro.
No.
2 + 2.
No.
Science of addiction, right? The psychology.
Hell, the fuck
of,
no. You're not
of
even
the
get high off that shit. I used to smoke meth, man. I mean,
Okay,
come
I
on,
love you,
man.
Helio. Also, fuck you, Helio. Good night, everybody.
See, that's why he said, let's not talk about it. See?
No, I'm Googling this shit for a citation, man. I believe him.
Is it difficult to imagine a guy smoking his teeth?
I mean, I'm not saying people don't do it, but that would be really dumb because I don't think you can get high off of that.
Even if you don't get high off of it, right? It's the
You can
addiction.
pretend you're getting high because you're already delusional. You know, I mean, yeah.
You know,
that's
you
all
ever
I'm
heard
saying.
of somebody drinking meth pee to get high? Not tea, pee. Somebody's piss.
Listen, if they can put any,
I've heard of that before.
if they can put any powder that they into a pipe that they've been using for all kinds of shit for months or years, even they put the powder in there and they smoke it up, and they'll get a little bit high, and it's enough to satiate them, you know, for at least a couple hours, 2, 3, 4 hours, and then get their next score. That's how it works.
Bro, I'm telling you, that's deep inside.
It's real gross.
The meth hole, yeah.
Just don't say that you disagree with something like that. What am I going to say? Yeah, you're right. It doesn't happen, and I don't have to look at it.
I didn't say it doesn't happen. I just said it's not going to get you
Dude,
high.
I was locked up.
You know, not like it's not
the
going to.
The placebo effect is strong on this one, right?
Maybe so. Yeah.
Yeah, I was locked up with somebody that would add brake fluid to his fucking stash, right? And he swore to God it made the stash stronger and last longer. I go, dude, you're smoking brake fluid. Moron. So yeah, people do all kinds of weird things, man. Junkies do weird things.
Now you tell me. Listen, you tell me when these teeth are getting all stained and blackened and they're rotten and crumbling and falling apart, that there's not going to be a little bit of meth on that you can smoke? You fucking kidding me?
I've seen a crackhead at a party picking the carpet and putting lint in his crack pipe. I believe you.
Oh yeah. Anyway, cool stories. Happy, always with a happy ending, right? Love you guys.
I thought you were going to say happy holiday.
Sure.
High five.
The point here is don't use drugs, kids.
Meth your life up.
And become a meth American.
Would that be a method?
I don't know, bro. I haven't heard that one, but that's funny. You'd think the Methodists would change your names.
Did you say the Methodist?
I do math.
Yeah, it's
I do
opposite
math.
from Exodus.
No, but sure. Yeah, I mean, yes, I mean, I know that people when they're in desperate situation as a drug addict, and I've been there before. Yeah, so when you feel desperate, I mean, yes, I mean, just
You ever
smoking somebody's teeth is not going to get
Elio,
you
you ever
high.
smoked meth?
What?
Have you ever smoked meth?
I plead the fifth on that one.
Because
So,
that's
yes.
what he was talking about. People that it's a phenomenon. People that end up smoking meth, they get rotten teeth. So it's called you smoked your teeth. They'll even say, "Yeah, man, I smoked my teeth up."
Well, how about never mind? I don't plead the fifth. Yes, I've smoked a shitload of meth before. Okay,
Didn't you just
and
lie?
I don't think I could get high off of smoking people's teeth.
No, it's a metaphor. Never mind. It's like smoked out. You know.
Don't knock it till you try it.
Well, I'm never going to smoke anyone's teeth, and I don't smoke meth anymore. But I did.
Have you ever
a long
drank in
time ago.
anyone's pee and gotten high?
No, I never tried that. But that's for desperate situations. If you get some,
All starts
see,
with
that's why I plead the fifth. I'm not going to talk about my
start
drug
with your
days.
nails.
You know, my real bad drug days. I'm not going to talk about it.
I thought you were going to say whatever I do in my own bedroom. It's my
No, I was just going to say no, Pete. I wouldn't even. Hell, I ain't gonna drink nobody's fucking piss, thinking I'm gonna get high off of drinking their meth piss.
The
Fuck
meth
that.
gets stuck in your nails, so you can start with your
No, I'm
nails.
not. No, I mean, if I'm gonna smoke meth, I'm smoking meth. Other than that,
Oh,
I'm
okay.
just not.
Okay.
I'm not gonna drink somebody's pee.
I was gonna
Thinking I'm
say,
gonna get high.
you
That's
try
fucking
smoking your
retarded.
hair. You can try smoking your hair too. Maybe.
Oh,
Maybe some of
yeah,
your
no, you
tendrils.
might as well. I mean, where else are you gonna go with it? It's just like, oh, well, I had meth a few weeks ago. Maybe I'm gonna shave my head and smoke my hair. What the?
There's meth in my hair. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try it, guys. I'm gonna try it. Go on TikTok.
Yeah, I mean, this was in my early 20s. Yeah, I did smoke, quite a bit of meth in my early 20s, but I haven't done it since then. So, yeah, I mean, it's not like trying to like smoke people's broken teeth that are meth heads. What the?
Sugar boom boom, I'm chasing dragons. This dragon's got my hand. Sugar boom boom, I'm robbing people, but I'm an honest man. Let me tell you straight up, homie, the story's not rehearsed. Got my share of dragons, but with this feeling I am cursed. Done a little tempo, paid for my crimes. Got off all healthy, now parole's going just fine. Sugar boom boom, I'm chasing dragons. This dragon got my hand. Sugar boom boom, I'm robbing people, but I'm an honest man.
Hey, that was pretty good, Mike. I like that one.
That's not mine.
Well, you might as well own it because nobody else ever heard it before.
The name. What do you think the name of that song is? It's called Sugar Boom Boom. Sugar Boom Boom.
Well, the
Yeah.
sugar would be the white. And I've
Well,
done plenty of the white as well, but anyway.
Bro,
White lines.
it's in the first two verses. I'm chasing dragons. What do you think chasing the dragon is?
Chasing the
White girl.
dragon is the slamming. It's slamming.
White girl. White girl.
Chasing dragons is folding foils and killing lighters.
Okay, well, I mean, sometimes it could mean slamming too, you know. But anyway,
White
Slamming.
slamming means. But I've
Your
never
mic
done that.
is
I've
so
never done
fucked up. It's just fucking up the combo bong. It's lagging and making other people lag, and I've only known chasing dragon to refer to smoking meth on a foil.
Oh, well, I thought chasing the dragon can also mean like slamming. Slamming the brown.
Bitches ain't loyal when they smoking on the foil.
These hoes ain't loyal.
Dragon chases its tail.
But that's all right though. Yeah, I mean, I've done my share of.
These bitches ain't loyal when they smoking on that foil.
But I'll tell you what, guys. I mean, you guys already know I drink a lot, but I don't. I don't touch any of the other that shit, all that shit anymore. But it's really mostly because that shit's expensive.
It's bad for your health.
Oh, well, so is alcohol. Okay. So it's just really expensive. And I don't even associate with that crap.
I went to college, man. I bumped some rails to cram for a final. I know how it is.
Final!
Not rails of meth, though.
Well, see, I grew up in Arkansas. Meth was pretty hot back in the 90s, so anyway.
And it was
I have a theory on that. I think Walmart has a lot to do with meth.
Really, Walmart. How does
Walmart
have to do with
wherever there's a Walmart? There's better meth in that town, always.
Okay. Well, that may or may not be true because Walmart has big parking lots, so that might be true.
That's funny.
But where I got my meth from wasn't from a Walmart parking lot. Whether or not
he said he said the place to get the purest methamphetamine to start your cooking on Hitler's recipe is Walmart, folks.
No, cocaine. Meth is bad.
Hey,
Sam Warren got the hookup.
See, back in the day, they would say, at the Walmart, when you walk in the door, instead of saying we promote mass, we say don't buy meth in our parking lots. This is what they did back in the 90s instead of.
I know some bikers that would say medicated chicken feed makes the best shit, but hey, that's bikers. They're only digging holes underground and cooking 50-gallon barrels of this shit. I'm serious.
No, I
know.
heard,
Mike, that stuff comes from that oil that's in those old Transformers, the ones that are made of steel that have rust. Yeah, shit.
No, well, let's not
called what?
Get into the deep shit about meth. Oh,
well, it's the
the propane that's in the Transformers,
Yeah.
the oil that's in the old Transformers, the carcinogenic shit.
The
Yeah,
the Megatron shit.
I think Helio's right, man. We shouldn't be informed. We got too many damn kids in here
Yeah, it's like not.
are listening, and I'm not the guy that would
And
want
there's
to
a good
risk.
thing that's happened in the past 20 years from the meth epidemic that's happened from the time when we were young people to now. It's not
Yep.
an
Narcon?
epidemic. No, it's not an epidemic like it was in our time.
Oh no! Here in Jackson, it's a big time academic here.
All right, cool. So
They Narcon
well,
people. Listen,
all right.
they Narcon people. They don't put them in rehab. They don't take them to the hospital. They don't give them a 7-day evaluation. They send them out to find another hit of fucking meth.
Well, that's
It's
what
a
I'm
big
saying.
academic in Jackson.
So, well, I have some questions about that, but I'm not going to ask you those questions here.
I was paving a homeless shelter
Because
paving
I was
parking lot.
friends with people that were making.
We were.
But anyway, we're not going
Listen.
to talk about it on here.
Listen though, I was paving a parking lot at a homeless shelter, and I was there all day. I watched one guy die twice, and they narconed him back to life. He'd go get his shit, come back to the shelter, smoke it, die on the lawn. They come up, narcon him, bam, he's
He
back
was
to it.
probably
And
smoking bad meth.
I watched
Anyway.
another guy do it 3 times. But it's
just, I mean, all of it's every meth is bad, right? I'm not just all meth is bad.
The epidemic level that I'm talking about isn't based on what I've witnessed. It's based on articles and statistics I've read about Jackson County.
Hey, I posted Arby's logo. I saw it on Family Guy as I got my coffee and walked by the TV. I was like,
cowboy hat.
Does that look like a fucking penis?
Mushroom head. Yep.
Man, dude, if that's what yours looks like, man, you got a problem. Look, to me, it looks like a hat.
Purple headed yogurt slinger confirmed.
I know. I was like, no, it's a fucking cowboy hat, man. It's like, no, it's a penis.
Are you the youngest child, Bong?
The question
No, I'm the
becomes circumcised or uncircumcised.
Look.
Oh
Look,
my goodness.
listen, Disney does it, right? They make ranked. They start off with a draw a bird out of it, or they'll start off with or draw a character out of it. That's what I'm just trying to say. I was like,
Oh, hold on. Are you saying that everything in Disney is some type of sexual innuendo? Like,
yes. Have you seen The Little Mermaid?
Really?
Yeah, you're not hip to the Disney stuff.
I'm asking leading questions. You guys play along.
I was walking up the inside. Sorry, I didn't mean to go off topic. But is it a penis?
So how about the castle in Little Mermaid?
Oh yeah, that's definitely yeah, of course.
It's
It's like, why doesn't it look more like a not a hat?
That priest got a little bit too happy when he was marrying Eric to Ursula the Sea Witch.
Hey, check out. I mean, here's something I've thought about. In the past couple of years, that smile that Amazon has, where it's like, "Whoom, pa-ting." Doesn't
I
that
remember
look
seeing
like
that when I was
doesn't
little.
the Amazon smile look like a curved penis? It's like, "Whoom, pa-ting." They always have that little sound that goes along, "Whoom, pa-ting." And they just swirl it around, and it's like a curved
I'm going to tell Walmart that you're an Arkansas resident that shops on Amazon. You say, fuck Walmart.
No, I use Amazon all the time. Yeah, I get I'm subscribed
So
to
the
Amazon.
mermaid conspiracy, the mermaid conspiracy is called the phallus in the palace.
A phallus in the palace. Yes, it might be. Is that what you're saying, Bone?
Yeah, it's
See that
clearly a
in me?
dill rod.
Saying it's a
Yeah, well,
subliminal message
it looks
every time
Now,
you and
it
your
real.
family drive
it's
by
the
an
Osiris
RV.
palace that was
You're,
lost, right?
Well, it looks kind of looks a lot like that hat on the Arby's thing.
yeah, every time you and your family drive by an Arby's, you're exposing your children to a penis.
And the thing is, though, every one of them in that palace is like that, not just that one.
Yeah, and monuments that look like phallics, like the Washington Memorial, stuff like that. Though these skyscrapers, those are phallics. I mean, it's sticking up and out into the
Well,
freaking cloud.
let me ask you guys, since
Giant
talking about phallus.
penis.
Yeah, of course. Little Mermaid. Yes, of course. Yeah, Michael just posted where the original cover of the Little Mermaid thing had a dick as one of the towers. That was, that's a Disney thing. It's been
Now
that
we
way
know
for a
why
very long
Helio's
time.
demonetized. It's a penis, Helio, not a
No,
dick.
I mean, dude.
Dick is
Oh,
named
what?
Yes.
Are you fucking
Yeah.
serious? I'm subscribed to Comedy Central. They say dick all the time on Comedy Central, and they
yeah.
make shitloads of money, and I don't make a fucking dime from this.
If my
So anyway,
I
let's move forward.
He never took sexual education. It's a vagina and a penis, Helio.
Dude, those fucking Comedy Central motherfuckers make shitloads of money from YouTube, and I don't make a fucking dime from those fucking assholes.
Yeah, but Helio, they
Anyway,
sold their soul. Okay,
That's
they
right.
sold their soul.
okay,
Helio.
so should I sell my soul to YouTube so I can make some money for calling these fucking Disney assholes out about putting dicks in front of little kids all the time?
Do you have to ask?
Julio.
No, I don't, but a lot of people don't know that they're actually doing this. So that's what we're doing right now.
No, we're
It's
not doing
showing. No, what we're actually doing. Michael just did it. He showed them where there's a big dick, big dick
Helio, we
tower.
can't be bringing this stuff to Big O.
Mickey Dick drop coming in.
Anyway, I thought I was talking about the. What was I talking about the other day?
So what about a rocket? Does a rocket look like Alex? Is a rocket not a giant penis?
Oh, no, man. Well, they put big dicks on
biggest
SpaceX and NASA every fucking day, and we don't have any. And they're like,
Which you got to do with it? Slick Rick and shit.
Yeah, don't get me started. I mean,
it's the biggest, bro. It's
biggest, thickest.
Yeah, laugh it up, because don't get me started. Because I was about to get.
It is the thickest.
Helio started.
Oh, he is so serious. Don't get him started. He's talking about the.
Look at how much there's so many. There's so many phalluses everywhere. I mean, there's phallus here, phallus there, phallus there. I mean, it's like, look at all these phalluses.
There's penis in the windows.
Silly
penis on the table.
All right, I'll shut up.
How about Who Framed Roger Rabbit?
Yeah, who did? That's a really good question. It's probably one of these phallus people from Hollywood.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's probably the guy that put the penis in the show. That's who.
But I'll tell you what else. The star of the show was, what was her name? The big chick in the red dress that was a cartoon that had the big breast. Jessica Rabbit was just like,
That
oh,
was Roger's wife.
ignore all the
Helio,
other
were
stuff.
you oogling a cartoon rabbit's wife?
Yeah, that was a pretty
Dude,
adult
you.
cartoon, eh? It's like, I don't think I should be watching this, but I'm still gonna watch it.
Hold on. Hold on. This
Oh, you haven't
this
seen
is the
Who
girl.
Framed Roger Rabbit? Hold on.
Yes, I have.
This is the girl
All right.
Helio
Well,
was talking about.
I'm asking the other person. If you haven't seen that movie, you should watch it. It's
Look at that clip. That's frame by frame in Roger Rabbit. See it? Exposed snatch.
Yeah, Christopher Lloyd is
Yep.
the bad guy, right?
There you go.
Yeah. Oh no, it's
Ah!
That man does a good Roger Rabbit, damn it. Damn it.
See, everybody. It's like
Helio just don't pay attention when he watches shit.
no. I haven't seen that fucking movie since I was a kid. I'm just talking a lot of shit because I can. And I think Michael's doing the same thing. How long has it been since
Did you
you've
say
seen
the
that?
Roger Rabbit had a snatch shot in it?
Dude, look, I
Yeah,
mean,
I just showed it. There's another one where he's on the train. It shows a porno in the window of one of the buildings he goes by, but it's
yeah, that first one with I've seen that one before where Mickey's holding Minnie's thing. It's a fucking cock. Yeah, I've seen that one before, and then you showed
It's a rooster. It's not a rooster. That's a dildo, dude. That's
You
a
have a
dildo.
dirty mind.
No, talking
That's a
about
faux
Mickey and
penis.
Minnie.
That's not a rooster.
Dude.
I'm your the cock.
Just saying, in the Mickey Minnie thing, it's Mickey holding whatever her dress is supposed to be. It looks like a freaking cock.
A dildo.
I'm saying.
It doesn't look like a rooster.
Okay, well, it has.
What is it? Is it a cock or a Richard? I mean, or a what'd you say, Dick? Yeah.
Dildo shoulder.
Looks
shoulder
like
shaped like a dildo.
well, it could be a Charlie. It could be a Charlie.
Or a Harry.
Yeah.
How many nicknames are we going to give to whatever you might, a woman might stick in? Whew, I'm going to stop.
So, listen. So, you didn't know Charlie's Angels meant penis angels? Nope. He didn't.
Who's Venus?
Satan. Well, Lucifer to be exact. Venus. Yeah.
Venus is Satan? Who told you that?
Well, the planet Venus, right? It's the morning star.
Yep.
It could be sort of true, and it depends on how you look at it.
What's crazy is you shouldn't see Venus or Mars, or not Mars, Venus or Mercury at all at night on a heliocentric, or even a helical centric, because it's no longer heliocentric; it's now helical centric. Thank you.
Helico? Is that what you said? Helico?
Helical, yeah.
Helical, AL? Helical centric?
Yeah, not helical centric. It's helical model. There's no longer centric to it.
No, there never has been. As far as that goes, I mean, it's a
No. I mean, even in their own model, they took out the sun is no longer at the center, right? That
Yeah,
model.
but that's why you
It has
wouldn't
nothing to
call it.
do with the sun, right? So it's called the spiral model or the helix model. The helical,
All right. So, why would you call Venus Satan?
because that's what Lucifer is,
Oh,
the
really?
bearer of light.
Based on what?
Based on what?
Yeah,
What do you
based
mean?
on
Based
what?
on
Why is Venus Satan?
Because it's the day star. It's the morning star. It's the last star you see before the
It's the
sun.
Okay.
morning star. Listen, it's the morning star, and Lucifer and Christ are both referenced as the morning star.
Okay. So I'm wanting to make
Based
sure
on
that he knows
scripture.
what he's talking about before I actually get into it. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's based on scripture.
All right. So if the morning star isn't part of this, is it part of this new model that you're talking about?
Yeah, nothing changes of the solar system.
All right, cool. So this
But
is
it's no longer.
Satan, the
That's
morning
one where
star.
you see everything spiraling.
And it could it also be called son of the morning? Yeah, you're gonna have to say yes. I mean, just don't deny it. Could also be
Well, yeah, the sun in the morning is is the morning star.
why are you reluctant to actually agree to that?
I'm not.
Not you, the other guy. Well,
Helio, why are you hoping that he disagrees with you? You're such a contrarian.
I'm a contrarian for many reasons.
No, he's flexing his scriptorial muscles here. Damn it!
I just want to know, Helio, what were you doing on the cover of The Little Mermaid? You weren't supposed to be there, bro.
I can come here anytime I want to.
So
I love all
Helen
you
Ben
guys.
Shakar, Helen Ben Shakar, the son of the morning.
Yeah, Venus is a very fantastic object
From
that
the
we
book of
observe.
Isaiah.
Hallel ben Shachar.
Hallel.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Mr. Specific, I still said the son of the
It's the
morning.
same thing. It's that's
Or
that title, right?
Mr. Semantical, shall I say. I was waiting
Well,
for you to correct me on that, too.
no, it's a title is what it is. So
And son of
remember
the morning, it says, refers to the planet of Venus.
when it's talking about like the name of the guy that supposedly changed the calendar. His name was Hillel or Halil, whatever.
Hey, you know, in the Roman tradition, the
This is
Venus
before the Roman.
Venus
But yeah,
Venus is changed to a female form.
yep, that's right. Satan is a female, but it's a male also, right? It's got both sexes.
So that's hermaphroditic, or is it Baphomet? It's
Similar.
really
And the androgynous, the so-called goddess, it's not a goddess. It's a
well.
drag
How do
queen.
you know? I mean, you should look more into where all of this comes from. I mean,
It's androgynous. It's neither male nor female, right?
By scripture.
Yeah. Some would call it gozer in the ancient tongues.
Really, I thought I heard about that in Ghostbusters, the movie. Gozer was.
Yeah, it's the same entity.
Yeah, I know. I'm just fucking around a little bit, but yeah.
And then in Egypt, you even had Gozer's pyramid, but Gozer was spelt Joser with a D.
And everything we're talking about right now, even though we're just like joshing with each other a little bit, just going over with our knowledge, proves that Earth cannot be a globe. Which I love this. Talking about the stuff with each other. It's good stuff.
Well, you know who first come out with the projection of the world favoring contracting lines towards a pole and expanding lines around the equator?
What equator? When was the equator brought up into this thing?
So you don't know? It's Claudius
I
Ptolemy.
do. I'm just being facetious. Go ahead.
Claudius Ptolemy was the one that had come up with a round Earth projection, the globe Earth projection, in favor for things being from a rectangle. He basically took it from a rectangular projection to a round projection and skewed the poles, which is why all maps are up, thanks to Ptolemy.
Ptolemy?
Yeah, Claudius Ptolemy. Ptolemy.
Yeah.
Ptolemy. I think the P is silent, right?
Yeah, Ptolemy is a position, right? Not a name. Head astrologer.
Yep. And his name was Claudius Ptolemy. So, because they didn't have surnames, didn't come about till the Industrial Revolution. Last names.
So, all of that
It indicated what your profession was, right? So, like Miller, Smith, that indicates,
Right. And
Miller
what I was going to say is that human history, or is that a version of how we might understand human history based on general knowledge?
What are you talking about?
That shit makes sense, bro. You go into a town, you like, hey, I'm looking for Benjamin. And they're like, Benjamin who? The Smith or the Taylor? Like, oh, the Taylor. Okay, Benjamin Taylor, he's over here.
Yeah.
The tailor, he works on clothes. This other guy works with metals. He's called Smith.
Right.
Anyway,
Makes sense, don't it?
It does, but yeah, that's what I'm saying. But I mean, it gets deeper than that. But it's as far as like
how deep does it go?
As far as astronomy goes, I mean, it's really more about history of man and how they and their cultures and how they viewed astronomy and built their cultures around their gods and everything. It's not about.
Oh, you're talking about the Claudius Ptolemy thing. That comes from the writings of Ptolemy himself. How he came up with his
which one?
Yeah,
Claudius Ptolemy about 100 AD.
Nah, it's broken. It's broken astronomy. Though. Go ahead.
I'm just saying because there was multiple Claudius Ptolemies.
Yeah, this one's about 400 years after Eratosthenes.
There's almost one for every reign of Egypt, of every pharaoh of Egypt.
This was 400 years after Eratosthenes.
Why would you? Are you American?
No.
Are you Canadian or somewhere in North America? You sound like you're.
Canadian's still American, right?
Yeah. Okay. Well, no.
That's debatable.
You're saying no. Whatever.
Listen, that's debatable. Certainly,
I mean, I didn't ask it. I asked it for a certain. Go ahead, Mike.
Certain Canadians have dual citizenship and are considered original or Occidental Americans, yes, but not all Canadians.
Oh, how about North American?
Listen, bro. Listen, French Canadians they're not American. They're French.
No? I mean, they have, historical European. But really, the only reason I was asking that is to go back to exactly what we were talking about, the origin of these ideas about historical quote unquote science or philosophy. I mean, and you're going to have to find out the balance between the two eventually, or else you're just going to be asking these same dumb questions over and over for the rest of your life and fighting with people, which you don't have to fight with them. You can just absorb into a philosophy, if you want to. But these are very strong philosophies, and what's happened with Earth, if you want to believe the crazy ass philosophy about the globe that they're trying to throw at everybody, which is a very new philosophy. And when we bring up these things from different cultures across Earth, and like I was saying, people in in America or Canada and even in Europe or Africa or whatever. I mean, it's just like you're going to have to find out where you're from, what your culture is. If you want to believe this Western idea about this stupid globe that they went to the moon, that's a very, very new, as far as history of man goes, that's a new idea that they could actually launch a rocket from the ground and go to almost 250,000 miles away to the
But I
moon.
heard it on the radio. It has to be true.
I mean, we don't all have to agree with each other's religion or culture and everything, but if you accept this idea that Americans went to the moon, and you try to absorb your culture into, oh, well, they have the most advanced science because they went to the moon 50 freaking years ago, and you believe them, just take a look at what they claim they did and see if you believe it or not.
Take a look at me now.
Just an empty space.
There's
Nothing
nothing left
left
here
here
to
to remind me, but the
just a
memory
memory
of your
of your
face.
face.
So take a look at me now.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't go to the moon. Whoever's listening, yeah, nobody ever went to the moon. It's impossible to go there.
Yeah, in 305 BC there was a king, King Ptolemy.
And we can sit here and argue with each
Ptolemy,
other. Go ahead, Mike.
the Ptolemy that made the Ptolemaic model is from 142 AD. So there were like 30 Ptolemies before Ptolemy, and they all helped build that model. He wasn't the author, the original author, like they claim him, and a lot of them had varying ideals. So that's just the Ptolemaic model they give us, and they control a Google search when it goes to that. You have to look at the Ptolemaic era, which is an era long before Ptolemy lived.
And the history of the people prior to that don't even practice, some of the modern teachings of the Ptolemaic things, and that's
Yeah.
that's the same. It's the same way with a lot of different cultures around the world today. But
Yeah, like
for the most
Greece.
part, people that watch television and
Like Greece. Greece wasn't even a state when they were saying Greeks believe this.
yeah, exactly.
All Greeks. They think all Greeks believe that when there's only a few Greeks mentioned that even played and dabbled in the Copernican principle.
Or Pythagoras, or all. I mean, there's a lot. I mean, Pythagoras. I mean, had a great idea with the Pythagorean theorem. Oh shit! I hold true to that one. I like the Pythagorean theorem. I like it. I mean, freaking triangles is my shit. I like triangles.
Love triangle.
I do be liking me some triangles. There's 3 straight lines. Helps you discover the area of a triangle. Woo! Amazing.
That's funny, man. He sings one verse of a song and others pick up where he left off.
We're gonna have to write a song about Pythagoras' triangles. I used to fuck with my trig teacher. I called it the faggot theorem. He hated that shit.
Hey, so you guys see that depiction of Azazel? In early Hebrew writings, Azazel was the devil or the Satan. And there was more than one Satan. So I really don't like it when people say, back by scripture, the devil was this. There were multiple Satans. They were all part of legion. The one who spoke up and said, I fear I make a pact that only I will follow and you guys won't follow, that was Azazel.
Mm-hmm.
And there's also a king of the bottomless pit, Abaddon. Now, Abaddon is the one that made him seal the compact in blood. Now, tell me, how do angels seal a compact in blood? Because when they were
They
cast
can.
down,
Christian tradition, no, of course.
well, they were by Hebrew writings. They were cast down. The cell they're in is the prison of flesh.
Okay, never mind. So I was talking about Christian stuff.
So in the movie about Noah, right, with the famous actor from the Gladiator movie, remember the angels? They came down as light beings, and then when they hit the earth, like all that static, like picked up the dirt around them, and they were like rock beings. I think that was like a metaphor for like how they picked up clay bodies.
Yeah, formed in clay and wrapped in animal skin. Don't forget that. We're clothed in animal skin and formed in clay. Don't forget that. That's in Genesis. God clothed us in animal skin. But you have to wonder, was the word that was translated to God, was that Elohim or was it Yahweh? Because Yahweh came here with the Elohim. The Elohim were all the hosts of heaven, all the sons of God. And now they want you to believe the Elohim was God, and it's translated to meaning God. If you got one of them older versions that separates Yahweh from Elohim, then your version's just wrong.
Elohim is a plural for powers, basically powers in heaven, including the angels and God. But there's only one Elohim like Yahweh. There's only one.
Yeah, that's what they're principalities, powers, hosts of heaven. Those principalities and powers represent rulers who are hosts of heaven. Exactly. That's why Satan is called the ruler of the air. That's his principality. That's his power. That's his dominion. All things are given a dominion in God's creation. Man dominion over earth. All men.
Satan means adversary, right?
Yeah, the Satan. It's Satan.
And then
opposition. The opposition, the adversary.
Prosecutor.
Yeah.
And then you even have devil, which comes from old divine one or old god or host.
So
or
I haven't done the research. It's probably my fault. But where does this great attractor thing come from that Exo is always talking about?
That's the center of the universe, and it's the black hole that holds the universe together.
Yeah, but he always refers to it as Satan, like it's synonymous. And I asked him, but he just kind of made fun of me for not knowing. But I asked him where he came up with that.
He's kind of like P.D. Shea on that. He laughs at you when you don't get it, but he never builds a bridge. So I wouldn't know either, bro. I might have to Google that. How's the great attractor compared to Satan?
I was just trying to follow him on his logic, but he just kind of made fun of me. So I was like, okay, I guess I'll not know then. Thanks.
Like the great architect of the universe or whatever. I think that's like the god of masonry, which is probably Satan. But GA, like great attractor or great architect or grand architect, maybe. But I don't know.
Yeah, but architect and attractor is two different things, right?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure it out logically. I mean, I'm sure he's got a point that makes logical sense. I just don't know what it is, and he wouldn't tell me. So I guess it's up to me to figure out. But apparently, it's not just me that can't figure it out. So it's up to the whole audience. I thought somebody knew. I just figured it. I wasn't one of the ones who knew. That's what I figured.
This is the first time I've ever heard anything like that. Gravity demands that everything clump together, I guess. I guess it's demanded by their theory, but they'd have to balance that with some sort of outward pulling force, otherwise everything would just collapse. I think it's demanded by the theory, whether they've actually seen something like this or if it has any sort of real relation to anything in reality. I don't know. I think it's just demanded
Yeah,
by their theory.
I think that's why they come up with dark matter, antimatter, dark energy to
Yeah.
explain the push. Yeah. Like it's the opposite of gravity or some shit.
Ooh, I didn't think about the antimatter. So before the Big Bang, all the matter, all the antimatter, all the dark matter, and all the dark energy was chilling out in one spot. And then antimatter bumped into the matter, and then there was explosions.
See, I don't think it's been the heliocentric model since we've been alive. I think it's been something different, like the helical
Well,
centric or the helical model. Now.
really, they're a centrist. There's no center to the universe anymore. It's just everything's expanding away from each other, or whatever, with globes and stars within that system. It's moved on from heliocentrism toward, something else, astrophysically anyway. Acentrist, I guess you could say, or acentrism. No center. Everything just expanding away from everything else.
Just a bunch of randomness.
Pretty much. It feels more like the refuge of a liar, trying to destroy the mind if they can't, just outright deceive you. You keep on asking questions to try to get to the truth, and ultimately they try to just, confuse everything and just get you to give up with, a bunch of esoteric, strange theory. That way you don't ask questions anymore.
Yeah.
Is that what he's doing? I just thought he was trying to get as many wins on his YouTube channel as possible.
Well, people ask, if we're moving, why can't we feel it? Let me give you this math equation that has a really small number that shows you why we probably wouldn't feel it, because the centrifugal force is like zero or some crap. You know, what does this, equation have to do with reality? Not really anything, but, it's convincing. It'll get you to stop asking questions. That's the main thing. And think that we're on a moving ball, even though we don't feel like we're moving. Why do the stars look the same day in, day out if we're moving through space? Because they're so far away.
Except relativity states otherwise. Unless they're just specially moving so super duper uber fast because
is a vacuum and there's no resistance.
Well, Miles Mathis talks about this in his paper on, how we need time to more or less flow the same from one place to another, kind of going against relativity. We kind of just assume that it does because if time, flowed differently, we'd have no way of knowing it, unless we're in that system. It's contradictory to talk about, relative, time being different over here or whatever, and then talk about the speed of light being invariant. How do we know how fast light is traveling when it moves through space at a certain rate? So, for the speed of light to be constant from here to there, it would have to be moving at the same rate in this reference frame and that reference frame or whatever. Otherwise, it's contradictory to talk about, frame A and frame B being different, but talking about, the speed of light being constant in all frames. That's kind of contradictory. So relativity is more like a mind-killing device to, keep you from being rigorous and having the same metric, throughout all your measurements in all time and all space and all, frames. It just, allows you to have really squishy math and squishy theory that just varies as needed, basically.
Yep.
And also, you can just, come up with very common sense mechanical explanations where, one thing hits another thing mechanically to explain why the cesium clocks or whatever are working differently. It's not that time is dilating. Perhaps they're hitting some sort of medium of space, aka the ether, at high speeds that's making the cesium atoms in the clock vibrate at a different rate and register a different time mechanically. Less esoteric, pretty common sense, mechanical, and, able to be explored via some sort of mechanical experiment where you try to do some sort of mechanical action and see what happens. It's kind of, very attractive. But rather than go with that, they deny that space has any properties, and just go with kind of like a metaphysical, mystical explanation of time dilation. I think Miles Mathis calls it the charge field, but sounds a lot like ether to me.
The only place where time dilation exists is on Star Trek.
Beam me backwards, Scotty. Like this
Or
is
what's
not
that other
anything
show?
wrong.
It was Interstellar. Where they went and there was like a black hole, right? Oh, we can go down to these little planets, right? But it's only going to seem like 3 minutes back home. But while we're down there, it'll seem like a week. But if they're here on if you're there on the ship, it's going to be like 75 years have passed. It's like, wait, what? How the fuck does that work?
It makes no sense. Miles Mathis, with his theory of time, says that time is just simply, one thing moving, and and the rate of movement of a thing from one place to another. And so, if light is moving the same in all reference frames, and by logical extension, time would be the same. By that definition of time anyway. And at that point, you can't really have like Minkowski's space-time, graphs that combine the XYZ 3D, length of axes with time. You can't have 4D space because time would be measured in those axes based off of moving from one point to another along those axes. It would be, the XYZ would be dependent on time. And so you need to have them separated. You can't have them, lumped together like that. You need to have the thing that they're, dependent on separated from the thing that's dependent. The thing that's independent, basically, time separated from the thing that is dependent, X, Y, and Z. Otherwise, you just get really messy theory.
Hey, what's going on, Mike Jack?
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm checking. I'm checking the 24/7 live stream.
I just got fucking 2 dings. Where did those dings come from?
I don't
know, man. Well, chirp up
Hey,
in there.
what's going on over there, man? You guys good? Everybody good? I mean, I got some audio problems. Okay, let me reboot this.
Hey, try to get
Bazogris is asking about the Sun China launched. I guess they can launch up some sort of sun simulator or attach something to the firmament, maybe, but I don't know. Could just be something attached to a Satelloon or something. I'll put Miles Mathis' article on his conception of time in the chat. He says time is just simply a way to chart movement, basically. Very simple. It would just be a way to clock movement, no time, basically. If you see movement, you basically clock its movement with this concept of time, and we assume that it's basically constant in all places.
So the Earth is constant. Is that what you're saying?
Time is constant.
It's consistent, man. Right?
Time would be constant because it's just a way of monitoring movement.
Right.
That's it. Just assume that things move more or less constantly everywhere.
It's pretty predictable. So, what do you think this James Webb telescope is? $10 billion for that bad boy. Mm-hmm. It's supposed to look back in time, right? Isn't it? Yeah.
Didn't die. Just quit talking. What's it do here?